The universal transition to a different world as a lord. Dingyu begins his journey by merging with the Star Core, transforming his territory towards a new realm. Awakening the stellar bloodline, he acquires an SSS-level barracks. Are you comparing numbers with me? However, I excel in tactics of the masses. Are you challenging me on individual combat prowess? Yet, my path lies in elite forces. What? The location of my territory has been leaked, and an assault is imminent? Fear not, for I can relocate my territory at will. Taming dragons, vanquishing behemoths, and obliterating the divine race. Having shattered all myths, Dingyu becomes a new legend. Chapter 1. The Universal Arrival, merging with the Star Core. ***, welcome to the Starry Rhythm continent. This is a world of infinite possibilities, where each of you shall embark on a legendary journey as a lord. Congratulations on becoming one of the lords. Here, you may manage your territory as you see fit. You may dominate the world, indulge in leisure, or cultivate for ascension, but first and foremost, you must survive. Ding! Your territory has been established. Your territory is granted a protection period of 30 days, during which it shall be shielded from any attacks. Please develop swiftly to confront potential threats. Dingyu slowly opened his eyes, discovering himself lying on a bed beneath a roof of wood and straw. The hard wooden plank beneath him and the scent of straw wafting through his nostrils incessantly reminded him that this was a tangible world. Have I truly transcended? Am I destined to be the protagonist of a novel, poised to conquer the world? Suddenly, darkness enveloped his vision, and a surge of fundamental information about this world flooded his mind. It was an expansive continent, teeming with diverse races and fraught with countless dangers and opportunities. They would exist as lords in this realm, with limitless troop types, pets, heroes, and a myriad of flourishing schools of thought. Simultaneously, a semi-transparent screen appeared in his view, displaying numerous options that could be summoned and concealed at will. Among these were personal information, territory information, world channel, regional channel, trading hall, and more. At that moment, a system notification chimed. Ding! Congratulations on discovering the Star Core. Would you like to merge? As Dingyu pondered, a green light emanated from the pendant at his chest, gently rising. Having grown up in an orphanage, the pendant was his sole possession. It should not be a negative occurrence, so Dingyu clicked yes. Ding! Congratulations on merging with the Star Core. Your territory has undergone a transformation. Ding! Congratulations. The limitations of your territory have been lifted. It possesses the potential to become a world of its own. Ding! Congratulations. You have acquired Qinglong Guards, SSS-rank. He casually opened personal information. Dingyu ID 865-763-2457. Occupation, child of the Star's bloodline. Stellar bloodline level 1. Talent. Luck. For reasons unknown, you have received the blessings of heaven and earth, granting you superior fortune compared to others. Cultivation method. None. Skill 1. Stellar battle body to BY consuming stellar power. One can activate it, enhancing all physical attributes and allowing the attachment of stellar power to equipment, amplifying their might. Skill 2. Meteor strike. This skill allows the consumption of stellar power from within to summon a colossal meteor to strike foes, with its potency contingent on the amount of stellar power expended. Skill 3. Decomposition ray. Capable of disassembling all substances, its effectiveness also depends on the stellar power consumed. Note, with the stellar bloodline, the energy within you will automatically convert into stellar power. Equipment. Novice set backpack space. 100 information was laden with references to the stars, likely a consequence of merging with the Star Core. He clicked on territory information. Territory. U village, renaming allowed. Lord, Dingyu level, 1 territory size, 100m x 100m, population, 10, total population of the territory, including soldiers. Soldiers, 0, daily refresh. 10 units of residence, spiritual chi density, 100 buildings. Lord's mansion, fence x 200, cottage x 5, farmland x 4. Traits, not yet activated copper coins, 100 wood, 20 stone, 20 food, 20 storage space, 300 prosperity index, 10. Dingyu couldn't discern anything particularly special and wondered if it was due to his low leveled. He opened the world channel beside it. Where am I? Have I transcended? Why are there so many people? Am I not the only protagonist? What the heck? Is this a wilderness survival or world domination? The environment is splendid, a veritable 5-8 tourist attraction, with a river nearby, a fisherman's paradise. I see a rhinoceros outside. If it charges in, it would crush my humble hut in an instant. Haha, I am now a lord. No more laboring for me. Henceforth refer to me as Lord. I shall emulate the ancients and have a harem of 3,000 beauties. What a massive centipede. Mom, I want to go home. Yuyin, where are you? I am your husband. Please respond. Mom, where are you? I am Xiaida. Wow, I just generated a C-level talent. 1 in a million. I truly am a genius. The fellow upstairs is incredible. I just generated an E-level talent, and I can feel the overwhelming malice of this world. I have an F-level done. The world channel was inundated with messages, instantly surpassing 999. In the world channel, each individual may only speak freely once per day. A second message incurs a cost of 100 copper coins. Conversely, the regional channel allows free speech without limits, though identical content may only be posted once to prevent spam. Due to a larger population, the world channel refreshes far more rapidly than the regional channel, with each regional channel currently limited to 10,000 participants. Seeing so many fellow villagers flooding the screen, Dingyu felt a sense of camaraderie. He glanced at his talent, which did not display a level but bore a name of grand stature. Dingyu, having lost his parents and raised in an orphanage, graduated from university last year and found himself unsatisfied with the job market. In this moment of despondency, he arrived in this world. Perhaps a change of environment will allow me to transform, Dingyu mused quietly. He wondered if his misfortune on Blue Star had been the reason for receiving a luck talent upon arriving here. Rising from bed, he gazed at the tattered straw sandals by his bedside, then examined his worn clothing. Particularly, the large hole in his pants revealed the whiteness beneath. Dingyu was momentarily taken aback. This is rather tragic. Novice set, black iron level. Note, tattered novice equipment that provides the most basic coverage and minimal defensive capabilities. The system is far too realistic. Couldn't it provide a slightly better novice outfit, considering I am a lord? According to the information supplied by the system, the equipment levels on the Starry Rhythm continent are categorized as follows: black iron, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, diamond, extraordinary, epic, legendary, and mythical. The novice set provided by the system consists of the most inferior black iron equipment. There is also an SSS-rated entity. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the SSS grade Barracks, Qinglong Guard. The ranks of Barracks are classified as F, E, D, C, B, A, S, SS, and SSS, corresponding to soldiers. Growth limits from the first tier to the 9th tier. Soldiers ranging from levels 10 to 19 are classified as first tier, 20 to 29 as second tier, 30 to 39 as third tier, and so forth. Naturally, the initial level of soldiers is set at level 1. However, soldiers between levels 1 and 9 possess very limited strength, lacking any tier classification. Qinglong Guard SSS grade. Note: for reasons unknown, the costs associated with utilizing this barracks will be significantly reduced. Indeed, an SSS grade potential barracks is rather remarkable. Sheer military strength is the ultimate path to dominance in the Starry Rhythm continent. The disparity in ranks among military units is immense, with higher tier soldiers capable of overwhelming their lower tier counterparts. A difference of 1 tier allows 1 soldier to easily vanquish 10. Each tier breakthrough results in a qualitative transformation of strength. In contrast, the disparity in strength among military units of similar cost is not as pronounced. The upper limit of a military unit's level is constrained by the potential of its barracks. While the potential of a military unit does not directly equate to its strength, it does signify the upper threshold of its capabilities. For instance, an F-grade barracks permits soldiers to ascend only to level 19, first tier, making it nearly impossible to surpass level 20, second tier. To achieve such a breakthrough, one must either seek rare and precious materials or upgrade to a higher grade barracks. Thus, in the Starry Rhythm continent, the quality of barracks is intrinsically linked to the foundational strength of a territory. At this moment, Dingyu's sentiments upon discovering his barracks resemble the exhilaration of winning a lottery of 5 million. Typically, the higher the quality of the barracks, the greater the cost to summon soldiers. However, the Qinglong Guard possesses the distinctive feature of reduced utilization. Expenses. Donning his shoes, he stepped outside, pushing open the door. The sunlight outside was radiant, and the trees provided a lush canopy, surrounding a patch of land enclosed by a fence. To the left stood a row of dilapidated thatched cottages, while to the right lay the ruins of several buildings. Not far beyond the fence, a forest stretched out, with a gentle stream meandering along its edge. In the depths of the woods, the silhouette of verdant mountains could be faintly discerned, occasionally accompanied by the echoes of beastly roars. Chapter 2. The SSS-level barracks of the Qinglong Guard. At this moment, 10 individuals stood at the entrance, clad in the garb of the impoverished. Li Fuguwei, potential, D level. Position, village chief. Loyalty, 80. Level, 1. Skill 1. Basic administrative proficiency. Skill 2. Inspiring the hearts of the people. Zhong Cheng, potential, F. Position, villager. Loyalty, 75. Level 1. Skill none. Ergo, potential, F. Position, villager. Indeed, this represents the original foundation. Li Fuguwei stepped forward and bowed, greeting the Lord. The 4 villagers behind him also bowed in unison. Dingyu gestured with his hand. Village chief, please elaborate on the situation. Li Fuguwei rose and spoke slowly, my lord. We are a small village located in a remote area of the Star Melody continent. Due to a recent beast tide, Our village now consists of only 10 individuals. Some functional structures, such as the blacksmith's forge, have also been damaged. Currently, we only have a few recently repaired cottages and the Lord's Manor. Dingyu glanced at the thatched huts behind him. You refer to this as a Lord's Manor? He scratched his head. Well, it is indeed quite destitute. Moreover, the presence of a beast tide indicates that this place is perilous. Dingyu inquired of the village chief, how do you usually procure food? We gather wild fruits and hunt small animals, such as rabbits. Before the beast tide ravaged the village, we had ample manpower and could hunt larger game. The village possesses arable land for cultivating grains. However, we dare not venture deep into the forest, as it harbors many large animals, magical beasts, and even dangerous races. Dingyu turned his gaze towards the ruins of the buildings. Damaged barracks, F level. Note, damaged, requires 50 copper coins, 50 wood, 50 stone to repair. Would you like to proceed with the repairs? Damaged blacksmith's forge. Note, damaged, requires 50 wood, 50 stone, 50 copper coins to repair. Would you like to proceed with the repairs? Damaged tailor's shop. Dingyu recalled that he had a barracks in his backpack. He opened it and retrieved a round jade stone. Ding. Detected a damaged Barrack nearby. Would you like to cover it? Yes. The jade stone floated from Dingyu's hand and gently descended upon the ruins of the Barrack. A soft glow enveloped the area, and a square, vintage-style building materialized. The 10-meter-high structure shimmered with azure and golden light upon its walls. Streams of lava-like substance cascaded from the top of the building, slowly seeping into the ground. Dingyu surveyed the barracks before casting his gaze towards his own thatched hut. Qinglong Guard. Potential, SSS. Level, 1. Troop strength, 0-100. Cost to summon a soldier, 100 copper coins. Cost to train a soldier, 50 copper coins, 1 villager. Description: the Imperial Guard of the Qingyu Empire from an alternate dimension, with a minuscule chance of producing hero units. Note: for unknown reasons, the cost associated with utilizing this training camp will be significantly reduced. Upgrade requires level 2 territory, 500 copper coins, 300 wood, 300 stone. Potential solely represents the upper limit of the troop type and does not indicate current strength. For instance, an F-level troop can only advance to level 19, first tier, and cannot continue to upgrade, which is the consequence of insufficient potential. Troop capabilities will gradually manifest with level progression. Dingyu examined his panel, noting he possessed only 100 copper coins. He summoned 2 villagers to enter training, and the barracks immediately emanated a faint azure golden light. Ding! Barracks training completed. As the doors swung open, 2 robust warriors emerged, clad in light armor, with battle knives at their waists and bows slung across their backs. Their appearance indicated they were adept in both close and ranged combat. Wang Mang, Qinglong Guard Warrior. Level, 1. Potential, SSS. Bloodline, Qinglong Bloodline. Loyalty, 100. Skill 1. Advanced Sword and Blade Mastery, enhancing power when wielding swords and blades. Skill 2. Advanced Archery Mastery, enhancing power when using bows and arrows. Skill 3. Wind Element Affinity. Skill 4. Death Battle, unleashing 100 combat power when in a dire situation. Equipment, Beginner's Set. My lord. The 2 warriors bowed respectfully. Dingyu's eyes sparkled with delight as he appraised the impressive duo, exclaiming, "Welcome aboard." He called upon the village chief to lead the villagers in gathering materials nearby, while he took the remaining 2 Qinglong guards to explore the vicinity of the village. Lord's Manor. Level, 1. Area, 5x5. Defense, 15. Note: the foundation of the territory, materials can be invested for upgrades. Upgrading requires 2,000 stone, 2,000 wood, 2,000 copper coins. His gaze shifted to the cottages. Cottage. Level, 1. Area, 2x2. Defense, 3. Note: cottages provide a simple living environment for villagers, allowing them to recover stamina with slight healing effects. Upgrading requires level 2 territory, 30 copper coins, 20 wood, 40 stone. A transparent barrier enveloped the village outside the fence. The Lord is currently in a novice protection period, during which the village is absolutely safe. Once the protection period ends, the territory may be subject to attacks at any time, so please prepare in advance. Remaining time, 29 days, 23 hours, 35 minutes, 32 seconds. At least for a month. Safety is assured. Dingyu touched the barrier, which felt like a bubble that he could pass through. After observing that there was no immediate danger, he ventured outside, wielding the crude machete initially provided to him. Seeing Dingyu's intent to exit, the 2 Qinglong guards hurriedly followed suit. Outside lay a stretch of grassy land, where rabbits could be seen hopping about, alongside a grazing bison. Rabbit. Level, 1. Remark: the most basic wild monster, a herbivore, characterized by a timid nature. Bison. Level, 3. Remark: a herbivore, possessing great strength but low intelligence. Next, a clear stream came into view, its waters pristine due to the absence of pollution. Beyond the stream lay an expansive forest, teeming with unidentifiable avian species. Suddenly, an eagle swooped down upon a rabbit. its sharp talons seizing the creature and soaring into the sky. At Ding Yu's signal, Wang Mang unsheathed his battle knife and swiftly charged towards the bison, delivering a decisive blow. The bison sensed danger and lifted its head to charge at Wang Mang. With a resounding clash, the battle knife collided with the bison's horn. Wang Mang deftly maneuvered to the bison's rear, striking at its hind leg. The bison, unable to evade in time, sustained an injury to its leg and soon fell. Ding. Congratulations, your villager has slain a level 3 bison. You and your villager have each gained 5 and 35 experience points, respectively. 2 beams of white light infused Ding Yu and Wang Mang, causing Ding Yu to feel a warm sensation. Ding. Your villager has killed a level 1 bison. Loot is being generated. Congratulations, you have obtained 3 copper coins, 7 bison meat, 2 bison horns, and 3 beast hides. Congratulations. You have obtained horse-slaying saber, black iron, X1. With such fortune on the first attempt, it appears luck is indeed on my side. Just then, the other wild bulls sensed a threat and charged towards Wang Mang. He hurriedly dodged, but the sheer number of bulls and their rapid speed made it difficult to evade. As the herd approached, Ding Yu quickly summoned 2 members of the Qinglan guards to take shelter within the protective shield. The sound of thuds echoed as the bulls collided with the barrier, which repelled their horns like a bouncy ball. The horns failed to breach the shield, and the shield inflicted no harm on the wild bulls. After a fruitless display of aggression, the herd gradually retreated. Ding Yu let out a long sigh of relief. Was this truly the prowess of the bulls at the entrance? Even soldiers of SSS rank behaved in such a manner. How could soldiers of F rank survive in such an environment? In truth, Ding Yu was mistaken. SSS merely represented potential, denoting the upper limit of a soldier S rank. Coupled with their currently low level, many formidable abilities had yet to manifest. Under the same level of 1, a unit with SSS potential was indeed stronger than one with F potential, though not exceedingly so. Chapter 3. Out for hunting. Allowing the soldiers to rest, Ding Yu opened the world channel. What is this nonsense? After painstakingly repairing the barracks, there is barely enough money left to train a single soldier. How am I supposed to fight with just one? Don't even mention it upstairs. One of my soldiers was dragged away by a giant spider right after stepping out. Total annihilation. Haha, my dear friend upstairs, you are truly unfortunate. I stumbled upon a bronze treasure chest the moment I stepped out, and it yielded an E-grade barracks. In this day and age, F-grade barracks are worthless. Hey big brother upstairs, could you possibly donate that barracks? I know a charming streamer who would be grateful. Once she activates the teleport, she'll come find you. In this day and age, survival is paramount. Until we meet, who can say if they are a handsome lad or a cute girl? Are you all fools? Why not lure the monsters outside the shield while we remain sheltered within, striking from safety? Oh goodness, it turns out I'm the fool here. I'm out. Ding Yu smacked his forehead and called the Qinglan guards to lure the monsters outside, then retreat behind the shield to attack. Congratulations. Your subjects have slain a level 3 wild bull. Congratulations. Ding Yu also tested his ranged attack skills, which proved to be quite powerful, albeit costly in terms of energy. His novice gear consisted solely of a dagger. How he wished he had a bow and arrows. In the blink of an eye, the wild creatures near the village were entirely vanquished. Notably, the monsters slain by his subjects still dropped loot. If the Lord was nearby, the spoils would directly enter his inventory. If the Lord was not close at hand, the loot transformed into small orbs of light, which the subjects could collect. However, they could not discern the items. Only in the hands of the Lord would they materialize into tangible forms. Seeing no more beasts in the vicinity, Ding Yu led the 2 warriors further out of the village. Upon reaching the riverbank, the water was crystal clear, revealing only small fish the size of thumbs swimming about. Such minuscule fish were hardly sufficient for sustenance. A rudimentary wooden bridge constructed from logs spanned the river, leading into a forest ahead. The number of wild creatures in the woods gradually increased. A few wild bulls lay ahead, and the 2 Qinglan guards unsheathed their combat knives to confront them. Ding Yu also drew his blade and joined the fray. He had previously tested his abilities. Upon activating the celestial battle body, his physical attributes were dramatically enhanced, surpassing even the Qinglan guards. However, this power required the consumption of celestial energy and could not be sustained indefinitely. It served well for bursts of strength. Ding. Congratulations. You have slain a level 2 wild bull, earning 32 experience points. Congratulations. You have acquired 2 copper coins, 5 wild bull meats, 2 bull horns, and 3 beast skins. Congratulations. You have obtained a rusty shield, black iron, X1. Another piece of equipment, though the black iron grade was of little use. His current novice gear was already black iron. There was no need for a change. Continuing the hunt in the woods, Ding Yu became wiser, only targeting isolated creatures and still attacking in tandem with his companions. Ding. Congratulations. You have slain a level 4 spotted deer, earning 41 experience points. Congratulations. You have acquired 4 copper coins, 7 deer meats, 2 deer horns, and 3 beast skins. Ding. Congratulations. You have slain a level 1 rabbit, earning 11 experience points. Congratulations. You have acquired 1 copper coin, 1 rabbit meat, and 1 beast skin. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain a level 2 wild chicken, earning 22 experience points. Congratulations! You have acquired 1 copper coin, 1 chicken meat, and iron wall bow, black iron, X1. At last, a bow. Now he could shoot arrows from a distance. In this world, bows could condense energy into arrows, eliminating the need for physical projectiles, while also allowing him to infuse energy to enhance the arrow's power. Before long, his copper coins surpassed 50. Dingyu hurried back to the territory and trained another warrior. The hunt continued. Ding! Congratulations! You have discovered Black Iron Treasure Chest X1. A treasure chest. Dingyu gleefully opened it. Congratulations! You have acquired 25 copper coins, 23 wood, and 22 stone. A modest amount of copper coins and basic materials had been amassed. This copper equated to slaying 10 creatures. Continuing the hunt. A flash of white light flickered. Ding! Congratulations! You have leveled up to level 2. Having reached level 2, he felt his physical capabilities had improved slightly, and his internal celestial energy had increased. The 3 soldiers also leveled up in succession, and soon enough, Dingyu had accumulated enough copper coins to train yet another warrior. As dusk fell, Dingyu had gathered a total of 5 warriors, signaling the end of their hunting expedition. Upon returning to the territory, the subjects had also returned, bringing with them some basic materials. Today's food haul was quite substantial, primarily from hunting wild animals. The village chief, accompanied by the villagers, had collected a considerable amount of materials, likely due to a stroke of luck. Opening the panel, he saw Territory, U Village, rename available. Lord, Dingyu. Level 1. Territory range, 100 by 100. Population, 10. Total population of the territory, including soldiers. Soldiers, 5. Daily refresh of 10 units of subjects. Buildings, Lord's Manor, fences X200, cottages X5. Farmlands X4. Aura concentration, 100. Traits, not yet unlocked. Copper coins, 15. Wood, 254. Stone, 156. Food, 356. Prosperity index, 12. Over yonder, Li Fugue had expertly kindled a bonfire, where some of the wild bull meat they had hunted was roasting. The barbecue grill was impressively large and rugged, rolling with the immense skewers, occasionally sprinkled with what resembled salt and spices. The salt had been bartered from passing merchant caravans, while the spices were ground from nearby unknown plants. Remarkably, the aroma wafted through the air from quite a distance. A group of people gathered around the fire, feasting on the barbecue, while Dingyu gazed at these uncomplicated men. Recollecting the myriad of frustrations back on Blue Star, the constant treachery within the company, he felt a sense of peace here. It was worth noting that Wang Mang had informed him that the Qinglong guards could train independently. They possessed a corresponding cultivation technique, Qinglong Classic, which allowed them to meditate and cultivate at night. Such relentless toil. By day, one fights monsters to level up, and by night, one must train further. It is indeed a ceaseless cycle, a continuous 24-hour endeavor. The Qinglong Guard barracks feature an internal space, where warriors typically reside without the need for additional housing. Within these barracks, the Qinglong Guard receives enhancements, their recovery and training speeds significantly accelerated. After satisfying his hunger, Dingyu casually wiped the grease from the corner of his mouth. Without interrupting the boastful men recounting their achievements of the day, he entered the thatched hut symbolizing the Lord's Manor. Lying on his bed, he perused his interface and opened the trading hall. Worn shield, black iron grade, X1 price, 23 copper coins. Another piece of equipment dropped, though it was not particularly inexpensive. At this stage, a wild monster typically yields only 2 or 3 copper coins, and Dingyu was fortunate to have a higher luck stat. Wood X 30 price, 15 copper coins. Stone X 23 price, 11 copper coins. Beef X 5 price, 10 copper coins. Rabbit meat X 3 price, 6 copper coins. Initially, food prices are quite steep. It seems most lords struggle to hunt the wild buffalo at their gates. Furthermore, a mere 20 units of food are provided at the start, and the populace possesses hearty appetites. Observing that he had 356 units of food, he set aside 100 units and placed the remainder on the trading hall. In no time, they were sold, yielding him 512 copper coins, sufficient to train soldiers again. Novice equipment set, black iron grade, price, 100 copper coins. This was indeed a quality piece of equipment, yet who would purchase his novice set? Generally, soldiers trained in an F-grade Barrack are equipped with merely a black iron weapon, though there might be some who would buy it for their soldiers. Water X48 price, 5 copper coins. There's even water for sale, presumably. Only players in the desert would be interested. However, since villages can be established, there is typically a water source nearby. Chapter 4. Hero Unit, Li Kwa. At this moment, on the edge of a forest, a grass-skirted Falante was clutching his head in despair, having lost his only warrior to a wild buffalo during training earlier that day. With the buffalo roaming outside and the villagers lacking combat prowess, there was little choice but to gather some stone within the protective barrier, yet he was out of funds. If this continued, disaster was imminent. Defeating the buffalo required soldiers, but training soldiers demanded copper coins, which could only be obtained by defeating wild monsters. He couldn't possibly go out to fight himself. Given his diminutive stature, it was unlikely he could outrun one, and he might very well be trampled before reaching the shield. At this moment, Falante felt forsaken by the divine. After much contemplation, he realized the only item of value he possessed was the novice equipment set. Reluctantly, he placed it on the trading hall to exchange for some currency to train soldiers. Ding Yu was engrossed in his interface, reading the messages in the chat channel, which was one of the few amusements since his arrival in this world. Suddenly, a notification flashed on his screen. Li Linlin has requested to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Li Linlin? Could it be a colleague? After graduating, Ding Yu worked for 6 months at a small company where Li Linlin had joined before him and had taken good care of him. Ding Yu accepted the request. Li Linlin, Ding Yu, it's really you. I never expected us to be in the same region. Currently, friends could only be added if they were in the same region. Ding Yu. Yes, Sister Lin. How are things on your end? Li Linlin. I'm near a grove of fruit trees. I haven't explored how vast it is yet, but there are so many delicious fruits inside. Li Linlin. By the way, I discovered a silver treasure chest today, which contained a D-grade Barrack filled with elven archers. They're absolutely stunning. Ding Yu. After concluding his chat with Li Linlin, Ding Yu rubbed his face, feeling a pang of envy. Based on his years of reading novels, he knew that every elf possessed exceptional physique and beauty. Just then, another friend request notification appeared. Ding. Zhao Li has requested to add you as a friend. Do you accept? Ding Yu clicked to accept. Zhao Li, old Ding, is that you? Ding Yu. Yes, old Zhao. It's been a while. Through their conversation, he learned that upon transmigrating to the same region on Blue Star, it was highly probable they would also be in the same regional channel. Li Linlin was, as was Zhao Li. Zhao Li was Ding Yu's close friend from university, now working in another city after graduation. Zhao Li, we just saw each other a couple of days ago. Zhao Li, I drew a B-grade talent with a prosperous population, doubling my territory's population cap. It's incredible. Ding Yu, there's a population cap. Zhao Li, you really need to pay more attention. You should check your interface thoroughly. Ding Yu re-examined his interface, confirming there was no cap. Could this be a change resulting from the fusion of the territory's star core? Zhao Li, old Ding. How is your development after transmigrating? Do you need any assistance? Ding Yu, it's going well. I've obtained a talent that enhances luck. Zhao Li, luck is indeed a valuable asset. Many of our university classmates are in this region. We just formed a group. Would you like me to add you? The friend function included an option to form groups, allowing friends to be added to a collective. Ding Yu, no, I'm quite socially anxious, as you well know. Zhao Li, understanding Ding Yu's nature, did not press the issue further, merely stating to ask for help if needed before logging off to attend to other matters. The following morning, Ding Yu was roused by the melodious chirping of birds. Rubbing his sore back, he realized the bed was devoid of any cushioning. After a night of discomfort, he resolved to find something soft to rest upon today. Upon opening the door, he found Li Fugue cooking meat soup in a large pot, with visible wild vegetables and leftover meat from yesterday. He refreshed his interface, and instantly, 10 villagers appeared before him. Zhang Wu, potential, D, position, blacksmith. Skill, beginner forging proficiency. Li Qi, potential, D, position, tailor. Skill, beginner sewing proficiency. Lu Chong, potential, F, position, villager. Skill none. Zhang Li, potential, F, position, villager. 2 D-grade potentials had emerged, perfectly suited for future management of the blacksmith shop and tailor shop, once repaired. With the current copper coins, he could train 10 soldiers. So Ding Yu assigned 10 villagers of F-grade potential for training. Summoning required 100 copper coins, so it was better to first train to increase numbers. The effects of both functions were identical, save that training consumed villagers. Before long, the 10 soldiers completed their training. Ding. Congratulations. Your villager Li Qua has been promoted to a hero unit. A hero has emerged. Hero units belong to the barracks, but do not occupy the population of the barracks or territory. Li Qua hero. Level 1. Potential, SSS. Bloodline, Qinglan Bloodline. Loyalty, 100. Skill 1. Mastery of top-tier swordsmanship, significantly enhancing weapon prowess when wielding swords. Skill 2. Mastery of top-tier archery, significantly enhancing weapon prowess when wielding bows. Skill 3. Qinglan Battle Body, can be activated by consuming internal spiritual energy, providing comprehensive enhancements to physical attributes. Skill 4. Death Struggle, when in dire straits. Combat power surges to 200. Skill 5. Wind Blade, harnessing the essence of wind to form a blade of air that inflicts slashing damage from a distance. Skill 6. Commander, enhancing the attack power and recovery capabilities of the Qinglan guards during combat, while simultaneously uplifting the morale of the soldiers. Heroic units differ from standard troops. They are not confined to barracks and can continually transcend their limitations, their growth ceiling being intrinsically linked to their potential. The Starry Rhythm continent is a tangible realm where the strength of both units and heroes escalates with their level. Among them stands a towering figure, a man of 2 meters in height, whose demeanor resembles that of the Qinglong guards, albeit with greater restraint. His subordinate, Li Kuo, approaches the Lord, expressing his eagerness to fight for dominion over the world. Excellent. Ding Yu observes the robust man with increasing admiration, though his expression remains stern. He pats Li Kuo on the shoulder. Do not be so serious. This shall be your new home. Smile a bit. Taken aback, Li Kuo manages to force a rather unappealing smile. After partaking in breakfast, Ding Yu instructs the village chief to continue leading the villagers in resource gathering, while he himself guides the Qinglong guards toward the woods. Remarkably, compared to yesterday, he seems to exude the aura of a true lord today. Despite the modest number of just over a dozen Qinglong guards, their formation is impressive, with scouts in the front, protectors on the flanks, and a rear guard. Upon entering the forest, the system notifications begin to chime incessantly. Ding. Congratulations on slaying a level 4 long-armed gibbon. You have gained 41 experience points. Congratulations. You have obtained 4 copper coins. Ding. Congratulations. Your subjects have slain a level 3 spotted deer. Ding. Congratulations. Your subjects have defeated a level 4 forest wolf. If memory serves correctly, wolves are social creatures. Chapter 5. Encountering the wolf pack. Suddenly, rustling sounds fill the forest, and pairs of green eyes appear in the distance. The Qinglong guards form a battle formation, encircling Ding Yu in the center. Several warriors draw their sabers, while archers take aim from behind. As the wolf pack approaches, Ding Yu's expression darkens. The pack consists of approximately 50 wolves, ranging from levels 4 to 5. In contrast, Ding Yu's group has only 16 members, and their levels are inferior to that of the wolves. Finding themselves at a disadvantage, the Qinglong guards swiftly switch to sabers and engage the wolves. Li Kuo activates the Qinglong battle body, holding off the assault of 6 wild wolves. The others coordinate their efforts to maintain their ground. Ignoring Li Kuo's protests, Ding Yu activates the starry battle body and charges forward. His battle form proves to be superior to Li Kuo's, without considering energy consumption. The solitary wild wolves stand little chance against his prowess. After Ding Yu dispatches 3 wolves in quick succession, 6 others surround him, attempting to perform a pincer maneuver. Realizing the precariousness of the situation, Ding Yu channels all the starry power into his saber, which instantly emanates a hazy glow. The blade's potency surges, cleaving the nearest wolf in 2 with a single strike. Ding Yu had underestimated the might of the starry battle body. With its comprehensive enhancement, the wolves could hardly keep pace with his speed. Coupled with the saber's terrifying lethality, it isn't long before the 6 encroaching wolves meet their demise. Li Kuo, meanwhile, unleashes his full power to eliminate the 6 wolves surrounding him. The 2 swiftly move to support their comrades, and the warriors begin to retaliate. With the explosive efforts of Ding Yu and Li Kuo, the number of wolves diminishes rapidly, soon tipping the scales of battle. Just then, a wolf howl echoes through the air, and the pack retreats quickly. A dominant wolf, sensing that Ding Yu and his companions are formidable adversaries, decides to withdraw temporarily. However, wolves are notoriously vengeful creatures, and now they have set their sights on him. Aware of the considerable exhaustion among the warriors, Ding Yu hastily calls everyone back to the territory after clearing the battlefield. Fortunately, there were no casualties among the soldiers, likely due to the wolves not engaging to the bitter end. Upon returning to their domain, Ding Yu directs the warriors to rest in the barracks. He summons Li Fuguwei, reminding him to ensure that no one strays beyond the protective barrier. Thankfully, the presence of this barrier alleviates concerns over potential retaliation from the wolves. He reserves some of today as spoils for contingency, placing the remainder in the trading hall. The prices of food have not decreased. Rather, they have risen slightly, indicating a scarcity among the populace. Before long, all the items Ding Yu had listed are sold out, and he glances at his panel, now possessing 1,055 copper coins. He heads to the barracks to summon 10 warriors, this time opting not to use his subjects for training, as summoning incurs no cost to the populace. With few citizens remaining, training them all as soldiers would adversely affect resource gathering. The territory now boasts 24 Qinglong guards, and coupled with himself and Li Kuo, they would not find themselves so beleaguered should they encounter wolves again. At daybreak, he intends to lead his soldiers in pursuit of the wolf pack. Until they are eradicated, peace will elude his territory, especially since the citizens still need to venture outside for resources. After dining on dinner, Ding Yu returns to the Lord's residence. He lays some animal skins on the bed, discovering it surprisingly comfortable. He wonders why he hadn't thought of this sooner. He opens the chat channel. What bad luck. Today I encountered a man-eating flower that swallowed one of my soldiers whole. Could some generous soul spare me some food? I haven't eaten all day. Who has extra food these days? Those subjects can really eat a lot. Today, I didn't provide my subjects with food, and I noticed their loyalty starting to decline. A wolf pack appeared near my territory today. Thankfully, I managed to escape quickly, or I would have met my end. The drop rate in this world is abysmally low. I worked all day just to summon 1 soldier. Oh my. I think I just saw a dragon flying overhead. Today, I rescued a cat girl in the wild. Her figure was something else. Brothers, who has strategies? I'm willing to pay handsomely for them. Could any kind gentleman spare some food? I'll dance for you. It appears that everyone is struggling, comparatively. Dingyu's development is progressing rather swiftly. Most lords possess only 2 or 3 soldiers, while he has been fortunate enough to start with a barrack, thus avoiding the expenditure of resources to repair the dilapidated facility. Many have wasted an entire day just gathering materials to restore their barracks. The Qinglong guards are honing their skills within the barracks. As for their training methods, Dingyu has attempted, but found himself unable to practice. Only the Qinglong guards are capable of such training. It is said that their training can substitute for sleep, providing superior rest compared to conventional slumber, which leaves Dingyu feeling envious. This world offers little in terms of entertainment, and Dingyu retires to bed early. The following morning, Dingyu rises and first checks on the barracks, finding Li Kuo and the others fully recovered. After breakfast, he refreshes the 10 subjects for the day. All possess F-grade potential, with no exceptional talents among them. He entrusts them to Li Fuguwei and leads the warriors out to hunt. Returning to the location of their previous encounter with the wolf pack, they expand their search radius. The wolves should not be far off. And soon a soldier reports having found traces of the pack ahead. Dingyu leads the group onward, and before long, they arrive at the mouth of a valley. Ding! Congratulations! You have discovered the Wolf Clan territory, Wolf Valley. Peering from behind a great tree, he surveys the area, where approximately 80 wild wolves are gathered. Excluding the pups, around 50 adult wolves remain, their prowess formidable. Among the pack, some wolves are licking their wounds, likely sustained from the previous day's skirmish, indicating that their recovery is significantly slower. On Dingyu's side, counting himself and Li Kuo, they number 26. The colossal meteor descended upon the pack of wolves, striking with cataclysmic force. A resounding explosion akin to a miniature nuclear detonation reverberated through the air, unleashing a tremendous shockwave. The Qinglong guards swiftly armed themselves with bows, drawing the strings taut to unleash a volley upon the wolves, claiming half of their numbers in a singular onslaught. The remaining wolves, startled and enraged, howled furiously as they charged towards Dingyu and his companions. After another barrage of arrows, the Qinglong guards transitioned to their blades, engaging in fierce combat with the wild beasts. Dingyu refrained from joining the fray, opting instead to remain concealed while firing arrows. He had earlier mismanaged his strength, depleting his internal star power. Meanwhile, Li Kuo confronted the Wolf King. Blue Wolf King. Level 6. Note: the ruler of this forest wolf pack, possessing formidable strength. Upon entering his battle form, Li Kuo found himself slightly more powerful than the Wolf King, quickly gaining the upper hand. As the Wolf King became ensnared, the remaining wolves were swiftly dispatched. The freed comrades joined in the assault against the Wolf King. In no time, the Wolf King was gravely wounded and unable to continue fighting. Dingyu urgently instructed Li Kuo to spare the Wolf King's life, eager to test whether his high luck value could yield extraordinary rewards. With bow in hand, Dingyu carefully aimed at the Wolf King, refraining from using a blade to avoid provoking a last-minute retaliation. A flash of white light illuminated the scene as Dingyu ascended to level 3, his stamina instantly replenished, and his strength augmented. He finally caught up with the soldiers, the first summoned having attained level 3 after a night of cultivation. Ding! Congratulations on slaying the level 6 Blue Wolf King. Loot is now being generated. Chapter 6 System Announcement. You have acquired a golden treasure chest. Congratulations. You have received 60 copper coins, 1 Wolf King cloak, bronze grade, 1 wood factory blueprint. Equipping the cloak was a welcome boon, alongside the acquisition of a building blueprint. Wolf King cloak, bronze grade. Skill: Wolf King's protection. Wearing this cloak activates a faint shield, providing minor defensive capabilities and resistance to low temperatures, as well as reducing poison damage. Note: a cloak crafted from the hide of the Blue Wolf King. Donning the cloak would enhance his defense, an advantageous addition. Wood factory blueprint. Wood factory, capable of accommodating 10 workers for timber extraction, producing 50 units of wood per hour. Required materials: 75 copper coins, 55 units of wood, 70 units of stone. Once back at the territory, constructing the wood factory would significantly enhance timber gathering efficiency. Stowing the items in his backpack, he ventured further into the valley. After dispatching a few lingering wild wolves, Dingyu commanded the Qinglong guards to commence a search. Shortly after, Li Kuo approached, cradling several eggs. Ding! Congratulations on discovering Forest Wolf Pet Eggs. Forest Wolf Pet Egg, F grade. Note: a pet egg capable of hatching into a forest wolf. Fortuitously, they had uncovered pet eggs. Although classified as F grade, forest wolves boasted combat prowess rivaling that of F grade soldiers, and pets did not occupy barrack slots. Given the low levels of the current lords, F grade pets remained highly sought after. After collecting the pet eggs, they continued their search. Half an hour later, Dingyu had amassed a total of 7 forest wolf pet eggs, yet no other valuable items surfaced. Just as he prepared to depart, he noticed a glimmering silver light emanating from a pile of bones and excrement ahead. Surely, there couldn't be a treasure chest hidden within the filth. Such a system would be exceedingly morbidly amusing. He instructed 2 Qinglong guards to use sticks to clear away the waste and bones, revealing a silver treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations on discovering a silver treasure chest. Would you like to open it? Yes. A flash of silver light illuminated the area. Ding. Congratulations. You have received 350 copper coins for 132 units of wood, 235 units of stone, and 1 wind spirit bow, silver. What a bountiful haul. The acquisition of a silver-grade weapon was particularly fortuitous, perfectly suited for his use. After equipping the wind spirit bow, he discarded his previous equipment into the trading hall. Ding Yu then approached the only structure resembling a building in the valley, which was merely a formation of several massive stones. The very spot where the Wolf King had previously lain. Ding. Congratulations on discovering the foundational structure of the territory, the Wolf Valley Altar. Please select Occupy, Devour, Destroy. Note: choosing Occupy grants you a level 1 wolf territory. Choosing Devour provides you with some resources from this wolf territory. Choosing Destroy will reduce the camp to ruins. Ding Yu opted for Destroy, reasoning that with only a few crumbling stones, the potential benefits of Occupy or Devour were negligible. Ding. Congratulations. You have destroyed the level 1 wolf territory, Wolf Valley. With a resounding crash, the stones disintegrated into dust. Ding. Congratulations. As the first lord to conquer a foreign territory, you are rewarded with Golden Treasure Chest, X1. A system announcement will follow. Would you like to conceal your real name? Yes. Since you chose to conceal your real name, please enter a nickname to replace your name. Overlord of the Firmament. Sorry, that name is already taken. God of the Universe. Sorry, that name is already taken. Supreme Dragon Lord. Sorry, that name is already taken. Imperial Firmament. Sorry, that name is already taken. What the hell? Sorry, that name is already taken. Business Partner. Congratulations, your nickname has been successfully set. Well then, Business Partner it is. As someone devoid of creativity when it comes to names, I truly struggled to come up with anything better. Regional announcement. Congratulations to Lord Business Partner for being the first to conquer a foreign territory. Reward: Golden Treasure Chest, X1. The system announcement reverberated 3 times, igniting a frenzy in the regional channel. Neo Ben. What the hell? Golden Treasure Chest. True Destiny. Where is customer service? I want to file a complaint. Someone is cheating. Charming young lord. Complaint, complaint. I'm still slaying cows while others have already engaged in battle. Spicy Fairy. Brother Business Partner, could you spare the treasure chest for me? I really like you. Windstar. Shit, we truly exist in different realms. Indeed. A Golden Treasure Chest was a splendid reward. Although the regional channel buzzed with excitement, it was all about Business Partner, not Ding Yu. Just then, a soft white light began to materialize above the destroyed altar. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired Spirit Rhythm, X1. What exactly is a Spirit Rhythm? Observing the luminous orb before him, Ding Yu accessed its information. Spirit Rhythm. Description: a rare treasure birth from the forces of heaven and earth. Integrating with Fire Seed, can alter the qualities of a territory, granting enhanced support from the forces of heaven and earth. Note: the foundational stone of the territory is, in itself, a wonder of heaven and earth. Upon destruction, the gathered spiritual energy coalesced into Spirit Rhythm. The precise effects remained unclear, but he would explore them upon returning to his territory. He then opened the Golden Treasure Chest. Congratulations, you have received 1 Falling Star Blade, Golden. 1 Flamestorm Scroll, D. 1 Iron Ore, D. With the Golden Grade Blade acquired, he now possessed a Silver Grade Wind Spirit Bow. As equipment was scarce, the sword would serve Li Kuo far better. After tossing the Starfall Blade to Li Kuo and donning golden gear, his combat prowess surged significantly. He also acquired a D-Grade Spell Scroll, which would unleash a firestorm upon use, a true boon for monster farming, serving as an invaluable trump card. Remarkably, he obtained a D-Grade Iron Mine, which was quite commendable. Iron Mine. Quality: D. Note: a small iron mine, capable of producing 1,000 units of iron ore daily. He hastily listed the 7 Forest Wolf Eggs for sale. Being of F grade, they would depreciate in value as territories upgraded. Each was priced at 150 copper coins, slightly more than the 100 copper coins for summoning soldiers. This item primarily did not occupy a barracks slot, making it likely that well-developed lords would purchase them. In the World Channel. Wow, has someone already acquired a pet egg this early? Where? Oh, I see it. Forest Wolf, impressive. Your father has purchased a pet egg. You have received 150 copper coins. Fairy Yuan has purchased a pet egg. You have received 150 copper coins. Chu Batian has purchased a pet egg. You have received 150 copper coins. Before long, a total of 1,050 copper coins arrived. Indeed, with a larger base. Selling items became considerably easier. He divided the Qinglong guards into 4 groups to hunt in various locations. Having too many individuals congregated was wasteful. They could act together when encountering pack animals. It is worth noting that warriors could also utilize gathering skills, though the items obtained could not be identified and appeared merely as small orbs of light. These orbs could simply be collected and handed over to Ding Yu, a rather splendid feature. As dusk approached, Ding Yu led the Qinglong guards back to the camp. The collective strength of many yielded far greater rewards than the previous day. Ding felt as though he was beginning to snowball, with advantages accumulating progressively. Chapter 7. Merging Essence, Comprehensive Enhancement of Territory. Ding presented the essence, and simultaneously summoned the spark. This spark is the foundation of the Lord's residence, visible only to the Lord and embedded within the cornerstone of the Lord's manor, allowing for its summoning. Ding. Detected essence. Would you like to merge? Yes. Ding. Congratulations. Your spark has successfully merged with essence, elevating your territory. Territory. You village, renameable. Lord. Ding. Level 1. Territory size 110m x 110m. Population 39. Heroes 1. Soldiers 24. Daily refresh of 10 units of subjects. Spirit concentration 110. Buildings. Lord's Manor. Fences x 200. Cottages x 5. Farmland x 4. Characteristics. Increases spirit concentration by 10 within the territory. Enhances recovery speed of subjects by 10. Accelerates crop growth by 10. And expands the territory's periphery by 10. Copper coins 1915. Wood 854. Stone 656. Food 756. Prosperity index 35. The characteristics activated, leading to a comprehensive enhancement of the territory. The territorial bounds expanded slightly, and the air felt significantly fresher than before, likely due to the increased spirit concentration. With heightened spirit concentration, the cultivation speed of the Qinglan guards would also improve. Ding had long coveted the prospect of their training. After a day of combat, Ding reached level 4. The initial summoned Qinglan guards also attained level 4, while the remainder remained at level 3. He placed the iron mine at the edge of the territory, paving the way for the blacksmith shop to commence operations once iron ore was available. Examining the day's harvested resources, Ding listed 500 units of food in the trading hall. He learned from the World Channel that subjects possessed hearty appetites, given the labor-intensive nature of gathering. Their consumption was considerable. Hunting proved challenging, and food supplies for many territories began to dwindle. William the Great, wow! Which big shot just listed 500 units of food in one go? The 18M Great Blade. And there's Wolf King meat. Did you poke a beehive? Confused young master. Impressive, impressive, bowing down to the big shot in front. Snow White. Great one. Please take me in. I am proficient in singing, playing, and dancing. Ding yearned to make some friends, particularly those with a plethora of skills. However, at this stage, lords could not teleport, rendering face-to-face meetings rather futile. Ding. William the Great requests to add you as a friend. Ding. Before long, Ding friend request list swelled to 99, startling him into promptly disabling the ability to add friends via nickname. An instant silence ensued. It was quite terrifying. Food indeed proved to be the most sought-after commodity at this juncture, selling out rapidly and netting him 1,000 copper coins. With his copper coin count nearing 3,000, Ding felt somewhat euphoric, akin to a wealthy magnate. He expended 2,500 copper coins to summon 25 Qinglan guards. A flash of white light heralded the simultaneous appearance of numerous figures. Once again, no hero units emerged, and Ding waved his hand, allowing the Qinglan guards to acclimate to their surroundings. He now boasted 49 soldiers, not including Li Kuo, this hero. Observing many in the chat channel with only single-digit troop counts, Ding felt a swell of pride. After dinner, Ding opened the trading hall. Wild chicken meat x4 price, 8 copper coins. Worn scythe, black iron, x3 price, 12 copper coins. Mysterious fragment, unknown level, price, 100 copper coins. Cotton padded jacket, black iron, price, 1 copper coin. Luxurious double bed, silver, price, 50 copper coins. Pikeman Barracks, E-grade, price, 800 copper coins. Mysterious bellyband, bronze, price, 100 copper coins. The barracks were indeed quite expensive. The ones gifted by the system were all F-grade, capping soldier levels at 19, first tier, while E-grade barracks could train soldiers up to level 29, second tier. The disparity between soldier tiers was immense. A unit 1 tier higher could easily vanquish 10 of the lower rank. Reclining on his warm bed, Ding perused the chat channel. Andre loves to drink. Brothers. Who has spare change? Whoever lends me will be a brother for life. William the First. So exhausted, so exhausted. I spent the day hunting and killed 3 bulls with traps. Xiaolong Bao. Today I dropped a building blueprint. Absolutely gorgeous. AK-47. Development is so arduous. I can only farm monsters for copper coins. Currently, I have only 3 soldiers, barely surviving. When will I gather 2,000 copper coins to upgrade the Lord's Manor? I'm tired of living in this shabby hut. Tom No Forest. Don't rush to upgrade the Lord's Manor. Training more soldiers is the way to go. Bone Pile. I discovered a peach orchard outside. Eating peaches can enhance attributes, but a giant python guards it, and I can't defeat it. Fine hemp rope. I found a patch of black soil, increasing food yield by 100, but I lack seeds. Should I go dig up a few trees? It seems wasteful to do nothing. After scrolling through the chat channel, he found his friend Li Linlin. Dingyu, how is little Linlin developing? Due to the fact that friends were added through a search using their real names, their profiles displayed their authentic identities rather than their nicknames. Li Linlin, yo. Have you struck it rich, my friend? Your manner of address has changed. Li Linlin was aware of Dingyu's humble background and, coupled with the struggles he faced after graduation, he had displayed signs of despondency and insecurity. Remarkably, just 2 days after his journey began, Dingyu had become considerably more cheerful. It seemed that his circumstances were improving, and she genuinely felt happy for him. Dingyu, no. I've merely made a bit of pocket money. Do you need any support, Xiao Linlin? Li Linlin, don't be ridiculous. What can your trifling gains do for me? Li Linlin, I, on the other hand, have a D-class barracks and a long-range unit. Do you think my prospects are bleak? Li Linlin, I had contemplated offering you some assistance, but seeing your situation, it appears you won't need it. Dingyu. Li Linlin was an extroverted beauty who had often lent Dingyu a helping hand at work, and he held her in high regard. Their delightful conversation concluded, and Dingyu gradually drifted off to sleep, weary from a day spent battling monsters. The next morning, upon awakening, Dingyu felt invigorated due to the increased concentration of spiritual energy. He exited the Lord's residence and utilized the design blueprint for the lumber mill that he had obtained the previous day. In his eagerness to summon troops, he had forgotten about it. Lumber mill. Level 1. Note. Accommodates 10 workers for timber extraction, generating 50 units of wood per hour. To upgrade to the next level requires 100 copper coins, 60 units of wood, and 80 units of stone. He constructed the lumber mill at the edge of his territory, employing some form of advanced technology that allowed for the continuous production of wood simply by assigning workers within, without the need to venture out and chop trees. Among the citizens he summoned today, most exhibited F-level potential, with a small number at E level. This was likely due to the heightened spiritual energy in the territory, which had positively impacted the citizens' potential. He entrusted the citizens to the village chief, who had the necessary resources to repair the blacksmith shop and tailor shop. He called upon Zhang Wu and Li Qi to take charge of the blacksmith and tailor shops, with the required manpower to be recruited from among the citizens. Coincidentally, he had acquired an iron mine today, and once the blacksmith shop was operational, he would be able to forge equipment. Dingyu had inquired with Zhang Wu, who could now craft some black iron level equipment and various production tools such as hammers and shovels. To create more advanced gear, one needed to learn the respective blueprints. For now, he decided to forge some tools, as black iron level equipment had become quite common and would not fetch a high price. The Qinglong guards produced a set of novice equipment upon leaving, thus there was no need for them to replace it with equivalent black iron level gear. Having acquired numerous animal skins from hunting, the tailor shop could also commence operations. They could produce some leather armor or stitch together some animal skin garments for the villagers. Chapter 8, Goblin Camp. Dingyu summoned Li Qua to lead the Qinglong guards on a hunt, as their numbers had increased significantly. They were divided into several small teams, with Dingyu following behind Li Qua's team to gain experience, leeching off their efforts. Ding. Congratulations on slaying a level 4 ivy snake. Loot generation in progress. Ding. Congratulations. You have gained 35 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, you have received 3 copper coins, 6 snake meats, 2 snake tendons, and 1 snake gallbladder. Ding. Congratulations. Your level has risen to 5. A flash of white light enveloped him as Dingyu leveled up to 5, quickly catching up with the main group. Unfortunately, the Qinglong guards could also level up at night due to their training. Snake gallbladder. Note, the essence of the ivy snake, possessing detoxifying properties, enhances physical constitution and resistance to toxins. He swallowed the snake gallbladder in one bite. Its cool taste was quite pleasant, providing a slight boost to his physical prowess. Furthermore, enhancing his resistance to toxins was crucial, especially in a forest teeming with snakes, insects, and vermin. Just as he was about to continue exploring, a member of the Qinglong guards reported the discovery of a group-oriented monster ahead. Dingyu instructed the warrior to lead the way to the edge of a valley, where rudimentary structures were visible. Dilapidated thatched huts and a makeshift wooden fence surrounded the area, with several large stones forming a circular structure in the center, resembling an altar. Several humanoid creatures were seen stirring a large pot over a fire, cooking unknown beast meat, while figures armed with clubs patrolled the fence. These humanoid monsters had green skin, stood about a meter tall, and sported sharp teeth, large ears, and bulging eyes. Goblin Warrior. Level 3. Note, a soldier under the command of a goblin lord, possessing average combat strength and agility, typically relying on numbers to secure victory. Ding. Congratulations, you have discovered a goblin camp. After observing for a while, Dingyu estimated that there were around 200 goblins in the camp. Though their combat prowess was not formidable, their numbers were significant. With such a force of 200 goblins, he believed he could handle them. He instructed Li Qua to rally the Qinglong guards, and soon, with the sound of rustling, squads of Qinglong guards returned. To facilitate support, the intervals between each squad were kept short. He casually tossed the resources, light orbs, collected by the squads into his backpack. Lacking the time for identification, under Li Kuo's leadership, the Qinglong guards launched an assault on the goblin camp. Waves of arrows rained down upon the goblins, causing many to fall. Amidst the cacophony of battle cries, numerous goblins surged from the structures, brandishing wooden clubs and charging towards the Qinglong guards. The Qinglong guards remained composed, continuing to shoot arrows until the goblins drew near, at which point they unsheathed their combat knives to engage. With their level-ups, the Qinglong guard strength had rapidly increased. As they were a unit with SSS level potential, the goblins that reached their front lines had been halved, and the remaining ones were quickly falling to the Qinglong guards' onslaught. Just then, a red aura began to radiate from within the territory, causing the goblins to become consumed with fury, significantly amplifying their strength. They began to attack recklessly, creating considerable trouble for the Qinglong guards. Ding Yu observed as a towering figure emerged among the goblins, clad in noticeably superior armor. Nearby, a wooden totem pole stood embedded in the ground, adorned with numerous unfamiliar symbols. Goblin Lord. Level 6. Class Shaman. Note: the leader of this band of goblins, a shaman endowed with mysterious powers, can induce a frenzy in the goblins, granting them a boost in strength while rendering them fearless. However, the goblins will be weakened for a period after the frenzy subsides. Totem pole, bronze. Note: a weapon exclusive to the goblin shaman. Realizing it was the goblin lord, Ding Yu raised his bow and arrow, aiming at it. The arrow was intercepted by an invisible shield before it could reach the goblin, but it was not in vain. Ding Yu noticed the shield tremble. Infusing the arrow with starlight energy from his wind spirit bow greatly enhanced its power. As he unleashed a barrage of arrows, the shield of the goblin lord shattered, and the arrows struck true. Moments later, the goblin lord collapsed, a radiant light enveloping Ding Yu. Ding, congratulations. You have gained 223 experience points, and you have leveled up to 6. Excellent news, he had leveled up. Ding, congratulations, you have slain a level 6 goblin lord. Loot generation in progress. Ding, congratulations, you have received 45 copper coins, the hero's set, silver level, and a shaman class transfer book, level, X1. Equipment drop, and a transfer book. Hero S armor. Quality, silver level. Set attributes, personal strength 30, recovery speed 30, with the additional effect of Hero's Aura, boost the morale of nearby allies by 50. With a coverage area of 50 by 50. Note: crafted by the master blacksmith Wangal of Sunset City, this light armor set was later lost during the war against the orcs. Ding Yu was elated as he donned the Hero S armor, finally resembling a true lord. No longer did he appear as a mere patchwork of mismatched gear. Devoid of any semblance of authority, he discarded his previous equipment into the trading hall and gazed at the class change book. Shaman class change book. Note: using this item will allow the transformation into a shaman with a class potential of E level. E level, not too shabby. Though it was ill-suited for Ding Yu's territory, being more appropriate for those lands that yielded orc troops. Presently, the Qinglong guards were formidable enough, and Ding Yu had no intentions of recruiting new troop types. He accessed the trading hall and listed the shaman class change book for 500 copper coins. Initially, he contemplated a higher price, but considering the current financial constraints of the lord, he decided to set it lower. After all, keeping it was futile. Converting it into resources was the optimal choice. Qingyu Piapiao, another business magnate, already possessing a class change book. King S. gaze. The big shot is on a different level from us. I'll just stick to trapping and hunting. With the demise of the goblin lord, the frenzy dissipated, and the Qinglong guards swiftly eradicated the remaining goblins. Ding Yu led the Qinglong guards towards the camp, searching for spoils. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained Silver Treasure Chest X1. Within the goblin territory, he discovered a silver treasure chest and clicked to open it. Ding, congratulations, you have acquired 23 copper coins. Basic cultivation method X1, Spirit Spring, E level, X1. A cultivation method? Basic cultivation method. Quality none. Note: this is a universally applicable cultivation method. When employed within the territory, all citizens can practice it, enhancing their levels while offering a minuscule chance of increasing their potential during cultivation. A remarkable find indeed. With this, the entire populace could enhance their abilities. Particularly for the citizens, although daily resource gathering could also increase levels, it was a slow process. Of course, citizens with F-level potential would find their growth exceedingly sluggish. Yet this cultivation method not only strengthens them, but also offers a slight chance to elevate their potential. After engaging in cultivation, at least there was hope for breaking through. Ding Yu envisioned his citizens effortlessly dispatching enemy siege troops with a mere slap. Spirit Spring. Quality. Note: when placed within the territory, it generates spirit spring water that can gradually enhance the potential quality of citizens, accelerate crop growth, and provide minor healing and detoxifying properties. The potential enhancement was promising. Combined with the cultivation method, it was a perfect match. He wondered how effective the healing properties would be. If substantial, it could be sold as a healing potion. Chapter 9, Basic Cultivation Method. After completing his search, Dingyu approached a structure resembling an altar. Ding. Congratulations. You have discovered the cornerstone building of the goblin camp. Altar. Please select Occupy, Devour, Destroy. Devour. Ding. Devouring territory. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired 53 copper coins, 765 wood, 564 stone, quarry blueprint, E-level, X1, for 132 meat, 13 green apples, for watermelons. Quite the impoverished haul. But at least a blueprint was obtained. And fruits. A delightful change from the daily fare of roasted meat. With an abundance of rewards, he continued his hunt. As dusk fell, Dingyu returned to his territory with the warriors. After today's battles, Dingyu leveled up to 6, due to enjoying the experience sharing from the warriors. The greater the troop count, the faster the leveling. The warriors advanced to levels 4 and 5, marking significant improvements from the previous day. He summoned the village chief to the Lord's manor and utilized the basic cultivation method. Li Fuguei was utterly astonished. My lord, is this the cultivation method? Indeed. From now on, all citizens can cultivate. My lord, this is a beacon of hope for breakthroughs, invaluable. Will you truly grant us this? It was well known that in the starry rhythm continent, the disparity in ranks was vast. Many were constrained by potential, never able to transcend. Relying solely on labor for experience points was excruciatingly slow, far less efficient than cultivation. However, commoners rarely had access to cultivation methods, which were typically in the hands of the noble class. The Qinglong Guards, being an SSS-level barracks, had soldiers equipped with their own cultivation methods. Thus, their reaction to the cultivation method was less pronounced than that of ordinary folk. Indeed, you are all my subjects, my steadfast support. Your strength is my strength. Dingyu declared. Li Fuguei, suddenly overwhelmed with emotion, fell to his knees. On behalf of all citizens, I thank you, my lord, for this opportunity, and I pledge my unwavering loyalty. At that moment, Li Fuguei's loyalty rating soared to 100. Dingyu instructed the village chief to organize the cultivation process for the citizens. Notably, similar to the Qinglong Guards, the citizens' cultivation could substitute for rest. This world demanded relentless effort. He established the quarry, which would significantly enhance stone collection efficiency the following day. Dingyu placed the Spirit Spring beside the Lord's manor, adjacent to the farmlands. Spirit Spring. Quality. E. Note. Produces 300 L of spring water daily, which possesses miraculous effects. Spirit Spring Water. Grade. E. Note. Spirit Spring Water can gradually enhance the potential quality of citizens, accelerate crop growth, and provide minor healing and detoxifying properties. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but Dingyu felt the concentration of spiritual energy in the territory had increased after placing the Spirit Spring. He poured himself a cup of Spirit Spring water, and upon taking a sip, a wave of refreshing energy coursed through him, dispelling the fatigue of the day. He summoned a wounded warrior from earlier and commanded him to drink a cup of Spirit Spring water. My lord, this spring water does possess healing properties, albeit feeble. He instructed the warrior to rest and opened the trading hall. He listed 50 portions of Spirit Spring water at the price of 1 copper coin per 500 milliliters. Compared to those healing potions, his Spirit Spring water was practically a bargain. The Spirit Spring could also be used as a restorative potion in battle, albeit with weak effects. In the absence of potions, it was still a viable option. As for higher pricing, Dingyu had tried that, but no one was interested. Copper coins were currently quite valuable, and given that this was not a genuine potion, many preferred to endure. The listed Spirit Spring water was quickly purchased, netting Dingyu 50 copper coins. Observing the favorable market response, he retained 50 liters for personal use within the territory, listing the remainder in the trading hall. Before long, everything sold out, and Dingyu amassed 500 copper coins. After selling some surplus supplies, Dingyu's copper coin total reached 4270. Although he was almost ready to upgrade the territory's resources, he decided to focus on troop expansion first. The greater the force, the faster the development. If one merely upgrades their territory without an accompanying increase in military strength, the territory becomes nothing more than an empty facade. An expenditure of 100 copper coins summoned 41 members of the Qinglong Guard. Qinglong Guard. Potential, SSS. Level, 1. Heroes, 1. Military strength, 90, 100. Summoning a soldier requires 100 copper coins. Training a soldier necessitates 50 copper coins and 1 civilian. Description: the Imperial Guard of the Qingyu Empire from an alternate timeline, with a minuscule chance of summoning hero units. Note: for reasons unknown, your expenditure at this training camp will be significantly reduced. Upgrading requires a level 2 territory, 500 copper coins, 300 wood, and 300 stone. The barracks were nearing capacity, indicating that preparations for territory advancement were imminent. After dismissing the soldiers, Dingyu stepped into the Lord's manor and accessed the territory panel. Yutsuan territory, renameable. Lord, Dingyu. Level, 1. Territory size, 200m x 200m. Population, 115. Heroes, 1. Soldiers, 90. 10 civilian units can be refreshed daily. Spiritual energy concentration, 110. Buildings: Lord's Manor, Fence X200, Cottage X5, Blacksmith X1, Tailor X1, Lumber Mill X1, Quarry X1, Spiritual Spring X1, Farmland X4. Attributes: increases spiritual energy concentration by 10 within the territory, improves civilian recovery speed by 10, accelerates crop growth by 10, enlarges territory size by 10. Copper coins, 170. Wood, 1854. Stone, 1156. Food, 256. Prosperity Index, 67. After surveying the resources, it seemed that by tomorrow, the materials required for upgrading the territory would be amassed. A maid, selected by the village chief, served dinner, which consisted once again of roasted meat, a couple of apples, and a slice of watermelon. Green apple. Quality, E grade. Note: influenced by the spiritual energy of the world, ordinary apple trees have mutated. Consuming green apples can increase experience points and enhance physical constitution. With the first effect being the most potent, long-term consumption will gradually elevate potential. Watermelon. Quality, E grade. Note: influenced by the spiritual energy of the world. Ordinary watermelons have mutated. Consuming them can increase experience points and improve physical constitution. With the first effect being the most potent, long-term consumption will gradually elevate potential. With the territory expanding and the population increasing, Dingyu no longer had to partake in communal meals with the soldiers. After swiftly finishing the roasted meat, Dingyu took a bite of the apple. Its sweet and tangy flavor was delightful. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained 15 experience points. Ding. Congratulations. Your physical constitution has received a slight enhancement. After a few more bites, the system notifications ceased, likely due to the initial consumption. He then took a bite of the watermelon. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained 20 experience points. Ding. Congratulations, your physical constitution has received a slight enhancement. Quite pleasing indeed, as it even contained seeds. Watermelon seeds. Green apple seeds. He would later instruct the villagers to plant these in the farmland, which, with the spiritual springs irrigation, should grow rapidly. Due to the lack of suitable seeds, the farmland had remained unused. Fortunately, daily hunting had ensured a steady food supply. As the population increased, the nearby wildlife would dwindle. The issue of cultivation needed to be addressed, otherwise, they would face a food shortage. The reason for selling the hunted meat now was twofold. First, meat is difficult to preserve and spoils quickly. Second, food prices were currently high, allowing for rapid wealth accumulation beneficial for development. After finishing dinner, Dingyu returned to his chamber, seated himself cross-legged on the grand bed, and began practicing basic cultivation method. Before long, he sensed a gentle flow of milky white light points streaming toward him. This was the fabled spiritual energy of the world. Immersed in this energy, he felt an indescribable comfort, akin to soaking in a hot spring. Hearing the commotion outside, Dingyu slowly opened his eyes. A glance at the panel revealed that it was already morning. How time had flown. He had not slept that night, yet felt invigorated. Even more so than after a night's rest. With a sigh, he realized he would likely have to become a diligent worker in the future. Chapter 10, Merchant Profession, Ding Shang. Stepping out of the Lord's Manor, he summoned the civilians, and 10 appeared before him in unison. This time, one of them possessed D-grade potential, while the others had F-grade potential. Ding Yu's gaze fell upon an elegantly dressed elder. Ding Shang. Potential, D-grade. Profession, merchant. Note: once an obscure merchant from another realm, possessing the ability to communicate with the trading hall, adept in various commercial operations. Ding Shang bowed respectfully to Ding Yu. Ding Yu gestured for him to rise. You can communicate with the trading hall? Yes, my lord. I can trade on behalf of the lord in the trading hall. Of course, with your authorization. Ding Yu's eyes lit up, with the increasing materials gathered from daily hunts. Merely selecting items and listing them in the trading hall had become a cumbersome task. Excellent. From now on, you shall be the commercial minister of the territory. I entrust you with the procurement and sale of goods. I obey your command. He assigned a few assistants to Ding Shang, instructing him to dispose of the unnecessary items within the territory while simultaneously collecting items of utility. 2 warehouses were constructed to store these materials. He then instructed Li Fuguei to organize the civilians for work, handing him the green apple and watermelon seeds, asking him to arrange for planting in a designated farmland area. Ding Yu set out with the soldiers for hunting. Over the past few days, they had scouted an area of 30 kilometers. Aside from the goblin tribe, no other threats had been discovered. They continued to explore in small teams, and today, the number of soldiers had doubled compared to yesterday, thus hastening their exploration. In the future, they would need to cultivate mounts. Otherwise, as distances increased, more time would be wasted on the journey. Ding. Congratulations. You have killed a level 5 wild boar. Loot is being generated. Ding. Congratulations. You have killed a level 6 stone golem. Loot is being generated. Ding. Congratulations. You have killed a level 7 ogre. Loot is being generated. As they delved deeper, the monsters' levels rose accordingly. A flash of white light appeared. Ding. Congratulations. You have reached level 7. Unbeknownst to him, he had leveled up again. Regional announcement. Congratulations to the Lord, the Bloody Queen, for conquering a second foreign territory. Reward, Silver Treasure Chest, X2. At that moment, amidst the ruins of a goblin camp, a charming little girl was sulking. The system is so stingy. Why do my competitors receive golden treasure chests, while I only get silver treasure chests? These wretched goblins have drained the energy of my vampire army. If others were to witness this, they would surely be astonished. The renowned Bloody Queen was, in fact, a young girl. At the start of her journey, she had obtained a C-grade vampire, Barracks, hence adopting the title of Bloody Queen. Vampires possess the trait of immortality. Yet each recovery requires the consumption of energy from their blood. After energy is depleted, it inevitably fades away, and the restoration of such energy occurs at a sluggish pace. Dingyu, having just vanquished a wild creature, felt a pang of reflection upon hearing the system announcement. Another individual has encroached upon the territory of a foreign race. It seems that progress is swift among the players. Ding. Congratulations on slaying a level 7 ogre. Loot generation in progress. Another ogre. Indicating the presence of an ogre territory nearby. Before long, he encountered yet another ogre. This time, Dingyu instructed his warriors not to disturb it, instead sending 2 warriors to trail the ogre. He led the rest of his group to continue hunting. After 3 hours, the warriors assigned to track the ogre returned with news. Approximately 20 kilometers ahead lay an ogre encampment, housing around 200 ogres. Ogres stand significantly taller than humans, possessing greater strength as well. Their tough hide and substantial defenses far surpass those of the diminutive goblin race. Given Dingyu's current military strength, even a frail attempt to seize the camp would result in considerable casualties. He decided to take note of the ogre encampment's location and return after some time to further develop his forces. He chose a different direction to continue farming monsters. Ding. Congratulations on slaying a level 8 golden serpent. Loot generation in progress. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring copper coins X7, serpent meat X3, golden serpent egg, level X1. A pet egg has dropped. Golden serpent egg. Potential, level. Note, can be hatched into a golden serpent as your pet. Dingyu, disinterested in serpent companions, promptly listed it in the trading hall. Ding. Congratulations on slaying a level 8 demon ape. Loot generation in progress. Ding. Congratulations on discovering silver treasure chest X1. Fortune smiles upon him. Dingyu opened the chest. Ding. Congratulations on receiving crimson flame rain scroll, level X1. Basic administrative proficiency, level X1. Crimson flame rain scroll. Quality. Annotation. Can unleash a crimson flame rain, covering an area of 500 by 500, inflicting 300 damage, with a persistent burning effect. Another spell scroll. Although its potency pales in comparison to the D-level flame storm, it is still a rare find, and thus, he stored it away. As for basic administrative proficiency, it resembled Li Fugui's skill, which was not immediately useful for his territory, so he listed it in the trading hall. Just then, another system announcement echoed. Regional announcement. Congratulations to Lord Andre for being the third to conquer a foreign territory. Reward, silver treasure chest, X1. It appears that opportunities abound not just for him, but for many prosperous lords who are catching up. The channel remained lively. Fairy Nan. Is a territory war on the horizon? Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many system announcements regarding territory conquests. 18M Greatsword. I predict that the theme of this game is indeed conquest. Warlord. While my neighbors farm, I stockpile arms. Neighbors are my granaries. Prince William. Haha. Today luck is on my side. I stumbled upon a wild silver treasure chest. Hannah loves to dance. Today I picked a bright red fruit outside, and eating it caused me to level up 5 times and awaken my bloodline. I feel like I'm about to soar. Austin. I'm feeling sour. Why do I have nothing? Each player has their own fortunes. He is not alone in this endeavor. Closing the panel, he resumed hunting monsters. Ding. Congratulations on slaying a level 8 wild buffalo. Loot generation in progress. Ding. Congratulations on slaying a level 9 hyena. Loot generation in progress. Ding. Congratulations on slaying a level 8 venomous spider. Loot generation in progress. Ding. Congratulations on reaching level 8. A flash of white light enveloped him as Dingyu ascended to level 8. He recalled the channel's mention of a girl who had leveled up 5 times from eating fruit, feeling a twinge of envy. After laboriously grinding for so many days, he had only just reached level 8, which, among lords, was still a relatively swift pace. He continued to hunt, and before long, the sun began to set. Dingyu led his warriors back to the territory. Currently, the warriors' levels ranged between 68. The earlier summoned warriors had higher levels. Upon returning to the territory, he summoned Ding Shang and listed today's spoils. Before long, the items in the trading hall were nearly sold out. Chapter 11. New Hero Unit, Territory Upgrade. Dingyu reviewed the data on his panel. He possessed a substantial 6,000 copper coins. At last, he could fill the summoning quota for the barracks. And he clicked to summon. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring a hero unit. Ah, another hero has emerged. Lan Fei, hero. Level 1. Potential, SSS level. Bloodline, Azure Orchid Bloodline. Loyalty, 100. Skill 1, Mastery of Wind Element, significantly enhancing the power of wind element skills. Skill 2, Wind Pressure, exerting immense pressure on enemies with wind elements, hindering their actions. Skill 3, Wind Wings, forming wings from wind elements for short-distance gliding. Skill 4, Airburst Bomb, compressing wind elements into explosive projectiles that damage enemies within a certain radius. Skill 5, Tornado, coalescing a large amount of wind elements into a tornado that inflicts 500 damage on foes. Skill 6, Commander, leading the Azure Orchid Guard into battle enhances their attack power, recovery ability, and morale. A magic-based hero, she is a striking beauty and a commanding type. Her equipment differs as well. Lan Fei dons leather armor and wields a staff. She is entirely unlike Li Kwa, who is merely a larger version of the Azure Orchid Guard. Li Kwa. Yesterday, I still called her sweetheart. With her area of effect skills, she could become a formidable asset for monster hunting. Quite impressive. Ding Yu felt a sense of satisfaction, especially with her long, elegant legs. I pay my respects to Lord. Lan Fei greeted, bowing respectfully. Welcome, no need for such formalities. Ding Yu took her small hand and helped her to her feet. Lan Fei's cheeks flushed, caught momentarily in surprise. Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Ding Yu released her hand and began surveying the line of soldiers behind her. He couldn't help but admire the genetics of the Azure Orchid Empire. The men were handsome, and the women were beautiful. This is the hallmark of a civilization centered on cultivation, where the deepening of practices has led to the enhancement of genetics across generations. Many genes within the civilization have been optimized, leaving only the finest traits, including physical appearance. Ding Yu inquired of the summoned Azure Orchid Guards. They bore no memories of their past lives, which he found regrettable, as he had hoped to glean some cultivation techniques from them. He continued summoning until the barracks were filled. Observing that his resources were sufficient, he clicked to upgrade the Lord's Mansion, simultaneously renaming Yu Village to Hanhai City. Ding. The Lord's Mansion is upgrading. Estimated time remaining, 30 minutes. The upgrade required 30 minutes, and with no other matters at hand, Ding Yu waited nearby. The Lord's Mansion serves as the cornerstone of the territory, the dwelling place of the spark. When the Lord's Mansion upgrades, the territory will undergo a simultaneous elevation. Half an hour passed. Ding. Congratulations, your territory has reached level 2. Finally upgraded, just as he was about to open the panel to inspect its attributes. A system announcement resounded. Regional announcement. Congratulations to a rival merchant for being the first to elevate their territory to level 2. Reward, Golden Treasure Chest, X1. Ding. The regional territory leaderboard is now open. Lords are encouraged to explore it. Once again highlighted in the announcements. Ding Yu gleefully opened the panel to claim his Golden Treasure Chest. Before long, the regional channel revealed the regional territory rankings, which Ding Yu promptly clicked to open. Regional territory rankings. First place, Hanhai City, Prosperity Index, 105, Lord, Yushang. Second place, Elegant Castle, Prosperity Index, 65, Lord, Bloody Queen. Third place, Leifei City, Prosperity Index, 63, Lord, Andre the Drunkard. Fourth place, Merchant Alliance, Prosperity Index, 58, Lord, Merchant of the World. Fifth place, Broken Sky City, Prosperity Index, 55, Lord, Li Po Tian. Sixth place, Tianlong City, Prosperity Index, 54, Lord, your old father. Seventh place, Zhan Tian City, Prosperity Index, 52, Lord, Emperor Zhan Tian. Eighth place, Divine Sword City, Prosperity Index, 51, Lord, Invincible Sword God. Ninth place, Hanqing Valley, Prosperity Index, 48, Lord, Henin Loves to Dance. 10th place, Starry City, Prosperity Index, 46, Lord, Yao Tian. Note, the rankings are updated every 30 days, with rewards bestowed upon the top 10. The leaderboard featured many familiar names, and the 6th place title sparked lively chatter in the regional channel. The leaderboard has appeared, and the esteemed Yushang is remarkable, nearly double the 2nd place. What exactly is the Prosperity Index? Why am I only at 19? The Prosperity Index is a comprehensive measure of a territory's strength, including contributions from buildings, troops, and even items. However, 19 is indeed quite poor. I'm at 23. It's somewhat akin to GDP on Blue Star. I'm at 25. That day, we lost 2 soldiers while hunting a pack of wolves, causing a 2-point drop in the Prosperity Index. Closing the leaderboard, he clicked to view territory information. Lord's Manor. Level 2. Area 20m x 20m. Defense 115. Note, the foundation of the territory, materials can be invested for upgrades, requiring stone x20, 000, wood x20, 000, iron, or x10, 000, mithril x50, space stone x5, copper coins x20, 000. The Lord's Manor had transformed into a 2-story building, no longer the dilapidated thatched hut of yore. The materials required for the next upgrade had also increased. Earlier, Dingyu had renamed Yu Village to Hanhai City. Territory, Hanhai City. Lord, Dingyu. Level, 2. Territorial range, 550m x 550m. Population, 135. Heroes, 2. Soldiers, 100. Daily refresh of 50 units of citizens. Aura concentration, 220. Buildings, Lord's Manor, LV2. Simple wooden fence x 2000. Traits. Aura concentration within the territory increases by 10. Citizen recovery speed enhances by 10. Crop growth rate accelerates by 10. Territorial boundaries expand by 10. Copper coins, 2,900. Prosperity index, 105. The territorial boundaries had expanded outward, with the previously shabby fence replaced by sturdy wooden walls. The daily refresh of citizen numbers had risen to 50, and the aura concentration had also increased. There remained a golden treasure chest, unopened, which Dingyu clicked to unveil. Congratulations. You have obtained Burrowing Beast, D-grade, X1. Lightning Strike Scroll, D-grade, X1. Goddess of Fortune Statue, X1. Burrowing Beast, D-grade. Note, a characteristic unit of the beast race, adept at tunneling. And an exceptionally cost-effective transport unit, evolved from earthworms. The troop camp was now home to a D-grade transport unit, although not a mount. It effectively addressed the issue of troop transportation. Lightning Strike Scroll. Quality, D. Note, upon using the scroll, it releases a lightning strike to attack enemy units, inflicting substantial damage. Another D-grade quality scroll. He would keep it as a trump card. Goddess of Fortune Statue. Quality, none. Note, a statue formed from mysterious powers, influencing the territory's citizens to enhance their luck while diminishing the luck of enemy units. Enhancing luck is indeed a valuable asset. Its influence spans various aspects, including breakthroughs in realms. He stepped onto the plaza outside the Lord's Manor and chose to utilize it. Instantly, a colossal statue emerged in the square, marking a defining architectural feature of the territory. Chapter 12, Transport Unit, Burrowing Beast. Approaching the Qinglan Guard camp, he also clicked to utilize the Burrowing Beast unit. Burrowing Beast. Potential, D-grade. Level, 1. Heroes, 0. Troop strength, 0-10. Summoning one Burrowing Beast requires copper coins, x 500. Note, a characteristic unit of the beast race, adept at tunneling. And an exceptionally cost-effective transport unit, evolved from earthworms. Upgrading requires level 2 territory, copper coins x 1000, wood x 600, stone x 600. He decided to summon one Burrowing Beast. Kate's, Burrowing Beast Soldier. Level, 1. Potential, D-grade. Bloodline, Thin Dragon Bloodline. Loyalty, 100. Skill 1. Shield Tunneling, capable of rapidly excavating a tunnel. Skill 2. Carrying, possessing a vast internal space for transporting goods or beings. Skill 3. Regeneration, able to recover swiftly from injuries. Skill 4. Sensation, capable of sensing surface information while underground. Skill 5. Body Control, able to adjust body size within a certain range. Astonishingly, Kate's was as large as a subway train. At Dingyu's command, Kate's opened its massive jaws, and Dingyu stepped inside, finding it surprisingly soft with a non-slip layer. Surprisingly comfortable, though lacking windows. With such a size, transporting 200 to 300 soldiers would be effortless, significantly enhancing mobility for future hunts. Just days prior, while hunting, they had frequently stumbled upon mineral deposits, but the distance from the territory made extraction and transport challenging. With the Burrowing Beast, they could even establish underground routes akin to subways, safe and reliable. The remaining resources were insufficient to upgrade the barracks. He would address that tomorrow. After dinner, Dingyu sat cross-legged, commencing his training for the day. The next morning, he expelled a breath of stale air, concluding his training. Exiting the Lord's Manor, he refreshed the 50 citizens for the day. This time, 10 citizens with E-grade potential appeared, while the rest remained at F-grade potential. The citizens' potential had notably improved, likely due to the territory's upgrade. After assembling the troops, he set out for hunting aboard the Burrowing Beast. The Burrowing Beast was remarkably swift, and soon they arrived at the previous day's hunting location. The warriors dispersed in small teams to continue their pursuit. This time, Dingyu accompanied Lan Fei. Ding. Congratulations on slaying the level 7 stone golem. Loot is being generated. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained copper coins x6, stone x25, worn shield, black iron x1. Ding. Congratulations on your triumph over the level 9 Tauren. The spoils are being generated. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired 9 copper coins and a stone axe, black iron, x1. Ding. Congratulations on defeating the level 7 bison. The spoils are being generated. Ding. You have received 6 copper coins, 7 chunks of meat, and 2 horns. Ding. Congratulations. You have leveled up to level 9. Another level gained. Just one more step to ascend to the first tier. Lan Fei is advancing swiftly, now reaching level 3. Truly commendable for a magic-based profession. Ding. Congratulations on vanquishing the level 5 wasp. The spoils are being generated. Ding. Congratulations on defeating another level 5 wasp. The spoils are being generated. An abundance of wasps is emerging ahead, culminating in a swarm that engulfs the surroundings. It appears we have encroached upon a beehive's vicinity. Without hesitation, Lan Fei unleashed a gust of wind, causing the wasps to plummet in droves. The sheer multitude of wasps was overwhelming. Mere numbers of fighters could not suffice. Thus, Lan Fei resorted to her tornado skill. In an instant, emerald wind elements erupted from her staff, resonating with the energies of the cosmos to form a colossal tornado that spiraled toward the swarm. The system notifications chimed incessantly, and Lan Fei ascended 2 levels to reach level 5. Indeed, magic units are formidable in exterminating foes. Such extensive devastation resulted only in a slight pallor upon Lan Fei's delicate visage. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired Wasp Venom, F grade, X3. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Wasp Venom, F grade, X5. Ding. Congratulations, you have received Royal Jelly, F grade, X3. Royal Jelly. Quality, F. Note, a nutrient-rich reserve provided to the queen by the swarm. Long-term consumption may enhance physical constitution and possesses mild detoxifying properties. Another sustenance that can bolster one's vitality. The starry rhythm continent is brimming with fortuitous opportunities. Continuing onward, we stumbled upon a vast beehive. The surrounding wasps had thinned significantly, likely decimated by the earlier tornado. The group drew their bows and swiftly eradicated the remaining wasps, with Ding Yu delivering a decisive blow to the immense queen wasp. Ding. Congratulations on slaying the level 9 queen wasp. The spoils are being generated. Ding. You have received 10 copper coins, a crimson edge sword, bronze, X1, and a beehive, E, X1. Crimson edge sword. Quality, bronze. Note, a short sword crafted by the dwarf master Angelus in Furnace City using wasp stingers, endowed with sharpness and poisonous attributes, suitable for the assassin class. Beehive, E grade. Note, a special training ground for the wasp tribe. Upon use, it grants access to the E grade Barracks, Beehive. A commendable short sword, albeit of no use to me. I shall have Ding Shang place it in the trading hall. The Barracks, however, can be utilized. I shall establish it upon returning to our territory. Ding Yu approached the colossal beehive. Ding. Congratulations, you have discovered the foundational structure of the wasp tribe's base, the beehive. Please select Occupy, Devour, Destroy, summoning several warriors. They ventured into the beehive to collect royal jelly. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired Royal Jelly, X653. Indeed, a bountiful harvest of royal jelly. Ding Yu clicked Destroy. Ding. Congratulations. You have destroyed the level 2 wasp tribe's base, the beehive. Before us, the beehive, transformed into fine sand, cascading downwards. Wisps of milky white energy coalesced in the air, forming a luminous white orb. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Spirit Resonance, X1. Storing the Spirit Resonance, we resumed our hunt. A day passed, and Ding Yu summoned his forces, returning to the camp atop the tunnel beast. Upon arrival, Ding Yu presented the day's spoils to Ding Shang. Ding Shang meticulously sorted the items, placing those temporarily unnecessary in the trading hall. Ding Yu took out the Spirit Resonance and infused it into the Fire Seed. Ding. Congratulations, your territory has been upgraded. Territory, Hanhai City. Lord, Ding Yu. Level, 2. Territory range, 600m x 600m. Population, 186. Heroes, 2. Soldiers, 100. 50 units of citizens can be automatically refreshed daily. Spirit density, 240. Buildings, Lord's Mansion, LV2. Simple wooden fences, x 2000. Traits, spirit density within the territory increases by 20. Recovery speed of citizens is enhanced by 20. Crop growth rate is improved by 20. Territory perimeter expands by 20. Copper coins, 5,700. Prosperity index, 115. The territory has expanded somewhat, and various attributes have improved. Indeed, Spirit Resonance is advantageous, providing comprehensive enhancements to the territory. In future conquests, prioritizing its breakdown will be prudent. Observing the ample resources, Ding Yu opted to upgrade the Qinglong Guard Barracks. Qinglong Guard. Potential, SSS. Level, 2. Heroes, 2. Troop strength, 100,300. Summoning a soldier requires 100 copper coins. Training a soldier necessitates 50 copper coins and 1 citizen. Description: the Imperial Guard of the Qingyu Empire from an alternate dimension, with an extremely low probability of summoning hero units. Note: for unknown reasons, the costs of utilizing this training camp will be significantly reduced. Upgrade requires a level 3 territory, 2,000 copper coins, 1,000 wood, and 800 stone. More troop types can now be summoned. Meanwhile, Ding Shang continues to list items in the trading hall. Once the transactions conclude, I shall summon additional forces. Today, 50 citizens were refreshed, resulting in a significant population increase. Chapter 13, Assault on the Ogre Camp. Ding Yu constructed 5 additional cottages, bringing the total to 10. The materials required for upgrades are minimal, so he elevated them to level 2. Cottage. Level 2. Area, 5 by 5. Defense, 13. Note: cottages provide a simple, living environment for citizens, allowing them to recover stamina and offering minor healing effects. Upgrading requires a level 3 territory, 100 copper coins, 60 wood, and 80 stone. Notably, troops reside within their respective barracks, eliminating the need for Ding to arrange accommodations. Recovery speeds for troops, including training rates, are enhanced within barracks. Both the blacksmith and tailor were also upgraded to level 2. Ding summoned Zhang Wu and Li Qi, inquiring about their status. Upon reaching level 2, the blacksmith can forge some common bronze equipment, such as swords and shields. The tailor can craft standard bronze-grade leather armor. However, for other equipment, design blueprints must be learned. After gathering this information, Ding accessed the trading hall to search for design blueprints and similar items. Although the lords currently possess relatively low levels, a few usable blueprints were discovered amidst the vast population. Refined blade blueprint, silver. Price, 2,000 copper coins. Imperial cavalry light armor set blueprint, silver. Price, 5,000 copper coins. Silver moon bow blueprint, silver. Price, 2,000 copper coins. All are exorbitantly priced. Alas, I remain a pauper. Hence, I closed the trading hall. I instructed Zhang Wu and Li Qi to devote their efforts to forging bronze equipment for the warriors, as they were still clad in novice attire of black iron grade. Today, I acquired a hive. Ding promptly clicked to use it. Additionally, today he obtained a training camp, which he also activated. Ding, congratulations. You have received an E-level barracks. Hive. Potential, E. Level, 1. Hero, 0. Troop capacity, 500. Summoning a worker bee costs 40 copper coins. Characteristic: this unit does not occupy territory population slots. Note: the basic combat unit of the bee tribe, with weak attack power, primarily relies on numerical superiority to achieve victory. Upgrading requires level 2 territory, 1,000 copper coins, 800 wood, and 600 stone. Currently, Ding is not lacking in resources and decides to upgrade directly to level 2. Ding, congratulations, your barracks, hive, has been upgraded to level 2. The capacity for training troops has now reached 1,500, 5 times that of the Qinglong Guard, truly a troop type that thrives on numbers. Moreover, yellow wasps are capable of flight, enabling them to undertake air defense tasks for the territory. With abundant resources at his disposal, Ding initially refrained from summoning and instead reserved his copper coins to recruit more Qinglong Guards. After dinner, having nearly sold all today's items, Ding opened his panel to find a copper coin balance of 15,250. He had made a significant profit. Evidently, the earnings from Royal Jelly are substantial. Spending 10,000 copper coins, he summoned 100 Qinglong Guards. The ranks filled with uniform figures, and this time, no hero units appeared, prompting Ding to gesture for the warriors to rest. He then decided to summon 100 worker bees. Although inexpensive, the numbers would strain his finances. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained a hero unit. Bee Queen. Bee Queen Hero. Potential, E. Level, 1. Skill 1. Bee Needle Rain, capable of inflicting area damage ahead. Skill 2. Toxic Mist, creates a poisonous fog that obscures vision over a large area and inflicts mild poison damage on enemies. Skill 3. Swarm Leader, can command the swarm in battle. Remark: the hero born from the hive, every hive, will inevitably give rise to one bee queen. Worker bee. Potential, E. Level, 1. Skill 1. Bee Needle Stab, can attack enemies with a bee needle, inflicting armor-piercing and poison damage. Skill 2. Bee Needle Arrow, can launch the bee needle like an arrow. The bee needle regenerates after 5 minutes. Skill 3. Swarm Coordination, can work closely with other worker bees. Remark: the basic unit of the bee tribe, E-level potential units, can be upgraded to the 2nd tier at most. It is worth mentioning that these worker bees can also cultivate the basic cultivation method. Indeed, all subjects can cultivate, irrespective of species. A true treasure has been uncovered. Contemplating further, he summoned 2 tunnel beasts, ensuring they wouldn't have to crowd together the following day. Lying on the grand bed in the Lord's mansion, Ding finally had a spacious bed after the upgrade, no longer needing to endure a narrow sleeping board. He opened the chat channel. Today, I saw a giant bird flying overhead, so beautiful, I wonder if it was a phoenix. Haha, I found a silver treasure chest today, and it contained a hero. Whoa, I've never even seen a hero. It said that units have an extremely low probability of breaking through to become heroes. Don't think about it, that extremely low probability is virtually non-existent. Haven T, you played the penguin game on Blue Star? I found a pet egg, and it hatched into a tiger. Just imagine riding it out, so cool. You all are so impressive. I looted a recruitment scroll and recruited a mage. A single fireball can devastate a large area. It said that magic units are quite rare. Lucky you, calling a mage ISNT just for show. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Ding commenced his cultivation. The next morning, Ding opened his eyes. He summoned 50 units of subjects and tasked Li Fuguwei with organizing their work. The majority remained F level, with a small number at E level. Gathering his forces, he prepared to march forth, intending to eradicate the ogre camp today. A full 200 Qinglong guards, under the command of 2 heroes, assembled in the plaza before the Lord's mansion. To the right, a buzzing swarm of bees hovered, each worker bee the size of a fist. Truly, in this world of abundant spiritual energy, even the yellow wasps are of an enhanced variety. The bee queen, enormous as a soccer ball, bore a fearsome mandible, with a stinger glimmering ominously behind her. Through 2 days of reconnaissance, it was revealed that the ogres possessed 3 types of attack skills, as they were not his subjects. Dingyu could not view their detailed panel information, only dispatch observers. The first, spitting saliva. As the name implies, the ogre can spit at enemies in front. The saliva being toxic, which slows the opponent's movement and causes continuous damage. Truly a barbaric race, quite uncivilized. The second, wielding their weapons, typically clubs, to inflict direct damage to foes. The third, jumping and smashing down with their weapon, creating a shockwave-like area of effect damage. Ogres are tall with thick, keratinized skin, likely offering considerable defense, albeit with sluggish movement. Based on the intelligence gathered yesterday, Dingyu deliberately brought the swarm for today's expedition. To minimize losses, he planned to resolve the conflict through ranged attacks. Off they went. Upon reaching the outskirts of the ogre camp, he commanded his soldiers to encircle the area and occupy the high ground. As customary, he initiated with a meteor shower, followed by Lan Fei's tornado. This time, Dingyu, having garnered experience, refrained from exhausting all of his starlight energy in one go. Li Kua's wine blades also served as area attacks, albeit with limited damage range, rendering them unsuitable for strategic use. The swarm buzzed over the camp, accompanied by a thick mist, and furious roars echoed throughout the ogre camp. The Qinglong guards commenced their archery from outside, due to the friendly nature of the units. The Bee Queen's mist did not obstruct their vision. Chapter 14. Overstepping levels to slay hero units. The ogres swung their spiked clubs, but as airborne units. The worker bees were incredibly agile, making it difficult for them to be struck, and the saliva attacks were deftly evaded as well. The collaboration between the Qinglong guards and the swarm proved exceedingly effective, and coupled with the mist, the ogres fell swiftly. Ding. Congratulations, your subjects have slain an 8-level ogre. Generating loot. Ding. Congratulations, your subjects have slain a 7-level ogre. Generating loot. Ding. Congratulations, your subjects have slain a 9-level ogre. Generating loot. The system notifications rang incessantly. Suddenly, from within a towering structure, a large, blood-red-skinned ogre charged forth. Ogre Chieftain, Hero. Level 11. Note, the leader of the ogre camp, possessing the bloodline of a flame demon, and exhibiting formidable first-tier strength. Accompanied by a furious roar, a wave of pungent flames surged into the air, instantly incinerating several worker bees. A cacophony of falling echoed. At least 20 to 30 bees plummeted. The bee queen promptly led the swarm to ascend, simultaneously unleashing a rain of bee needles. As the worker bees began to launch their own bee needles. However, due to the searing heat of the flames, the bee queen's mist dissipated. The ogre chieftain's eyes blazed with fury as he led his kin towards the Azure Guard. In his perspective, the true adversary lay with the Azure Guard, while the swarm merely served as a distraction. A brief skirmish had elapsed since the onset of battle, and under the swarm's interference, the ogres found themselves akin to living targets. Coupled with their numerical disadvantage, only a meager 20 ogres remained. With the arrival of the ogre chieftain, Dingyu unleashed a disintegration ray. Li Kua and Lan Fei also activated their abilities, and it wasn't long before the ogre chieftain collapsed to the ground. A surge of white light split into 3 beams, merging into the bodies of Dingyu and the 2 heroes, resulting in a simultaneous level up. Ding. Congratulations on slaying the level 11 hero unit, the ogre chieftain. Due to your over-leveled kill, experience and rewards are doubled, and loot is being generated. Ding. Congratulations on your first kill of a tier 1 hero unit. The system rewards you with golden treasure chest, X2. Ding. Congratulations on reaching level 10, tier 1. As the first lord to attain tier 1, the system rewards you with spirit essence, X5. Simultaneously, a regional announcement echoed. Regional announcement. Congratulations to Lord Yushang for their first over-leveled kill of an enemy hero unit. Rewards. Golden treasure chest, X2. At that moment, the regional channel erupted with excitement. Confused young lord. Once again, it's our esteemed lord, over-leveled monster slayer. And this time, it's a hero unit. What a triumph. Tom No Forest, over-leveled? Does that mean a tier 1 unit? It said that each tier increase enhances combat prowess tenfold. How is it brought down? Charming little fairy. Esteemed lord, I seek your patronage. Although we cannot meet now, I possess numerous refreshing photos. Thousand Shepherd, I request the esteemed lord to share their experience. The loot was also generated. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained copper coins X2200, Flameblade, silver, X1. Ogre Bloodline, D tier, X1. Ogre Bloodline. Quality, D. Note, the bloodline of the ogre chieftain, possessing a faint infernal lineage. The emergence of a D tier bloodline was likely a result of the doubled rewards. remembering how the ogre chieftain had unleashed fire, inflicting considerable damage upon Dingyu's swarm. It seemed this was a consequence of the infernal bloodline. However, its limitations were substantial, and the fire was not projected far, in addition to its rather unsightly appearance. Perhaps it could fetch a good price in the trading hall, given its rank. The battle blade was indeed usable. Equipping it revealed a blade that resembled flowing flames. Exuding an air of prestige, Dingyu proceeded to open the 2 golden treasure chests. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Arrow Tower, D tier, X2. Sword and Shield Soldier, D tier, X1. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Electric Tower, D tier, X2. Refined Blade Blueprint, Silver, X1. All were useful items. One wondered if his luck was truly at play. For defensive structures, a D tier barracks. And a silver-level weapon blueprint, the D tier barracks would be of no use to Dingyu. Thus he planned to list it in the trading hall. As D tier barracks were currently in high demand, the other ogres yielded a plethora of items, predominantly F tier. He was too lethargic to inspect them and simply stowed them away in his backpack. Dingyu approached the ogre encampment and stood before a structure reminiscent of a Lord's Manor, promptly selecting Destroy. Ding. Congratulations on destroying the level 2 ogre territory. This was a level higher than the previous hive, and the encampment housed a tier 1 hero, promising significantly greater rewards. Beams of white light coalesced in the sky, swiftly forming 3 luminous orbs. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Spirit Essence, X3. Excellent, a triad of rewards at once, which would enable further enhancements upon his return. Observing the fine sand surrounding him, who would have imagined this had once been a formidable ogre stronghold? The lordly function indeed stripped everything bare, leaving no trace behind, as all had been reduced to fine grains of sand. The ogres had also been converted into spoils, with no need for body disposal. Noticing that time was still ample, Dingyu summoned the 3 heroes, instructing them to organize the soldiers for hunting. He continued to follow Lan Fei, seeking experience. He recalled leveling up when he had slain the ogre chieftain. Opening his panel, he observed, Dingyu ID 865-763-2457. Occupation, Child of the Stars. Bloodline, Star Bloodline. Level, 10. Talent, Luck. For unknown reasons, you have been bestowed with the favor of heaven and earth, granting you superior fortune compared to others. Cultivation Technique, Basic Training Method. Skill 1, Stellar Battle Body. Consuming stellar energy can enhance all physical attributes and can also be affixed to equipment, augmenting its power. Skill 2, Meteor Strike. Consuming internal stellar energy allows you to summon a colossal meteor to crash upon foes, with potency dependent on the energy expended. Skill 3, Disintegration Ray. Capable of disintegrating all matter, with effectiveness tied to the stellar energy consumed. Note, as one endowed with the Star Bloodline, the energy within you will automatically convert into stellar energy. Finally, he had reached level 10. Observing the warriors, he noted that half had also attained level 9. It was likely that by nightfall or the following morning, they would reach level 10, which would elevate them to tier 1 units, significantly enhancing their combat capabilities. With plenty of time left, he resumed monster hunting. Ding. Congratulations on slaying a level 9 wild bull. Loot generation in progress. Ding. Congratulations on slaying a level 10 iron arm gorilla. Loot generation in progress. Ding. Congratulations on slaying a level 9 illusion butterfly. Loot generation in progress. Gradually, level 10 creatures began to appear, and as they ventured deeper, the levels would escalate, leading to increasingly bountiful loot. F-tier training camps had already begun to drop, along with some bronze equipment. Suddenly, a colossal shadow swept across the sky, prompting Dingyu to look up. The immense silhouette obscured the sun, adorned with colorful, ribbon-like wings. Uncertain of its species, he had no time to open his panel before the figure vanished. Continuing his exploration, he arrived at a dirt slope adorned with twinkling objects. Upon closer inspection, he discovered sunset fruit. Quality, E. Note, a fruit native to the Sunset Mountains. Prolonged consumption can enhance affinity with fire elements. Chapter 15, Defensive Hero, Li Xiao. Ahead bounced a small red sphere, reminiscent of a slime, yet spherical in form. Fire Elemental Sprite. Level, 10. Note, a sprite evolved from absorbing fire elements. Commencing the assault, the warriors swiftly drew their bows, the sound of arrows slicing through the air resonating. In no time, several sprites were vanquished, their demise resulting in a fiery explosion. Thankfully, ranged attacks had been employed, sparing them from a messy encounter. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained Fire Element Crystal, X5. No equipment had dropped, but several Fire Element Crystals were awarded. However, as a level 10 creature, the experience gained was quite substantial. Collecting the fruits from the trees, he continued to gather while battling the numerous hopping creatures, delving deeper into the forest. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained Mint, X5. Mint. Quality, F. Description, plant leaves containing refreshing components, suitable for crafting summer delicacies. Congratulations on acquiring Mushroom, X3. Mushroom. Quality, F. Description, a vigorous and commonly found fungus, suitable for crafting delectable dishes. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a level 10 wild boar. Loot generation in progress. The forest is not merely populated by these hopping creatures. It is also home to a rich variety of other species. Unbeknownst to them, dusk had quietly descended as Dingyu led his warriors back to their territory. Upon returning, he set about constructing the 4 defensive towers, placing them at each corner of the domain. Arrow Tower. Quality, D. Level 1. Description, an automated defensive structure capable of attacking enemy units within a 100 by 100 meter radius, dealing 100 damage. It has an internal storage of 500 arrows, with an automatic replenishment of 1 arrow per minute. Upgrade requires a level 2 territory, 500 copper coins, 232 units of wood, 212 units of stone, and 34 units of iron ore. The automatic attack feature is quite commendable, eliminating the need for personnel to guard the arrow towers. The attributes of the electric tower are similar to those of the arrow tower, albeit with a slightly shorter attack range and an increased attack frequency. Extracting Spirit Essence. To fuse with the Ember, a total of 8 Spirit Essences was acquired today. Ding! Congratulations on fusing Spirit Essence, X8. Your territory attributes have received a substantial enhancement. Territory, Hanhai City. Lord, Dingyu. Level 2. Territory range, 1000m x 1000m. Population, 338. Heroes, 3. Soldiers, 200. Daily automatic refresh of 60 units of residence. Spirit concentration, 400. Constructed, Lord's Manor, LV2, Rock Walls, x 2000. Traits. Increases spirit concentration within the territory by 100, enhances resident recovery speed by 100, accelerates crop growth by 100, expands the territory's perimeter by 100, and increases daily resident refresh count by 20. Copper coins, 6,742. Prosperity index, 145. The enhancement of spirit concentration has also led to an increase in the resident refresh count, and the walls have transformed into rock walls. Dingyu opened the panel to view pending constructions. Initially, at level 1 territory, only warehouse and cottage were available. But with the upgrade to level 2, several new buildings became accessible. Tavern provides food and drink with frequent information exchanges, possessing a certain probability of attracting wandering heroes to pledge allegiance. Quest Hall enables the posting of quests for residents to undertake. Altar, a site for worshipping deities and seeking blessings. School, a place for imparting knowledge. The resource requirements were modest, so he initiated the construction of all buildings. He summoned Ding Shang and entrusted him with today's bounty for evaluation and subsequent listing in the trading hall. During this period, Ding Shang had procured numerous seeds for fruits and vegetables, and under Li Fugui's guidance, the fields were abundantly sown with crops. The primary focus was on fruits and vegetables, as the daily hunts yielded ample meat, resulting in minimal grain crop cultivation. The issue of food supply remains fundamental to any territory, prompting Ding Yu to construct 10 farmlands in one go, elevating them to level 2, and instructed Li Fugui to allocate all resources towards cultivating grain crops. He called upon Zhang Wu and handed him the refined blade design, enabling the forging of silver weapons. He tasked him with recruiting personnel to prioritize the crafting process. However, the speed of equipment production was rather sluggish. Even under optimal conditions, it would not exceed 10 pieces in a day. There was no choice but to proceed step by step. After dinner, Ding Shang had nearly sold out his stock. Today had yielded a plethora of valuable items, likely translating into substantial profit. Ding Yu glanced at the panel, noting a total of over 30,000 copper coins. He proceeded to summon the Qinglan guards, aiming to fill the barracks to capacity. Spending 10,000 copper coins, he summoned 100 Qinglan guards. Ding! Congratulations on acquiring 1 hero unit. Huh, another hero unit. Since hero units do not occupy Barracks slots, Ding Yu spent an additional 100 copper coins to summon 1 more Qinglan guard, thereby filling the quota. Li Xiao Hero. Level 1. Potential, SSS. Bloodline, Qinglan Bloodline. Loyalty, 100. Skill 1. Mastery of blades and swords, greatly enhancing power when wielding such weapons. Skill 2. Mastery of shield combat, significantly increasing power when using a shield as a weapon. Skill 4. Desperate fight, unleashing a combat power of 200 when in dire straits. Skill 5. Son of the Earth, providing a defense boost of 100 and a recovery rate of 200 while standing on the ground. Skill 6. Commander, enhancing the attack power, defense, recovery ability, and morale of Qinglan guards during combat. Upon his arrival, Li Xiao bowed respectfully. He was even more robust than Li Qua, towering before him like an iron pillar, exuding a palpable sense of pressure. Ding Yu gestured for Li Xiao to rise, thoroughly pleased as he patted him on the shoulder, though he found it a stretch to reach. He sheepishly withdrew his raised arm. He assigned Li Xiao to lead the newly arrived Qinglan guards to familiarize themselves with the surroundings. He upgraded the Burrow Beast Barracks to level 2, allowing the summoning of up to 50 Burrow Beasts. Due to insufficient resources for a full summons, He initially called forth 27 beasts, totaling 30 when combined with the previous 3. After deploying the troops, Dingyu returned to the Lord's Manor for a relaxing bath. While idly browsing the trading hall, he stumbled upon 2 items. Public Toilet Design X3, sale price, 150 copper coins. Public Bathhouse Design X2, sale price, 100 copper coins. Functional buildings, he decided to purchase them all, as funds were not an issue. He intended to have the burrow beasts excavate drainage systems to construct a sewage system for the territory. After browsing for a while without encountering any D-grade building blueprints, he closed the trading hall and turned his attention to the chat channel. Dingyu had grown accustomed to observing the regional channel, as it allowed for more frequent communication compared to the world channel, which permitted only 1 message per day. The regional channel had no such restrictions, resulting in a more coherent flow of information. At that moment, the regional channel was abuzz with activity. Many lords had adopted the habit of lying in bed at night, perusing their panels, akin to scrolling on their phones before their previous lives. Due to the absence of limits on communication, many loquacious individuals had become familiar figures. Nan Nan the Little Fairy. I'm exhausted, finally home. After daily hunting, I feel like a wild person, but thankfully today S-Hall was good, lifting my spirits. Tom has no forest. Don't even mention it. I encountered a pack of wolves during hunting today and lost over a dozen soldiers. If it weren't for my quick escape, the losses would have been even greater. My heart still bleeds. Yaotian. I remember when I first arrived in this world. The residents mentioned their tribe was destroyed by a beast tide. Will we encounter one after the novice period ends? Nan Nan the Little Fairy. We will definitely face a beast tide. This continent is not safe at all. A few days ago, I even saw ogres with sharp fangs, truly terrifying. Merchant of the World. Indeed, this continent is fraught with danger, which is why I just listed some weapons for sale. Welcome to make a purchase. 18M Greatsword. The unscrupulous merchant has reappeared. Does anyone have a higher grade Barrack for sale? An F-grade Barrack is too weak. Its individual combat power cannot even compete with a wild bull. I've been wanting to replace it for a while now. Zhan Tiandi. Xiao Dao, do not speak further. I too am utilizing F-grade barracks. At this stage, the majority of individuals are employing F-grade, with only a select few fortunate ones managing to unlock E-grade. As for anything higher, those belong to non-humans. Closing the panel, he commenced his training. Chapter 16, Expanding the Exploration Range. The following morning, Dingyu opened his eyes and exhaled a breath of stale air. Rising from his slumber, he summoned 60 units of populace, predominantly of F-grade potential. However, the proportion of E-grade potential had increased, prompting him to assign Li Fuguwei to distribute tasks. After breakfast, he gathered his soldiers. He organized 2 burrowing beasts to excavate an underground waterway system for the territory, while 20 burrowing beasts were tasked with transporting the Qinglong guards for exploration and hunting. The remainder was dedicated to constructing an underground transportation network within a 100-kilometer radius of the territory. Simultaneously, he aimed to connect the discovered mineral deposits, previously, without transportation. These had merely been marked during exploration without any development. Now, stations could be established beside the mineral deposits for the burrowing beasts to transport the populace for mining operations. The tunnels were required to be sufficiently deep to ensure they remained undetected during enemy assaults, thereby preventing interference from surface-dwelling creatures. Let the operations commence. Today would primarily focus on exploration. With the burrowing beasts, mobility had significantly increased. Furthermore, the burrowing beasts possessed the ability to sense fluctuations in the spiritual energy of the surface and signs of biological activity, greatly enhancing the efficiency of exploration. Seated within the burrowing beast-esque compartment, the size had been reduced since fewer individuals were required, resembling a bus from Blue Star. Half an hour later, they arrived at the boundary of yesterday's exploration. The group disembarked from the burrowing beast. Dingyu was struck by the speed. It was impressive, as they had traversed at least 100 kilometers from the territory in just half an hour. The cost-effectiveness was far superior to that of mounts, which typically accommodated only one individual, necessitating a larger quantity and were ill-suited for transportation. Nevertheless, mounts remained essential, as they were invaluable in warfare. The burrowing beasts served solely a transportational purpose, operating in a relatively safe environment. Continuing to delve deeper into exploration, Ding, congratulations on slaying an 11-level boar man. Loot is being generated. Ding, congratulations, you have acquired 120 copper coins. Wolf Fang Club, Bronze, X1, Boarman Warrior Recruitment Scroll, E, X1. New items have emerged. Boarman Warrior Recruitment Scroll. Grade, E. Description, upon use, it summons a Boarman Warrior as your soldier. Quite satisfactory. The E-grade one is unnecessary for myself, but other lords would likely find it intriguing. At present, the majority of lords continue to utilize F-grade barracks, and as their development progresses, soldiers' levels may stagnate at 19. Unable to advance beyond Tier 2, F-grade troops will gradually be phased out, and E-grade troops would serve as an excellent alternative for them. Beyond 100 kilometers from the territory, Encounters with monsters of level 10 and above steadily increased, and the quality of loot also improved. Ding! Congratulations on slaying an 11-level boar man. You have acquired 130 copper coins. Boar man warrior recruitment scroll, EX1. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a 12-level foxman. You have acquired 120 copper coins. Foxman archer recruitment scroll, EX1. Ding! Congratulations on discovering bronze treasure chest, X1. Treasure chests. Ding! You casually opened it. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired 50 copper ores. 10 copper coins. Explosive arrow skill book, EX1. Now, the items from the bronze treasure chest seem somewhat lackluster, yet this skill book holds some value. Ding! You casually learned it. Upon testing the explosive arrow, its effects were quite impressive. Due to the star power within him, its potency was greatly enhanced. Akin to an RPG, which was quite exhilarating. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired lantern grass, X5. Lantern grass. Quality, E. Description, a plant that glows at night, possessing a slight effect of enhancing the territory's spiritual energy concentration. Observing a vast expanse of lantern grass ahead, Ding! You contemplated transplanting it within the territory as streetlights, energy efficient and environmentally friendly, calling upon the soldiers to assist in gathering. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired lantern grass, X232, lantern grass seeds, X435. Upon completion of the gathering, Ding! You obtained a considerable amount, particularly seeds, which he planned to sow upon returning to the territory, establishing it as a distinctive botanical feature. Ding! Congratulations, you have discovered Boar Man Camp. This group of boar men numbered quite a few, approximately 2 to 300. Most levels had surpassed Tier 1, demonstrating greater strength than the previous Ogre Camp. He marked the location, planning to rally forces for an assault the following day. Currently, a small portion of the Qinglong guards had already surpassed Tier 1, and with additional breakthroughs anticipated tomorrow, they were now capable of conquering camps of this scale. Circumventing the Boar Man Camp, he continued to explore forward. Crossing a hill, a vast shimmering lake appeared before him. Ding! Congratulations, you have discovered Starfall Lake. Adjacent to Starfall Lake were some jumping creatures, identical to the fire elemental beings encountered previously, albeit in blue this time. Water elemental being. Level 11. Note, a creature evolved from absorbing water elements. In a rain of arrows, the jumping creature was swiftly reduced to a puddle. Ding! Congratulations on slaying an 11-level water elemental being. You have acquired 120 copper coins. Water elemental crystal, X2. Another type of elemental crystal. Although currently unnecessary, its name suggests future utility. After clearing the shoreline of elemental beings, he was compelled to change direction, as the burrowing beasts lacked the ability to traverse water. Curiously, despite the extensive exploration, no other player's territories from Blue Star had been sighted. It remained uncertain whether this situation was unique or commonplace. If the latter, the Star Rhythm continent must be exceedingly vast, as such distances remained between players. Ding! Congratulations, you have discovered Silver Treasure Chest, X1. Such luck was unparalleled, encountering a silver treasure chest, while monster hunting. He opened it casually. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired Sword and Shield Soldier Job Change Book, E-Grade, X3. Sword and Shield Soldier Job Change Book. Quality, E. Description, upon use. It allows a transition to an E-Grade potential sword and shield soldier, with a maximum level of 29, Tier 2. E-Grade quality is quite commendable. He tossed it into the trading hall, anticipating considerable interest from many lords. Unlike Ding Yu, who began with the profession of Starchild, many lords still lacked a profession. The distinction between having a profession and lacking one is significant, particularly in terms of monster slaying. In the blink of an eye, a day had elapsed, and Ding Yu returned to his territory with his troops. Thanks to the newly acquired transportation, exploration efficiency had soared, and consequently, so had the rewards. Currently, half of the Qinglong guards had reached level 10, Ding Yu was at level 11, and a few soldiers had even surpassed level 12. Observing the channel, most lords maintained troops around level 7, while those with better development neared level 10. Upon returning to the territory, the soldiers compiled the exploration information. Within a radius of 150 kilometers, 3 alien camps were identified: Boar Man Camp, Foxman Camp, and Goblin Camp. Another, Goblin Camp. It appears this region harbors numerous goblins. The strength of these 3 camps was not particularly formidable, and he aimed to clear them all by tomorrow. Upon returning to the territory, Ding Shang cast the day's harvest before Ding Yu, who then opened the interface. Today, he had amassed a plethora of resources, and after surveying the inventory, Ding Yu upgraded all remaining buildings to level 2. He constructed 10 additional cottages, elevating them to the same level. Ding Yu summoned a number of worker bees, bringing their total to 500. As an E-grade unit, worker bees were relatively inexpensive, yet their sheer volume necessitated a day or two to reach full capacity. The cost of summoning units correlated with their potential. The higher the potential, the pricier the summoning cost, without any discount attributes. Replenishing SSS grade units like the Qinglong Guard would demand an astronomical sum. Chapter 17. Annihilating Nearby Alien Territories. After a busy day, he reclined on his grand bed and activated the regional channel. Andre loves wine. Today, I finally upgraded my territory to level 2, but the barracks remain at level 1. Breaking Army. I'm here to witness the masters. What buildings are unlocked at level 2? Andre loves wine. The mission hall and a school. But they are rather useless. Andre loves wine. For instance, the mission hall can issue tasks, but currently, there aren't many residents in the territory. They are all my own subjects. Assigning tasks directly is far more efficient than wasting time in the mission hall. Andre loves wine. However, there is a tavern, which has a chance of attracting wild heroes. Nan Nan the Fairy. I have yet to see what a hero looks like. Has anyone summoned a hero? 18M Great Blade. I don't have a hero either, but I encountered a hero among the ogres in the wild. One massive blow took out about 10 of my units. It appeared that lords who were progressing well had begun upgrading to level 2 territories as well. Without collecting mithril and spatial stones, upgrading to level 3 was impossible. Presently, Ding Yu's advantages lay in his military strength and the resources he had accumulated in the early stages. Particularly, his military might was unparalleled. SSS grade units faced no restrictions in their upgrades. Currently, territory level merely limited the barracks level, thus restricting the quantity of units, while the level cap of units was solely constrained by their inherent potential. Moreover, units with higher potential trained at an accelerated pace. This was his greatest advantage. As long as he maintained his military superiority, he would remain ahead. If others could not upgrade to higher quality barracks, the disparity in unit quality would only widen. At that moment, a friend message illuminated his screen. Li Linlin, how's it going, Xiaoyu? Do you lack anything? I'm quite the wealthy lady now. Ding Yu, not too bad, not too bad. I'm not lacking anything. By the way, do you have any mithril or spatial stones? Li Linlin, it seems you are developing nicely. Your territory is already at level 2. Li Linlin, I don't have spatial stones, but I do have some mithril. I'll send it to you. Ding. Congratulations, you have received mithril X50. Ah, mithril had arrived. Just a glance at this item indicated its value. Currently, it was unavailable in the trading hall, yet Lin Jie possessed some. Earlier, she had mentioned that mithril was hard to come by, and now she had it. As long as he could obtain spatial stones, he could upgrade his territory. Ding Yu, such a precious item. What can I offer you in return? Is there anything you need? After much contemplation, he was at a loss for what to gift her, having nothing particularly special to offer. Spiritual essence could be an option, but he had already consumed all he had received. Li Linlin, I'm not lacking anything. Coincidentally, there's a mithril mine near my territory, but its yield hasn't increased yet, so I haven't been able to monetize it. Ding Yu, that won't do. How about I offer myself instead? Li Linlin. Ultimately, Ding Yu sent Li Linlin some fruits, particularly those beneficial for beauty. Although the attribute enhancement was minimal, which girl wouldn't appreciate the prospect of becoming more attractive? Regardless, he owed her this favor and would repay it with something good in the future. After concluding the conversation, Ding Yu sat cross-legged once more, commencing his training for the day. The following morning, after finishing his training, he refreshed the 60 residents for the day and handed them over to Li Fuguwei. He assembled all his military forces to assault today's first target, the Wild Boar Man Camp. Before long, a swarm of tunnel beasts emerged from the vicinity of the Wild Boar Man Camp, with the Qinglan guards emerging from the gaping maws of these creatures, followed by a swarm of bees. Under the leadership of 4 heroes, they swiftly formed ranks and launched an assault on the Wild Boar Man Camp. Professional tasks were best left to the professionals. Ding Yu had mostly relinquished control over the combat, entrusting it to the heroes. Each of these heroes possessed commanding skills, relieving Ding Yu of any worries. Ding, congratulations. Your residents have slain a level 12 Wild Boar Man. Loot generation in progress. Ding, congratulations. Your residents have slain an 11-level Wild Boar Man. Loot generation in progress. Ding. Congratulations, your residents have slain a level 13 Wild Boar Man. Loot generation in progress. Ding. Congratulations, your residents have slain a level 14 hero unit. The Wild Boar Man Priest. Loot generation in progress. As the staff-wielding Wild Boar Man Priest fell, the battle concluded. As a hero unit, the Wild Boar Man Priest possessed several magical skills, particularly the formidable ability to summon hellfire. Fortunately, Li Xiao managed to shield against it, albeit sustaining minor injuries in the process. After consuming some healing fruits, his wounds were alleviated. Thanks to the guardianship of several heroes, the Qinglan guards suffered no fatalities. However, the swarm did incur a loss of 35 worker bees, an acceptable loss. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Copper Coins X1500, Priest Class Transfer Scroll, D-Grade, X1. Fire Element Crystal, X15. A transfer scroll had dropped. D-Grade was quite decent. The Priest class was akin to a fusion of Mage and Cleric, capable of casting both offensive spells and healing buffs. While proficient in both, mastery of either was beyond their reach. After some contemplation, he decided to send it to Li Linlin. The D-grade class would have little impact on Ding Yu, but it would be significant for others. He pondered whether the transfer scroll dropped from the wild boar men would affect Li Linlin's physique, indulging in a mischievous thought. He forwarded the transfer scroll to Li Linlin and continued towards the wild boar man camp. Clicking destroy on the camp. Ding. Congratulations. You have destroyed the level 2 wild boar man territory. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained spiritual essence, X5. A friend message flickered once more. Li Linlin. Thank you for the transfer scroll, Ding Lao. Li Linlin. By the way, how did you acquire such an impressive item? Ding Yu. I casually dropped a wild boar man hero. Li Linlin. Gathering the resources, he set off towards the goblin camp. Ding. Congratulations. Your residents have slain a level 14 hero unit, the goblin chieftain, loot generation in progress. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained copper coins X1600. Berserker class transfer scroll, E grade, X1, goblin slave, E grade, X1. Another transfer scroll had appeared. It was of no use to Ding Yu, so he planned to list it in the trading hall. There was no need for his residents to utilize it, as a single unit held little influence over him. Moreover, an E-grade transfer scroll paled in comparison to the SSS-grade Qinglong guards. Such a mediocre class would only be fervently sought after by those lords in the channel. Ding Yu felt a sense of superiority. Additionally, there was an E-grade barracks for Goblin Slave, with potential rated at E. Note, the most inexpensive unit within the goblin race. Often utilized as cannon fodder on the battlefield. Return to the construction site to assess the results. A combination of cannon fodder units and Azure Guard works quite well. Now that the Azure Guard is at full capacity, any further augmentation of strength will necessitate the establishment of a new barracks. Click destroy. Ding. Congratulations on destroying the level 2 goblin camp. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring Spirit Echo X4. Allow the warriors a brief respite before advancing towards the Foxman camp. Ding. Congratulations. Your subjects have slain a level 13 Foxman, earning copper coins X120 and a Foxman Archer recruitment scroll, grade E, X1. Ding. Congratulations. Your subjects have slain a level 14 Foxman, earning copper coins X130 and a Foxman Archer recruitment scroll, grade E, X1. Ding. Congratulations. Your subjects have slain a level 11 Foxman, earning copper coins X120 and a Foxman Archer recruitment scroll, grade E, X1. It appears this race yields an abundance of Foxman Archer recruitment scrolls. Ding. Congratulations, your subjects have slain a level 15 heroic unit, the Foxman Shaman. Loot generation in progress. Chapter 18, Assembling the Goblin Army. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring copper coins X1500, a Priest recruitment scroll, grade D, X1, and Wood Element Crystal, X45. Excellent items have emerged, coincidentally. Ding Yu's territory lacks healing professions, so I shall utilize it. Kailia. Potential, D. Profession, Priest. Skill 1, Healing Blessing. Restores target's health and heals injuries. Skill 2, Courage Blessing. Enhances target's attack and recovery power, with an area of effect of 10 by 10. Skill 3, Purifying Light. Dispels curses affecting the target and purifies toxins within the target's body. Proceeding towards the camp, click Destroy. Ding. Congratulations on destroying the level 2 Foxman camp. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring Spirit Echo X6. Gather the spoils and prepare to retreat. It is now afternoon, and Ding Yu does not intend to continue hunting. He wishes to allow his soldiers ample rest. Many of his soldiers are injured, and now a priest is available to assist in their healing. The soldiers shall return to the territory early to recuperate. Upon returning to the territory, Ding Yu reviews today's spoils. He has successfully captured 3 alien territories, reaping substantial rewards. The Foxman Archer recruitment scrolls, alone number 253. After contemplation, he decides to utilize them himself, as resources are currently not a concern. Summoning the archers will also aid in defending the territory. Ding. Congratulations on acquiring Foxman Archer X253. A multitude of enchanting Foxman archers appears before him, their figures rivaling those of Li Linlin's elven archers. He has finally caught up to Li Linlin. Wiping the drool from the corner of his mouth, Ding Yu constructs 20 level 2 cottages, strategically placed in a designated area for the Foxman archers' daily rest. As the Foxmen are summoned via recruitment scrolls and lack of barracks, Ding Yu must arrange their accommodations. The basic cultivation method, indeed, proves to be all-encompassing. Even Foxman archers can train. Ding Yu intends to assign the Foxman archers to the territory's daily defense, while other units will handle external combat. Due to the scarcity of monster spawning opportunities, Ding Yu had previously harbored concerns that the Foxman archers' levels might languish over time. However, with the capability to train, their leveling up will not be hindered. Today, he also acquired 15 Spirit Echoes, which he promptly fuses into the territory. Ding. Congratulations on merging Spirit Echo X15 into your territory, resulting in a substantial enhancement of territory attributes. Territory, Hanhai City. Lord, Ding Yu. Level, 2. Territory range, 1750m x 1750m. Population, 585. Heroes, 4. Soldiers, 300. Daily automatic refresh of 100 units of subjects. Spirit energy concentration, 700. Buildings, Lord's Mansion, LV2. Azure Rock Walls, X2000. Trait. The spirit energy concentration within the territory increases by 250. The recovery speed of subjects is enhanced by 250. The growth rate of crops is increased by 250. The territory's perimeter expands by 250. And the daily refresh quantity of subjects increases by 100. Trait 2. A convergence of spirit energy, enhancing the potential of all subjects. With a minimum qualification of E grade, the breakthrough probability of subjects is significantly increased. Copper coins, 33,554. Prosperity index, 217. The territory has experienced a comprehensive upgrade, with the walls transformed into Azure Rock Walls, enhancing defensive capabilities. The elevated concentration of spirit energy accelerates the training speed of the subjects once more. The potential of the subjects has also risen, with the minimum threshold elevated, ensuring that no subjects within the territory will fall to F grade in the future. Taking out the Goblin Barracks, Dingyou clicks to use it. Goblin Slave Soldier. Potential, Level, 1. Heroes, 0. Military Strength, 01000. Summoning one soldier requires copper coins, X20. Note, the most inexpensive unit within the Goblin race. Often utilized as cannon fodder on the battlefield. Such a vast quantity, exceeding even that of a beehive, and at such a low cost. It is no wonder they are frequently used as cannon fodder. Truth be told, Dingyou is quite tempted. In future campaigns, bringing along a horde of goblins could help divert fire away from the main units. After all, the primary units are limited in number, and their cultivation costs are not negligible. The Goblin Slave Soldier is exceptionally inexpensive. Even if they perish, it would not cause heartache. Moreover, as goblins are of a foreign race, Dingyou feels no psychological burden regarding their casualties. Even if they do not draw fire, their assistance in collecting spoils on the battlefield is advantageous. Slightly lacking in mobility is inconsequential with the presence of burrowing beasts. Traveling underground to engage in battle could be quite delightful. Upgrading the Goblin Slave Soldier to level 2 increases the unit summoning cap to 3,000. Dingyou suddenly realizes he has underestimated this unit. 3,000 goblins may very well surpass even his fully staffed Azure Guard. When the territory underwent transformation upon merging with the Star Core, the population cap was nullified. Other territories have population limits. For instance, a level 2 territory has a population cap of 1,000. Thus, this human wave tactic is currently only applicable to Dingyou. Glancing at his panel, he notes that he now has sufficient funds to summon half the quantity. Ah, right. Today's spoils have yet to be put up for trade. Summoning Ding Shang. He hands over the spoils for him to sift through and list in the trading hall. Once Ding Shang sells the items, Dingyou observes his panel reflecting 65,432 copper coins. That will suffice. He immediately clicks to summon. Instantly, 3,000 goblin slave soldiers materialize, a vast sea of green. Quite impressive. Dingyou nods in satisfaction. With such a multitude of units, tomorrow promises to be eventful. The following morning, Dingyou awakens from his training. He refreshes 100 units of subjects. This time, the majority possess E-grade potential, with a few at D-grade. It appears the territory's traits are indeed at play, as the previously summoned subjects have also surpassed E-grade potential. Summoning the army, preparations for deployment commence. Once again, they are divided into small teams, though this time featuring a mix of goblins and Azure Guards. The role of the goblins is clear: engage directly in the face of danger, inflicting severe injuries upon enemies and leaving them for the Azure Guards to deliver the final blows. A complete embodiment of selflessness. Although it is merely the command of Dingyou, goblins do not require experience to level up. The experience should be reserved for the Qinglong Guards. After all, goblins are expendable. Should they perish, they can simply be summoned anew. As consumables, there is no necessity to squander experience points on upgrades. With the presence of goblins, the hunting grounds have expanded significantly, and the acquisition of resources has accelerated tremendously. Thus, after a span of 10 days, all members of the Qinglong Guards have reached the second tier, and Dingyou himself has ascended to level 23. On that particular morning, the Qinglong Guards reported the discovery of a sizable camp of wargs, situated approximately 300 kilometers southwest of the territory, with a population nearing 2,000. In terms of levels, the wargs average around level 18, with some even attaining the second tier. The wargs are a militaristic race, known for their ferocity and proficiency in teamwork. With 2,000 units, their overall strength is comparable to that of Dingyou's territory. Engaging them head-on would yield little benefit. A gradual approach of attrition is preferable. Orders were given for the army to encircle and eliminate any wargs venturing outside. Currently, food supplies within the tribe are somewhat strained. As a faction of the orc race, the wargs primarily rely on hunting for sustenance. Agriculture is of no concern to the wargs, as meat is difficult to preserve, resulting in a limited stockpile of food within the tribe. Periodically, the tribe organizes trade caravans to exchange furs and other materials acquired from hunting for provisions in the human territories located 300 kilometers to the south. considering the timeline. The caravan should have returned in the past few days. Chapter 19. The War Against the Large Warg Tribe. Licklaw, a squad leader of the Warg hunting party, led a team of 20. As dusk fell, Licklaw returned to the tribe, laden with several massive wild boars, his expression one of exuberance. However, in recent days, the availability of prey during outings had dwindled significantly. While traversing the terrain, Licklaw suddenly caught the scent of blood, a heavy, unmistakable odor of his kin's lifeblood. Rallying his team, they rushed forward to discover a gruesome scene. A multitude of warg corpses strewn across the ground, remnants of a merchant caravan. All that remained were lifeless bodies and a shattered wagon, with several large craters marring the earth nearby. Nothing else. Yet, Licklaw was not entirely oblivious. He detected the presence of humans. Upon returning to the tribe, he relayed the grim tidings to the chieftain. The chieftain, a second-tier hero and the paramount leader of the Warg tribe, pondered the implications. Humans? Indeed. Could it be that the inhabitants of Ser City to the south had turned on one another? It seemed unlikely. Licklaw had engaged in trade with human tribes for many years without incident. Perhaps these were unfamiliar humans? A significant number of hunting parties had failed to return today. Could an unfortunate event have befallen them? The chieftain's brow furrowed deeply. In the dead of night, amidst the nearby woods, a burrow beast suddenly erupted from the ground. Ding Yu and Lan Fei emerged from its depths. Let us commence, Ding Yu instructed. Lan Fei nodded, raising her staff to cast a spell. As azure energy began to coalesce above the Warg tribe, most of the Wargs were slumbering, with only a few sentinels stationed atop the rugged walls. It feels rather chilly tonight. Indeed, the wind is rather brisk. Wait, an enemy attack. Before the Warg sentinels could raise the alarm, a colossal tornado had already formed. Witnessing the whirlwind engulf a significant portion of the tribe, Ding Yu signaled for Lan Fei to withdraw. Moments later, they descended into the earth via the burrow beast. A muffled thud marking the collapse of the tunnel. The tornado, a potent weapon, consumed a considerable amount of mana. With Lan Fei's regenerative capabilities, it would take her an entire day to recover, allowing for another strike the following day. After a span of 2 hours, the Warg camp finally fell silent. It was then that Ding Yu returned, riding the burrow beast once more. A massive meteor streaked across the sky, crashing down upon the Warg tribe. With a resounding explosion akin to a miniature nuclear blast, a mushroom cloud erupted, and the shockwave rapidly expanded outward. Fortunately, the burrow beast had swiftly brought Ding Yu deep beneath the surface, sparing him from the collateral damage of his own devastating attack. Once the shockwave subsided, Ding Yu emerged to survey the vast crater before him, wondering if it concealed flowing magma, emitting a noxious odor. This summoning had completely drained him of his celestial power, and it would likely take several days to recuperate. Nevertheless, he could return and consume some spiritual fruits, as there were many restorative items within the territory. The results of his offensive were monumental, nearly decimating the Warg tribe. Time to retreat. In the ensuing days, leveraging the burrow beast's agility and stealth, the Qinglong guards repeatedly ambushed the Warg hunting parties. By nightfall or dawn, Ding Yu would accompany Lan Fei to unleash either a tornado or a meteor strike upon the Wargs. Within the chieftain's tent, the stench of blood lingered. Moments prior, he had torn apart a foxskin maidservant. The Warg hunting parties had suffered catastrophic losses, ambushed during the night, leaving the tribe weary both physically and mentally. These damned humans rode upon a burrowing creature, allowing them to escape swiftly and silently. At times, the audacious humans would approach the tribe's perimeter, unleashing a barrage of arrows before vanishing without a trace. Whenever the tribe's warriors pursued, the humans had already disappeared. After the warriors returned, those accursed humans would reappear. A ceaseless cycle. Not a single human had been slain, yet the tribe had endured significant losses. The chieftain grew increasingly enraged, yet the location of the humans' encampment remained elusive. The human camp was either well concealed or situated far afield. In recent days, the chieftain had dispatched several scouts to locate the human encampment. Unable to pinpoint the humans' whereabouts, the tribe remained at the mercy of their adversaries. Today, a tally revealed that the Warg tribe's warriors had dwindled to fewer than 1,000. This indicated that casualties had exceeded 50%, yet they had not even glimpsed a single enemy. If the humans' encampment could not be found soon, the tribe would have to migrate. If this continued, they would inevitably be worn down by these humans. Within the Lord's manor, Ding Yu perused the intelligence reports in hand. Following days of relentless harassment, the Warg tribe's numbers had dwindled to fewer than 1,000. Under Ding Yu's incessant disturbances, the Wargs had scarcely enjoyed a moment of peaceful rest, their morale severely compromised. 3 days later, the Warg tribe was reduced to 800 individuals. The location of the human encampment remained undiscovered, and the chieftain contemplated leading his people to migrate. Approximately 500 kilometers directly south lay a Warg city with a population exceeding 100,000. Though they would become vassals upon arrival, it would at least ensure their safety. Orders were issued for the tribe to prepare essential supplies, with the strongest warriors guarding the perimeter, while the elderly, children, and women remained in the center. Observing the Warg's migration, Dingyu refrained from commanding a direct assault, opting instead to continue utilizing the burrow beast's formidable mobility for stealthy strikes. A path stained with word blood emerged. And 2 days later, Dingyu's forces launched a full-scale assault. By this point, the word tribe was on the brink of collapse. With the fall of the chieftain, the war drew to a close. Ding! Congratulations! Your subjects have slain the level 23 hero unit, the word chieftain. Loot generation in progress. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 2 silver coins. Word hunting team, D-grade, X1, priestly class change scroll, D-grade, X1. The notification sounded as the totem pole in the chieftain's grasp was destroyed. Ding! Congratulations! You have obliterated the lordly authority of the level 2 territory, word tribe. Congratulations on acquiring spirit essence, X11. The war against the werewolves has come to a close after more than a week of intense conflict. In this asymmetric warfare, the Qinglong Guard suffered minimal losses. After clearing the battlefield, Dingyu led his troops back to the territory. The landscape had undergone a remarkable transformation. The walls had been fortified into obsidian walls, significantly enhancing their defensive capabilities. Adjacent to the walls, towering defense towers stood at regular intervals. There were no less than 60 towers, the majority classified as E-grade. Within the city, rows of buildings resembled a luxurious residential area reminiscent of Blue Star. In the distance, a gentle stream meandered through the farmland, its waters springing forth from the spirit spring. The farmland flourished with a variety of vibrant plants, teeming with life. Since the arrival of the Goblin Army, the hunting grounds of Hanhai City have expanded considerably, leading to increasingly bountiful harvests. All structures within the territory have been upgraded to level 2, and the barracks are at full capacity for recruitment. However, Dingyu chose not to establish additional barracks, with the cooperation of the goblins and the Qinglong Guard. He deemed it unnecessary to construct new facilities until encountering higher-grade barracks. As the potential and qualifications of the populace improved, several individuals proficient in forging and sewing emerged. Dingyu assigned them to the blacksmith shop and tailor shop. With ample funds at his disposal, he invested significantly in acquiring several blueprints for silver-grade equipment. Now, the Qinglong Guard is fully outfitted in silver gear, and paired with their second-tier strength, they are vastly superior to their state just over half a month ago. Chapter 20 marks the impending conclusion of the novice protection period. As the end draws near, Dingyu began purchasing a substantial number of defense towers to fortify the territory's defenses. Today, the defenses have taken shape and should be capable of withstanding the challenges that await after the protection period concludes. Just then, a system announcement echoed through the air. Ding! Congratulations to all lords for surviving in the Starry Rhythm continent. In 3 days, the novice protection period will end, followed by an assessment. Rewards and penalties will be issued based on the assessment levels. During the assessment, lords will be teleported to a testing space to engage in rounds of defensive combat. Each round successfully completed will increase their score by 1 level. The assessment space exists within a virtual realm, and any losses incurred will automatically recover after the conclusion of the assessment. Assessment levels are ranked from highest to lowest: SSS, SS, S, A, B, C, D, E, F. As a penalty, lords scoring E will see a 40 decrease in their territory's spiritual energy concentration, while those scoring F will face an 80 reduction. Spiritual energy concentration is fundamental to a territory. Excessively low levels will adversely affect all aspects of the territory, even impacting its fortune. As for rewards, they will be distributed according to each lord's score. Exploration is encouraged. The lord's assessment is imminent. Indeed, one cannot afford to slack off anywhere. At this moment, the regional channel erupted with excitement. The novice protection period is ending. There will be no more protective shield. Good luck to everyone. The assessment is upon us. Those with poor scores will face penalties. But what consequences does the spiritual energy concentration hold? The ramifications of spiritual energy concentration are multifaceted. The establishment of a territory inherently requires a rich spiritual environment. Even fire seeds consume spiritual energy. Does that mean if the spiritual energy concentration drops to a certain level, the fire seeds will extinguish? How terrifying. From what I understand, this matter is of great significance. Spiritual energy concentration is the essence of a territory. If it reaches 0, even the Lord's panel cannot be accessed. Is it that serious? Did the system not clarify? The impact on the territory is all-encompassing, eventually even affecting its fortune. In simpler terms, it could be fatal. Some items can elevate a territory's spiritual energy concentration, albeit slightly. It is said that spiritual energy concentration significantly influences the development speed of a territory. Is there anyone possessing items that can enhance spiritual energy concentration? I'm willing to purchase at a high price. Stop overthinking it. Quickly build some defense towers. The assessment is just around the corner. I'm quite anxious. Is there any big brother willing to support with a few defense towers? Don't mention it. I only have 3 arrow towers, all of which are F-grade. 1 wall isn't even enough. By the time I thought of purchasing, the trading hall was already sold out. I managed to acquire a dozen F-grade defense towers, but my forces are a bit lacking, only around 200. I previously dismissed the lower grades. And now even they are out of stock. Dozens? Quite the tycoon. I spotted D-grade defense towers in the trading hall, hesitated for a moment. And then they were gone. I seriously suspect someone is watching and snatching them up. Could it be Ding Shang? It seems highly probable, at this stage. Lords are preoccupied with numerous matters, leaving only Ding Shang to vigilantly monitor the trading hall. At that moment, a friend chat notification illuminated the screen. Zhaoli, how is old Ding preparing? Do you need any assistance? Ding Yu, development is going well at this stage. I don't need anything for now. Do you lack anything? Zhaoli, I snagged a few defense towers yesterday, so I'm not short on anything for the moment. Zhaoli, luck has been on my side. One of my soldiers has been promoted to hero, granting a skill that enhances overall defense, which will prove invaluable in the upcoming assessment. Ding Yu, congratulations. Zhaoli, feel free to drop by and chat. Playing solo can be rather dull. Many in our class group have mentioned you. Want to join us? Ding Yu, no. You know I'm not one for conversation. Zhaoli, you're just being shy. Ding Yu. After chatting with Li Lin, Ding Yu opened the trading hall panel. There were no defense towers left. They had all been purchased. The demand for defense towers now far exceeds supply. Even after the assessment, with the shield gone, everyone would need to prioritize territorial defenses. Even some barracks had been sold out. F-grade barracks were in high demand as well. Unable to procure higher-grade barracks, many opted to buy F-grade ones to bolster their numbers. Ding Yu purchased some recovery potions for himself and his heroes. Considering the potions were somewhat expensive, he decided the warriors could rely on the spirit spring and spirit fruits instead. After finding nothing else to buy, Ding Yu closed the panel and began his daily training. After several days of combat, Ding Yu had reached level 27, while the Qinglong Guard averaged level 25. Currently, most soldiers of other lords had not yet broken through to the second tier, and even among the leading lords, only a handful had soldiers at that level. Some lords had yet to surpass the first tier, particularly those more focused on indulgence than development. The following morning, Ding Yu concluded his training and summoned the newly refreshed populace. He continued to divide his troops into smaller squads to level up by hunting monsters, taking a team of goblins with him as well. Strength and levels are always paramount. He aimed to achieve 2 more levels before the novice assessment, and ideally, to break through to the third tier. Ding Yu frequently refreshed the trading hall, ready to seize any defense towers that appeared. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Early in the morning, Ding Yu rose, not quite in the conventional sense, as he had spent the night meditating in a cross-legged position on his bed. Today marks the end of the novice protection period. Ding Yu opened his panel. Territory, Hanhai City. Lord, Ding Yu. Level, 2. Territory size, 3250m x 3250m. Population, 6,559. Heroes, 4. Soldiers, 3,603. Automatically refreshes 200 units of citizens daily. Spirit concentration, 1,500. Building, Lord's Manor, LV2. Obsidian walls, x 2000. Traits, within the territory. Spirit concentration increases by 650. Citizen recovery speed enhances by 650. Crop growth rate accelerates by 650. Territory perimeter expands by 650. And daily citizen refresh count increases by 300. Trait 2. Spirit gathering place, elevating the potential of all citizens to a minimum of E grade, significantly enhancing the probability of breakthroughs. Copper coins, 154,453. Prosperity index, 672. Stepping out of the Lord's Manor, I summoned the citizens for the day. I called upon Li Fuguei to arrange matters. Today, no one is to venture outside. Since the advent of the tunnel beasts, most citizens have taken the subway to mine, traveling between various resource points. Today, with assessments taking place, it is prudent for the citizens to remain within the territory for safety. After breakfast, I assigned defensive tasks. The Qinglong Guards, Fox Archer units, and Goblin laborers were strategically dispersed along the walls, while the swarm stood ready for support by the ramparts. The tunnel beasts lurked underground, prepared to defend against any foes that might emerge from below. The walls were piled high with stones, moved there by Li Fuguei and the citizens yesterday, ready to be used against any enemies approaching the fortifications. Additionally, barrels of oil, procured by Ding Shang from the trading hall, lined the walls. As it was their first encounter with an enemy siege, the citizens appeared quite anxious. Being non-combatants, they were unaccustomed to such scenes. Ding Yu reassured them, instructing them to take refuge in the cottage. Non-combat professions offer little assistance. The cottage provides a modicum of defense, serving as a shelter against potential misfires. Chapter 21, Beginner Assessment. Ding. Congratulations to all lords for surpassing the novice phase. Assessment commencing. Lords, please prepare. Teleportation will begin in 1 minute. As the time elapsed, a radiant white light enveloped the territory. When the blinding light faded, Ding Yu and the citizens opened their eyes to a scene much like before, save for the sky now shrouded in a gray haze. Ding. The first wave of enemies is approaching. Lords, please prepare. Standing upon the walls, Ding Yu gazed ahead. In a flash of white light, a horde of goblins appeared not far from the territory. Their numbers hovered around 500, with an average level of 8. And only a few having broken through to the first tier. Led by their chief, wielding a large club and scuttling towards the gates, they charged forth. As they entered range, the archers on the walls drew their bows, swiftly decimating the goblin horde. Ding Yu's mouth twitched. Was this truly it? It seemed most lords at this stage could withstand the initial assault, barring those who had chosen to remain passive. Ding. Congratulations on passing the first stage. Reward. Black Iron Chest, X1. You will have a half-hour adjustment period. The second wave of enemies will arrive in half an hour. Here. Defeating monsters yields no experience points, only a treasure chest as a final reward. Half an hour later, the second wave of foes descended. This time it was ogres, still numbering over 500, with an average level of 9 and no heroes among them. Soon, the ogres met a similar fate, their ranks obliterated with ease. Ding. Congratulations on passing the second stage. Reward. Bronze Chest, X1. After another half hour, the third wave of enemies emerged, a group of wild boar men numbering around 500. Half had broken through to the first tier, with a hero leading the charge, though it posed little threat. Ding. Congratulations on passing the third stage. Reward. Silver Chest, X1. Ding You casually opened the chest. Congratulations, you have received Iron Ore X45, Mithril, X12, Pikeman, E, X1. A barracks was included, albeit of E grade, rendering it somewhat useless. After another half hour, the fourth wave of enemies arrived, a gathering of bull-headed men numbering 500, all having surpassed the first tier. Leading them was a tall, second-tier bull-headed hero. A melee combatant, but of little consequence. As the hero was riddled with arrows from the arrow tower, the battle concluded. Ding. Congratulations on passing the fourth stage. Reward. Gold Chest, X1. Finally, a worthwhile reward had appeared. At this stage, only Ding Yu occasionally opened a gold chest, while others were limited to silver chests. He opened the chest with anticipation. Any enhancement to combat strength was welcomed. Congratulations, you have received Copper Ore X143, Mithril, X32, Space Stone, X5. Oh, the Space Stone had appeared. Sufficient resources to upgrade the territory to level 3 awaited post-assessment completion. At this juncture, most lords had emerged from the trial space. Generally, lords had faltered during this wave, ultimately receiving a D-grade evaluation and a silver chest. Only those who had developed sufficiently managed to withstand this stage, earning a gold chest. Having acquired the critical materials for upgrading the territory, space stones, though mithril was still lacking. Presently, a limited quantity of mithril was available for purchase at the trading hall. It was anticipated that these leading lords would upgrade their territories once the assessment concluded. Half an hour later, the fifth wave of enemies arrived. This time, the foes were once again ogres, all at the first tier, numbering 800, led by 2 second-tier heroes as they charged forth. Ding Yu maintained a significant advantage. The 600 second-tier Qinglong guards alone were more than sufficient to vanquish them. The battle concluded swiftly. At this moment, only Ding Yu, the Bloody Queen, and Andre, who loved to drink, remained in the assessment space. In stark contrast to Ding Yu's ease, the two had suffered heavy losses, their numbers reduced by more than half. Were it not for the protection of the walls and defensive towers, they surely would not have lasted until the end. Yet, that would be the limit. They would undoubtedly falter in the next round. Ding. Congratulations on passing the 5th stage. Reward. Platinum Chest, X1. Ding Yu opened the chest. Having obtained a Platinum Chest for the first time. Congratulations, you have received Silver Coins, X12, Space Stone, X3, Bull-Headed Berserker, C, X1. A C-grade barracks had emerged, featuring the formidable Bull-Headed clan. In future battles, the Berserkers could take the front lines while the Qinglong guards provided support from the rear. He discovered that barracks could not be established here. Usage would only be permitted after exiting the assessment. Additionally, he received 12 silver coins. The currency exchange rate on Starry Rhythm Continent is 10,000, 1, meaning 10,000 copper coins equate to 1 silver coin, 10,000 silver coins to 1 gold coin, and so forth. Meanwhile, within the Bloody Queen's assessment space, a petite girl stood in silence, holding a green orb of light. This was a C-grade barracks, Treant Guardian, clearly a defensive unit. Truth be told, she was not particularly fond of it. Her nature did not align with solely defending without offense. Andre, who loved to drink, had acquired a C-grade barracks. Holy Light Priest, a priest unit. The image of the burly Andre leading a gaggle of delicate priests into battle sent a shiver down his spine. In Ding Yu's assessment space, after half an hour, new enemies materialized. A full 1,000 half-orcs, with average levels around 18. And a small contingent having broken through to the second tier, emerged. The adversary fielded 2 formidable heroes, a warrior and a priest. Such forces should not be underestimated. Fortunately, the enemy's ranged units were halved, resulting in limited damage to Ding Yu. Only a handful of goblins were lost, while only a few warriors from the Qinglong Guard sustained minor injuries. Overall, the impact on combat strength was negligible. As the last hero fell, the battle reached its conclusion. Ding. Congratulations on clearing level 6. You have received Diamond Chest, X1. Open it. Congratulations, you have obtained Intermediate Cultivation Method X1. Although it is merely a single martial art, the value of the Intermediate Cultivation Method is quite significant, as it can be cultivated by all members. Half an hour later, the seventh wave of enemies descended. This time, a horde of diminutive goblins, approximately 1,300 in number, emerged, their levels comparable to the previous wave. However, they were accompanied by catapults and crossbows. And even 2 airships appeared in the sky. With such siege machinery in play, upon sighting the enemy's airships, Ding Yu promptly commanded the Queen Bee to lead the swarm into the skies to confront the foe. Based on years of reading novels, goblins are renowned for their advanced technology. One could only wonder what might fall from airships hovering over their territory. The goblin siege machines advanced a short distance before launching their assault. What was happening? These goblin siege machines possessed a longer attack range than the defensive towers of Ding Yu's territory, hurling massive boulders and sharp bolts towards the city walls. This could not continue. Ding Yu hastily ordered the goblins and Qinglan guards to withdraw from the walls. The burrowing beasts had already prepared beneath the walls, swiftly leading the goblins underground. Given the goblins' evident lack of combat prowess, Ding Yu decided to engage them in close quarters. Before long, the burrowing beasts emerged behind the goblins, unleashing their forces upon the enemy. The goblins soon realized the presence of the Hanhai city troops, and a unit resembling swordsmen with shields advanced to meet them, while the crossbows swiftly pivoted to target the Qinglan guards. Under the leadership of 3 heroes, the feeble shield-bearing soldiers posed little resistance and were swiftly overwhelmed. Following this, the goblins and Qinglan guards surged forth. Before the crossbows could fire, the goblins had already scattered, and the Hanhai city forces commenced their pursuit. Chapter 22, Slaying the Behemoth Youngling, Achieving an SSS rating. Although siege machines like crossbows are immensely destructive, their preparation time is relatively lengthy, and turning them requires even more time. By the time the airships reached the territory's skies, the goblins stationed there were mostly annihilated. At this juncture, the level of all troops remained low, and many racial advantages had yet to develop, putting the goblins, an evidently late-game race, at a disadvantage, unlike the orcs, who enjoy considerable early-game advantages. Ding! Congratulations on clearing level 7. You are rewarded with Diamond Chest X2. Considering that the items obtained cannot be utilized at present, it is prudent to save the chests until after the assessment concludes. When the time comes, a cleansing ritual will be observed, accompanied by the lighting of incense and prayers. Due to racial counters, aside from the units initially struck by the siege machines, all others remained unscathed. As for the substantial craters on the walls and the loss of around 20 or 30 units, these were within Ding Yu's acceptable limits. He commanded the warriors to rest and prepare for the next battle. Half an hour later, the 8th wave of enemies arrived. This time, a horde of wild boar men, numbering around 1,500, appeared. Their levels were notably high, with the lowest being above level 18, and nearly half comprised second-tier units. There were 2 heroes, both of the second tier. Fortunately, this wave of boar men lacked ranged units. The boar men rode upon massive wild boars. These were cavalry. Upon inspecting their stats, Ding Yu noted they were classified as wild boar knights. Unfortunately, as they were enemies, further details remained obscured. This opponent's strength surpassed that of Hanhai City. While the Qinglan guards were second tier, their numbers were limited to 300. Thankfully, Ding Yu still had the fortifications of walls and defensive towers at his disposal. The sight of boar men riding their mounts startled Ding Yu. Could they be jumping boars? He immediately unleashed a powerful meteor strike, while Lan Fei employed a tornado. This onslaught dealt significant damage to the enemy, particularly with the meteor strike, as Ding Yu exhausted all his celestial power in one go. As the wild boar knights charged forward, Ding Yu hurled his remaining spell scrolls. Firestorm, Lightning Strike, and Crimson Rain. He unleashed every scroll he had hoarded. Soon, the remaining wild boar knights were significantly reduced. As they continued their charge and entered the attack range, the defensive towers opened fire. Due to their rapid speed, the tower's damage to the wild boar knights was not as substantial as anticipated. The boar men, undeterred, leaped onto the walls. The Qinglan guards swiftly switched to melee combat, engaging the foe, while the goblins rushed to join the fray. The fox archers hastily retreated, and the swarm surged forth to confront the wild boar knights. Thankfully, the barrage of spells had alleviated some of the pressure. Otherwise, this wave would have been exceedingly difficult to endure. The boar men, towering in stature and mounted on enormous wild boars, recklessly charged through the walls. Even if they fell from the walls, a single leap brought them back up, causing considerable trouble for the defending soldiers. By the battle's conclusion, the goblins had suffered substantial losses. Other units, however, fared better, though all stored scrolls had been expended. Ding Yu and Lan Fei, having overexerted themselves, quickly consumed recovery potions. Due to the extensive consumption, Ding Yu downed 5 potions before restoring his celestial power. A steep expense indeed. Ding! Congratulations on clearing level 8. You are rewarded with Extraordinary Chest X1. With the battle concluded, Ding Yu commanded his subordinates to clear the battlefield. They had acquired an extraordinary chest, and it was likely that surviving the next wave would yield an epic chest. which had a high probability of containing S-tier items. Yet he wondered if they could hold out. They had already exhausted their trump cards in this wave. Half an hour later, the 9th wave of enemies emerged. A colossal figure gradually appeared, towering several dozen meters in height. The panel indicated that this was a Behemoth youngling, a 5th-tier unit. Dingyu gasped. Is this truly what they called a youngling? The Behemoth is the ultimate battle unit of the beast race, possessing immense strength and ferocity, while being immune to magical attacks. This battle would be exceptionally brutal. Thankfully, the presence of arrow towers, which dealt high physical damage, would be crucial, for it would be nearly impossible to inflict damage on the Behemoth solely with troops. Dingyu wondered if his attacks using celestial power counted as magical damage. He unleashed a decomposition ray upon the Behemoth, his strongest single-target attack, uncertain of its effectiveness. Upon impact, a hole appeared where the ray struck, indicating it had effect. Dingyu immediately intensified his output, exhausting all his celestial power before hastily consuming recovery potions. After replenishing, he unleashed another decomposition ray, and soon, all potions were depleted. The results were promising. A massive hole appeared in the Behemoth's chest, nearing a state of hollowing out. As the severely wounded Behemoth became increasingly ferocious, the goblins were soon annihilated, followed by the Qinglong guards. The swarm suffered minimal losses, yet they too failed to deal significant damage to the Behemoth. Eventually, even the burrowing beasts joined the fray, using their substantial size to entangle the Behemoth, allowing the defensive towers to unleash their firepower. The two melee heroes had long since been incapacitated, having charged to the front lines and fallen victim to the Behemoth's overwhelming might. With a reluctant roar, the colossal form of the Behemoth gradually succumbed to the ground. Ding! Congratulations on passing level 9. You have received Epic Chest X1. Upon hearing the system notification, Dingyu exhaled deeply and sank to the ground. Standing beside him were Lan Fei and several fox archers, while a few burrowing beasts lingered in the distance. As a magic-based hero, Lan Fei did not engage in this battle. The territory's structures lay in ruins, with vast craters marring the farmland, and the statue toppled. Only one crossbow and 3 arrow towers remained operational, while the others lay in disrepair. This was merely a juvenile Behemoth. One could only imagine the strength of its mature form. With everything in shambles, the next wave would surely overwhelm them. Clicking exit, a flurry of light enveloped them, and Dingyu found himself back within the territory. The structures had returned to their former glory, and the fallen soldiers were revived. It was now dusk, and he gestured for a portion of the soldiers to guard the territory while allowing the others to rest. Ding! Congratulations on achieving an SSS rating in the novice assessment and securing the top overall ranking. Rewards: Epic Chest X2, Fragmented World Origin X1. World Announcement. Congratulations to all lords for surpassing the novice period. Certain system functions have been unlocked. Details may be explored by each lord. With the world announcement echoing, Dingyu opened his panel to find new options: Warspace and System Mall. Chapter 23. Merging the Fragmented World Origin, Transformation of the Territory. Upon entering the Warspace, a stream of information flooded his mind. The Warspace is a built-in virtual realm within the system, where lords can spend a certain amount of currency to randomly search for enemies. The opponents located are mirror images of territories held by lords of equal rank, encompassing all structures within the territory. Primarily defensive structures are included, while troop types, as offensive forces, are not part of the territory mirror. However, if one wishes for troop types to appear within the territory mirror and undertake defensive roles, they can be solidified. Once solidified in the war space, these troops can only perform defensive tasks and may not venture out to attack others. The forces dispatched by the attacking party are real and effective, and a success is declared if the destruction rate of the enemy's territory mirror exceeds 50, resulting in the acquisition of 510 territory resources from the opponent. Naturally, the losses incurred by the attacking forces are also genuine and substantial, which is a considerable concern for many aggressive lords. Following an attack, the territory mirror will automatically restore itself after the battle concludes, without affecting the actual territory. However, the resources lost from a failed defense are tangible, deducted first from currency, and if insufficient, from resources, potentially leading to the disassembly of structures. Each territory mirror, once attacked, gains a 24-hour shield. During the shield period, the territory mirror is immune to searches and assaults, although multiple attacks can be initiated. Indeed, this war space is rather fascinating. It is likely that lords will polarize into two distinct paths. Agricultural lords will strive to enhance their defenses, erecting various defensive towers to safeguard their domains, while warring lords will endeavor to amass troops and seize resources, sustaining themselves through conquest. The growth rate of warring lords will far surpass that of agricultural lords. Yet the risks are considerable, as troop losses are very real. Even with barracks to summon replacements, the lost experience can be challenging to recover. A single battle could leave one incapacitated, necessitating a lengthy recovery period. Beneath the war space lies a ranked leaderboard, wherein rankings are determined by battle achievements. The opponent's search for within the war space will also prioritize those of similar rankings. Upon opening the system mall, Dingyu was met with a dazzling array of items. Various defensive towers, equipment, and materials could all be purchased with currency. There was even a recycling function allowing players to convert various equipment and materials back into currency. However, after searching thoroughly, Dingyu was unable to find a Barrack, indicating that he would need to acquire one through his own efforts. He also noticed materials required for upgrading the territory to level 3, which would enable many to elevate their territories. Nevertheless, opponents in the war space are all of equal level, leaving many lords to ponder whether to continue upgrading or to remain at their current level and engage in easier battles. The trading hall facilitates transactions between lords, while this system mall enables exchanges between lords and the system, each with its own advantages and disadvantages, complementing one another. Dingyu washed his hands by the spirit spring and then knelt before the goddess of fortune to offer a prayer, preparing to open his treasure chests. He still had 2 diamond chests, 1 extraordinary chest, and 3 epic chests unopened. He decided to start with the diamond chests. Congratulations! You have obtained Mithril, X112, Fine Gold, X25, Dwarven Gunner, B grade, X1. Congratulations! You have obtained Mithril, X132, Fine Gold, X25, Spirit Essence, X12. Indeed, the quality of items from the diamond chests was exceptional. He even acquired a Barrack, a B-grade ranged unit that could serve as a defense for the territory. Next, he opened the extraordinary chest. Congratulations! You have obtained Mage Tower, A grade, X3, Assault War Priest Barracks, A grade, X1. The Mage Tower is a formidable defensive structure capable of unleashing various spells. The Assault War Priest Barracks is a unique Barrack that produces combat priests who possess healing abilities but primarily wield spells that weaken the enemy's strength. The highlight was yet to come. Dingyu bowed before the goddess of fortune once more. Rubbing his hands together, he opened the remaining 3 epic chests in one go, and a burst of dark golden light illuminated the surroundings. Congratulations! You have obtained Sentinel Comprehensive Defense System, S grade, X1, Griffin Nest, S grade, X1. Congratulations! You have obtained Equipment Manufacturing Center, S grade, X1, Fierce Bear Brigade, S grade, X1. Congratulations! You have obtained Shield, S grade, X1, Bipedal Dragon Nest, S grade, X1. Dingyu was overjoyed, having struck a veritable motherlode, all high-grade items. With these acquisitions, the strength of his territory had undoubtedly multiplied. I truly am a child of fortune. Calming his exhilaration, Dingyu first clicked to use the intermediate training method, further enhancing the training efficiency of his territory. With sufficient materials, he proceeded to upgrade the territory. A radiant white light enveloped the Lord's Manor, and half an hour later, ding! Congratulations, your Lord's Manor has been upgraded to level 3. This upgrade granted him 12 Spirit Essence and 1 Fragmented World Origin. You have used Spirit Essence, X12, your territory has received a tremendous boost. You have used Fragmented World Origin, X1, your territory has undergone a transformation. Lord's Manor, level 3, area 100m x 100m, defense 800. Description: the foundation of the territory, materials can be invested for upgrades. The next upgrade requires 350 silver coins, 50 fine gold, 22 spatial stones, and 15 spirit essences. The appearance of the Lord's Manor underwent a dramatic transformation, now resembling a small castle, standing 5 stories tall. At each corner of the castle were observation towers and defensive turrets, resembling a miniature military base. As the Lord's Manor upgraded, so too did the territory. Territory, Hanhai City. Lord, Dingyu. Level, 3. Territory range, 30,000 m x 30,000 m. Population, 6,759. Heroes, 4. Soldiers, 3,603. A daily automatic refresh of 1,000 units of citizens. Buildings, obsidian walls x 40,000. Concentration of spiritual energy, 4,650. Trait 1, Celestial Paradise, a gathering place of spiritual energy, enhances the potential and aptitude of all citizens. With a minimum rating of D, significantly increasing the chances of breakthroughs for citizens. Trait 2, a world of its own, the territory becomes an independent realm, allowing the Lord to incorporate the territory into their body to form a spatial domain, possessing the potential to evolve into a world. Prosperity Index, 1067. The territory panel has undergone a remarkable transformation, now appearing more organized than ever. Its expanse has increased, and the concentration of spiritual energy has risen. The potential and aptitude of all citizens have improved, with the minimum qualification now set at D. Most importantly, the formation of a territorial space has become possible, likely due to the influence of the fragmented world essence. Dingyu attempted to absorb the territory into his body. With a resounding rumble, the territory gradually shrank, ultimately transforming into a beam of light that surged into him. Ding! Congratulations, your territory has transformed into a spatial domain. At that moment, deep within the forest, a colossal creature awakened from its slumber. This disturbance, has someone ascended to godhood? How terrifying. Even this remote area is no longer safe. The immense form then slowly diminished, ultimately vanishing as a dark light into the air. Dingyu curiously examined the large pit left behind, a remnant of the territory's disappearance. Is the territory truly gone? He opened the panel and selected to enter the spatial domain. In an instant, Dingyu vanished, leaving behind a speck of fine dust. The external manifestation of the spatial domain. He reappeared within the territory, which remained unaffected and perfectly normal. After some exploration, he became generally familiar with the functions of the territorial space. Henceforth, Dingyu could traverse the world with his territory, summoning citizens from the space at will. He could also establish fixed teleportation portals, allowing citizens to enter and exit freely. Upon entering the territory, a tiny speck of dust would appear, unremarkable and unlikely to attract attention. This function is indeed extraordinary. The vast world now lies open before him. Back on Blue Star, he had envied others traveling in RVs. Now, he possessed a territory he could carry with him, vastly surpassing any RV in sophistication. Will his territorial space eventually evolve into a true world? At that time, he would wield the power of the world. Chapter 24. The initial formation of main combat units. Returning to the territory, he continued his inspection. Resources were abundant, and it was time for significant development. He decided to establish the 3 A-grade mage towers acquired from the chests, along with the S-grade Guardian Comprehensive Defense System, SHIELD, and Equipment Manufacturing Center, all upgraded to level 3. The Mage Tower, an A-grade defense structure, could unleash various spells, vastly superior to the F-grade defense towers of the territory. The Guardian Comprehensive Defense System resembles an artificial intelligence, capable of overseeing all defense towers within the territory, significantly enhancing overall defensive efficiency under its coordination. The shield creates a transparent barrier upon activation, which continuously consumes spiritual energy. Its specific defensive capabilities remain untested, but as an S-grade, it should not be lacking. The Equipment Manufacturing Center is even more formidable, enabling the mass production of equipment by inputting designs, materials, and manpower, akin to an assembly line, effectively addressing the slow crafting speed of the blacksmith shop. He would discuss the buildings later and first focus on the barracks. He prioritized upgrading the Qinglong Guard to level 3, given its SSS grade status, making it the highest priority. Qinglong Guard. Potential, SSS. Level, 3. Heroes, 3. Troop strength, 300,600. Summoning 1 soldier requires 100 copper coins. Training 1 soldier requires 50 copper coins and 1 citizen. Description: the Imperial Guard of the Qingyu Empire from an alternate dimension, with a minuscule probability of producing hero units. Note: for reasons unknown, the cost associated with utilizing this training camp will be significantly reduced. The troop limit has doubled, allowing for summoning once more. Next, he turned to the Raging Bear Brigade and Bipedal Dragon Nest. Raging Bear Brigade. Potential: S. Level, 3. Quantity: 0, 300. Summoning 1 soldier requires 4,000 copper coins. Note: the backbone of the Orc Empire's military, wielding frenzied strength and formidable physical prowess, fearlessly tearing enemies to shreds with their claws. Bipedal Dragon Nest. Potential: S. Level, 3. Quantity: 0 to 150. Summoning 1 dragon requires 10,000 copper coins. Note: one of the advanced units of the Orc Empire, possessing the ability to fly and serve as mounts, capable of breathing fire and excelling in close combat. These 2 units complement each other. The bipedal dragons can carry Raging Bear warriors. This arrangement could be regarded as a unique form of dragon rider. While bipedal dragons are technically a subdragon species, they are still far inferior to true dragons. Nevertheless, at this stage, they represent the pinnacle of combat power for the Lords of Blue Star. Next were the Griffin Nest and Bipedal Dragon Nest. Griffin Nest. Potential: S. Level, 3. Quantity: 0, 600. Summoning 1 griffin requires 3,000 copper coins. Note: one of the advanced units of the Elf Empire, possessing the ability to fly and serve as mounts, capable of unleashing lightning attacks and displaying commendable melee combat skills. This unit pairs perfectly with the Qinglong Guard, who will become griffin riders in the future. Dingyu had been haunted by the memory of being ambushed by wild-boar knights during the novice assessment. Now he finally had his own cavalry, and 2 types of aerial cavalry at that. For a long while, Dingyu's excitement did not wane. He began to summon troops, starting with 300 Qinglong guards to fill the barracks. This time, no hero units emerged. Continuing, he aimed to fill the slots in the Griffin Nest. Ding! Congratulations. Your copper coin balance is insufficient. Dingyu wore a frustrated expression, ready to summon troops only to be halted. In this cursed system, what is there to congratulate about? Glancing at his balance, he found it rather depleted. S-grade units indeed came at a steep price. Alas, he decided to call it a day. planning to accumulate enough resources for gradual summoning later. The barracks remained unconstructed, and he would prioritize units with higher potential, taking the rest slowly. By this time, night had fallen. After dinner, he lay on his large bed, browsing the chat channel. Look at how the prosperity index of our rival has soared to 1067, nearly double that of the second place. It seems they gained numerous benefits from the assessment. I only received a C grade evaluation. A C grade is quite good. I ended up with a D grade evaluation, but the system was generous enough to reward me with 2 silver treasure chests. A D grade evaluation is the standard for most lords. Many of my friends have D ratings. Our rival's prosperity index is 5 times mine. If I gather 5 friends, we could overpower him. It cannot simply be calculated this way. It merely serves as a reference value. However, what you mentioned stirs my heart. Should we gather 5 friends to confront him? He must possess numerous valuable items. That is not realistic. Setting aside whether we could defeat him, would you even be able to locate his whereabouts? Involving himself in this matter and suggesting a group assault on him, Dingyu wore an expression of utter disbelief. Given his current strength, even he felt a tinge of fear. Have you all utilized the warfare space? How effective was it? I just tested it once. As a level 2 territory, the search cost me 200 copper coins. I encountered a goblin territory and, after a chaotic slaughter, flattened it, earning myself 20,000 copper coins. That is quite a profitable return. It appears that our adversaries are not solely humans. There are other races involved as well. This alleviates my psychological burden, as I would feel too ashamed to attack you all if we were chatting every day. I was just attacked by a swarm of goblins in an airship, which blew me up, but they didn't fare well either, losing 2 ships to the arrow towers. I recently discovered a race called flower spirits. Had it not been a virtual scenario, I would have wished to capture them, for they were all exceedingly beautiful. Alas, I ultimately reduced them to ashes with a single fire. Those beasts upstairs. I shall commence construction, erecting more defensive towers, otherwise, we shall inevitably be robbed of our resources. While my neighbors stockpile food, I shall stockpile weaponry. Neighbors are merely my granaries. Dingyu sensed that the atmosphere of the chat channel had shifted significantly from before, with each participant now imbued with a sense of urgency. The lethargic crowd had almost vanished. This, he surmised, was the intended purpose behind the system's introduction of the warfare space. After inquiring about his friends, Li Linlin and Zhao Li both received C-level evaluations, which was commendable. Concluding their conversation, Dingyu sat cross-legged and commenced his training for the day. He donned the intermediate training method, and with the heightened aura concentration of his territory, his training efficiency surged remarkably. The following morning, Dingyu opened his door, feeling invigorated. The 1,000 units of citizens had refreshed, most possessing D-level potential, with a scant few breaking through to C-level. Upon reviewing the previously summoned citizens, he noted that many had surpassed D-level potential. The term Cavernous Paradise was not merely a name. The advancement of Dingyu's territory would far exceed that of contemporaneous lords, and the temporal gap would only widen. After breakfast, he solidified the Fox Archer as a dedicated defensive unit. Due to their low potential, the Fox Archers were no longer suitable for external combat. Taking them out would only lead to losses. It was far better to retain them for territory defense, where their survival capabilities would be enhanced under the protection of defensive towers. Notably, due to the characteristics of the Cavernous Paradise, the potential of these units had also surpassed D-level, rendering them quite advanced compared to other lords. Today, Dingyu was no longer the same Dingyu from yesterday. Had it not been for the novice assessment, he would have still regarded D-level units with concern. However, today, having acquired several S-level units, Dingyu had become rather complacent. What value did D-level units hold? Such tiered forces were not worth a dog's attention. Chapter 25. The initial battle in the warfare space. After eavesdropping on the chat channel yesterday, Dingyu had garnered a fundamental understanding of the warfare space. The enemies located within the warfare space were all of equivalent rank, comprising various races. It appeared that not only the inhabitants of Blue Star could utilize this system, many had even encountered humans from other planets. The Starry Rhythm continent was far more expansive than anticipated. As for the search costs, they were linked to the territory's level. Dingyu conducted a test. A level 3 territory required 2,000 copper coins per search. Upon locating an enemy, one could view the enemy's territory mirror, as well as the resources obtainable upon achieving a 100 destruction rate. Should the discovered enemy prove too formidable, or if the resources were insufficient to warrant an attack, one could simply opt to exit. This would not impact future searches, though the expenditure incurred would not be refunded. Victory was determined by a destruction rate exceeding 50. A 50 destruction rate allowed for the plundering of 5 resources, whereas a 100 destruction rate permitted the acquisition of 10 resources. A participant in the chat channel had already experimented with this, spending all available resources on building constructions without affecting the total resource amount. The resources plundered from the enemy were calculated based on all resources within the territory, including buildings, units, and stockpiles. Thus, having no resources in stock did not diminish the amount the enemy could steal. The system was indeed meticulous, leaving no room for exploitation. Given that the enemies discovered were all of equal level, many were contemplating whether to stall their progression. Yet, others felt it unnecessary. Stalling levels would only result in preying on weaker foes, and after all, how much resource could a novice possess, while ensuring that one would not be robbed? It also meant one would not acquire substantial resources. Remaining at this level indefinitely would render one perpetually a novice, outstripped by others. A popular saying in the channel emerged: "Your resources belong to others, and others' resources are yours." This phrase, though somewhat extreme, reflected the current reality. Everything was contingent upon strength. Possessing strength enabled the seizure of others' resources. Testing the waters, Dingyu summoned all available troops capable of combat. The fox archers, having been solidified, were excluded from the warfare space and could only serve defensively. He clicked to search, expending 2,000 copper coins, which stung significantly. Ding. Congratulations, you have matched an opponent. You may plunder up to 10 silver coins. Shortly thereafter, Dingyu and his party were transported to the front of a city. The walls were crafted from a reddish stone. The city was comparable in size to Dingyu's, with numerous tall goblins armed with short spears stationed atop the walls. Dingyu recognized this unit as the Goblin Spearmen, a ranged unit. He could not discern their tier, but their levels exceeded the first rank, with few second-rank units present. In front of the walls lay a broad moat, with defensive towers positioned behind. There were roughly 10 defensive towers, indicating the opposing force was not particularly strong. The battle commenced. The tunnel beast, carrying the Hanhai city army, emerged directly from the enemy's city. This time was different, as no experience points were awarded for killing enemies. There was no need for the Qinglong guards to secure last hits. The goblins remained cannon fodder. The only requirement was to ensure the Qinglong guards sustained no significant injuries. The enemy's defenses were weak, and soon enough, the defensive towers fell, followed by the enemy soldiers. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully defeated your opponent, achieving a 100 destruction rate and earning 10 silver coins. Upon returning to his territory, Dingyu arranged for his warriors to rest. The Qinglong guards consumed some spirit spring to recover their stamina, while the sole priest in the territory busied himself. The scarcity of priests hampered sustained combat capability, prompting Dingyu to hasten the construction of the Asal War Priest Camp. This battle resulted in the loss of 1,000 goblins, while the Qinglong guards only suffered minor wounds, which were not detrimental. Summoning 1,000 goblins required 2 silver coins, with this battle yielding 10 silver coins. Dingyu netted a profit of 8 silver coins. Indeed, the warfare space was quite the lucrative venture. He proceeded to upgrade the Goblin Slave Soldier to level 3. Goblin Slave Soldier. Potential, D. Influenced by the territory's traits, potential has risen to D level. Level, 3. Hero, 0. Troop count, 3,000 6,000. Summoning 1 soldier requires 20 copper coins. Note, the cheapest unit among the goblin race, often used as cannon fodder on the battlefield. With a cost of 8 silver coins, 4,000 goblins can be summoned. Once the warriors have recuperated, they will press on with their assault. Click to search. Ding. Congratulations, you have matched an opponent, with a maximum plunder of 11 silver coins. Upon completion of the teleportation, Dingyu gazed upon the city before him. It was the stronghold of a Minotaur lord, boasting a defense comparable to his previous adversary. However, the individual combat prowess of the Minotaurs far surpassed that of the goblins, prompting Dingyu to initiate a meteor strike. A colossal meteor descended from the heavens, instantaneously striking the enemy's stronghold. A mushroom cloud erupted, and a tremendous shockwave radiated outward. In the coming days, he would still need to hunt monsters in reality, acquiring resources while simultaneously leveling up. Dingyu was currently at level 29. After 2 days of grinding, he would be ready to ascend. And the recently summoned Qinglong guards also required experience points to upgrade. Lan Fei unleashed a tornado, and then the entire army surged forth. Ding. Congratulations. You have defeated your opponent, with a destruction rate of 100, earning 11 silver coins. Upon returning to his territory, Dingyu replenished his goblins. Thanks to 2 strategic attacks, the losses this time were even less than before. Spending 10 silver coins, he summoned 10 wyverns. Once the warriors had rested, Dingyu continued his search. Ding. Congratulations, you have triumphed over your opponent, with a destruction rate of 100, earning 10 silver coins. Ding. Congratulations. You have triumphed over your opponent, with a destruction rate of 100, earning 12 silver coins. By evening, Dingyu had amassed 92 silver coins. Having summoned a total of 100 wyverns that day, he commanded his warriors to rest and returned to the Lord's manor. After a delightful dinner, he indulged in a relaxing bath. Today's harvest was quite fruitful, exceeding 100 silver coins, and he could access the chat channel at any time. This war space is exhilarating. All the opponents I encounter are weaklings. A single day of this is equivalent to several days of hunting for me. The opponents encountered are ranked. Since this is our first usage, the adversaries we find are the weakest in this tier. Indeed, the strength of our opponents will increase as our win rate rises. Additionally, defenses must be bolstered. As our rank improves, the enemies assaulting us will also grow stronger. It seems that keeping an eye on the chat channel is advantageous. Henceforth, I shall not solely focus on enhancing my units. Starting tomorrow, I will allocate some resources to purchase defensive towers. Otherwise, if defeated, the losses would be significant. Fortunately, the system mall has emerged, allowing the purchase of various defensive towers. After browsing the chat channel, Dingyu commenced his training for the day. Early the next morning, after refreshing the populace, he dispatched his army to hunt. Dingyu also took a squad to slay monsters. He must reach level 30 within these 2 days. Ding. Congratulations, you have slain a level 22 giant python, generating loot. Ding. Congratulations, you have slain a level 25 lizard man, generating loot. Ding. Congratulations, you have discovered silver treasure chest, X1. Indeed. Venturing out to slay monsters is enjoyable, occasionally uncovering a treasure chest. He opened it. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained crossbowman, E-grade, X1, fireball scroll, E-grade, X2. He acquired an E-grade barracks, which he planned to place in his territory as a defensive unit. 500 kilometers south of Dingyu's territory stood an enormous city, bustling with trade along the cobblestone roads leading to its gates. Chapter 26, The Declaration of War emerges. Within a grand mansion at the heart of the city, an elderly man was reporting to a young man with black hair. Has the Wolf Fong tribe been annihilated? Yes, my lord. The reconnaissance team reports that the Wolf Fong tribe has been reduced to ruins. It has been less than a month since they came to exchange for food, hasn't it? Indeed, my lord. Dispatch additional personnel to the reconnaissance team. Expand the search radius centered around the Wolf Fong tribe. Understood. If Dingyu were present, he would notice that the young man bore a striking resemblance to a Han Chinese, with black hair and yellow skin, though his eyes occasionally flashed with a silver gleam. Sair City was a place frequently visited by the Wolfman tribe for food exchanges, having recently been subdued. The city was immense, with a population exceeding 100,000. This was a level 3 indigenous territory, home to even 4th-tier powerhouses. Unlike lords with systems, the development of indigenous territories is typically protracted, and they do not face population restrictions. In a standard level 3 territory, the primary combat strength within cities is 2nd tier. Only a select few manage to break through to the 3rd tier, and 4th-tier powerhouses are akin to ancestral figures. Generally, 4th-tier powerhouses are absent in level 3 territories, so their presence in this city indicates considerable development. The Star Rhythm continent is a realm abundant with diverse races, with no single group achieving unification. Typically, cities exist independently, leading to chaos across the continent. In the bustling Haishur city, after a day of hunting, Dingyu returned to the Lord's Manor. When the reconnaissance team from Sair City ventured to the Wolfman tribe, Dingyu's scouting units also detected them. Dingyu refrained from sending his subordinates to disturb the people of Sair City, as they were also human. Uncertain if they were friend or foe, Dingyu preferred not to engage them. During the past few days of hunting, Dingyu had deployed swarms of insects as scouts. Coupled with the swift flight of the wyverns, they explored a vast expanse of territory, uncovering several factions with populations around 1,000. The following morning, Dingyu assembled his forces, preparing to sweep through these factions, as scattered hunting yielded far less profit than attacking settlements. This time, all personnel were mobilized. The tunneling beasts carried goblins and Qinglan guards, while the wyverns soared independently. The inhabitants of the territory watched the figures disappearing into the teleportation light, knowing their lord was once again leading his army into battle. Most of these inhabitants had loyalty ratings exceeding 80. Since arriving in Haishur City, they had never gone hungry. With ample food, a variety of goods, and the opportunity to cultivate martial arts, life was splendid. In this continent, not everyone can cultivate martial arts. Typically, only nobles and their subordinates are granted this privilege. For instance, in Sair City, despite its population of 100,000, most are commoners unable to cultivate. Generally, commoners do not have access to cultivation techniques. Acquiring them is straightforward, as they are not one-time items, and nobles possess them in abundance. The reason commoners cannot cultivate is due to their mediocre aptitude. Engaging in cultivation is merely a waste of spiritual energy. Each city's recovery of spiritual energy is limited. Although gathering formations are set, the accumulated spiritual energy remains finite. Allowing commoners to cultivate would deplete a significant amount of this energy. However, commoners do have avenues for advancement. Each city tests the aptitude of its residents when they are young. Those with good potential are recruited into the city guard or courted by nobility. In Haishur City, where spiritual energy is abundant and all can cultivate martial arts, it is akin to paradise for them. Following Li Fuguwei, Dingyu also recruited several administrative talents, assigning them to assist Li Fuguwei in managing the city. With abundant resources, the populace enjoyed a commendable quality of life. The army advanced swiftly, soon reaching their first destination. This was the encampment of the catfolk, numbering approximately 1,000, and at the 2nd tier. The camps Dingyu and his team discovered generally had larger populations and higher levels among the territorial residents, particularly among warrior races like the Orc tribe, where every individual is a soldier. Tribes with substantial populations typically seize territories abundant in spiritual energy. Owing to their formidable strength, they acquire greater resources, resulting in an individual level that surpasses that of smaller tribes. Furthermore, Dingyu has discerned that larger tribes possess structures akin to gathering arrays, which may take the form of totemic pillars or statues. However, thus far, he has yet to uncover such artifacts. The feline race, known for its remarkable agility, finds itself utterly unable to reach the airborne dragons, leading to the swift annihilation of the catfolk tribe. Ding! Congratulations! Your subjects have slain the level 28 hero unit, the catfolk chieftain. Loot is being generated. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 3 silver coins, 3 war declarations, bronze, and 1 catfolk assassin, D-grade. War declaration. Quality, bronze. Description, an item condensed by the god of war. This decree allows for the opening of a teleportation portal, which remains active for 1 day, contingent upon providing the enemy lord's ID or nickname. Note, the war declaration cannot be used against individuals of lower territorial rank. A new item has emerged. With the war declaration, lords can now engage in mutual hostilities. Henceforth, the chat channel is no longer a sanctuary, for one can never predict when they might become a target, with a war declaration hurled their way, with newfound means to assault other lords. Many in the public channel are now hesitant to boast. This reminds Dingyu of a recent jest where someone suggested gathering 5 friends to challenge him. At this stage, any who dare approach should not blame Dingyu for bullying the inexperienced. The catfolk assassin could serve as a reconnaissance unit, but regrettably, its level is too low to pique Dingyu's interest. He intends to consign it to the trading hall. In the trading hall, barracks are in high demand, as the system mall does not provide them. Furthermore, the lords currently face significant threats of war. Barracks below F-grade command high prices. Those unable to secure advanced barracks resort to deploying numerous low-grade ones, employing a swarm tactic that proves surprisingly effective. The cost to summon soldiers from low-grade barracks is relatively modest, allowing them to be utilized as expendable resources, albeit without Dingyu's vast numbers. Ding! Congratulations! You have destroyed the level 3 territory, the catfolk tribe. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 15 spiritual essence. Onward to the next target. The second target is a lizardman camp, boasting a population of approximately 1,500. All members have achieved second-tier status, with several having reached the third tier. This group of lizardmen is massive, comparable in size to earth dragons, and is likely to yield valuable loot. Lizardmen dwell in swamps and excel in toxic attacks, possessing formidable biting power. However, as long as they do not take to the skies, there is no cause for concern. Let us initiate a meteor strike. Boom! Ding! Congratulations! You have slain a level 25 lizardman. Loot is being generated. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 3,000 copper coins, 1 lizardman warrior recruitment scroll, E-grade, and 1 jungle giant lizard pet egg, E-grade. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain a level 34 lizardman. Loot is being generated. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 2 silver coins, 1 lizardman warrior recruitment scroll, D-grade, and 1 jungle giant lizard pet egg, D-grade. A cacophony of system notifications ensued, indicating that this wave of attacks has yielded considerable results. Upon reviewing the spoils, the recruitment scrolls, which can be directly employed to bolster troop strength, are somewhat beneath Dingyu's standards. He plans to list them in the trading hall, as such items are likely to be in high demand. Regarding the pet eggs, they can serve as defensive assets for the territory or as mounts for soldiers. However, since the main combat units already possess mounts, only the Asal War Shepherd camp remains without. The thought of a horde of priests riding lizards is rather amusing, yet he decides to sell them. As resources are urgently needed, he will seek suitable mounts for the priests later, preferably ones that can fly, lest they lag behind the primary combat units of the territory. Chapter 27, Green Dragon Pet Egg. Ding! Congratulations! Your subjects have slain the level 32 hero unit, the Lizardman Shaman. Loot is being generated. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 150 silver coins, 1 War Declaration, silver, and 1 Purple Spirit Blade Blueprint, gold. A gold-grade blueprint has emerged. He will later submit it for mass production in the Equipment Manufacturing Center. War Declaration. Quality, silver. Description, an item condensed by the god of war. This decree allows for the opening of a teleportation portal, which remains active for 7 days, contingent upon providing the enemy lord's ID or nickname. Note, the War Declaration cannot be used against individuals of lower territorial rank. The silver-grade War Declaration allows for a 7-day portal. In fact, War Declarations can serve purposes beyond warfare, including family visits, tourism, support, alliances, and commerce, functioning as a one-time teleportation array. Unfortunately, Dingyu has no one in mind to meet. At this juncture, the image of Li Linlin unexpectedly surfaces in his mind. Is it possible that he wishes to see her? He retrieves his friend list and sends Li Linlin a message, including the details of the War Declaration. Dingyu, little Linlin, shall we meet? Li Linlin. What? Do you wish to declare war on me? Dingyu, what war? I mean to meet, literally. Li Linlin. Forget it. This item must be quite valuable. Wouldn't it be better to trade it for resources? At that moment, Liko approaches. Cradling a colossal egg he discovered deep within the lizardman tribe. Green dragon pet egg. Potential. S. Note. The egg of a green dragon laid by Sarges after sustaining injuries. Due to its inherent deficiencies, it can only hatch into an S-grade green dragon. Incredible. An S-grade pet egg. Even with its deficiencies, it retains S-grade potential. Indeed, dragons are the pinnacle of species. He plans to hatch it as his mount. At long last, he will possess a steed of his own. Ding. Congratulations. You have destroyed the level 3 territory of the Lizardman camp. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained 24 spiritual essence. Having concluded the battle, he has acquired 532 E-grade and 8 D-grade recruitment scrolls and pet eggs. He lists them in the trading hall, setting the prices of the recruitment scrolls slightly higher than the summoning costs of comparable barracks, as these units do not require additional investment in barracks. The pet eggs are priced even higher. Given their dual function as pets and mounts, multi-purpose items naturally command a greater value. At this moment, the chat channel buzzes with excitement. Wow, so many recruitment scrolls and pet eggs. Has the big shot raided the lizardman's lair? Indeed, and there are D-grade ones. The jungle giant lizard is enormous, akin to a small dinosaur. What a stylish mount it would make. I'll buy it. I want one too. While it may not be fast, it doesn't discriminate against terrain. Could the big shot spare a pet egg? ID dance for you. Dingyu suppresses the urge to send her a pet egg and closes the chat channel. To watch a dance would require a war declaration, which is not worth it. His next target, the Treant tribe camp. This tribe of Treants, numbering around 500, has all surpassed the second tier. The Treant race is naturally defensive, and Dingyu wishes to see if he can obtain some Treant units to bolster the defenses of his territory. The treemen towered at a staggering height of 20 meters, brandishing their branches and wielding an extensive attack range. Their sole drawback was their sluggish movement speed and a notable aversion to fire. Dingyu extracted flammable oil from the realm's inventory, while the dragon soared, clutching barrels of oil, ready to assault. As the barrels rained down, the dragon exhaled fiery breath, igniting the oil in an instant. A blazing inferno materialized before them. While the treemen flailed their branches in a frenzy, yet to no avail, as the viscosity of the oil rendered them ineffective. Ding. Congratulations. Your subjects have slain a level 25 treeman guardian. Loot generation in progress. Congratulations, you have obtained 3,000 copper coins. Treeman Guardian Recruitment Scroll, E-grade, X1. Would attribute crystal, X8. Ding. Congratulations, your subjects have slain a level 22 Treeman Guardian. Loot generation in progress. Congratulations, you have obtained 2,500 copper coins. Treeman Guardian Recruitment Scroll, E-grade, X1. Would attribute crystal, X6. Ding. Congratulations, your subjects have slain a level 27 Treeman Guardian. Loot generation in progress. Congratulations, you have obtained 4,000 copper coins. Treeman Guardian Recruitment Scroll, E-grade, X1, would attribute crystal, X12. Though lacking an army, the recruitment scrolls were a welcome boon. E-grade would suffice, as one must not be excessively greedy. Primarily, the treemen were an ideal defensive unit, standing like a colossal tree in place, requiring no resource expenditure while enhancing the territory's greenery. Lan Fei seized the opportunity to unleash another tornado, which transformed into a fiery cyclone. Before long, the entire Treeman clan was decimated. Ding. Congratulations, your subjects have slain a level 31 heroic unit. The War Ancient Tree, loot generation in progress. Congratulations. You have obtained 103 silver coins, part of the Ancient Tree, C-grade, X5. Treeman Guardian, C-grade, X1. The barracks had emerged, allowing for the mass summoning of treemen. Ding. Congratulations. You have destroyed a level 3 treeman encampment. Congratulations, you have received Spirit Resonance, X21. Setting forth, they aimed for the final target, the Goblin encampment. Goblins were familiar adversaries, lacking in individual combat prowess, but excelling in reproduction, typically achieving victory through sheer numbers. This encampment housed a staggering population of 5,000 goblins, all of second tier. Were it not for their poor individual combat skills, this encampment could be considered a formidable force in the vicinity. At this stage, the Goblin encampment posed no threat to Ding U.S. forces, save for a few shamans capable of aerial attacks. After several concentrated strikes from the bipedal dragons, the goblins had effectively lost their aerial capabilities. What followed was a one-sided massacre. Dingyu, serving as the firepower, wielded a bow and unleashed explosive arrows, obliterating swathes of enemies with each shot, relishing the exhilaration. In that moment, he resembled a terrorist brandishing a rocket launcher, raining chaos upon clusters of foes. Ding. Congratulations. You have slain a level 24 goblin slave. Loot generation in progress. Ding. Congratulations, you have slain a level 25 big goblin. Loot generation in progress. Ding. Congratulations. You have slain a level 27 goblin shaman. Loot generation in progress. Congratulations, you have obtained 2,000 copper coins. Goblin Slave Recruitment Scroll, E-Grade, X1. Congratulations! You have obtained 2,600 copper coins. Goblin Elite Recruitment Scroll, E-Grade, X1. Congratulations! You have obtained 2,800 copper coins. Goblin Labor Recruitment Scroll, E-Grade, X1. A plethora of Goblin Recruitment Scrolls, though minimal in quantity, proved of little use, destined to be discarded in the trading hall. Ding! Congratulations! Your subjects have slain a level 25 heroic unit, the Big Goblin. Loot generation in progress. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained 3 silver coins. Goblin Labor, E-Grade, X1. Backpack Expansion Stone, X5. The Backpack Expansion Stone could augment 1 slot of backpack space, which Ding you promptly utilized. Ding! Congratulations! You have destroyed a level 3 Goblin encampment. Ding! Congratulations! You have received Spirit Resonance, X16. After clearing the battlefield, the day was waning, prompting a retreat with the army. Upon returning to the territory, Ding Yu entrusted the surplus items to Ding Shang for listing in the trading hall. He then activated the Treeman Guardian Recruitment Scroll, deploying over 500 treemen along the farmlands outside the city. One could only wonder what surprises this might bring to the enemy. Chapter 28, Hatching the Green Dragon. Establishing Treeman Guardian and upgrading to level 3. Treeman Guardian. Potential, C. Level 3. Hero, 0. Troops, 0600. Summoning 1 treeman requires 400 copper coins. Note, the Guardians of the Treeman race, commonly employed as a defensive force for the territory. Following today's harvest, Ding Yu found his resources abundant. He summoned the Treeman Guardians to full capacity, distributing them across the farmlands and roads outside the city. Additionally, he had acquired 5 Hearts of the Ancient Tree. Heart of the Ancient Tree. Quality, C. Note, Essence of the Ancient Tree, when placed in the Fire Seed, can accelerate the growth of territory plants. Oh, a beneficial item. Ding Yu cast them into the Fire Seed. Simultaneously, he integrated the 55 Spirit Resonance, acquired today, enhancing the territory's aura concentration by 550 points. After several days of hunting, Ding Yu's resources had become plentiful once more. He summoned the Griffin Nest and Bipedal Dragon Nest to full capacity. 3 heroic units emerged from the Griffins, while a single heroic unit appeared from the Bipedal Dragons. Thus, the Qinglong Guards were now mounted, no longer reliant on the cumbersome tunnel beasts. At last, the territory boasted its first proper cavalry. Today he also acquired a Goblin Labor Barracks. Akin to the Goblin Slave Barracks, yet the laborers possessed an added damage bonus against structures. Ding Yu established it and upgraded it to level 3. He summoned 6,000 goblins in one go, bringing the total goblin army to a staggering 12,000. Only Ding Yu could employ a tactic of overwhelming numbers. For his territory had undergone transformation, nullifying population limits. Others acquiring such barracks would merely use them as fodder, as they lacked sufficient numbers. In recent days, Ding Yu had also purchased 20 E-grade defensive towers to bolster territorial defenses. Particularly, the establishment of the Watcher Comprehensive Defense System and Shield provided significant enhancements to the territory. Coupled with the emergence of the War Declaration Order, the necessity for robust defenses remained paramount. He pondered whether, upon teleportation, others could locate his territory in the realm space. If, after using the War Declaration Order to teleport, they failed to find the territory, it would spell considerable trouble. Regardless, fortifying defenses was essential, even in the war space. He would not tolerate being plundered. Approaching the Equipment Manufacturing Center, he activated the purple Spirit Blade design that had dropped today. The blacksmith and tailor shops had become less relevant, merely providing repair and customization services for the subjects. The Equipment Manufacturing Center possessed research capabilities, and Ding Yu allocated a multitude of skilled individuals to its operations. Thankfully, the large population base of the territory had led to an increasing number of individuals possessing relevant skills. A level 3 Equipment Manufacturing Center could manufacture golden equipment, and the purple Spirit Blade fit perfectly within that scope. What materials are lacking can all be purchased in the system mall. If production is maximized, it can yield 500 purple spirit swords daily. For now, I will list the produced purple spirit swords in the trading hall, as golden grade equipment commands a high price. I anticipate substantial profits, allowing me to accumulate resources to fully summon the barracks. While this system mall does offer equipment recycling, the prices are disappointingly low. Thus, it is preferable to list items in the trading hall. A glance at my interface reveals that the resources accumulated over the past few days have dwindled. However, this is of little concern, as tomorrow I shall begin to amass resources once more, feeling quite content. I take out the dragon egg and initiate the hatching process. Ding! Congratulations, you have acquired the pet, Young Green Dragon. Young Green Dragon. Potential, S. Note, a green dragon hatchling with inherent deficiencies, capable of exhaling poisonous dragon breath. Its abilities will gradually enhance with the growth of its strength. Although it is somewhat lacking in innate prowess, its size is comparable to that of a bipedal dragon, making it a suitable mount for Ding Yu. Currently, this green dragon remains nameless, yet it is said that upon awakening its true name, the dragon's power undergoes a remarkable transformation. After all, it is a dragon, exuding an aura of majesty. After dinner, I recline on my grand bed and open the chat channel. Brothers, just now, the prosperity index of our rival has surged by over 100. Has he struck gold once more? I'm envious. I want to snatch it. Is anyone forming a team? Just 6 valiant souls will suffice for a lucrative venture. If you can engage in such shameless acts, count me in. You scoundrel above, bring me along. Upon seeing this, Ding Yu quietly shares the information about the bronze grade declaration of war. Declaration of war, what is this? Oh no, this is not good. I apologize, Great One. I merely intended to lure out the nefarious individuals in the group. Has such a thing already emerged? The chat channel is no longer safe. Great One, come find me. I wish to bear your offspring. Oh, it can activate the teleportation function. Not only can it initiate wars, but it can also facilitate real-life meetings. I can finally reunite with my family. How exhilarating. Great One, are you selling it? If not, please inform me where I might acquire it. Thank you. I wish to meet my family. After pondering, Ding Yu begins to speak in the chat channel. Rival, this is still useful to me. I shall not sell it for now, but I can disclose where to obtain it. Rival, defeat enemy heroes of 2nd tier or higher for a chance to drop the declaration of war. However, friends lacking strength should refrain from attempting this, as the heroes of 2nd tier or above are often backed by formidable factions. Rival, as strength increases, such items should become more common. There is no need to rush. Everyone, the Great One speaks the truth. Enhancing strength is paramount. Without strength, what good is it to meet family if one remains in danger? It is a pity that the World Channel does not allow for friend requests. Otherwise, I could trade resources to support my family. Ding Yu suddenly remembers that the World Channel does not permit friend requests. Only the Regional Channel allows it. Thus, if one is not within the same region, friend requests for resource trading are impossible. Hence, the significance of the declaration of war becomes evident, as it can directly search for real names to activate teleportation. Of course, it can also be used for vengeance. It is a double-edged sword. The emergence of the declaration of war undoubtedly urges the lords to strengthen themselves. Early the next morning, after breakfast, Ding Yu instructs his soldiers to hunt monsters near the territory. For the time being, we shall avoid engaging with large tribes, instead assigning some scouts to gather intelligence while other soldiers maintain a safe distance from the territories to level up. With the griffins now available, the Green Orchid guards no longer require the tunnel beasts. The griffins boast superior speed compared to tunnel beasts, and their expansive field of vision significantly enhances monster detection efficiency. Moreover, these griffins also need to accompany the soldiers to level up, while tunnel beasts have now become the exclusive mounts of goblins. Since the territory's metamorphosis, the population has surged dramatically. In response to this rapid increase, the administrative team of Hanhai City has constructed numerous infrastructures, including cottages, restaurants, public baths, public toilets, and shops. The roads have been primarily paved with bluestone slabs, and lantern grass, which Ding Yu brought back, has been planted along the sides as streetlights. As the population continues to grow, the territory has begun to issue currency, and even the quest hall has started to operate normally. The territory has shifted from enforced labor to a system of employment. Tasks can be posted in the quest hall, with currency offered as rewards. Additionally, job postings can be made, providing daily wages. For instance, those mining in the mountains or patrolling the territory will receive corresponding compensation. Every unit also has its designated salary. And after battles, a portion of the spoils is shared amongst them. Whatever is needed can simply be purchased, alleviating Ding Yu from the burden of contemplating the needs of his troops. Chapter 29, A Nation of Warriors. For special equipment and armor, one can directly visit the blacksmith shop or tailor shop for purchases. Items unavailable in the territory can be ordered through the shops set up by the Lordess Mansion. Periodically, Ding merchants will procure goods from the system mall based on the demands of the citizens. The currency of the territory is universally recognized within the system, allowing for circulation not only in the system but also for withdrawal. Ding Yu has directly exchanged copper coins for physical currency from the system mall to facilitate daily transactions for the residents of Hanhai City. The system's currency system aligns with that of the Starry Rhythm continent, ensuring that the territory will inevitably engage with the outside world. There is no need to create an independent currency, as doing so would hinder the territory's development. Numerous shops have opened within the city, many of which feature goods exchanged by Ding merchants from the system mall. Residents can purchase these items with currency, while also being able to sell their own crafted or gathered goods to the shops. Territory residents may even establish their own shops, selling items they have collected or crafted. The market economy has invigorated the citizens, making the territory significantly more vibrant than before, with breakfast shops even emerging. Consequently, the prosperity index of the territory has risen considerably. After several days of hunting, Ding Yu has reached level 32. The power of the stars within him has grown, and his skills have become more potent. Some soldiers have also broken through to the 3rd tier, primarily among the first summoned Green Orchid guards. After amassing sufficient resources, He has also filled the quota for the Violent Bear Brigade. A total of 300 Violent Bear warriors have been summoned, among which one heroic unit has emerged. Each pair of Violent Bear warriors is accompanied by a bipedal dragon, forming the Hanhai City version of Dragon Riders. However, they are not Dragon Riders in the traditional sense. The Violent Bears are melee units, while the bipedal dragons can engage in both ranged and melee combat. During battles, the bipedal dragons serve primarily as transport units, delivering the Violent Bear warriors close to the enemy before ascending to engage in aerial combat. In contrast to melee combat, the bipedal dragons prefer to unleash fire from the skies. The Assault War Beast Camp has been established and upgraded to level 3 in one go. Assault War Beast Camp. Potential A. Level 3. Quantity 0,600. Summoning a war beast requires 1,000 copper coins. Note: exclusive war beasts of the Assault Empire from another world, possessing formidable combat capabilities, capable of inflicting various debuffs on enemy units, and also possessing healing skills as priests. After assessing the financial resources at hand, I promptly summoned 600 priests, ensuring that my territory would no longer want for healing professions, thus bolstering the endurance of my warriors. Unbeknownst to me, a day had slipped away, and it was once again time for dinner. Upon returning to the Lord's Manor, I found the evening meal prepared, with maidens gracefully serving dish after dish. The array of culinary offerings had become quite lavish, encompassing a diverse selection of vegetables, meats, and fruits. The maids were local citizens recruited from within the territory, compensated in accordance with standard administrative practices. Slender and clad in practical attire, I pondered the day when I might employ recruitment scrolls to summon cat-eared maidens to serve, as professionalism ought to govern specialized roles. Inviting the maidens to dine with me, I eschewed notions of hierarchy. In my view, equality was paramount. Besides, solitary dining could be rather tedious, and sharing a meal with the maidens allowed for pleasant conversation. After dinner, I reclined on my grand bed, perusing the chat channel. This was the most relaxing moment of my day, reminiscent of my previous life on Blue Star, returning to my rented room after a grueling workday. Battle Emperor, is my esteemed competitor present? Come forth and take a breather. Does incessantly lurking not stifle you? In an instant, I could no longer contain my amusement. Competitor, hello everyone. Just finished a busy spell, thought I'd pop in. 18M Great Blade. Haha, the big shot finally emerges. Aren't you tired of solo play? How far have you progressed now? Competitor, each day feels like toiling endlessly. I've been grinding for nearly 24 hours. My territory has just leveled up to level 3, and there is much to be done. After indulging in the chat for a while, I opened the trading hall to casually browse. The popularity of the war space had remained consistently high, with many lords focusing their efforts there. After all, if one possessed sufficient strength, resource acquisition could be remarkably efficient. As I aimlessly scrolled through the interface, my gaze was suddenly caught by a unique barracks. Militia Training Camp. Potential, none. Level, none. Troop capacity, unlimited. Special trait, capable of training the territory's citizens into militia, providing basic defensive capabilities during peacetime and wartime alike. Description, a military unit commonly utilized by a combat-oriented nation from an alternate dimension. The term combat-oriented nation implies not merely individual combat prowess, but rather a populace ready to bear arms. A spark of inspiration ignited within me, and I promptly acquired it. For some time, I had been troubled by the burgeoning population. It was not that there were too few, but rather too many. My territory generated 1,000 new citizens daily, and the population was nearing 20,000, not accounting for military units, which would only inflate the numbers further. While citizens were the very foundation of a territory, the rapid population increase posed considerable challenges. The resource collection points could scarcely accommodate such a workforce, leaving many idly without purpose. Yet, the citizens required sustenance daily, leading to the establishment of extensive farmlands beyond the city walls. Thanks to the abundant spiritual energy in the area, crops flourished at an extraordinary rate, temporarily alleviating the food dilemma. However, the swift population growth brought forth numerous issues, such as housing and social order. Although the Equipment Manufacturing Center employed a significant number of citizens, the workforce remained finite. As the population swelled, the city's capacity for development would inevitably dwindle, necessitating either urban expansion or the establishment of new settlements, all while the territory's defensive capabilities remained stagnant. This posed a grave risk. As non-defensive structures proliferated, adversaries could easily achieve high destruction rates during assaults, leading to a swift defeat in the war space. I had contemplated pausing the summoning of new citizens, yet such a course of action seemed unwise. Population was the essence of a territory, and my ability to generate citizens at a far greater rate than others was a distinct advantage. At this stage, I estimated that others were likely refreshing a mere 200 to 300 citizens daily. My superiority was evident. With the introduction of the militia training camp, a transformative opportunity arose. I could convert citizens into militia, thus maintaining production while simultaneously enhancing the territory's defenses. Defensively speaking, due to the mirrored nature of the territory in the war space, Defensive units would not incur actual losses. I could amass numbers to overwhelm foes without the fear of genuine casualties among my citizens. In fact, leveraging this population refreshing advantage for offensive maneuvers proved equally effective. Since daily population refreshes required no resources, utilizing them to attack others would yield minimal losses, while others might sacrifice citizens as expendable pawns for profit. I held a steadfast commitment to my citizens' welfare. Thus, solidifying the militia as a defensive force brought me a sense of relief. Moving forward, I would need to seek out more equipment blueprints and establish additional production lines to enable my citizens to generate value. Currently constrained by resources, I could otherwise have constructed an additional wall outside the city to enclose a larger area as an outer city. Step by step, I resolved to proceed. With the integration of militia, the defensive capacity of my territory surged. Thanks to the unique attributes of my domain, the potential of these militia was a minimum of D. While they may not rival true D-level units, they certainly surpassed E-level units. Coupled with cultivation methods, many citizens had already ascended to the first tier, with some of the earliest summoned even reaching the second tier. It is worth noting that citizens gained experience through their daily tasks, albeit not as abundantly as military units through combat. With evening training, their advancement rate was not excessively slow. Chapter 30, Monster Ranch. The following morning, I concluded a day of training. After breakfast, I gathered my forces, intending to delve into the war space. After a period of consolidation, my primary combat units were nearly at full capacity. Engaging in the war space would expedite resource acquisition, laying the groundwork for future city expansion. Just then, a system announcement chimed. Ding. Congratulations, you have secured the first position in the regional territory rankings. Rewards are being distributed. Ding. Due to your prosperity index significantly surpassing that of other lords, your rewards will be elevated. Congratulations, you have received Extraordinary Treasure Chest, X1. The rewards were straightforward, yet substantial. I casually opened the regional territory rankings. First place, Hanhai City, Prosperity Index, 2367, Lord, Competitor. Second place, Elegant Castle, Prosperity Index, 1075, Lord, Bloody Queen. Third place, Lafayette City, Prosperity Index, 1054, Lord, Andre the Drunkard. Fourth place, Merchant Alliance, Prosperity Index, 976, Lord, Merchant of the World. Fifth place, Starry Valley, Prosperity Index, 952, Lord, Dancing Han. 10th place, Blades End City, Prosperity Index, 839, Lord, Mad Blade. In the rankings, my Prosperity Index was already double that of the second place. This was true strength, and I reveled in my achievement. Rushing to the spring, I washed my hands before offering a prayer beneath this statue of the goddess of luck. Time to open the treasure chest. Ding. Congratulations, you have received Moonlight Stone X1. Unicorn Nest, a level, X1. Monster Ranch, a level, X1. Moonlight Stone. Quality none. Note, the extraordinary stones born of heaven and earth, upon merging with the fire seed, can absorb the moonlight, enhancing the cultivation efficiency of creatures within the territory during the night. A splendid treasure indeed. Summon the fire seed and integrate it. Furthermore, I have acquired an A-grade barracks, Unicorn Nest. Click to establish. Unicorn Nest. Potential, A, level, 1. Quantity, 0-100. Summoning a unicorn requires 1,000 copper coins. Note, the exclusive mount of the clerics from the Bright Church of Another Dimension, endowed with enhancement and healing abilities, exceptional endurance, capable of long-distance charges and aerial combat. Glancing at the panel, funds are currently insufficient. I shall wait a couple of days to summon. Only one remains. Monster Ranch. Quality, A. Note, a special structure utilized by the Blue Empire of Another Dimension to cultivate troops, capable of absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to generate monsters, providing experience points for troops, and enabling the mass production of equipment and other items. This is a splendid asset. I shall click to establish it and elevate it to level 3 in one go. Monster Ranch. Quality, A. Monster Count, 100. 000 First Tier Ordinary Monsters. The quantity is dependent on the strength of the generated monsters and the concentration of territorial spiritual energy, capable of generating other monsters, not exceeding second tier. Monster types. Related to the monsters slain by the citizens. Each time a citizen slays a monster, the genetic data will be automatically recorded. Currently, monsters cannot be formed due to the absence of genetic data. This requires the citizens to slay monsters to record the genetic data. Today, I shall refrain from battling in the war space and instead dispatch all troops for hunting. Dingyu seeks a cost-effective monster. The forces of Hanhai City have formed small teams to venture into the hunt. Dingyu is not idle either. Mounting the green dragon and heading straight for the area where the lizardman camp was previously annihilated. The variety of monsters that refresh is related to the environment. The surroundings of the lizardman camp are certainly conducive to the growth of lizardmen. Otherwise, there would not be such an abundance of them. Dingyu recalls that lizardmen can drop recruitment scrolls and pet eggs, currently the most cost-effective option. Additionally, there are treants, which can yield Treant Guardian recruitment scrolls. A necessity for the territory. Utilizing Treant Guardians as defensive towers proves highly effective. Compared to costly defensive towers, the cost-effectiveness of Treant Guardians is unparalleled. If possible, Dingyu intends to fill the territory with trees. Ding. Congratulations, you have slain a level 24 lizard man. Loot generation in progress. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained 2,000 copper coins. Lizardman Warrior Recruitment Scroll, E-Grade, X1. Jungle Giant Lizard Pet Egg, E-Grade, X1. Alright, the genetic data for the lizardman has been recorded. The next target is the Treant. Ding. Congratulations, your citizens have slain a level 27 Treant Guardian. Loot generation in progress. Congratulations, you have obtained 2,400 copper coins. Treant Guardian Recruitment Scroll, E-Grade, X1. Would attribute Crystal, X12. Currently, Dingyu has only produced barracks for hero units. He is unaware if ordinary units can yield barracks. If they can, then Hanhai City is poised for takeoff. Continuing the hunt, with no specific targets in mind, I shall randomly slay monsters, considering it an opportunity for leveling up. Given Dingyu's current abilities, even a monster camp with several hundred creatures can be resolved. Of course, this is predicated on the monsters not being able to fly. The green dragon's flying speed is rapid, allowing Dingyu to maintain a high efficiency in monster hunting. Ding. Congratulations, you have reached level 33. By dusk, Dingyu has ascended to level 33, reaping abundant rewards. It is time to return to the city. The hunting army of Hanhai City has also returned, and the database of the monster ranch has been enriched. No monsters have yet been discovered that surpass the cost-effectiveness of lizardmen. Dingyu has directly opted to cultivate second-tier lizardmen. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is surging towards the monster ranch. One can ascertain from this scene that the consumption is considerable. Fortunately, Dingyu's territory is rich in spiritual energy. Otherwise, others would not dare to engage in such extravagance. A total of 20,000 second-tier lizardmen have been generated, with the monster ranch containing its own space. I shall arrange for warriors to take turns slaying monsters inside, prioritizing those of lower levels. Ding. Congratulations, your citizens have slain a level 24 lizardman. Loot generation in progress. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Lizardman Warrior Recruitment Scroll, E-Grade, X1. Ding. Congratulations, you have slain a level 22 lizardman. Loot generation in progress. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Jungle Giant Lizard Pet Egg, E-Grade, X1. Dingyu discovers that the monsters cultivated in the ranch have a different drop rate compared to reality. No coins have dropped. The items obtained have also diminished by half. However, the experience points remain unchanged. Dingyu had prepared himself psychologically for this, as this building is primarily for gaining troop experience. The fact that it generates items at all is quite commendable. One must learn to be content. After clearing the monsters, units summoned later, such as the Savage Bear, have all leveled up. A total of 10,000 recruitment scrolls and pet eggs have been acquired. I have listed Trading Hall, reserving 200 pet eggs to gift. Henceforth, Dingyu will receive a substantial quantity of recruitment scrolls and pet eggs daily. This is merely a trifling matter for him. With such a multitude of recruitment scrolls, employing them in a strategy of overwhelming numbers would yield better results than goblins. Dingyu shakes his head. It is not feasible, as it is too costly. Although using recruitment scrolls incurs no expense for Dingyu, selling these scrolls is quite lucrative, essentially amounting to spending his own money. It would be prudent to seek a few goblin-type barracks in the future. Ding. The Jungle Giant Lizard Pet Egg you sold has been purchased by the influential entity. You have received 500 copper coins. Ding. The Jungle Giant Lizard Pet Egg you sold has been purchased by the influential entity. You have received 500 copper coins. All were bought by the same individual. Is this person aiming to assemble a giant lizard army? Dingyu opens the trading hall to find that the pet eggs he listed have been snatched up in an instant. Examining the transaction records reveals it is still the same person. Could this individual possess such power, buying nearly 10,000 pet eggs in such rapid succession? Soon, Dingyu uncovers an intriguing development. The pet eggs he sold have been relisted. Once again, it is by the influential entity. Yet the price is set at 1,000 copper coins each. What a shock. Is this individual a scalper? Chapter 31. The Unfortunate Yamamoto Nobu. This is rather audacious. After all my hard work, I end up earning the same as them. Am I essentially working for them? This cannot stand. Turning, he calls for Ding Shang, instructing him to be mindful of the influential entity when selling pet eggs in the future, ensuring each listing is priced 1 copper coin lower than theirs. After Ding Shang departs, Dingyu opens his friend's list and sends 100 pet eggs to Li Linlin. Dingyu. Here, little Linlin, take these to play with. Li Linlin. Dingji, have you struck it rich again? Dingyu. Indeed, I've recently come into a small fortune. The jungle giant lizard is quite sizable and serves well for transporting goods. Li Linlin, you're extravagantly wealthy. The remainder is sent to Zhao Li, who expresses gratitude, though the thanks of a big man hold little significance. Soon, the recruitment scrolls are sold out as well. These items are highly sought after. Dingyu enjoys a wave of emotional satisfaction in the chat channel, feeling elated. Money has been earned, and mood has improved. It is a double delight. If only that little episode with the influential entity, Henti, occurred. After a delightful dinner with the little maid, Dingyu opened the panel and filled the quota for the unicorn lair. This ethereal creature, resembling a winged white horse adorned with a single horn, serves as a fitting steed for the battle priests, and he is grateful to the goddess of fortune. Henceforth, the mobility of the battle priests will be significantly enhanced, while the unicorn's healing abilities will compensate for their shortcomings. Perusing the trading hall, Dingyu found nothing of interest. He then turned to the system mall to purchase 50 electric towers to fortify his territory. The gains from this endeavor were on par with a day spent grinding in the war space, and there was no shortage of funds. It is worth mentioning that the electric tower boasts an attack power comparable to that of the arrow tower. Although its attack range is shorter, it compensates with a higher attack frequency. However, this contraption has a rather insidious design, lying in wait underground until enemies approach, at which point it springs forth to launch its assault. The majority of Dingyu's defensive structures are of this type, undoubtedly a cunning strategy. Additionally, he established a sea-level barracks for Minotaur Berserkers, upgrading it to level 3 in one fell swoop. Minotaur Berserker. Potential, C. Level, 3. Quantity, 0,600. Summoning a soldier requires 400 copper coins. Note, a warrior type from the Minotaur clan, known for its immense strength and fearless nature, serving as the vanguard for the Orcish conquest of territories. He summoned 600 warriors, solidifying them as a defensive force for the territory. Once he completed his tasks, he opened the chat channel. Today, I discovered a massive city 500 kilometers north of my territory, with an estimated population exceeding 10,000. The guards on the walls are mostly second-tier soldiers. I also found large territories nearby, but I have not engaged with them extensively. Currently, trade can be conducted through the system, negating the need for direct contact, lest I attract unwanted attention. My friend received an F-grade evaluation during the novice assessment. And since the decline in spiritual energy concentration, everything has gone awry. The combat effectiveness of his territorial warriors has noticeably diminished, and just yesterday, his territory fell to half-orc invaders. Did you not notice the reduction in channel participants? Over 400 have vanished, most of whom received E or F ratings in the last assessment. Indeed, fortunate for me that I did not become complacent during the novice phase. Hard work is essential, for without it, one cannot even afford the luxury of complacency. Well, I suppose I shall practice diligently and forego sleep henceforth. At this stage, many lords have begun to unearth cultivation techniques, such as the bull strength technique and the wind spirit technique. Although these methods do not allow for universal application as Dingyu's does, they do offer singular attribute enhancements. However, they do not impede leveling up. And regarding the limitations of cultivating specific races, one can always find additional tomes. Dingyu's territory has access to basic cultivation method and intermediate cultivation method, both of which provide balanced improvements across attributes, akin to a jack-of-all-trades. The bull strength technique significantly augments strength, while the wind spirit technique enhances speed, each presenting its own advantages and disadvantages. As the novice phase concluded, the pressure mounted, prompting many to band together for support, leading to the formation of numerous small groups that utilize the declaration of war teleportation feature for mutual aid. Thus far, no large-scale guilds akin to those found in games have emerged, for this is a realm of reality. Collaborations remain limited to trusted acquaintances, as partnering with strangers entails considerable risk. Zhao Li, along with a dozen classmates, formed a small group, and during its inception, Zhao Li sought Dingyu's counsel. Though Dingyu chose not to join, he promised to offer assistance in times of need. Meanwhile, in the war space, Yamamoto Nobuhiro gazed with a furrowed brow at the imposing city before him. As the foremost player in the 865743 district, he had recently faced misfortune. Several large tribes lay 200 kilometers outside his territory, which he could not overcome, thus restricting his hunting yields in the real world. Reluctantly, he turned to the war space, having nearly exhausted his search funds, and finally spotted a lucrative target. Yamamoto possessed a unique A-level unit known as the Siege Beast, a formidable beastman unit. Towering in stature and wielding a massive axe, it wreaks havoc upon structures. Upon discovering the potential spoils from assaulting Dingyu's territory, he felt invigorated. For capturing this territory would be worth any losses incurred. Dingyu's defenses appeared lacking, and as time passed, Yamamoto's army approached the city walls. Should the siege beasts breach the walls, they would soon inflict devastating damage upon the enemy structures. However, just then, a multitude of electric towers rose from the earth, followed by a barrage of electric beams. The gates swung wide open, and over 10,000 enemy soldiers surged forth. No, not merely 10,000. Clad in rudimentary armor, yet wielding formidable weapons, they charged fearlessly, many opting for offense over defense. In a matter of moments, Yamamoto's forces were overwhelmed, and even as he retreated, he failed to comprehend how his adversary could command such an army. Had he truly invested all his resources into defensive troops? What madness! Confronted with dwindling forces and his territory's precarious resource situation, Yamamoto found himself on the verge of tears. At that moment, Dingyu had just finished perusing the chat channel and was preparing to engage in cultivation. Ding! Congratulations on successfully defending against Yamamoto Nobuhiro's attack. Would you like to initiate a revenge attack? In the war space, every attack lord is granted a singular opportunity to launch a revenge battle. There is no need for a search. One can directly spend currency to select an opponent. Upon hearing the system's prompt, Dingyu opened the panel. Yamamoto Nobuhiro. Surely he is a Japanese? Observing his army's annihilation as they attacked his territory, should he test the waters? Yes. In the war space, Dingyu's forces materialized before Yamamoto's territory. Noting the simplicity of the opposing defenses, he swiftly commanded his army to commence the assault. In the blink of an eye, Griffin Knights soared over the walls, while tunnel beasts emerged from the enemy fortress. A horde of goblins was unleashed, wreaking havoc across the landscape. After dismantling the most significant defensive structures, they began to lay waste indiscriminately. Before long, a system notification resonated. Ding! Congratulations on defeating your opponent. Destruction rate, 100. Plundered 40 silver coins from the enemy. Dingyu was elated, feeling as though he had stumbled upon a windfall. The primary battle units had only sustained minor injuries and would recover after a brief respite, with no other losses incurred. As for the goblins lost, he could simply summon replacements. With the 40 silver coins, he would be able to further develop his territory. Chapter 32. Engaging in the war space. Inspecting his inventory, he constructed Dwarven Gunmen and upgraded them to level 3. Dwarven Gunman. Potential, B. Level 3. Quantity, 0,600. Summoning a soldier requires 500 copper coins. Note: a unique unit of the Dwarven race, gunmen possess long-range capabilities and formidable power, though they suffer from low defense and mobility. He summoned them all at once. As this unit is well-suited for territorial defense, and he expressed gratitude for the generous sponsorship from his Japanese counterpart. Once again, it was a day abundant with harvests. Dingyu settled into a lotus posture on his grand bed and commenced his cultivation. Within the territory of Yamamoto Nobuhiro, he was witnessing several defensive towers disintegrate into dust, carried away by the wind. From the system notification, Yamamoto Nobuhiro had already discerned that he was under attack from a Blue Star Lord named Yushang. With resources already scarce, the losses incurred during his assault on Dingyu had decimated his forces. Now, another wave of resources had been plundered, leaving his stock completely depleted. As if that were not enough, several defensive towers had also been dismantled. Yamamoto Nobuhiro's expression darkened. That damned Celestial Empire individual, a fellow countryman from Blue Star, was ruthlessly attacking him. Thanks to Dingyu's interference, his development had regressed significantly, leaving him uncertain if he could withstand the next wave of attacks. The following morning, Dingyu assembled his offensive troops and entered the war space, initiating a search. Ding! Congratulations, you have matched an opponent. A maximum of 15 silver coins can be plundered. Before him lay a city predominantly inhabited by goblins, sprawling in size. Although the city had relatively few defensive towers, it was brimming with goblin soldiers. To his dismay, he had encountered a rival. Lan Fei had initially intended to experiment with a human wave tactic, but now he resolved to unleash a tempest upon them. Since his adversary employed a human wave strategy, it was evident that the individual combat strength of these units was weak. Otherwise, they would not be able to maintain such a vast army. Indeed, as the tornado wreaked havoc, goblins fell in droves, nearly swept away entirely by the storm. Moving forward, he needed to establish a mage barracks, preferably one focused on area attacks, to ensure fire coverage against enemies in future battles. The more he contemplated this, the more invigorated he felt. He resolved to instruct Ding Shang to keep a vigilant eye on the trading hall. Shortly after the tornado subsided, he commanded the wyverns to engage in battle. A multitude of dark figures surged toward the enemy, and upon reaching the goblin city, they began unleashing torrents of fire upon the remaining goblins. Although some goblin spearmen and archers attempted to retaliate against the dragon squadron, the wyverns flew at a considerable altitude, their tough hide rendering them largely impervious to damage. The breath of the dragon flames was particularly expansive and sticky. The goblins writhed in agony, even seeking refuge within buildings that ignited in flames. After all, these were solidified defensive units, and some of the populace, lacking in combat prowess. Once the human wave tactic faltered, the enemy spiraled toward annihilation. Initially, he had considered launching a meteor strike, but it seemed that would be unnecessary. Ding! Congratulations on your victory over the opponent. Destruction rate reached 100, earning 15 silver coins. With the battle concluded, the forces of Hanhai City returned to their territory. He arranged for priests to bestow healing and restoration spells upon the wyverns, commanding his troops to rest for half an hour. In truth, the wyverns had not sustained substantial injuries, merely some exhaustion. The efficiency was commendable. In a short while, he had garnered 15 silver coins, significantly quicker than hunting outside. After half an hour, he resumed his search. Ding! Congratulations, you have matched an opponent. A maximum of 17 silver coins can be plundered. Before him stood a city inhabited by centaurs, teeming with defensive towers, particularly arrow towers. Rightly so, as the centaur race held a deep affinity for archery, with their defenses dominated by such towers. The walls were lined with centaur archers, showcasing formidable defensive capabilities. However, the cavalry of Hanhai City was adept in land combat and possessed considerable strength. He commanded the burrow beasts to transport the goblin army into the enemy city. Fortunately, the opponent had not prioritized subterranean defenses. Some cities were fortified with elaborate magical formations to thwart incursions by burrow beasts and similar units. In an instant, the burrow beasts erupted from the enemy city, unleashing a torrent of goblins. A swarm of goblins besieged the centaur defensive towers, relentlessly pummeling them with their spiked clubs. Although their individual attack power was limited, their sheer numbers proved overwhelming. Before long, the defensive towers began to tremble precariously, and the centaurs atop the walls descended in a frenzy to provide support. At this moment, the wyverns, now carrying the ferocious bear warriors, soared above the walls. Standing at least 3 meters tall, the bear warriors charged at the centaurs upon landing. The centaurs, lacking in melee combat prowess, were swiftly torn asunder. Ding! Congratulations on your victory over the opponent. Destruction rate reached 100, earning 17 silver coins. Shortly after the forces of Hanhai City returned to their territory, a report on battle casualties was delivered to Dingyu. The primary losses in this conflict were among the goblins, approximately 1,000, with minimal losses among other units. The cost to replenish the troops was 2 silver coins. Having earned 17 silver coins from this battle, it was indeed a lucrative endeavor. After replenishing his forces, Dingyu ordered his troops to rest. The goblin casualties were inconsequential, given their role as cannon fodder. It was imperative to minimize losses among the main battle units. After all, the newly summoned troops were all at level 1, and upgrading them would require a lengthy process. A low-level army would severely impact the combat effectiveness of the main battle units, as level significantly influences battle prowess. With his purse now heavier, he resolved to buy. Money should not be hoarded. It must be transformed into strength, retaining only the necessary funds for operational turnover. Dingyu procured 10 elemental towers, acquiring a mix of various elements. Before long, 10 new defensive towers stood tall within the city. Once the army had recuperated, Dingyu initiated another search. Ding! Congratulations. You have matched an opponent. A maximum of 20 silver coins can be plundered. Before him lay a city of minotaurs, featuring relatively few defensive towers. However, numerous minotaurs were present, most at the first tier, with some at the second tier. As a defensive battalion, their combat strength was not the strongest in the territory. In truth, the soldiers of Hanhai City were not of high level. Having recently ascended to a Tier 3 territory, many units were newly summoned. The highest level units were the Qinglan Guards, with a third of them having broken through to Tier 3. The remaining main battle units, many of which had not even reached the first tier, had been summoned not long ago. The quality of Hanhai City's troops was relatively high, providing them with an edge in combat effectiveness over units of the same tier. Were they to face units of average quality, they would be mere cannon fodder at this level against second-tier opponents. The wyverns would serve as the vanguard, tasked with dismantling the opposing defensive towers first. This time, they were accompanied by battle priests, who cast negative statuses upon the minotaurs. The second wave comprised the goblin army riding on burrow beasts, surging into the enemy city like a tide. The minotaurs on the walls hastily descended to engage the goblins. The remaining main battle units from Hanhai City rushed forward, with griffin riders providing aerial support. The bear warriors braced themselves against the oncoming minotaurs. However, they were not engaged in solitary combat, surrounded instead by a multitude of goblins. Dingyu had previously instructed the main battle units to prioritize their survival. Upon sustaining injuries, they were to retreat immediately, allowing the goblins to take their place, striving to avoid any losses. Should he encounter a formidable opponent during his searches, Dingyu would promptly choose to withdraw. Gathering resources was not equivalent to engaging in war. Sacrificing his main battle units would prove to be a poor exchange. Chapter 33, Han Yao's Call for Help. This time, everyone was mobilized. Even Dingyu mounted his green dragon to join the fray. Once again, explosive arrows rained down in a cacophony of destruction, and Dingyu found himself unexpectedly enamored with this sensation. Ding! Congratulations on your victory over your adversary, achieving a destruction rate of 100 and earning 20 silver coins. Once again, triumph has graced you, though this time it has been rather ruthless, consistently flattening your opponents. Upon returning to your territory, you commenced a period of recuperation. Thanks to Dingyu's previous orders, your main combat units suffered minimal losses, while the goblin army incurred a loss of 500. However, this posed no issue. You promptly clicked to summon reinforcements to replenish their ranks. You arranged for the priests to administer healing to the warriors before allowing them to rest. After their recuperation, you resumed your search, and by dusk, you had amassed a total of 230 silver coins. Opening the system mall, you purchased and established 100 defensive towers. Currently, the mall only offers E-grade defensive towers, And to acquire higher-grade towers, upgrading your territory is necessary. Dingyu also took a moment to peruse the trading hall, but alas, there were no mage-type barracks available. There were, however, a few warrior-type barracks, albeit at steep prices. If barracks akin to the goblin slave soldiers, suitable for a swarm tactic strategy, became available, you would surely acquire them, as you have begun to savor the sweetness of such tactics. Today, your pet eggs have been listed, but sales are sluggish, with only a few hundred sold. The quantity of power over the world still available exceeds 9,000. After a few sales yesterday, today, with Ding Shang listing his goods, sales have come to a standstill. During this period, power over the world has reduced prices several times. Yet Ding Shang has consistently undercut by 1 copper coin each time. Meanwhile, within the Lord's Manor of Tianxia City, power over the world was furiously smashing items in frustration. As the top-ranked player in the 865743 region, he frequently engaged in buying and selling within the trading hall. Yesterday, he noticed a competitor had listed a batch of pet eggs at notably low prices. In a bid to capitalize on this opportunity, he invested all his assets into purchasing pet eggs. To his dismay, the following morning, that same competitor listed another batch of pet eggs and initiated a price war. Pet eggs are not easily procured, yet this competitor managed to supply them in large quantities for 2 consecutive days. What was intended to be a lucrative venture turned into a situation where his funds became ensnared, halting the development of his territory. On the other side, after perusing the trading hall, Dingyu opened the chat channel. Brothers, today I have entered the top 10,000 of the level 2 rankings. I made the leaderboard. Sigh. If I hadn't upgraded to a level 3 territory, perhaps I could have made the leaderboard too. Today, I was attacked by someone using a declaration of war. Fortunately, I repelled them. This world is becoming increasingly perilous. I possess 2 declarations of war. Is anyone interested in forming an alliance? Limited to level 3 territories. The frequency of declarations of war has surged, with many belligerents beginning to attack others. Reflecting on this, Dingyu greeted Li Linlin and Zhao Li, informing them that he could provide reinforcements should they encounter danger. Li Linlin responded with an affirmative expression, while Zhao Li hesitated momentarily. Zhao Li, can our classmates request your assistance if they are in peril? Recalling that Zhao Li had a small group, Dingyu pondered and agreed. After all, they were classmates. His social anxiety was not a reflection of any discontent towards them. Dingyu, certainly. Zhao Li, to be candid, Han Yao is currently besieged by large tribes nearby. The situation is dire. Zhao Li, since we are classmates, it would be prudent to extend a helping hand. Who knows when she might be able to assist you in return. Dingyu, please provide an overview of the situation there. Zhao Li, not far from Han Yao's territory lies an ogre camp with approximately 4,000 units, half of which are first tier and the other half second tier. Zhao Li, initially, her tribe was suppressed by the ogre camp, leading to a lack of development. And in recent days, they have been completely encircled. The resources we traded with her have proven ineffective, as newly summoned units struggle against the level disparity of the opponents. This was, of course, also due to their current limited strength, as they possessed only 1 declaration of war. Going alone to provide support would be futile. Dingyu understood. I will dispatch troops to aid her tomorrow morning. Zhao Li, you should consider joining the group, at the very least. We can assist each other in times of need. Zhao Li, there are in team many members, just a dozen or so, all of whom we had a good relationship with before. After some contemplation, Dingyu acquiesced, recognizing that playing solo in this world could be rather dull, and it would be enjoyable to engage in banter with his classmates. Starry Ruler Group. Upon seeing this group name, Dingyu felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, momentarily regretting his decision to join. Jiangnan, welcome, welcome. Old Ding has finally joined us. You were the last one. After glancing at the group members, he noted there were 12 individuals, an acceptable number. Dingyu, long time no see, Boss Jiang. Jiangnan was their former class monitor and had always treated Dingyu well. Jiangnan, I can't believe you still remember me, the boss. You never joined the group or accepted friend requests. In the early days, many had sent friend requests, but Dingyu had cleared them all. Later, he set his account to block friend requests via nicknames, which likely included Jiang Nan's request. Dingyu, my apologies, I accidentally blocked the friend request feature. He sent Jiang Nan a friend request, and they successfully connected. After chatting with the other members in the group, Dingyu closed the panel and began his training. The next day, upon concluding his training, Dingyu felt he was on the cusp of leveling up. Once sufficient resources were accumulated, he planned to lead the warriors out to hunt monsters. The war space, being virtual, did not provide the warriors with experience points, while the monster ranch could grant experience. It was still far from sufficient. Gathering his units, Dingyu intended to deploy goblins as the main force, with bear warriors and priests as support. He opted not to bring others, as it was preferable to conceal their strength in the presence of outsiders. Were it not for the experience points gained from killing monsters in the real world, Dingyu would have refrained from deploying bear warriors and priests. This mission differed from the war space. Dingyu laid out the plan. The goblins were to inflict heavy damage on the foes. while the other units would deliver the finishing blows to gain experience, as goblins, being expendable, did not require experience for advancement. He activated the bronze-level Declaration of War, entered Han Yao's name, and clicked to use it. The Declaration of War transformed into a beam of white light, forming a light curtain ahead. Passing through it would bring him close to Han Yao's territory. The forces of Hanhai City sequentially traversed the light curtain, with the heroic unit Ding Yu accompanied only by Lan Fei, both ascending into the sky on a griffin. Gazing down, it was evident that Han Yao's territory was struggling in its development. As a level 3 territory, while it possessed some defensive towers, the levels of other buildings were woefully inadequate. The units were equally dismal, comprised solely of a few newly recruited soldiers whose levels barely reached first tier. It seemed that a small group had provided resources to purchase some defensive towers. Otherwise, she would not have endured to this point. After surveying the area from above, he located the Ogre Camp, situated 30 kilometers southeast of the territory. The enemy camp was only level 3, with mediocre defenses, prompting Ding Yu to rally his forces towards the Ogre Camp. Chapter 34, Forming the City Guard. This expedition did not include mounts, resulting in a slower pace. Fortunately, the distance was not great. An hour later, the army of Hanhai City had completed its formation and commenced the attack. The goblins and the ferocious bears charged to the forefront, while the priests lingered behind, casting various enhancement spells while simultaneously debilitating their foes. A mere level 3 encampment crumbled under the relentless tide of Ding Yu's tactical onslaught, and soon the battle came to a swift conclusion. Ding, congratulations. Your subjects have slain the enemy's level 23 hero unit, the Ogre Chieftain. Loot is being generated. Congratulations, you have acquired 13 silver coins, Ogre Warrior, D, X1, and War Declaration, Bronze, X1. The D-grade barracks yielded little of worth, destined to be discarded in the trading hall. Another, War Declaration, emerged, and Ding Yu couldn't shake the feeling that the drop rate for these items had increased, although this might merely be a figment of his own high luck, as others found it rather elusive. Ding. Congratulations, you have destroyed the enemy's level 3 territory, the Ogre Encampment. Ding. Congratulations, you have received Spirit Essence, X13. With the battle concluded, it was time to retreat. On the outskirts of Hanhai City, Han Yao approached, flanked by her guards, wishing to express her gratitude to Ding Yu. Suddenly, the ranks parted, revealing Ding Yu striding forth. Sister Yao, long time no see, Ding Yu exclaimed with a cheerful grin. At this, Han Yao felt her words of thanks catch in her throat, her lips twitching in frustration as she shot Ding Yu a sidelong glance. After a brief exchange, Ding Yu, with a hint of regret, declined her invitation to feast and led his troops back. At his command, the army swiftly reformed. The soldiers marched in perfect unison towards the distant portal of light. Han Yao stood silently, watching the tide of soldiers surge past her, a wave of melancholy washing over her. Once they had started on equal footing, yet now Ding Yu had far surpassed her. After a moment of despondency, her gaze hardened with determination. She vowed that the next time they met, she would no longer be a burden to Ding Yu. Upon returning to his territory, Ding Yu disbanded the army, allowing them to recuperate. Over the past 2 days, he had unified the defensive forces into a city guard, blending various units into cohesive teams. Each squad comprised 10 soldiers, 10 squads forming a battalion, and 10 battalions culminating in a regiment. The current defensive forces included Minotaurs and Dwarven Musketeers, while Treant Guards were stationed as defensive towers and did not participate in the team formations. Other units, such as Foxkin Archers, were summoned through recruitment scrolls and dispersed into the teams. The militia also had their own squads, primarily engaged in production, with only a few teams assigned for patrolling and maintaining order in the territory. From the Minotaurs and Dwarven Musketeers, for battle heroes emerged, forming the combat division, complemented by several non-combatant heroes in a strategic advisory role. Together, these divisions commanded the defensive capabilities of Hanhai City, forming the city guard. This recent expedition had not included other troop types, resulting in 3,000 goblin casualties. However, this was of little consequence, as Ding Yu would swiftly replenish their numbers. After the Hanhai forces completed their rest, Ding Yu resumed his campaigns within the war space. He initiated a search. Ding, congratulations, you have matched an opponent with a maximum plunder of 50 silver coins. A bounty of 50 silver coins was quite enticing. Following the teleportation, Ding Yu surveyed the opposing stronghold. It was a human territory, replete with defensive towers and bustling with soldiers. However, he discerned that most were merely ordinary citizens wielding rudimentary weapons, unlike his own militia, which, while still considered regular troops, were slightly weaker in combat efficacy. After all, in the mirrored territories, the populace would not truly perish, prompting many lords to organize them into a defensive force, contributing as best they could. In truth, the genuine defensive strength amounted to around 1,000, with the majority being Tier 1. Without further ado, he commenced the assault. Leading the charge were the goblin forces mounted on cave beasts, while the aerial units deployed alongside the priests, unleashing a flurry of skills. The enemy's defenses proved formidable, resulting in significant goblin casualties. The primary battle units also suffered wounds, yet they adhered strictly to Ding Yu's commands, avoiding any fatalities. Ding, congratulations, you have triumphed over your opponent, achieving a 100 destruction rate and plundering 50 silver coins. Upon returning to his territory, he replenished his forces and arranged for the army to rest. The goblin army required expansion, necessitating vigilance for similar barracks in the coming days. Should none be found, he would target a few goblin territories for invasion, hoping to yield fruitful results. With the goblins having already suffered considerable losses, encountering a lord of higher combat strength would undoubtedly be insufficient. Once the goblins were exhausted, the primary battle units would face increased casualties. This recovery period would be prolonged, as many were wounded. After recuperation, Ding Yu initiated another search. Ding, congratulations. You have matched an opponent, with a maximum plunder of 80 silver coins. Upon assessment, the opponent appeared too formidable. A direct assault would not be prudent, so he opted to forego this match. Ding, congratulations, you have matched an opponent, with a maximum plunder of 20 silver coins. This one seemed feasible. After teleportation, he found himself facing yet another human territory, indicating a significant human presence in the Spirit Essence continent. The defensive towers were manageable, far fewer than the previous 50 silver coin territory, and the troops on the walls were also considerably fewer. Without further ado, he launched the attack. Ding, congratulations. You have triumphed over your opponent, achieving a 100 destruction rate and plundering 20 silver coins. Upon returning to town, he replenished his forces and continued the rest period. After completing repairs, he clicked to search once more. Ding, congratulations, you have matched an opponent, with a maximum plunder of 30 silver coins. A bounty of 30 silver coins was acceptable, remaining within manageable limits. After teleportation, Ding Yu's spirits lifted as he observed the stronghold before him. It was a goblin city. The defensive towers were of mediocre strength, yet the interior boasted a considerable number of troops. Ding Yu unleashed a meteor shower, carefully managing the consumption of star power to ensure recovery by the following day. Next, he summoned Lawn Phase Tornado. With these two skills deployed, the enemy forces sustained heavy losses, prompting his army to surge forward. Ding, congratulations, you have triumphed over your opponent, achieving a 100 destruction rate and plundering 30 silver coins. With the battle concluded, the Hanhai forces teleported back to their territory. Chapter 35. The synergistic use of war declarations and war space. The day's battles came to a close, and he disbanded the army, permitting them to rest for the next day's conflicts. During the confrontation with the goblin adversary, Ding Yu had also gleaned its name. Tomorrow, he intended to utilize the war declaration to assault the opposing territory, as the war space had indicated that he should be capable of overcoming their strength. The war space itself did not yield loot. Only by attacking real territories could one acquire spoils. In the goblin domain, there was potential to uncover barracks related to the oceanic tactics. Coupled with the vast number of goblins, it would serve as an excellent source of experience. With this thought, Ding Yu envisioned a new door opening before him. The combination of war declaration and war space was nothing short of a perfect match. By conducting a reconnaissance in the war space, he could gauge the enemy's strength, then deploy a war declaration to strike decisively. I am indeed a genius, Ding Yu thought to himself with great satisfaction. Today, he had amassed a considerable number of silver coins. With a grand gesture, Ding Yu purchased 100 cannon towers and 10 light towers. The cannon tower is a formidable defensive structure capable of explosive attacks, effective against land units, whether targeting individual foes or groups. The light tower serves to heal, compensating for the lack of clerics within his territory. He clicked to establish them and upgraded them to level 3 in one go. After enjoying a delightful dinner with his maid, Ding Yu reclined on his large bed and opened the panel. A glance at the trading hall revealed nothing of interest. At that moment, he noticed a notification in the Star Rhythm Dominators group, 99 new messages. With an army of over 10,000, that Ding Yu lad is quite impressive. Are all his troops from exotic races? Has he not developed any human units? It matters not which race one develops. Strength is the true path to dominance. Ding Yu, do you have any cat-eared girls? Share a picture. It seemed they were aware of the units he had recently supported, prompting Ding Yu to share a photo of the fox archer. Ding Yu, no cat race, only fox archers, though their combat power is not particularly strong. Ding Yu, you beast. How could you send such a beautiful girl to the battlefield? At this stage, most of his classmates had upgraded their territories to level 3, albeit just recently. After a brief chat in the group, Ding Yu switched to the regional channel. With the group being small in number, acquiring information necessitated checking the regional channel. Today I acquired a war declaration order. Should I sell it or keep it? Sell it. Convert it into resources to develop your territory sooner. I'll offer 2 silver coins. Come on, 2 silver coins is laughable. I'll offer 5 silver coins. Currently, the war declaration order was in high demand, reaching prices of 20 silver coins in the trading hall, yet still scarce in the market. Looking for a pet, preferably one that can fly. Send me a private message if you have any. I'm also seeking a pet. It just needs to have a striking appearance. Strength is irrelevant. Ding Yu glanced at the panel, The number of inhabitants in his territory had exceeded 20,000, making the city quite congested. This did not even account for the troops, as the goblins alone numbered over 10,000. Thankfully, the units typically did not occupy the city. Ding Yu purchased several black rock walls from the System Mall, planning to expand the city starting tomorrow. His plan involved expanding outward in concentric circles around the original city, akin to the ring roads on Blue Star. Though he intended to utilize walls instead of establishing separate towns, Ding Yu envisioned creating a vast urban area. Fortunately, each territory upgrade yielded plains, providing ample space for his endeavors. Closing the panel, he commenced his training. The following morning, Ding Yu concluded his training session. After breakfast, he organized his main combat units to grind at the monster ranch for experience. The spoils would be handed over to Ding Shang. Today, he intended to assault the goblin territory marked yesterday. Once the warriors were prepared, Ding Yu retrieved a bronze-level war declaration order and clicked to use it. In recent days, Ding Shang had also collected several war declaration orders, but their current price was exorbitant, so Ding Yu advised against further collection. As the barrier formed, the army mobilized. Observing the enemy's fortifications, Ding Yu noted they appeared no different from what he had seen the previous day in the war space. The only distinction was that the enemy goblin soldiers had leveled up and increased in number. Ding Yu understood that these were the actual combat units, differing from the static defensive units in the war space. It had been calculated in the chat that the strength represented in the war space only accounted for 60 of the actual capabilities. Let the battle commence. Ding Yu unleashed a meteor strike on the opposing forces, this time exerting his full power. A tremendous shockwave surged forth, and as it dissipated, most of the enemy's defensive structures lay in ruin, with their forces severely diminished. The price he paid was merely a few days to restore his stellar power. A worthwhile exchange. Following this, Lan Fei unleashed a tornado. Then, the entire army advanced. Ding. Congratulations, you have slain the level 22 hero unit, Great Goblin. Loot is being generated. Congratulations, you have obtained Goblin Laborer, E grade, X1, War Declaration Order, Silver, X2. Ding. Congratulations, you have destroyed a level 3 Goblin territory. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired Fire Seed, LV3, X1. This time, the destruction of the territory yielded a Fire Seed instead of Spirit Essence. Was this the distinction between lords with systems and native inhabitants? Fire Seed. Quality none. Level 3. Note. Formed from mysterious powers. It will bring about special changes when integrated into the territory. The immediate effects were indiscernible as he began to clear the battlefield. From the onset of battle to its conclusion, scarcely half a day had passed, and the teleportation array would remain active for another half day. Seizing the rare opportunity of venturing afar, Ding Yu divided his forces into smaller teams for nearby hunting. Perhaps they might uncover different resources from those in his territory. Half a day later, Ding Yu's army returned. Due to the short duration, no other factions had been discovered nearby, and the number of monsters was minimal. It seemed the goblins had thoroughly swept the area, leading to the elimination of some distinct creatures and supplementing his genetic repository. Among them, a bipedal dragon had discovered a flock of larks. After eradicating them, a F-grade barracks, lark nest, was produced. Ding Yu's eyes brightened. Although its level was low, it could serve as a reconnaissance asset for his territory, far superior to worker bees, which, despite their small size, lacked range and intelligence. Ding Yu led his army back to his domain. He integrated the newly acquired Fire Seed into the existing Fire Seed of the territory. With a resounding boom, the territory's Fire Seed burned more fervently than before. Simultaneously, Ding Yu sensed a stronger connection to his territory than previously. The area of the territory expanded slightly, and the concentration of spiritual energy increased. He utilized the Goblin Laborer, upgrading the barracks to level 3 in one swift motion and summoning the units. Now, his territory boasted 18,000 expendable troops, significantly enhancing its combat prowess. With the Lark Nest, he clicked to establish it. Lark Nest. Potential, D. Affected by territory characteristics. Barracks potential rises to D grade. Level, 1. Heroes, 0. Troop capacity, 0-100. Summoning a lark requires 100 copper coins. Note. A bird species from the Star Rhythm continent. Possessing exceptional flying skills. He upgraded it to level 3 in one breath and summoned the units to serve as reconnaissance for his territory. Today's resource gains did not go towards purchasing defensive towers. Instead, Ding Yu established the outer city walls. A total of 120,000 units of blue rock walls were constructed, nearly bankrupting him. While a single unit of wall was not expensive, the sheer quantity proved overwhelming. He expanded the outer walls in proportion to the original ones, marking the future outer city. With resources depleted, he resolved to continue tomorrow. Chapter 36, The Sun God's Guard Attacks. After dinner, Ding Yu indulged in a relaxing bath and opened the system panel. The items in the trading hall were diverse and eclectic, making it challenging to find what he needed. In recent days, Ding Shang had also procured some items, such as municipal hall, opera house, and other functional structures. Ding Yu primarily sought out military camps, and he would not hesitate to procure any that were suitable for mass combat strategies. Additionally, he was in need of magic-based military units, but had yet to find the requisite camps after much searching. He opened the chat channel to eavesdrop. Brothers, today all my units have finally reached Tier 2. Congratulations. I'm almost there too. The opponents I encounter in the war space are becoming increasingly formidable. I can no longer keep up. Same here, I'm getting beaten daily. It's driving me to the brink of despair. I've realized that one cannot grind in war space. Every day, one must conserve strength. Otherwise, as your rank ascends, so do the strength of your opponents. Even if you refrain from attacking others, they will still come for you. Haha, I noticed this issue long ago. I've primarily been farming monsters in the real world now. Which gallant gentleman could spare me a spell scroll? I seek vengeance and will reward handsomely. The following morning, Ding Yu concluded his training and resumed his endeavors in warspace. With an additional 6,000 goblins, the array of opponents available to him had expanded. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had elapsed, and Ding Yu's primary combat units had all attained Tier 3. Now at level 38, his power within Hanhai City had surpassed that of most Tier 3 territories within warspace. Ding Yu had recently entered the Tier 3 rankings, currently positioned at 8,723. The outer city had also seen considerable development, with 50,000 Tree Guardian units deployed, all summoned through recruitment scrolls obtained from the Monster Ranch. Furthermore, 400 arrow towers had been constructed for aerial defense, alongside 100 water elemental towers designed to extinguish fires. The water elemental towers could unleash water elemental attacks, while also serving to quench flames. Given the abundance of Tree Guardians, this served to deter any potential fire assaults from adversaries. The outer city was beginning to flourish with vast expanses of farmland and cottages. While the surface appeared unremarkable, an intricate underground transportation network had already been excavated by tunnel beasts. The underground passages were notably spacious, with sunflowers lining both sides. Sunflowers were more luminous than lantern grass. Resembling little suns, they thrived on spiritual energy and flourished even underground. To prevent tunnel collapses, Ding Yu had specifically procured numerous earth-type solidification spells from the trading hall to reinforce the passages. Tunnel beasts scurried back and forth within, their activity rivaling that of subways on Blue Star. As for the inner city, it was densely packed with defensive towers. At that moment, a message flashed in the friend chat. Li Linlin, old Ding, help. I'm being swarmed. Ding Yu, what is happening? Take your time to explain. Li Linlin, I've been targeted by a squad from the Yamato Nation's Amaterasu Guard. I had a few words with them on the World Channel, and today, 4 of them suddenly used a declaration of war against me. Ding Yu had heard of the Amaterasu Guard, a notorious group from the Yamato Nation, infamous for their relentless assaults on other Blue Star lords in the World Channel. They likely had a means to acquire a substantial number of declarations of war, as each attack required a minimum of 3. However, Ding Yu felt undaunted. After this period of development, he now had sufficient confidence to confront any contemporaneous lord. Ding Yu, all right, I'm on my way. He gathered his troops and issued a bronze-tier declaration of war against Li Linlin. Inoue was a member of the Yamato Nation's Amaterasu Guard, a team founded by the legendary Yamamoto Nobuyuki, who ranked first in the 865743 regional leaderboard. Due to the proximity of regions upon crossing over, most of the 865743 area was populated by individuals from the Yamato Nation. Yamamoto Nobuyuki was a legendary figure who had endured great hardship when his territory first ascended to Tier 3, nearly facing annihilation. However, at that critical moment, a particular monster appeared nearby, which had a high probability of dropping declarations of war. Leveraging these, Yamamoto quickly rose to prominence, not only entering the Tier 3 territory rankings, but also forming a large team of over 100 members. Reflecting on this, Inoue could not help but feel a twinge of envy, wishing for such fortune himself. Their target this time was a female player from the Celestial Empire, who had established a solid foundation. Capturing her territory would likely yield considerable rewards. The 4 of them coordinated their assault, each taking a different direction to encircle their target. Without the need for introductions, they executed their attack with practiced ease. Just then, Murata's army was routed by goblins, retreating towards Inoue. What was happening? Did this Celestial Empire player have a large goblin faction nearby? The sheer number was staggering, stretching endlessly. To complicate matters, something was soaring above. Were those griffins? Such creatures were unmistakably high-quality units. Was it possible that other local factions were also involved? Before he could ponder further, dragons appeared in the sky. What in the world was happening? Had they stirred a hornet's nest? Li Linlin watched in disbelief as Ding Yu's forces effortlessly decimated the enemy ranks. She recognized Ding Yu's strength, but this was beyond anything she had anticipated. Sister Lin, impressive, isn't it? Ding Yu asked with a smug expression. I didn't expect you to become so formidable. Just call me Little Lin Lin. It feels more comfortable that way. Prepare yourself. We'll be collecting the spoils shortly. Are you planning to attack the opposing territory? Indeed, the time for the declaration of war is still ample. Soon, the invading forces targeting Li Linlin were vanquished. With a sweeping gesture, Dingyu commanded the forces of Hanhai City to charge towards the transmission portal of the Yamato forces. During this time, Dingyu also returned to his territory to replenish the goblin troops he had expended. The defenses of these opponents' territories were not particularly strong, and two of them had only just ascended to Tier 3, making them easy prey for Dingyu and Li Linlin's armies. They acquired 4 fire seeds, and it was then that Dingyu learned that Li Linlin and her companions typically refrained from destroying territories. They usually opted for devouring, as it allowed them to obtain resources from the enemy's land, unlike Dingyu, who was wealthy enough to disregard such meager resources. During this period, Dingyu also inquired about the details of their opponents. Although he had heard of the Amaterasu Guard, he was unaware of the specifics. Upon learning that the leader was Yamamoto Nobuyuki, Dingyu was momentarily taken aback. Could it be that same unfortunate soul he had so thoroughly defeated when he first ascended to Tier 3? He soon discovered that Yamamoto had a method to farm declarations of war. Dingyu decided not to wait any longer and planned to launch an attack against Yamamoto Nobuyuki directly. Delaying would only allow him to gather his forces, putting Dingyu at a disadvantage. Chapter 37. The Annihilation of Yamamoto Nobuyuki. In truth, Dingyu had overestimated the situation. The Amaterasu Guard had been plundering relentlessly, depleting their stock of declarations of war. Although there were monsters near Yamamoto Nobuyuki's territory that could drop declarations of war, the probability was low, yielding only 1 or 2 per day. Ultimately, the 4 that had just been given to Inoue. Now that it was clear Inoue had been defeated by rival forces, the mere mention of rival forces made Yamamoto Nobuyuki's teeth grind in frustration. It was because of him that Dingyu had nearly faced obliteration in the past. A deep-seated enmity had brewed. Having developed further, he had momentarily forgotten about Yamamoto, but now was the perfect opportunity for revenge. Yamamoto Nobuyuki was planning to accumulate several days' worth of declarations of war, intending to lead his allies to obliterate this foe with absolute superiority. At that moment, a sudden notification from the system echoed. Ding! Your rival has employed a bronze-level declaration of war. Prepare accordingly. Instantly, a shimmering portal manifested outside Yamamoto Nobuaki's fortress, from which surged the formidable army of Hanhai City. Upon witnessing the robust defenses of Yamamoto Nobuaki's stronghold, Dingyu was momentarily taken aback. This adversary had indeed made remarkable progress, with an array of defensive towers that nearly rivaled his own. Seizing the element of surprise, he unleashed a devastating meteor strike. Now at level 38, Dingyu's celestial power had significantly amplified. A colossal meteor, trailing a brilliant tail, struck the very heart of the fortress. In its wake, an enormous mushroom cloud erupted, followed by a tremendous shockwave. As the shockwave dissipated, Lawn Phase Tornado materialized, drawing up the smoke from the explosion and mercilessly obliterating the remaining defensive structures of the enemy. This overwhelming assault left Yamamoto Nobuaki utterly astonished. Such ferocity was unprecedented. Just as the tornado subsided, the forces of Hanhai City surged forth. Pit beasts, carrying goblins, emerged from subterranean tunnels, while wyverns rained down fierce bear warriors, soaring into the sky to unleash torrents of fire. Meanwhile, numerous griffins, bearing the Azure Guards, targeted the surviving combatants of the opposing side, systematically picking them off midair. Bringing up the rear were the mounted war priests on unicorns, dedicated to dismantling the enemy's defensive lines with waves of debilitating spells. The battlefield was awash with foes. A chaotic melee engulfing Yamamoto Nobuaki's territory, and this was his singular thought. Just moments ago, he had sought assistance in the alliance group, and 2 members still possessed declarations of war. Upon their arrival and seeing the dire situation, they were rendered speechless. How could they possibly intervene now? Yamamoto Nobuaki's realm had nearly been reduced to ruins, with his remaining troops under siege. Faced with such a predicament, the 2 lords hastily retreated to their own domains. Even if Dingyu were to follow through the portal, he still had defensive towers to rely upon. Against Dingyu, Yamamoto Nobuaki stood no chance. Perhaps, after vanquishing him, Dingyu would spare them. Rage coursed through Yamamoto Nobuaki. These individuals, who had once been so valiant in their assaults alongside him, now fled at the first sign of peril. Before he could lament further, he was struck by a torrent of dragon breath. Ding! Congratulations. Your subjects have slain the opposing lord, Yamamoto Nobuaki. Loot is being generated. Congratulations, you have acquired 15 silver coins and a catapult blueprint, gold, X1. How impoverished he felt. And yet he was ranked first in the regional leaderboard. Dingyu spat disdainfully. This blueprint would be sent to the Equipment Manufacturing Center to explore the possibility of mass-producing catapults. The destruction of the cornerstone of the territory yielded a level 3 fire seed. Dingyu paid no heed to the fleeing lords. His primary task was to dispatch his army to scour the vicinity for wild creatures, as it was rumored that there were monsters nearby that could drop declarations of war. After returning to his territory to replenish the troops depleted in the recent battle, Dingyu led his forces forth once more. In the earlier skirmish, Yamamoto Nobuaki had been summoning soldiers from his barracks. However, The newly summoned troops were all of level 1, lacking any combat prowess, and were quickly eradicated by the might of Hanhai City. Dingyu commanded his army to sweep the surrounding wilderness, and after vanquishing a horde of rabbits wielding large sticks, he obtained a declaration of war. It was astonishing that such a powerful item had dropped from a mere group of rabbits. Having acquired it, and noting that time was of the essence, he decided to return home. Upon returning to his territory, Dingyu hastened to the monster ranch. There, he identified a creature known as the Berserk Rabbit and initiated its generation. Berserk Rabbit. Potential. E. Description. A pet rabbit of Ares, the god of war, from another world, known for its extremely aggressive nature. So, it was a rabbit nurtured by the god of war that clarified its ability to yield declarations of war. He summoned soldiers to eliminate the 20,000 rabbits generated, yielding several declarations of war. The drop rate was not as high as he had anticipated, yet it served as an efficient means of collecting declarations of war. Dingyu had no intention of mass-producing these declarations. Enough for his own use sufficed. He refrained from listing them in the trading hall, as farming lizardmen proved far more lucrative. Furthermore, flooding the market with declarations of war would introduce considerable uncertainty for the lords. Thus, he opted against it. Instead, he could utilize the declarations of war to generate resources. Today, he had acquired 4 fire seeds and integrated them into his territory, thereby expanding its area slightly, though no other changes occurred. In total, he had secured 5 fire seeds today, leaving 1 for Li Linlin. Opening the friends chat, he updated Li Linlin on the situation, informing her that the crisis had been averted. Li Linlin, that's impressive. I thought we would be entangled with the Amaterasu Guard for a long time. Nonsense. Without his assistance, they would have been obliterated in a single wave. Dingyu, with their leader dead, the source of declarations of war has vanished. Even if the alliance persists, it will lack any real power. Li Linlin, thank you. Dingyu, by the way, have you fused your fire seed? What effect did it have? Li Linlin, the area increased slightly, and the population refresh rate improved. Nothing else changed. Having amassed considerable resources today, he continued to invest in defensive towers. Meanwhile, within the Amaterasu Guard's group chat, chaos reigned. Yamamoto is dead. We must avenge him. Yes, vengeance is imperative. We must elect a new leader to consolidate our power. You two were supposed to provide support. How come you remain unscathed? How dare these 2 cowards demand vengeance? Now that Yamamoto is gone, and the source of declarations of war has vanished, we ought to keep a low profile. We made too many enemies. Even being low-key 1T spare US trouble. It's all your fault for provoking adversaries everywhere. I have made the most progress. I am the most suitable candidate for leadership at this stage. In such circumstances, the Amaterasu Guard would either need to appoint a new leader or risk fragmentation. However, this no longer concerned Dingyu. Without declarations of war, they posed no threat to him. Besides, with Yamamoto Nobuaki's fate as a cautionary tale, they would likely think twice before antagonizing him. After a delightful dinner with his little maid, Dingyu reclined on his grand bed, scrolling through the chat channels. The atmosphere in the chat had shifted dramatically. As the number of declarations of war increased, lords had formed various factions. Where there are many, there are conflicts, raids, vendettas, and treachery flourished. Before the emergence of declarations of war, without the means to attack one another, the discourse was merely verbal sparring. Now, a disagreement could lead to an immediate declaration of war. Even many farming lords formed alliances for self-preservation. The class group was lively as well. Recently, they had clashed with a faction from the Korean peninsula, and both sides were now engaged in battle. Observing his side's advantage, Dingyu decided to leave them to their own devices. After finishing with the chat channel, he resumed his training, which had now become an integral part of his life. Chapter 38, The Elven Mage Guild. The following morning, Dingyu concluded his training. He summoned the populace and entrusted their arrangement to the city hall, which was now functioning normally. Dingyu allocated all the administrative talents that emerged within his territory, including several heroic units, although they were primarily non-combatant in nature. He gathered his troops to first clear the monster ranch. At this stage, recruitment scrolls and pet eggs remained stable, as Dingyu had set the monster level to the 2nd tier. The quality of the items obtained was rated as E-grade, which would maintain a market for a considerable duration. Particularly for pets, they did not occupy the population slots within the territory. Presently, in the chat channel, the primary combat units in Tier 2 territories predominantly boasted E-grade potential, with only a handful possessing D-grade units. The last time, that influential party could not withstand Dingyu's price war, ultimately selling their pet eggs below market value, leading to a financial loss rather than profit. However, they did not resort to any extreme measures, displaying their intelligence. In a vast forest, one encounters all sorts of birds. Thus, some individuals grew envious of Dingyu's daily mass listings of goods. Occasionally, a couple of these individuals would issue a declaration of war against Dingyu, to which he responded mercilessly, utterly annihilating their territories. Notably, upon issuing a declaration of war against Dingyu, The system would carve out a small temporary space adjacent to his territory for the adversary's teleportation. The opponent could only see the desolate land nearby and the expanse of Dingyu's territory, with nothing else in view. Among the lords who dared to attack Dingyu, many ranked highly within their respective regions, yet they too were vanquished by him. After fending off several waves of assaults, the lords became subdued. Very few dared to set their sights on Dingyu now. In truth, these individuals were blinded by greed. One could only imagine the financial power of someone capable of auctioning a large volume of high-grade items daily, as wealth could be translated into combat strength. They only perceived the financial resources without recognizing the formidable combat capabilities that lay beneath. Once his army had recuperated, Dingyu opened the war space and clicked for a search. Today, he intended to combine the war space with the declaration of war to procure resources. Ding! Congratulations. You have matched an opponent with a maximum plunder of 40 silver coins. This opponent was a dwarven lord, fortified with numerous defensive towers, but lacking in defensive troop strength. The battle commenced, and soon the enemy was defeated. Ding! Congratulations, you have vanquished your opponent. Achieving a destruction rate of 100 and acquired 40 silver coins. He returned to his city and replenished his forces. The reinforcements were predominantly goblins. As losses among the primary combat units had lessened significantly with their increasing levels, at worst, they would only sustain minor injuries. Once the army was fortified, Dingyu activated the declaration of war, targeting the recently defeated dwarven lord. Having just engaged in battle within the war space, Dingyu had discerned the enemy's defensive capabilities. Even if the opposing offensive troops were utilized for defense, it would not double their defensive strength. After assessing the enemy's defenses, his army marched with vigor towards the foe. At this point, Dingyu had largely ceased to oversee siege warfare. With the presence of these commanding heroes, there was little for him to concern himself with. He now functioned merely as a tool, managing panels and utilizing items. Of course, he also served as a safeguard. Should the enemy prove formidable, Dingyu would unleash a meteor strike. Before long, the battle concluded, and the battlefield was cleared before retreating. Returning to the city, he replenished his troops and allowed them to rest. Once the recuperation was complete, he continued to explore the war space for further searches. To enhance efficiency and mitigate risks, Dingyu opted for weaker territories. Territories that were too strong or bore high attack costs were promptly forsaken in favor of the next option. The search required merely 2,000 copper coins, a trivial amount for Dingyu at this stage. Thus, alternating between the war space and the declaration of war, Dingyu's wealth rapidly accumulated. This strategy bore the advantage of not only acquiring resources and various supplies, but also allowing his primary combat units to gain experience points for leveling up. Unlike hunting, where finding a suitable opponent could consume half a day, the war space offered remarkably high efficiency in opponent selection. Following simulated battles in the war space, transitioning to real territory incursions via the declaration of war proved far more effective. Dingyu had mastered this process. By the end of the day's conquests, his ranking had ascended to 6,542. As the army dispersed to rest, he returned to the Lord's Manor to expend the resources acquired that day. Most of the resources obtained were allocated towards purchasing defensive towers, with only a small portion reserved for contingencies. During this period, numerous individuals had attempted to assault Dingyu within the war space, yet all returned defeated. The formidable defensive strength he possessed was enough to send shivers down one's spine. Most who found Dingyu in their searches simply surrendered, while a few, enticed by the substantial plunder value, launched reckless assaults, only to emerge battered and bloodied. Given Dingyu's current defenses, even a self-inflicted strike would lead to utter ruin. The opponents ranked alongside him had all elevated their primary combat units to Tier 2, with some even breaking through to Tier 3. The utility of goblins diminished against Tier 3 units, as a level 1 goblin was essentially cannon fodder. Fortunately, Dingyu's primary combat units had leveled up significantly, granting them considerable individual strength, resulting in minimal damage sustained during encounters. At that moment, Dingyu spotted a barracks in the trading hall, Elven Mage Corps, C grade. He purchased it instantly, although C grade seemed somewhat low. This was the much-needed magical unit he had been seeking. Finding a magical unit barracks had proven exceedingly difficult. After days of searching in the trading hall, he had finally stumbled upon one. Clicking to use it, he summoned the Elven Mage Corps. Potential, C. Level, 1. Heroes, 0. Troop strength, 0-100. Summoning a mage requires 400 copper coins. Note, a mage corps of the High Elven race, skilled in wind magic. Wind magic it was. Although its lethality may not rival that of fire magic, it was still formidable. He summoned a soldier. Lilith, member of the Elven Mage Corps. Level, 1. Potential, C grade. Bloodline, High Elven Bloodline. Loyalty, 100. Skills, 1. Wind Spirit Technique. Enhances movement speed by infusing wind elements into the legs. 2. Wind Blade Technique. Generates wind blades using wind elements for wide area attacks against enemy units. 3. Wind Wall Technique. Creates a barrier using wind elements for defense or enemy restriction. 4. Wind Bomb. Unleashes compressed wind elements at enemies, causing explosive damage. Impressive, indeed, possessing 2 area attack skills and 1 defensive skill. He ascended to level 3 in one go. Summoning all. 2 heroic units emerged. Leah, Hero. Level 1. Potential, C grade. Bloodline, High Elven Bloodline. Loyalty, 100. Skills, 1. Mastery of wind elements. Proficient in various foundational wind element skills. 2. Wind Blade Technique. Generates wind blades using wind elements for wide area attacks against enemy units. 3. Wind Barrier. Creates a barrier using wind elements for defense or enemy restriction. Skill 4. Wind Arrow Rain. Unleashes a multitude of arrows composed of condensed wind elements upon the enemy, inflicting extensive damage across a wide area. Skill 5. Commander. When leading the Elven Mage Corps, augments the movement speed and attack power of its members. The abilities of the 2 heroes are quite similar, and now there are additional trump cards for the territory. Such lands require these well-built, stunning, and powerful units. Chapter 39. Continuous Enhancement of Strength. After dinner, Dingyu once again scrolled through the chat channel, as this was one of the few leisure activities left to him. Brothers, the indigenous people nearby are engaged in battle. It was utterly terrifying. I'm faring all right. The natives have been quite subdued. Over the past few days, I finally discovered a fellow villager's territory. The indigenous inhabitants surrounding me are not ones I can easily provoke. Those I could have already been eradicated. Dingyu reflected on this and realized that he was indeed surrounded by cities with populations exceeding 100,000. The lower-level ones had been thoroughly cleared out, but they were all from different races. The only human settlement nearby was Ser City. With the extensive deployment of Skylark scouts, Dingyu had largely grasped the situation in his vicinity. His territory was located on the southern fringe of the Dragonfall Forest, an expanse so vast that the surrounding natives lacked the means to ascertain its true size. To the south of his territory lay 3 cities, the human Ser City, the Wolfman's Wolfguard City, and the Goblin's Titan City. Each of these cities boasted populations exceeding 100,000, categorizing them among the elite factions within level 3 territories. However, the territories of the natives did not possess the population restrictions characteristic of the territories held by transmigrators. They had formed naturally. Transmigrated territories, such as Dingyu's, were equipped with systems, enabling rapid development. In contrast, the territories of the indigenous peoples were either naturally formed or inherited from the previous lord. Whether the predecessor was an indigenous person or a transmigrator remains uncertain. Even if descendants inherit a transmigrator's territory, the system interface disappears. The natives of Xingyan continent are unaware of the existence of transmigrators, including the descendants of those transmigrators, likely due to information being restricted by the system. In level 3 native territories, the main combat units predominantly consist of Tier 2 troops, with a small fraction of Tier 3 units present within the cities. The elevation of a native territory's level can occur through 2 primary avenues. First, a natural upgrade upon the inhabitants reaching the requisite levels, whereby, influenced by the heavenly and earthly fortune, the core of the territory undergoes an automatic upgrade. This process is rather protracted. Second, utilizing a plethora of heavenly materials infused with the essence of nature to expedite the upgrade of the territory's core, which necessitates an immense expenditure. Following an upgrade, the baseline concentration of spiritual energy within the territory increases. Many territories even strategically arrange spirit-gathering formations to further enhance the concentration of spiritual energy. These 3 native cities belong to different races and harbor poor relations with one another, frequently leading to conflicts. Through extensive development over time, Dingyu's territory had already surpassed the strength of these native cities. Having recently immersed himself in the war space, he had not engaged with these indigenous forces. The next phase would involve considering whether to expand northward or southward. Heading north would allow for continued hunting in the Dragonfall Forest, while venturing south would bring him face to face with these native cities. In truth, Dingyu preferred to wander with his territory, establishing a temporary base in resource-rich areas and consuming the resources before moving on. This endeavor resembled shepherding, with Dingyu as the shepherd and his territory as the flock. Once familiar with the lay of the land, he planned to initiate his wandering mode. Closing the interface, he resumed his cultivation. The following morning, after completing his training, he refreshed the inhabitants of his territory. The population had now surpassed 50,000, and it would not be long before another expansion was necessary. This figure did not even account for the number of units, as he had summoned over 50,000 treants alone. He gathered his forces, cleared the monster ranch, and began a mixed utilization of war space and declaration of war. Ding! Congratulations, you have matched with an opponent. The maximum plunderable amount is 40 silver coins. This adversary was a goblin lord, providing an ideal opportunity to test the newly summoned mage core. Summoning Lia, he initiated a wind arrow rain, unleashing a barrage of azure energy beams towards the goblin horde across from him. In the blink of an eye, goblins fell in droves, suffering from penetrating damage that left numerous holes in their structures. Next came the wind blade technique, where transparent blades of wind sliced through the air like surgical instruments. Many goblins were cleaved in twain, suffering severe cutting damage. Quite impressive, indeed. He summoned a regular member of the mage corps to experiment with the wind bomb. This projectile, akin to a grenade, produced no flames but unleashed transparent shockwaves instead. The power of the wind bomb nearly rivaled that of the explosive arrows shot by Dingyu. Although the time required for the mages to execute their skills was longer, rendering it less swift than archery. Nevertheless, this minor flaw did not diminish the overall effectiveness. Henceforth, Hanhai City would possess a plethora of area of effect capabilities. The mage corps lacked mounts for now, but once suitable ones were found, they would be equipped accordingly. Fortunately, wind elemental mages were relatively swift. Days turned into weeks, and before long, half a month had elapsed. Presently, a portion of Hanhai City's main combat units had reached Tier 4, while Dingyu himself had attained level 45. All primary combat units were now fully outfitted in golden gear, and siege engines such as catapults and siege crossbows were being utilized extensively. Goblin forces had ceased to charge into battle, as level 1 goblins stood little chance against Tier 3 units. The goblins had transformed into logistical troops, responsible for operating and maintaining siege machinery. Dingyu contemplated replacing the goblins with a different goblin species, as the latter were more adept at handling siege equipment. Regarding upgrading the goblins, Dingyu had also conducted some research. Given the large base number, the experience required for upgrades was substantial. However, upgraded goblins were at a disadvantage when facing opponents of equal level, which rendered the cost-effectiveness less than ideal. In the war space, Dingyu's ranking within the level 3 segment had risen to 1361. This ranking should yield some rewards, yet his current standing was too low to receive any. The continent was teeming with hidden talents. Dingyu felt sufficiently powerful, yet found himself ranked over 1,000. However, this ranking reflected only a portion of his territory's combat capabilities and did not encompass the entirety. During this period, the time for yet another regional leaderboard reward distribution had arrived. Regional Territory Leaderboard. First place, Hanhai City, Prosperity Index, 5215, Lord, Yu Sham. Second place, Elegant Castle, Prosperity Index, 2043, Lord, Bloody Queen. Third place, Leifei City, Prosperity Index, 1954, Lord, Andre Loves to Drink. Fourth place, Hanxing Valley, Prosperity Index, 1762, Lord, Henin Loves to Dance. 10th place, Tianlong City, Prosperity Index, 1705, Lord, Your Old Father. The familiar faces on the leaderboard had largely remained unchanged, though their rankings had shifted. The top 3 positions remained remarkably stable. Dingyu's snowball effect had begun to take shape, with the gap between him and the second place widening. Ding! Congratulations on achieving first place in the Regional Territory Leaderboard. Rewards are being distributed. Ding! Due to your prosperity index significantly surpassing that of other lords, your rewards will be enhanced. Congratulations, you have received Extraordinary Treasure Chest, X1. Once again, Dingyu has acquired an Extraordinary Treasure Chest. At present, he can only obtain such quality chests through system rewards. It is already quite fortunate to encounter a golden treasure chest while grinding for monsters. Chapter 40. Opening the chat channel for the citizens. As usual, he went to wash his hands by the spiritual spring and prayed before the statue of the goddess of fortune. Open. Ding. Congratulations. You have received Spirit Gathering Array, X1, Ancient Tree of Life, X1, Long Distance Communication System, X1. The Spirit Gathering Array is something Dingyu has coveted for quite some time. As all the major cities of the natives possess it, while he does not, the Spirit Gathering Array can continuously absorb the spiritual energy surrounding the territory, gathering it within. It can enhance the concentration of spiritual energy in the territory and accelerate the recovery rate of that energy. With so many individuals practicing within the territory daily, the consumption of spiritual energy is significant, and the recovery speed is nearly unable to keep pace. Additionally, the Monster Ranch, that gluttonous entity, generates considerable income but also incurs substantial costs, thanks to the fire seeds and spirit resonance obtained from attacking other territories. The concentration of spiritual energy in his domain has not yet begun to decline. It is worth noting that the natives' territories cannot afford to practice universally, as the consumption of spiritual energy is exceedingly terrifying. Nonetheless, the results of universal practice have been commendable. Most members of the territory have already reached the 2nd tier, and many have even broken through to the 3rd tier. The upgrading speed of the citizens is not slow, as their work also grants them experience points. Furthermore, since the citizens possess potential classified as D grade or above, there is little to no bottleneck in breaking through to the 3rd tier. However, in the future, the levels of these D grade potential citizens will be restricted to within the 3rd tier, meaning a maximum of level 39. To break through, they will require C grade potential. Of course, there are some exceptionally determined individuals or those with unique opportunities who may surpass their potential limitations, but such occurrences are rare. Upon clicking to use the Spirit Gathering Array, the concentration of spiritual energy in the territory begins to increase gradually. Dingyu then turned his attention to the next item, Ancient Tree of Life. Quality, A, level, none. Special trait, the Ancient Tree of Life produces life essence periodically, which, when consumed, gradually enhances one's life essence. Description, a life tree of the elven race. Planting it within the territory will increase the concentration of life factors, enhancing the overall physical quality of the citizens and improving their chances of breaking through. Another treasure, to be planted within the territory. A massive ancient tree rises from the ground, towering at a height of nearly 100 meters, its entire form entwined with a green luminescence, exuding an air of mystery. The air within the territory now carries an indescribable fragrance, leaving one feeling invigorated and clear-headed. In the small depressions on the trunk, some liquid can be observed, and Dingyu hastily collects it. Life essence. Description, a liquid produced by the ancient tree of life that absorbs the essence of heaven and earth. Long-term consumption can enhance life essence, with greater effects on those of lower potential. He summoned the Queen Bee, a heroic unit from the Beehive, and one of the early heroes to follow Dingyu. Limited by the Barracks level, the Queen Bee's potential is D-grade, resulting in her level being stuck at 39, unable to break through. Although heroes can surpass potential limitations, this requires a considerable amount of time and is not something that can be achieved in a short span. He allowed her to drink the life essence, and it showed an increase in potential. He also provided the Queen Bee with some life essence for her return. Currently, the bee swarm no longer holds significant utility, as the territory is fortified with numerous anti-air towers, rendering the swarm's feeble defensive power unnecessary. Dingyu has become indifferent to the bee swarm, allowing them to operate freely. Perhaps they might yield unexpected results. With some life essence remaining, Dingyu consumed it. Ding. Your physical constitution has received a slight enhancement. The potential of a lord is infinite, hence it cannot be improved, but enhancing one's constitution is nonetheless beneficial. As a lord, one must possess formidable combat power. A weak lord cannot command respect. In the future, it is inevitable that he will confront other lords. Strengthening oneself allows for a degree of ostentation. Dingyu noted that this life essence can produce a small cup daily, assigning dedicated personnel for collection. It can be utilized for personal consumption and a portion can be allocated as rewards for contributors to the territory. The final item, long-distance communication system. Quality, A. Function description, an auxiliary module of the territorial system, integrating with fire seeds to activate an instant messaging system for citizens. Note, one of the system's hidden modules, possessing mysterious powers. Dingyu merged it with the fire seeds. The fire seeds have now expanded several times since his arrival, with a tendency towards a golden hue. Ding. Congratulations. You have activated the Citizens Chat channel. Dingyu observed that this is merely a weakened version of regional chat. Citizens can communicate in real time within the channel and can also create groups. They can add friends and establish one-on-one communication. Naturally, the primary authority of the channel resides with Dingyu, who can control the activation and deactivation of various functions. He decided to delegate some authority to the municipal hall and the military, allowing them to establish their own communication systems. The municipal hall will mainly engage with the citizens, such as issuing news announcements. This functionality is quite magical, as it ushers the next phase in Hanhai City into the digital age. It also enables the municipal hall to establish a network regulation department to oversee the chat channel, guiding public opinion among citizens and combating unlawful behavior. Dinner time arrived, and Dingyu only dined within the Lord's manor for breakfast and dinner, while lunch was spent outside with the soldiers. They typically consumed barbecued meats or easily portable foods, for returning to the territory for a meal at noon would be quite a waste of time. Dinner remained lavish, featuring a delightful balance of meats, vegetables, and fruits for dessert. With the expansion of the Lord's manor, a number of personnel have been assigned. There is a guard team, a culinary brigade, and cleaning staff. Li Fugue even assigned a group of hand-picked maids to Dingyu, all of exceptional figure and beauty. Under Dingyu's subtle suggestion, the maids donned uniforms, made outfits. In his words, this presents a more professional appearance. Unlike certain lords who have established harems, Dingyu holds a strong disdain for such practices. Were it not for his busy schedule, he would consider himself a proper individual, preferring to engage in harmless jesting with these young ladies. After every meal, these little maids would blush as they tidied up the dishes. Upon returning to his chamber, Dingyu opened the interface. He accessed the system mall to continue purchasing defensive towers, then browsed the trading hall to see if there were any worthwhile items available. The mage corps is still in need of mounts. Should he encounter other high-quality barracks, Dingyu would certainly acquire them. After all, who would refuse an abundance of troop types when the population of his territory is not limited? Thanks to the exceptionally high concentration of spiritual energy, the farmlands within the territory are gradually transforming into spiritual fields, yielding an abundant harvest. Coupled with the numerous farmlands, they are more than sufficient to meet the territory's daily consumption. The territory is home to various spiritual plants, most of which provide beneficial enhancements. The living environment within the territory is undoubtedly first-rate, Unlike other impoverished lords who lack the funds to purchase defensive towers, Dingyu has never been short of money. Currently, the residents of the territory consume water from the spiritual springs, and their staple foods are meticulously selected by Dingyu, which can improve their physical constitution with long-term consumption. The inhabitants of a territory are its very foundation, and their strength is a reflection of the overall might of the realm. Chapter 41. The emergence of spiritual veins in the territory. After a prolonged search, Dingyu found nothing of worth within the trading hall. Thus, he turned to the chat channel for a glimpse of activity. The regional channel remained lively, filled with boasting, bickering, displays of prowess, and lighthearted banter. Each time Dingyu opened the chat, he was transported back to the sensation of being on Blue Star. Brothers, I've come across something splendid, a marriage contract. Once used by a couple, it enables a permanent two-way teleportation array between two territories. Wow, that is a great find. With this, wouldn't I be able to ally with a beautiful lady? You all are too superficial. Strength is paramount. I seek a partnership with a lady who is both capable and beautiful. By the way, can multiple instances of this item be used simultaneously? Not that I have any ulterior motives. I simply wish to establish an alliance. What if someone wishes to divorce? Can the teleportation array be deactivated? As a single man, Dingyu found this artifact of little use. Recently, the Japanese have been provoking us frequently. Are there any brothers willing to band together to deal with them? Count me in. I've endured their antics for far too long. Why do you refer to them as them? Dingyu felt a surge of patriotic fervor, contemplating whether he too should join in the fray. At this moment, the Star Rhythm Dominators group was abuzz with chatter. Dingyu noted that the conflict was far from over. He recalled hearing about a clash with a group from the Korean nation some time ago. It had been quite a while since then. Such delays in conflict could severely hinder development, as protracted warfare was detrimental. Dingyu, are there any formidable opponents with striking appearances? Send me their names, and I shall assist you in resolving this. Jiangnan, Dingyu has arrived. Their leader is named Park Haoyan. He is both formidable and handsome. Dingyu, Zhaoli, haha, the class monitor has spoken. This task is entrusted to you. Dingyu, upon reflection, my own strength is limited. Are there any brawn-over-brains weaklings among them? Zhangchong, none. The ones we VE battled for so long cannot possibly be weaklings. Dingyu, what is your current situation? Jiangnan, not long ago, we were on the verge of defeating them, only for a group of Japanese reinforcements to arrive. Dingyu, aren't those two nations at odds? They are. But for reasons unknown, the Japanese have taken to troubling the lords of the Celestial Empire. Dingyu, understood. Tomorrow, I shall also send troops to give them a good thrashing. Please send me their information afterward. Jiangnan, all right. After concluding the chat, Dingyu commenced his training for the day. Upon checking his level, he found himself at 45, a 4th-tier powerhouse. Currently, only one other 4th-tier powerhouse resided in Serre City, an ancient ancestor of a family. His strength had grown formidable. The following morning, after completing a day of rigorous training, he followed his routine, eating, refreshing his inhabitants, and clearing the monster ranch. Afterward, he organized his army and chose to declare war on Park Haoyan, with an opponent who had not even entered the 3rd-tier leaderboard. Dingyu felt little interest in the engagement, especially considering looks were irrelevant in this context. The forces of Hanhai City completed their teleportation. Upon formation, they did not immediately launch an attack, as goblins rolled out hundreds of catapults from behind. Before long, the catapults commenced their assault, hurling enormous stones from above. The barrage rained down upon the opposing walls, damaging numerous structures within the city. This initial onslaught left Park Haoyan in a state of despair. What level of siege weaponry was that? Its range exceeded that of his defensive towers, and its destructive power was immense. How could he be struck from such a distance while unable to retaliate? Should this continue, his territory would be methodically obliterated, with the enemy incurring only the cost of a few stones. With no other recourse, Park Haoyan commanded his troops to march out and engage in battle. The forces that ventured forth were swiftly met with overwhelming force from Hanhai City, where the disparity in levels rendered them mere children in the face of such power. In no time, Park Haoyan's territory lay in ruins. With such strength, he dared to call himself a team leader? Ding. Congratulations. You have destroyed the level 3 human territory, Haoyan City. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Fire Seed, LV3, X1. After concluding the day's work, he returned to his territory to replenish his forces and commanded his army to rest. Once the troops had recuperated, he employed the war declaration. The army of Hanhai City reappeared, and this opponent proved even weaker. Leaving half of his forces behind, Dingyu led the remaining troops back to his territory. Once again utilizing the war declaration, he selected another adversary. Before long, both opponents were vanquished, yielding 2 more fire seeds. The army returned to the territory to replenish their ranks. After the troops were ready, they set forth once more. In just one day, Dingyu decimated 11 enemy territories, inflicting catastrophic losses upon the Korean faction. With such scant numbers, only a dozen or so within the Star Rhythm Dominators group, they would scarcely endure if their opponents fielded a larger force. Such a level of prowess barely qualified as dominance. and Dingyu could not help but scoff at the name of their group, commanding his army to return and rest. He then integrated the acquired fire seeds into his territory. Ding. Congratulations, the attributes of your territory have undergone a transformation. This was the result of qualitative change brought about by quantitative accumulation. Territory, Hanhai City. Lord, Dingyu. Level, 3. Territory range, 80,000 x 80,000. Population, 1, 58 million. Heroes, 22. Soldiers, 760,000. Daily automatic refresh of 1,000 units of inhabitants. Spiritual energy concentration, 11,150. Trait 1. Celestial Abode, a place where spiritual energy converges, enhancing the potential of all inhabitants, with a minimum grade of D, significantly increasing the probability of breakthroughs. Trait 2. Territory Space, an independent realm with the potential to evolve into a world. Trait 3. Celestial Spiritual Veins, the territory nurtures spiritual veins, greatly enhancing the efficiency of cultivation in their vicinity. Prosperity Index, 8742. Had a spiritual vein truly emerged? This phenomenon was increasingly fantastical. Could it be possible to cultivate immortality? It seemed reasonable, considering the ever-present celestial energies. The appearance of spiritual veins was a natural occurrence. Dingyu detected that the spiritual vein within his territory was but a slender thread, roughly the thickness of an arm. It was merely in its infancy, still small. However, the spiritual energy within the territory felt more vibrant than before, as if imbued with life. Absorbing spiritual energy during cultivation became significantly easier, and the flow of energy within his body accelerated. Although he was not entirely knowledgeable in these matters, it was evident that he was growing stronger. Today had yielded considerable rewards. He still opted to purchase defensive towers. After enjoying dinner with his petite maid, who was too shy to eat and insisted on feeding herself, Dingyu pondered how her daily concerns weighed heavily upon her. Chapter 42. Reinforcements for Ser City. After a relaxing bath, Dingyu returned to his chamber and opened his interface. He aimlessly browsed through the trading hall. Some special spiritual fruits. He would procure those. Who was the genius that had produced swimwear? Bye. In the Lord's manor, the construction of a swimming pool is deemed necessary, as the young maidens ought to engage in more physical exercise. During today's meal, a noticeable softness has settled upon their midsections. Broken mirror Dan? This substance is also available. I shall procure it, ensuring that any hero within the territory encountering a bottleneck may utilize it. There appears to be nothing of particular interest. Thus, I shall close the trading hall and return to observing the chat channel. In the Star Rhythm Dominance group, I informed them that I have resolved matters concerning the enemies from the land of the morning calm. The group erupted in excitement, as Dingyu reaped a considerable amount of emotional value. Wealth should not be flaunted, akin to wearing splendid attire under the cover of night. I also requested the roster of that Japanese faction, intending to summon each one of them by name tomorrow. Dingyu plans to eradicate them all in one fell swoop, for prolonged warfare could hinder their development. This endeavor bears little consequence for Dingyu. Attacking these individuals will yield resources just the same. The efficiency of resource acquisition remains consistent, regardless of the target, and this allows him to assist his comrades. After finishing the group chat, he resumes his training. Today, he perceives a remarkable increase in his training efficiency, as the spiritual energy seems to penetrate his being with a life of its own. The following morning, training concluded. The daily trifecta ensued: dining, refreshing the populace, and tending to the monster ranch. Preparations for war are underway, as today shall witness the annihilation of this Japanese faction. Time passes steadily. Today, the city guards report the arrival of a native outside the city gates. Typically, outsiders cannot locate Hanhai City. Yet this individual was spotted wandering nearby by a patrolling squad. He claims to be an envoy from Cell City, an elderly man brimming with vitality. Dingyu instructs them to bring him forth. At present, the territory harbors no fear of being observed, for it shall surely be open to the outside world in due course. Moreover, the arrival by subway renders his view limited. Shortly, the envoy from Cell City is ushered in. Wang Ming, the envoy from Cell City, bows before the Lord. Dingyu bids him to rise and take a seat beside him. Wang Ming surveys the youthful lord before him, aware only of the vastness of the territory and the elevated level of its defense forces, deducing that its strength is comparable to that of Cell City. My lord, I have been sent by my sovereign to propose an alliance. An alliance? What sudden impetus compels this? Dingyu's territory has had no dealings with these native cities, coexisting peacefully until now. What has incited this desire for alliance? In response, my lord, Titan City and Wolfguard City have formed an alliance. As fellow kin, we are natural allies. Dingyu consents to the proposed alliance, acknowledging that following the coalition between the Goblin Titan City and the Wolfmen of Wolfguard City, a vast army has been dispatched to assault Cell City. This army is now encamped outside Cell City, hence their hasty request for an alliance. One cannot help but jest about the name of the Goblin City. It is rather amusing that the diminutive goblins would adopt the grand title of Titan City. Nevertheless, it matters little. for Dingyu had already intended to resolve the affairs of these two southern cities in the coming days. With the morning still fresh, Dingyu assembles his forces, preparing to march on Cell City. Once the army gathers, he leads them forth, with Wang Ming accompanying the troops of Hanhai City on their return. Wang Ming watches in astonishment as Hanhai City's forces assemble with remarkable speed. He knows that it would take Cell City 10 days to a fortnight to muster such a force. He could never have imagined that this was merely the routine of Hanhai City. Within Cell City, a sense of unrest is palpable. The gates are shut, and the once bustling streets are now nearly deserted. Titan City and Wolfguard City are of similar stature to Cell City, and the three cities have historically maintained a delicate balance of power. The Wolfmen, fierce and bloodthirsty, excel in close combat, while the technologically advanced goblins wield formidable siege weaponry. Kevin, the lord of Cell City, sits in a chair with a furrowed brow. Since taking over from his father, he has diligently steered Cell City toward prosperity, and signs of advancement are now apparent. Yet, the sudden alliance between Titan City and Wolfguard City raises concerns. These two cities have never been amicable. What could have prompted such a union? Surely, something must have transpired, yet he remains in ignorance. Damn the intelligence department. They are utterly incompetent, leaving me in a state of vulnerability. His only hope now lies with Wang Ming, who was dispatched prior to the siege. Kevin is well aware of the newly emerged human territory. The information available suggests that this territory is not to be underestimated. An alliance could provide a means to navigate through the impending crisis. Even if he cannot vanquish the enemy, he must at least safeguard his city. Hanhai City's army boasts exceptional mobility, covering a distance of 500 kilometers in mere hours, even allowing for the slower tunnel beasts. Other units are airborne and swift. On a mountain overlooking Cell City, Dingyu gazes at the two darkly clustered encampments. The native forces exhibit poor mobility after such a long march. They are likely fatigued and will first establish camp before launching an attack. Not every faction possesses the resources to equip their soldiers with mounts. In Hanhai City, even goblins have tunnel beasts to ride, a notion unfathomable in other territories. The encampments of the two cities are separate, indicating that their alliance is not particularly close. Logically, they should have camped together. Goblins excel in long-range assaults, while their prowess in close combat is lacking. Conversely, the Wolfmen are formidable in melee but weak in ranged engagements. Their proximity would provide protection for the goblins. This situation presents Dingyu with an opportunity, as he prepares to launch a surprise offensive against the goblins. Their various apparatuses possess substantial lethality. If possible, Dingyu would prefer not to charge headlong into their assaults. With the orders given, the tunnel beasts surge forth from the earth. Soon, they emerge within the enemy encampment, unleashing a torrent of ferocious bear troops and azure guards. Following them are griffins and wyverns, accompanied by mounted warriors riding unicorns, and a cadre of mages sprinting forth. Fortunately, the mage battalion, being a ranged unit, need not draw too close to the enemy. In the blink of an eye, chaos ensues within the goblin encampment, with combat erupting in all corners. The frail goblins are particularly vulnerable to such a sudden onslaught. Many were unable to reach their war machines before being eliminated. Before long, the battle concludes. Wang Ming, having entered the city through a secret passage upon Dingyu's arrival, now informs the officers of the unfolding events. The gates of Cell City swing open, and the city's forces emerge to engage in battle. Chapter 43, The Assault on Titan City. At the forefront stand heavily armored warriors wielding massive shields, with Cell City's primary objective to restrain the Wolfmen. The clash between Cell City and Wolfguard City has scarcely commenced when Dingyu's battle reaches its conclusion. Following this, the Goblin army charges toward the encampment of Wolfguard City, with the main battle forces mixed among them. As they near the enemy, the Mage Battalion unleashes a barrage of spells, inflicting devastating losses upon the troops of Wolfguard City, who hastily realign their formation to disperse the crowd. In the earlier skirmish against the goblins, the mages had little opportunity to contribute, as the forces of Hanhai City were already embroiled in close combat by the time they arrived, rendering many area of effect spells unusable. This time, the Mage Guild unleashed their pent-up fury upon the Wolfmen, launching a ferocious assault. Once the mages had exhausted their skills and entered their cooldown phase, other forces from Hanhai City arrived on the scene. Meanwhile, the troops from Cell City, witnessing Hanhai City's forces breaching the formation of Wolfguard City, hastily charged forward. The soldiers of Cell City, now encircled, found themselves engulfed in a tumult of emotions, fear, anger, and trepidation. They transformed these tumultuous feelings into a blazing fire of wrath, directing it against the armies of Wolfguard City. Faced with a pincer movement from two directions, the Wolfmen soon found themselves in disarray, fleeing into the distance. The soldiers of Hanhai City pursued them relentlessly. Once the rout began, the fate of these Wolfmen was sealed. There was no way the land forces could outrun the aerial might of Hanhai City. After the battle concluded, both sides began to clear the battlefield. The Lord of Cell City, Kyle, approached Dingyu to express his gratitude and invited him into Cell City. Dingyu, accompanied by his personal guards, followed Kyle into the city, unperturbed by any potential malice from Kyle, for his strength provided him with confidence. Moreover, having witnessed the combat prowess of Hanhai City's army, it was likely that Kyle harbored no ulterior motives. Sayre City exuded an air of antiquity, reminiscent of medieval Europe on the Blue Planet. Stone edifices adorned the landscape, meticulously arranged. Residents lined the streets, jubilantly cheering as if they had stepped out of a television scene from the Blue Planet. Ding Yu seized the opportunity to gather a wealth of emotional value. Within the Lord's mansion, Kyle and Ding Yu engaged in amiable discourse, establishing a military alliance and agreements for mutual commerce and cooperation between their cities. Naturally, the specifics would be deliberated by their respective experts. Under Kyle's guidance, Ding Yu participated in an evening banquet and ball in Sayre City, where the vibrant and alluring noble maidens greatly enhanced his fondness for the place. Through Kyle's revelations, Ding Yu gleaned insights into the surrounding situation. The area was rife with chaos, with various cities operating independently and populated by numerous races. 5,000 kilometers to the south lay a level 5 territory of rock giants, the overlords of the region. However, these giants typically paid little attention to the smaller cities, requiring only an annual tribute of resources. Even as conflicts erupted among the cities, the inhabitants of Giant Rock City remained indifferent, only intervening when faced with external threats from other level 5 territories. Fortunately, Sayre City was situated near the Dragonfall Forest, devoid of any significant external forces aside from wild beasts, rendering it relatively stable. Rumor had it that deep within the Dragonfall Forest resided dragons, posing a considerable danger. Ding Yu felt fortunate for the existence of the war space. Had his territory expanded northward, inciting the ire of a dragon would have led to dire consequences. Dragons were the apex beings of this world, with adult dragons rivaling deities in power. Difficult as it was to decline the invitations of the noble maidens, Ding Yu led his army back to his territory. His domain now served as a sanctuary for cultivation. Practicing within the opulent confines of a noble's estate could hardly compare to the efficacy of training within his territory. He contemplated eventually inviting those noble maidens to join him in cultivation, as the rich spiritual energy of his land would undoubtedly astonish them. The native aristocrats of this world also engaged in cultivation, particularly the youth, who typically spent their evenings in rigorous training. They lacked the notion of slaying monsters for experience. Their primary means of enhancing their capabilities was through cultivation. Unbeknownst to Kyle, Ding Yu's territory was currently housed within him. After traveling a distance from the city, the forces of Hanhai City began to teleport back to their domain. They replenished their ranks and allowed the troops to rest. In the Star Rhythm Dominance group, Ding Yu shared candid snapshots from the banquet, which incited a flurry of reactions. Zhang Yong, are the native humans on the continent this passionate? Zhaoli, brother Yu, take me along to the next banquet. I have a declaration of war to teleport over. Han Yao, who is that handsome black-haired gentleman beside you, Ding Yu? Ding Yu, he is the lord of the human city beside me. Quite promising. Sister Yao, are you interested in him? Han Yao, you're the one who is interested, and your entire family is too. Ding Yu felt as if he had returned to his school days, reliving the carefree existence of youth. He strolled through the trading hall, primarily seeking small gifts, shiny yet inexpensive trinkets to present to the noble maidens on future visits to Sayre City. After a night of cultivation, Ding Yu prepared to mobilize his troops the following day, intending to assault Titan City and Wolfguard City. Initially, Sayre City was to join Hanhai City in the expedition. But upon learning the extensive preparations required by Kyle, Ding Yu declined the offer. Why the need for such elaborate preparations? With the speed of Hanhai City, they could accomplish it in a day without hindering their evening meal. The main forces of Titan City had already been decimated outside Sayre City, rendering their defenses vulnerable. The army of Hanhai City launched a surprise attack once again, initiating with a barrage of area of effect spells, including Ding Yu's meteor strike. Following this, the forces surged forward, and Titan City fell. Ding, congratulations on slaying the level 44 hero unit. Goblin Defender. Loot is being generated. Congratulations, you have obtained silver coins X154. Goblin Airship, C, X1. Goblin Engineer, C, X1. Ding. Congratulations on destroying the level 3 territory, Titan City. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained Spirit Resonance, X25. A surprise assault is the most effective strategy against such races. One must not allow them time to react, lest they suffer severe repercussions. For races that focus on defense while attacking with ferocity, their offensive capabilities can be formidable once unleashed. After collecting the spoils, he planned to return to his territory for utilization. Following the battlefield cleanup, the next target was Wolfguard City. The siege of Wolfguard City involved the deployment of siege engines, with catapults pushed to the front lines. Under the pressure of their long-range attacks, the Wolfmen were forced to abandon their city and confront the attackers. Chapter 44, Necromancer. With the main enemy forces already annihilated, the Wolfmen were merely moths drawn to the flame. Ding. Congratulations on slaying the level 43 hero unit, Great Wolf Knight. Loot is being generated. Congratulations. You have obtained silver coins X132, Wolf Cavalry, C, X1. Great Wolf Lair, c. X1. Indeed, the treasures yielded by the long-established native territories were remarkable. Throughout this period, Dingyu had attacked numerous territories of traversers, but had never obtained anything of notable value. After all, the territories of traversers had developed for a shorter duration and were inherently inferior in depth compared to those of the natives. Ding. Congratulations on destroying the level 3 territory, Wolfguard City. Ding. Congratulations, you have gained Spirit Resonance, X23. After clearing the battlefield, he teleported the warriors back to his territory. Dingyu then mounted his green dragon and soared towards the Dragonfall Forest. The vast expanse of the Dragonfall Forest necessitated that Dingyu find a new edge to establish his base. His previous encampment had existed for quite some time, and the surrounding creatures had been largely eradicated, with mineral resources nearly depleted. To acquire additional resources, he would need to venture further afield. This approach would squander an excessive amount of time on the road. Relocating directly would be far more efficient. The Emerald Dragon soared with remarkable speed, and before dusk, it discovered a resource-rich area. Dingyu promptly teleported back to his territory, leaving behind a mere speck of dust. Upon his return, he began to inventory the day's acquisitions. He constructed several C-grade barracks, which represented the highest quality troops Dingyu could currently produce. Gremlin Airship. Potential, C. Level, 3. Quantity, 0-200. Summoning one airship requires 1,200 copper coins. Note, a product of Gremlin technology, it has a slow flight speed but can carry a substantial weight. Gremlin Laborer. Potential, C. Level, 3. Quantity, 0-600. Summoning one warrior requires 400 copper coins. Note, an exclusive unit of the Gremlin race. Possessing extremely low defense but capable of throwing bombs with devastating power, especially effective against buildings. Isn't this akin to a bomb-throwing unit? In the future, the Gremlin laborers can board airships to bombard their adversaries. The Wolf Cavalry consists of werewolves riding colossal wolves, characterized by high agility and explosive power, excelling in guerrilla warfare. This unit comes with its own mount, thus you need not provide additional giant wolves for them. The giant wolf den produces enormous wolves, known for their endurance and formidable melee capabilities. These can be assigned as mounts for the Mage Corps, offering protection to the frail spellcasters, thereby alleviating the need for the mages to traverse on foot. With the summoning of these units, the diversity of combat troops has been significantly enhanced. Ever since the goblins were defeated, Dingyu has been seeking a substitute for a swarm tactics approach. After extensive research, he identified a type of F-grade barracks, Necromancer. These F-grade barracks are now ubiquitous, with countless available in the trading hall for bulk purchase. Coupled with the territory's unique attribute, which guarantees a minimum potential of D-grade for the populace, this results in the F-grade barracks being as effective as D-grade barracks in Hanhai City. Dingyu has conducted thorough research on the Necromancer unit. Each mage can summon up to 10 skeleton warriors, and the demise of these skeletons incurs no adverse effects. As long as there is magical energy, they can be summoned continuously. Furthermore, Necromancers do not need to charge into battle, thus minimizing attrition while gaining experience points for leveling up. As the Necromancer's level increases, so too does the strength of the summoned skeletons. Strictly speaking, Necromancers are more suited for swarm tactics than goblins. However, to effectively implement such tactics, multiple barracks must be acquired, and previously, mage-type barracks have been scarce. Even the F-grade ones were challenging to procure. With determination, he accessed the trading hall and purchased 20 barracks in one go, constructing and upgrading them to level 3. Necromancer. Potential, D. Due to territory characteristics, potential has risen to D-grade. Level, 3. Quantity, 0-600. Summoning one mage requires 100 copper coins. Note, a mage adept in necromancy, capable of summoning a multitude of skeletons for combat. The 20 barracks were aligned in a perfect row within the territory. Dingyu summoned all his forces, amassing a total of 12,000 necromancers, but only one hero emerged. Carter, hero. Level, 1. Potential, D. Bloodline, none. Loyalty, 100. Skill 1, skeleton summon. Capable of summoning numerous skeleton warriors for battle. Skill 2, necromantic curse, curses enemies, inducing a weakened state. Skill 3, necromantic storm. Harnessing a vast amount of dark energy to create a storm that transforms corpses on the battlefield into skeletons for combat. Skill 4, commander, when leading necromancers. Increases their mana recovery speed. Dingyu entrusted the necromancers to Carter's command and returned to the Lord's Manor. After enjoying a delightful dinner, he reclined on his grand bed and opened the chat channel. Today, I flattened a territory belonging to a Japanese player. It felt exhilarating. I also dealt with one, but my losses were considerable. I have a monster ranch available, listed in the trading hall, an experience harvesting artifact. Wealthy owners shouldn't miss out. I have that as well, but the energy consumption is too great. My territory simply cannot sustain it. I also possess it. It's a fine item, but I cannot afford to utilize it. Upon encountering such enticing goods, Dingyu promptly accessed the trading hall to acquire it. Regrettably, it was merely a D-grade item. yielding a limited number of monsters, but it was better than nothing. He browsed the trading hall, again, but found nothing noteworthy to purchase. Glancing at the chat records in his classmates group, he noted their impressive progress. Ever since Dingyu aided them in concluding their war, they have entered a phase of rapid development. Occasionally, they utilize war declarations to team up and seize resources. And the previous month of external warfare has fostered an increasingly harmonious cooperation among them. Closing the chat interface, Dingyu commenced his daily training. The following morning, he dispatched the newly minted necromancers and wolf cavalry to engage in monster hunting and level-up activities nearby the territory. After some contemplation, he also sent the goblins to assist in their advancement. Once the necromancers have leveled up, the goblin army shall retire from the annals of history. He organized the main combat units to raid the monster ranch. After the completion of these tasks, Dingyu led his forces into battle for the day. Accessing the war space, he initiated a search. Ding. Congratulations, you have matched with an opponent. A maximum of 200 silver coins can be plundered. As his rank increased, the opponents he encountered became progressively stronger and more affluent. This particular territory belonged to a wolf clan, and the garrison units within the city had surpassed the second tier, with numerous defensive towers in place. A massive wolf's head emblem adorned the city walls, presumably a reflection of the lord's personal tastes. Chapter 45. Rapid Development of the Territory. Without further ado, the assault commenced. The siege engines were lined up, launching their attacks against the enemy's stronghold. Airships carrying gremlin laborers soared towards the enemy city, accompanied by flying dragons for protection. The airships, though relatively fragile, ascended to great heights, but for safety reasons, they were escorted by the flying dragons. Once they reached the enemy stronghold, the gremlin laborers unleashed their bombs. Instantly, the city was filled with the cacophony of explosions, the small bombs proving even more destructive than the siege engines. Particularly when striking buildings, their destructive capacity was immense, causing structures to crumble in mere moments. Realizing the urgency of the situation, the enemy concentrated their anti-air defenses on the airships. However, flying at considerable altitude, and with the flying dragons providing cover, no significant damage was sustained for the time being. Before long, the enemy's city lay in ruins, prompting their garrison forces to surge forth in a desperate assault against the troops of Hanhai City. The battle concluded swiftly, and upon returning to his territory, Dingyu ordered a period of rest for his army. Once the forces had recuperated, Dingyu deployed a bronze-grade war declaration against the previous lord. The army was teleported to the exterior of the enemy's actual territory, where the defenses mirrored those encountered earlier, albeit with higher-tier units stationed on the walls compared to the specialized defensive forces observed in the mirrored space. However, only a small portion are of the third tier. Thus the impact is negligible. Dingyu waved his hand, commanding the army to commence their assault. Ding. Congratulations, your subjects have slain the level 32 hero unit, the Wolf King Chieftain. Loot is being generated. Congratulations, you have obtained 25 silver coins. Wolf Guard, D grade, X1. Purple Gold Claw, Golden grade, X1. The D grade barracks were destroyed, of little use, and were promptly discarded into the trading hall. Ding. Congratulations, you have destroyed the level 3 territory, Wolf Fong Castle. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired Fire Seed, LV3, X1. After clearing the battlefield, the army returned to the territory. Upon returning, they replenished their troops and arranged for the army to rest. Once the rest was complete, they continued to search. A day passed, and Dingyu's ranking rose to 952, finally entering the top 1,000. While attacking opponents today, he discovered 2 castles adorned with wolf head insignias. The meaning of these symbols was unclear. If not a matter of custom, they might signify an alliance. Regardless, with the current defensive level of his territory, the battle would not be easy. The sheer number of defensive towers was enough to give anyone pause. Today, he also reaped numerous resources and continued to amass defensive towers. The outer city was now also replete with defensive towers, and soon it would be time to expand the city again. After the expansion, Hanhai City would boast 3 rings, instilling a profound sense of achievement. The necromancers and wolf cavalry returned, each having leveled up by 2 or 3 ranks. The results of today's excursions were promising, and it was estimated that the external monsters could continue to yield resources for several more days. Once exhausted, they would relocate once again. For now, they could only farm monsters on the outskirts of the Dragon's Fall forest, as he had not commanded the soldiers to venture deep inside. The monsters deeper within were of too high a level, posing a risk of troop losses that would be counterproductive. Fortunately, the Dragon's Fall forest stretched endlessly, and even the outskirts were sufficient for his warriors to level up. Thus, several more days passed, and the necromancers had already broken through to the first tier. Dingyu's ranking in the war space reached 632, steadily ascending. The atmosphere of war in the regional channel grew increasingly palpable, as the area Dingyu inhabited clashed with a region of the Yamado nation, evolving towards the brink of war. Dingyu kept a close watch on the developments, prepared to intervene should conflict arise. In Blue Star, he had no opportunity to obliterate the opposing force, but here he was afforded that chance. The tides of fortune had shifted, The Celestial Empire was no longer the dominant force it had been a century ago. And now the Yamato nation found itself in a position of weakness. Their persistent provocations were truly reckless. Due to Ding Yu's ability to share experience points for monster kills among his troops, even though the contribution from each individual was minimal, the sheer volume was significant. Even in the absence of monster kills, Ding Yu surpassed level 47. With ample resources, he procured 200,000 units of Qingyan city walls. He expanded the city further along the perimeter, achieving the third ring. The main thoroughfare was preserved for potential emergencies, while the remaining paths were largely subterranean. The tunnel beasts excavated a sprawling underground network, reinforced by fortification spells. Above, fertile farmlands thrived, watered by numerous spiritual springs that Ding Yu had acquired at great expense. Indeed, the water utilized by his subjects was sourced from these spiritual springs. Hanhai City was no ordinary bastion of wealth. The widespread use of spiritual springs enhanced the quality of the soil, elevated the aura concentration of the territory, and simultaneously increased the likelihood of his subjects surpassing their inherent potential. The housing of the subjects was no longer uniformly allocated. Instead, they constructed dwellings according to their personal preferences, applying to the municipal hall for the necessary land. The municipal hall had already pre-planned the land use for various areas, distributing land according to the applications received. A considerable number of defensive towers had been erected in the third ring, achieving a significant scale. There was no need to worry about defense, as the Watcher Comprehensive Defense System managed everything systematically. It even provided guidance on where to position specific types of defensive towers. During this period, Ding Yu discovered a golden-grade city defense cannon design blueprint in the trading hall. After utilizing it at the Equipment Manufacturing Center, a production line was established, and he could now manufacture them in bulk. Once these city defense cannons were produced, they were prioritized for deployment on the outermost walls. The city guard was also stationed at the outermost walls, with dedicated troop transport tunnels underground. Should the outer defenses fall, these soldiers could swiftly relocate to the next line of defense. Ding Yu also acquired several barracks for sword and shield infantry and archers to bolster the territorial defenses. The goblins had largely been retired. After exhausting their usefulness, he had ceased to summon them. The units operating the siege weapons had now been replaced by a human C-grade unit, the swordsmen. While their combat power was not particularly high, they were vastly superior to the goblins, especially in terms of operating siege equipment. Operating siege engines also granted experience points. It was unwise to squander them on goblins. Hanhai City was rapidly advancing each day, and after depleting the resources around the territory, Ding Yu relocated once again. He felt increasingly akin to a shepherd, with his territory resembling a vast flock of sheep. The war space was not neglected, as he continued to engage there daily. As the opponents grew stronger, the rewards also increased. With the leveling up of the necromancers, Ding Yu allowed them to participate in the war space activities, their involvement minimizing the losses of Hanhai City. Ding. Masao has issued a bronze-grade declaration of war against you. Please prepare yourself. Ding. Matsushita has issued a bronze-grade declaration of war against you. Please prepare yourself. Ding. Ando has issued a bronze-grade declaration of war against you. Please prepare yourself. Suddenly, a flurry of system notifications rang out. Ding Yu counted 10 in total. So many? Chapter 46, The Mighty Abilities of the Watcher. They were under siege, and simultaneously, the Watcher provided warnings, ensuring that the territory's warriors were promptly notified and swiftly mobilized to various defensive points. Shortly, Ding Yu arrived atop the third ring of the walls, where shimmering teleportation barriers appeared outside the territory. Looking out, he saw a dense throng of enemy units. At that moment, the Watcher provided an alert, indicating that the number of invaders was 30 for 121. Each territory had dispatched 3,000 units, nearly their entire military force. The enemy's troops were predominantly of the second tier, with hardly any third-tier units, highlighting the significant disparity between the opposing Lord and Ding Yu. The enemy had yet to organize their formation when heavy boulders began descending from the sky. Ding Yu looked on as he realized that the catapults on their side had initiated an attack. A row of catapults had been erected behind the walls, launching massive stones over the battlements towards the opposing forces. The boulders landed with precision, targeting areas where the enemy troops were densely packed. It appeared that the Watcher had provided accurate data. Ding Yu entrusted the entirety of this defensive battle to the Watcher. The territory also possessed a dedicated communication system, enabling the Watcher to precisely direct every segment of the defensive forces. At this moment, the city defense cannons on the walls also opened fire, the thunderous sounds reverberating as massive projectiles detonated within the enemy ranks. Masao was the commanding officer of the enemy forces, hurriedly organizing defensive troops to the forefront. Simultaneously, he commanded the air units to take flight, pushing the siege engines forward, preparing to assault Hanhai City. However, they soon found themselves in an awkward predicament. Their siege engines were of insufficient level and could not reach Hanhai City. With a vehement exclamation, Ma commanded his troops to advance, aiming to bring the opposing city within the range of his siege engines. After the Air Force regrouped, they soared towards Hanhai City, which was already on high alert. Instead of engaging outside the city walls, the defenders circled above, biding their time for the enemy's assault. With a plethora of anti-aircraft weaponry stationed above their stronghold, only a fool would dare to confront the adversary in open battle. The aerial units of the enemy rode upon colossal eagles, each bearing archers armed with crossbows. Soon, they became entwined in a fierce skirmish with the Air Force of Hanhai City, but the disparity in their levels was glaring. Upon contact, the enemy forces began to plummet from the sky in disarray. Meanwhile, the ground troops of the opposing side struggled to advance a short distance, finally bringing Hanhai City within the striking range of their siege weaponry. Ma promptly ordered the siege units to commence their assault, hurling massive boulders towards the city walls. Simultaneously, enormous crossbow bolts were launched towards Hanhai City, poised to strike the battlements in the blink of an eye. At that moment, a translucent shield emerged from within Hanhai City, enveloping the entire stronghold. The projectiles unleashed by the siege engines were thwarted by this seemingly fragile barrier, which proved remarkably resilient. The enemy's attacks hardly made an impact. Simultaneously, the opposing Air Force found themselves ensnared within the shield, unable to retreat. The defenders clearly intended to capture the enemy air units in their entirety, a rather nefarious strategy. Ma's expression shifted dramatically. This fool had a protective shield? Indeed, it was evident that their rival, endowed with ample financial resources, was a formidable adversary, further solidifying Ma's resolve to conquer them. The wealth to be gained from seizing their territory was a tantalizing prospect. Ma was the top lord in the 865743 region, a position that had long been in contention with Ding Yu's territory. He had not anticipated such a stealthy offensive against the leading lord of the region. Unfortunately for them, they had chosen the wrong opponent, suffering considerable losses from the onset of the conflict. Despite Ma's meticulous preparations, having summoned 10 of the top-ranking lords for assistance, he gritted his teeth and commanded the dragon force to charge forward, backed by the stout and hardy ogre army. Observing that the siege engines were unable to inflict damage upon Hanhai City, he ordered a full frontal assault. At this juncture, the Air Force from Japan had suffered catastrophic losses, prompting the defenders of Hanhai City to retaliate against the advancing siege units. A fleet of airships began to ascend, while the Goblin engineers commenced bombarding the enemy from above. The once formidable Japanese Air Force now found themselves in dire straits against the defenders of Hanhai City. Confronted with an array of defensive weaponry, they were relentlessly bombarded from the airships above. Meanwhile, fire-breathing dragons soared gracefully, their massive forms surprisingly agile in the sky. Each time the Japanese forces attempted to concentrate their fire, the dragons would swiftly evade, as if possessing foresight. This advantage stemmed from the Watcher, which, through its extensive reconnaissance units scattered across the battlefield, provided real-time updates and precise commands to each soldier. The synergy between the Watcher and the communication system was reminiscent of a data link from Blue Star. At that moment, Ding Yu stood atop the city walls. Observing this spectacle, the Watcher, akin to an artificial intelligence, was indeed formidable. In comparison, his own command capabilities felt utterly inadequate, leaving him to ponder whether he could ever develop a siege system of similar caliber. Before long, the Japanese army surged toward the city gates, only to be met by a veritable swarm of skeletal warriors emerging from below the walls. Their numbers exceeded 100,000, sending a shiver down Ma's spine. The defensive forces atop the walls began to unleash their onslaught, particularly the dwarf gunmen, whose long-range attacks proved devastating. Additionally, the mages cast area of effect spells, while the priests inflicted negative statuses upon their foes. With the protective shield remaining unbreached, the Japanese forces suffered grievous losses, with more than half of their ranks decimated before they could even lay a finger on the enemy. Despair washed over Ma. They had yet to touch a single hair on the enemy's hide, while his own forces had suffered grievously. That infernal shield remained steadfast, showing no signs of faltering. It appeared that breaching the enemy's defenses was an impossible task. In order to preserve his strength, Ma commanded a retreat. Just then, a horde of burrowing beasts emerged from behind, unleashing a wave of melee combatants to block their exit. Simultaneously, the mage contingent atop the walls conjured wind walls to impede the enemy's escape. As the last soldier fell, this siege defensive clash came to a close. The attacking Japanese forces were nearly annihilated, with only a scant few managing to break through alongside their lord. Ding Yu swiftly replenished his lost troops and ordered his army to regroup. The protective shield remained intact, showing no signs of rupture, though the aura within the territory had been significantly depleted. Throughout the battle, the troops had gained experience, with newly summoned units like the necromancers leveling up rapidly. Once the army had regrouped, Ding Yu led the forces of Hanhai City into a counteroffensive. The assault on Hanhai City had lasted mere half a day, and the transmission lights had yet to dissipate. There was no rush. They would push forward one by one. Chapter 47. The counteroffensive against the Japanese lord. This time, Ding Yu refrained from splitting his forces. The duration of this conflict would not be brief, and there was no need to take unnecessary risks. In any case, he had already noted the names of these lords. He could easily issue a new declaration of war once the current one expired. Ma was the first to feel Ding Yu's wrath. Barely back in his territory, a meteor fell, striking his stronghold. Following this, a tempest of wind and arrows descended, leading to an assault from the siege units. As the foremost lord of the 865743 region, he possessed some strength, with numerous defensive towers within his city. However, he was matched against Ding Yu, an extraordinarily powerful lord, and it wasn't long before Ma's territory was utterly devastated. Ding. Congratulations on destroying the level 3 territory. Amaterasu City. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Fire Seed, LV3, X1. The 865743 region had indeed seen better days. Ding Yu recalled that the previous lord, Yamamoto Nobuyoshi, had also hailed from this area. Having dispatched 2 top lords in succession, it seemed that being the best in this region was a perilous undertaking. After the battlefield had been cleared, the forces returned to their stronghold. Once the army had recuperated, Ding Yu led them towards their next target. By the following noon, the battle had concluded. However, Ding Yu refrained from launching an attack that night. Rest was paramount. There was no need to push forward recklessly, especially since visibility was poor, hindering their offensive capabilities. Following the battle, he commanded the army to rest. Over the next few days, Ding Yu planned to refrain from engaging in war space, while the monster ranch began to spawn creatures capable of dropping declarations of war. Ding Yu intended to indulge in a bit of play with the Japanese forces. Given that they had provoked him, he opened the chat channel. Brothers, I was attacked by the Japanese today, but luckily I repelled them. I was attacked as well. It seems to be from the 865743 region. Indeed, it was them. I just received news in the World Channel that 2 names have vanished from their regional leaderboard, including their top position. Could it be that our side's big shots intervened? I've heard rumors. They supposedly gathered around 10 individuals for some activity. Could it be a collective suicide? Quite possibly. They do seem to have that penchant. Ding Yu discovered several names of hostile regional lords in the chat channel and promptly initiated an assault. Ding. Congratulations on destroying the level 3 territory, Qingmu City. Ding. You have obtained Fire Seed, LV3, X1. Ding. Congratulations on destroying the level 3 territory, Gangshan territory. Ding. Congratulations. You have acquired Fire Seed, LV3, X1. Upon returning to his territory that evening, he had successfully conquered 5 territories belonging to the Japanese nation. The spoils were satisfactory, akin to farming in the war space. He commanded his army to return and regroup, planning to continue the next day. Meanwhile, the Star Rhythm Dominator group was bustling with conversation. Zhang Yong, I heard that a big shot from our region has taken action, and the number 1 in the opposing area has been eliminated. Zhao Li, I heard that too. It was indeed a big player from our competitor. Zhao Li, yesterday, their number 1 gathered 10 lords to raid the big shot, only to be met with a devastating counterattack. Jiang Nan, I have also heard that other big players in our region are gathering forces to strike at the opposition. Han Yao, isn't this just a small nation war? How exhilarating. Jiang Lian, how wonderful it would be to be the girlfriend of a big player from our competitor. There would be endless resources every day. Han Yao, the competitor is mine. Don't try to snatch him from me. Jiang Nan, I have insider information. The competitor's troops have all surpassed the 3rd tier. Zhao Li, 3rd tier? My troops are still at the 2nd tier. It will be a while before I can break through to the 3rd. Jiang Nan, luckily, I have already upgraded my troops to at least D-level potential. Otherwise, breaking through to the 3rd tier would be impossible. Zhang Yong, I also changed my barracks not long ago, but the new soldiers summoned are all level 1, meaning I have to grind for experience again. Jiang Nan, this is the advantage of starting with advanced barracks. There's no need to switch, and their levels will always be ahead. Han Yao, I have a friend who started with a C-level barracks, and now some of their soldiers are about to break through to the 3rd tier. Zhang Yong, everyone knows about the big player from the Merchant Alliance, right? It is said that he has been looking for a competitor to form a merchant alliance. Zhao Li, the competitor is quite mysterious. I heard that the top lords from our region formed a group, but the competitor has yet to join. Han Yao, I also saw that in the regional channel. I don't know if the big shot just hasn't he seen it, or simply looks down on joining. Zhao Li, according to reliable sources, there are several beauties among those top lords. At that moment, Ding Yu, who had been lurking, could no longer contain himself. Why had no one informed him about the presence of beauties? He opened the regional channel to review past messages and indeed found the information shared by Andre and others. Due to his settings preventing friend requests via nickname, they had been unable to add him and could only call out in the regional channel. He added Andre as a friend, and shortly after, the request was accepted. Andre loves to drink. Competitor, we finally managed to add you. Competitor, apologies. I had that feature disabled, only just learned about it. Andre promptly pulled Ding Yu into the group. Upon seeing the group name, 86576-3 regional chat group, he noted that it was modest, comprising only about 20 individuals. This name is refreshingly simple, far superior to that of the class group. Henin loves to dance. Haha. The competitor has joined. Everyone come and see him. Competitor, hello everyone. Merchant Alliance. Competitor, Would you like to form an alliance dedicated to commerce? Competitor? Perhaps not. I am quite busy every day. Bloodthirsty Queen. By the way, competitor, are you socially anxious? You've been hesitant to join the group. Powerful Strike. Hurry and add friends. Henin loves to dance. Send a photo first. I want to see what you look like. Your old father. I have photos. Henin, do you want them? I have all kinds. Henin loves to dance. Get lost, you old pervert. The atmosphere was entirely different from what Dingyu had imagined. Is this truly the world of the top lords that Zhao Li spoke of? After adding them as friends, Dingyu chatted for a while before logging off. The next day, he continued to issue war declarations against the Japanese lords. This continued for 3 days until the Japanese lords finally began to react. During an assault on a Japanese lord today, he was greeted with over 10 war declarations sent in support. To avoid losses, Dingyu immediately commanded his army to retreat. The enemy attempted to intercept, but the forces of Hanhai City demonstrated remarkable maneuverability. After failing to intercept, they regrouped and charged into Dingyu's territory, only to be taught a harsh lesson by the Watchers, ultimately retreating in disgrace. A stalemate ensued. Dingyu could not attack them, and they dared not assault him. Chapter 48. The War Indemnities of the Japanese Lords. However, if Dingyu led his army into battle, the attacked lords would broadcast messages in the regional channel, prompting them to retaliate against Dingyu's territory. Fortunately, the teleportation channel opened by the bronze level war declaration only lasts for a day, disappearing thereafter. He continued to farm the war space. As long as he refrained from attacking them, they remained unaware of whether their forces were within his territory. The following day, after the teleportation channels of those individuals expired, Dingyu once again utilized a war declaration. This time, the target was the same as yesterday. The army quickly teleported and, upon formation, launched their assault. Almost immediately, another wave of over 10 war declarations arrived, prompting Dingyu to swiftly lead his army in retreat once more. He continued to farm the war space, utilizing war declarations again the next day. This continued until the 6th day when the Japanese lords began to falter. For every war declaration Dingyu used, they expended 10 or more. Moreover, they had to maintain their forces in a gathered state. Otherwise, they risked being ambushed by Dingyu. His development remained unaffected, while they found themselves unable to cope. They had considered increasing their numbers to overwhelm Dingyu's territory in one swift strike. However, such an action would inevitably lead to a plea for assistance from Dingyu, resulting in a large-scale conflict between the two regions. Regardless of the outcome, both regions would suffer significant losses, rendering the endeavor futile. This consideration weighed heavily on Dingyu as well. Otherwise, he would have sought aid long ago. Since this conflict was instigated by their attack on Dingyu, they eventually appointed a spokesperson to negotiate peace with him. Naturally, Dingyu was reluctant. This was not a child's game where one could simply declare a ceasefire. After prolonged negotiations, both parties ultimately reached a settlement. Dingyu agreed to cease his attacks, and they pledged not to provoke the Tianqiao lords again. As compensation, they were to pay Dingyu a war indemnity of 10,000 silver coins. As for surrendering the instigator had long since been eliminated by Dingyu. The sum of 10,000 silver coins represented a substantial loss for these Japanese players, who ultimately resorted to fundraising in the regional channel to gather the required amount. Dingyu finally felt a sense of relief. Although he didn't gain territory, he did secure the indemnity. Furthermore, in this world, ceding territory held little value. Indemnities were far more practical. With the funds acquired, Dingyu purchased a substantial number of defensive towers. As of now, the 3-ring defense had nearly taken shape. And with the remaining funds, Dingyu acquired a plethora of items. These items all possessed beneficial properties for the territory, some enhancing the concentration of spiritual energy, while others bolstered vitality. Regrettably, the trading hall did not sell Lingyun, which is the most effective means of enhancing the territory. The spirit gathering array was unattainable, otherwise. It could have enhanced the spiritual energy concentration of his territory. Over the past few days, Dingyu's rank had risen to 534, during which he encountered several cities adorned with emblems on their walls. Through his recent investigations, Dingyu discerned that these emblems represented various alliances. However, he remained indifferent. The existence of alliances should not deter him from exploring the war space. Furthermore, at this stage, even 10 or 8 lords would find it impossible to breach the defenses of Dingyu's territory. After so many days, the necromancer's summon units had also advanced to the 2nd tier. Given the current circumstances, a further period of development would allow for the upgrade of his territory. Yet, Dingyu was not in haste to ascend. He desired to observe the rewards given to the top-ranked player. Presently, most of the high-level assets within his territory were acquired through rewards, with little obtained solely from monster slaying. Of course, should Dingyu manage to conquer high-level monsters, he too could obtain superior items. However, with the current strength of his territory, he was not yet capable of contending with such formidable foes. Thus, Dingyu resumed his joyous routine in the war space. Ding! Congratulations on achieving 1st place in the regional territory rankings. Rewards are being distributed. Due to your prosperity index significantly surpassing that of other lords, your rewards will be enhanced. Congratulations. You have received Extraordinary Treasure Chest, X2. Amidst his busy schedule, Dingyu was suddenly alerted by the system notification, quickly opening the panel to check. Regional Territory Rankings. First place, Hanhai City, Prosperity Index, 11217, Lord, Friendly Merchant. Second place, Elegant Castle, Prosperity Index, 3043, Lord, Bloody Queen. Third place, Leifi City, Prosperity Index, 2954, Lord, Andre the Drunkard. Fourth place, Merchant Alliance, Prosperity Index, 2771, Lord, Merchant World. 10th place, Divine Sword City, Prosperity Index, 2765, Lord, Invincible Sword God. No wonder he received 2 extraordinary treasure chests. Dingyu's prosperity index was nearly 4 times that of the second place. Haha, who could blame them for being so weak? They deserve to see him prosper. At this moment, the elite group chat erupted in chaos. Bloody Queen, Friendly Merchant, come forth. How on earth have you managed to develop so rapidly? The image of a fierce little lowly with hands on her hips instantly materialized in Dingyu's mind. Having seen their photographs, he noted the abundance of beautiful women in the chat, their allure far surpassing that of his classmates. Any one of them could easily qualify as a wealthy and elegant beauty, both stunning and formidable. Dingyu, oh, it's the little bloody queen. Just engage in battles more frequently, and you too can achieve this. Dingyu, I'm grinding 24 hours a day, I never sleep. High dancing. I don't sleep either, I spend my nights training. Why is the gap widening? Merchant World, don't pay him any heed, he's just a freak. Fairy of the Waves, Friendly Merchant, let us form an alliance. I have a marriage contract here. Dingyu, Yao Tian, leave Friendly Merchant alone and come at me. After sending 200 jungle giant lizard pet eggs to ease the situation, something Dingyu had in abundance, he concluded the chat. Dingyu then washed his hands with the spirit spring water and, clutching the treasure chests, made his way to the statue of the Goddess of Fortune. After offering a prayer to the Goddess of Fortune, he opened both treasure chests simultaneously. Ding! Congratulations! You have received Elf Druid, Grade A, X1, Void Marauder, Grade A, X1. Ding! Congratulations! You have received Spatial Ring, Extraordinary Grade, X1, Small Spirit Vein, Grade A, X1, World Tree Fragment, X1. Fortune favored him, yielding 2 Grade A Barracks. Elf Druid, Potential, A. Description, a specialty class of the High Elf race, possessing Bear Transformation and Eagle Transformation skills. Void Marauder, Potential, A. Description, an assassin unit of the Void Clan, possessing phasing skills, remarkable speed, and lethal damage. Both of these units were indeed commendable. The druid could transform into a giant eagle and a giant bear, making it versatile for both land and air. The Void Marauder excelled at assassination, becoming immune to physical attacks upon activation of phasing and demonstrating excellent stealth capabilities. He upgraded both barracks to level 3 and summoned them fully, each producing a hero unit. Chapter 49, Swarm of Insects. The newly summoned units were of relatively low level, allowing them to hunt freely in the vicinity of the territory to gain experience, without needing to participate in the conquests of Hanhai City. Spatial Ring. Quality, Extraordinary Grade. Description, a masterpiece of the Spatial Mage ABT, containing an interior space of 100 by 100 by 100, capable of storing items. The Spatial Ring offered ample storage space, but alas, Dingyu already possessed territory space. Since he had no use for it, he decided to keep it for future rewards to his heroes. Small Spirit Vein. Quality, A. Description, formed from the condensation of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. It produces low-grade spirit stones, X200 daily. Spirit stones have numerous applications, such as aiding in cultivation, powering formations, and even serving as resources for the monster ranch. The final item, World Tree Fragment. Quality, None. Description, a branch fallen from the world tree of another realm. Its purpose, unknown. Just a mere branch. Upon bringing it out, Dingyu sensed a yearning emotion emanating from the ancient tree of life within his territory. Contemplating, he decided to offer the branch to the ancient tree of life, uncertain of whether it would bring him any unexpected joy. Ding! The ancient tree of life integrates the world tree fragment, undergoing a metamorphosis. A resounding rumble echoed as the colossal tree ascended, reaching heights of 300 to 400 meters. Its massive roots delved into the void, while a dense aura of spiritual energy radiated outward. Many residents within the territory, previously stuck at a plateau, found themselves breaking through their limitations. Numerous residents flocked to the streets, marveling at the immense divine tree in the city center. Those who had surpassed their limits bowed toward the Lord's residence, sincerely expressing their gratitude. Dingyu had already prohibited the act of kneeling, otherwise, a vast number would have fallen to their knees. These residents were witnesses to the transformation of their territory day by day. Initially, the residents who arrived were all of F-grade potential, and it was reasonable to assume they would never cultivate beyond the second tier. Without cultivation methods, They would not have been able to surpass the first tier, as the experience gained from mere labor was insubstantial. Now, they had all broken through to the second tier, with the lowest potential being D-grade. This meant they could potentially become third-tier powerhouses, or even higher, a notion that was once unfathomable. Ancient Tree of Life. Quality S. Level None. Characteristic 1. The Ancient Tree of Life generates life essence periodically. Consuming it gradually enhances one's life essence. Characteristic 2. Void Absorption. It takes root in the void to absorb energy, returning it to the territory, thereby increasing the concentration of spiritual energy within the territory. Description: the Ancient Tree of Life of the Elf clan, planted within the territory, raises the concentration of life factors, enhancing the physical prowess of the residents and improving their chances of breakthroughs. The quality ascended from A to S, acquiring an additional void absorption trait. Upon inspecting the attributes, the concentration of spiritual energy brought forth by the Ancient Tree of Life was even greater than that when the Spirit Gathering Array was first established. Furthermore, the concentration of spiritual energy within the territory continued to rise, marking a significant windfall. Continuing to delve into the war space. The combat strength of Hanhai City had reached a point where it could easily overpower its adversaries, with ranking positions soaring rapidly. On that fateful day, the moon in the sky transformed into a blood-red hue. World announcement. Due to the influence of the void tides, spatial rifts will appear across the continent, teeming with hordes of insectoids that will aggressively assault territories. All lords are advised to prepare accordingly. World announcement. Slaying insectoids will yield points, and the territory points leaderboard is now open for exploration. World announcement. At the conclusion of the event, the top 100 lords on the territory points leaderboard will receive special rewards. 3 world announcements echoed in Ding Yu's mind, instantly igniting a frenzy in the chat channel. Brothers, a world announcement has been made. The insectoids are invading. The points leaderboard is global, not regional. It seems I must take this seriously. Get real, you can't even make it onto the regional leaderboard, let alone the world one. With nearly 100 billion lords in Blue Star, climbing the leaderboard is extremely challenging. I wonder if there are any big shots in our region who can break through? Haha, my chance has come. I no longer need to conceal my strength. I am destined to be the world's #1. Who has a spare bottle? Wake him up. We don't need any sweet-toothed diabetes cases around. My urine is yellow. I'll show him some colors. Dreaming in broad daylight, are we? The insectoids will assault territories. I must hasten to arrange defenses. With insectoids now a reality, it became apparent how vast this world was. Ding Yu pondered whether the insectoids would invade his territory. Given its existence in an isolated space, it should remain safe from such incursions. Yet, this posed an awkward predicament. How could he accrue points if the insectoids did not attack his territory? Would he need to scour the world in search of them to slay? After a moment's contemplation, Ding Yu resolved to relocate, with the nearest significant territory being Cell City. How could he not assist a comrade in peril? Ding Yu mounted his green dragon and journeyed towards Cell City, where scattered insectoids were already present along the way. He dispatched the Lark Scouts to seek out the spatial rifts. Should they locate any, it would be far more effective to block them there than to guard Cell City itself. Near Cell City, he summoned the forces of Hanhai City. At this moment, the Lord of Cell City, Kyle, was busily attending to matters atop the city wall. Upon seeing Ding Yu arrive with his army, he was overjoyed. He welcomed Ding Yu into the city gate tower and instructed the attendants to serve tea. Brother Ding, what brings you here? Doesn't Hanhai City require defense? It's quite all right. Hanhai City's unique geographical position prevents the insectoids from launching a large-scale assault. Since I had some idle time, I thought I might lend a hand here. With you here, I can rest easy. Ever since Hanhai City aided Cell City during a previous crisis, Kyle had come to regard Ding Yu as an elder brother, despite being his senior in age. Unable to refuse such heartfelt hospitality, Ding Yu accepted the title. Through Kyle's introduction, Ding Yu learned that the Starry Rhythm continent experiences periodic outbreaks of insect tides, commonly referred to as beast tides by the indigenous inhabitants. Though insect tide is a more precise term, the timing of these outbreaks is unpredictable, with the most conspicuous sign being the transformation of the moon into a blood-red color. Each occurrence of spatial rifts appears in varying locations, making them impossible to anticipate. All one can do is defend their cities. Fortunately, once the blood moon dissipates, the number of insectoids ceases to increase, allowing the armies of various territories to venture forth to exterminate them. Currently, they were still in the early stages. The insectoid numbers were relatively few, typically accumulating to a significant count and launching an assault 2 days later. Ding Yu commanded the army to split into smaller squads, aiming to eliminate insectoids while ensuring their own safety. For the time being, he decided to refrain from engaging in war space and focus entirely on exterminating insectoids to gather points. Given that this was a global ranking, it stood to reason that the rewards offered by the system would be superior to those of the regional rankings. This was one of the few opportunities Ding Yu had to acquire high-level items, and he was determined to approach it with the utmost seriousness. Chapter 50, Slaying the Leviathan. After conversing with Kyle and leaving a messenger behind, Ding Dingyu mounted his green dragon to hunt the insectoids. The insectoids encountered were predominantly a type known as stinger serpents, characterized by their serpentine bodies and two upper limbs reminiscent of mantises. This species was ferocious, yet possessed relatively low combat power, typically around first-tier levels. Insectoids are a race where every member is a soldier, often relying on sheer numbers to secure victory. When it comes to warfare, insectoids excel at employing tactics involving overwhelming numbers. One might even call it insect swarm tactics. They can consume any energy-rich substance on the continent to reproduce at an astonishing rate. The flesh and blood energy of continental creatures possess a fatal allure for them. The higher the creature's level, the greater the energy within, and consequently, the more enticing it becomes. This is why they are drawn to assault territories, as these areas are rich in biological energy. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain an 11-level stinger serpent, earning 11 points. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain a 13-level stinger serpent, earning 13 points. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain a 21-level cockroach, earning 210 points. Cockroaches are colossal crustacean-like insectoids, roughly the size of a small car, typically around second-tier levels. The points earned correlate with the level of the slain insectoids. Higher levels yield greater rewards. Slaying second-tier insectoids grants points tenfold compared to first-tier ones, though no items were dropped this time. In addition to the territory points leaderboard, a new points mall had emerged. The points mall was replete with an array of items, including high-level barracks that all lords yearned for. Dingyu even spotted fragment of the world's origin and world tree seeds, both of which he had dreamt of acquiring. These items could accelerate the evolution of his territory towards becoming a world, promising unforeseen advantages. The territory points leaderboard already displayed numerous names, revealing only the top 100. And Dingyu had yet to make the list. He surmised that the delay on his way to Cell City had cost him time while he was traveling. Others had been busy hunting monsters. Currently, the main combat troops of his territory had all broken through to the 3rd tier, with half achieving the 4th tier. Notably, the Qinglong guards had all reached the 4th tier, maintaining their status as the most promising unit with a swift upgrade rate. As a lord, Dingyu could share the experience points gained by his warriors from slaying monsters, and with such a substantial base, he had already ascended to the 5th tier. He was the only one in the territory to achieve this milestone. Even heroes had yet to reach the 5th tier. Suddenly, Dingyu spotted a massive creature soaring through the distant sky. Leviathan. Level 53. Description: a large insectoid vessel with formidable ranged attack capabilities, capable of transporting numerous insectoids. Good heavens, isn't that a flying ship? Level 53, comparable to my own strength. Should I take a shot at it? Just then, the Leviathan noticed him as well, unleashing beams of light in his direction. The green dragon swiftly dodged, but 2 beams struck, leaving gaping wounds on its body. Enraged, the green dragon roared, eager to charge at the insolent insectoids. Dingyu restrained it. The green dragon had just ascended to the 4th tier and would be at a disadvantage against the 5th tier Leviathan. Facing the Leviathan, a powerful disintegration ray was unleashed, consuming a staggering 80% of his energy. In an instant, the Leviathan was reduced to mere dust, its destruction leaving Dingyu astounded. It had been quite some time since he last engaged in battle. He had not anticipated how formidable he had become after advancing to the 5th tier. Beep. Congratulations on slaying the level 53 Leviathan, earning 530,000 points. Beep. Congratulations on killing the level 13 Stinger Snake, earning 13 points. Beep. Congratulations on defeating the level 21 Cockroach, earning 210 points. Beep. Congratulations on vanquishing the level 22 Exploder Bug, earning 220 points. Beep. Congratulations on eliminating the level 33 Infiltrator, earning 300 points. The system notifications resounded like a symphony, propelling Dingyu into the rankings at an impressive 53rd place. The points awarded for the Leviathan were exceedingly generous. The subsequent notifications likely indicated the presence of numerous insectoid creatures within. A spark of inspiration ignited within Dingyu, revealing a potential path to affluence. After consuming several restorative potions to replenish his energy, Dingyu mounted his emerald dragon and resumed his search, this time soaring high into the skies in pursuit of the Leviathan. With such a formidable foe at hand, why bother with mere minions? The regional channel buzzed with excitement. Our esteemed competitor has surged into the top 100 of the world rankings, truly impressive. Given the population of Blue Star, there are at least 800,000 regions. Making it onto the world leaderboard is no small feat. It's only the first day. We hope our esteemed competitor can maintain this momentum. By day's end, Dingyu had slain 2 more Leviathans, though he regrettably failed to locate the spatial rift. Upon returning to his domain, the forces of Hanhai City had also returned. There was no need to exert themselves so vigorously. Rest was equally important. The army station near Cell City continued to reap rewards, as its considerable size remained a significant draw for the insectoids. The Lark reconnaissance unit had not yet returned. Having dispersed over a vast area, their absence was warranted. Additionally, the diminutive larks lacked the appeal necessary to attract the insectoids. Although the reconnaissance team had not uncovered any spatial rifts, they had identified several densely populated insect zones, which could be targeted for extermination the following day. After a night of cultivation, Dingyu rose early for his customary routine, dining, refreshing his subjects, and visiting the monster ranch. He gathered his forces and set forth toward the previously scouted insect-infested area. After a night's respite, Dingyu discovered he had slipped from the rankings. Were these individuals truly so relentless, grinding away even through the night? The 885862 region, known as 9 Days of Tears, found itself besieged, with a spatial rift emerging perilously close to his territory. Since yesterday, his domain had endured relentless assaults, making it impossible to find even a moment of rest. The intensity of the attacks had escalated, and it was likely his territory would soon be overwhelmed. Glancing at the rankings, he noted he had plummeted to 23rd place. Were it not for the immobility of his territory, he would have fled long ago. Rankings were trivial, survival was paramount. His current region had elevated him to near-mythical status. Yet when he sought assistance in the channel, others merely dismissed his pleas as modesty or pretentiousness. Left with no choice, 9 Days resorted to sending out distress calls in the World Channel, hoping that someone might come to his aid. Meanwhile, Dingyu led his forces to the insect-infested region, where a horde of insectoids had gathered, their intentions unclear. Beep. Congratulations on defeating the level 25 exploder bug, earning 250 points. Beep. Congratulations on slaying the level 33 infiltrator, earning 300 points. Beep. Congratulations on vanquishing the level 12 stinger snake, earning 12 points. Beep. Congratulations on exterminating the level 23 cockroach, earning 230 points. As the name implies, exploder bugs were a self-destructive species of insectoid warriors. Upon detonation, they released corrosive slime that could damage their surroundings. The infiltrators, akin to assassins, were high-damage but low-defense units. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, Dingyu witnessed a member of the Qinglan Guard narrowly escape death, saved only by a nearby mage's wind barrier spell. To counter the infiltrators, Dingyu positioned several skeletal warriors around his main battle units. These densely packed skeletal soldiers could easily pierce through the infiltrators' disguises. Once revealed, the infiltrators, with their abysmally low defenses, would swiftly succumb to the skeletal onslaught. Mages also contributed by casting area of effect spells, eliminating both foes and lurking insectoids. After dispatching 2 leviathans, Dingyu's rankings surged back into the top 100. Beep. Congratulations on slaying the level 32 scout, earning 200 points. Beep. Congratulations on killing the level 33 corroder, earning 300 points. Beep. Congratulations on defeating the level 43 thunder beast, earning 43,000 points. 3 new insectoid types emerged, showcasing the vast diversity among them. Scouts were highly mobile units with limited offensive capabilities, likely used primarily for reconnaissance. Corroders specialized in aerial assaults, unleashing corrosive liquids from above. Thunder beasts, larger than cockroaches, were tank-like units boasting greater strength and the ability to unleash close-range electric attacks. As Dingyu ventured deeper into the insect horde, he encountered increasingly formidable foes, culminating in the sight of a cluster of thunder beasts surrounding an enormous insect. With a leviathan hovering ominously overhead, Dingyu resolved to first bring down the leviathan before turning his attention to the massive insect. Brain bug. Level 65. Note: currently in a dormant state due to spatial disturbances experienced while traversing a spatial rift. What a revelation. A level 65 creature. This had to be a boss among the insectoids. Its commanding presence was palpable, and thankfully, it remained in slumber. Should it awaken, the entirety of the insect horde would undoubtedly become more potent. A disintegration ray struck the brain bug directly. This soft-bodied creature clearly lacked robust defenses. Beep. Congratulations on slaying the level 65 brain bug, earning 500,000 points. A staggering 5 million points. Fortune had smiled upon Dingyu. His ranking instantly soared into the top 10, landing at the 8th position. He decided to retain the points for later use, as exchanging them now for trivial rewards would be imprudent. Upon the brain bug's demise, chaos erupted among the insect horde, yet they did not flee. Instead, they charged recklessly toward the forces of Hanhai City, displaying their ferocity. Soon, the horde was completely eradicated, and Dingyu directed his army toward the next gathering point. By noon, it seemed feasible to conquer another area before nightfall. Regrettably, the spatial rift remained elusive, its hiding place unknown. As dusk approached, Dingyu led his forces back to their territory. In the afternoon, he had dispatched another brain bug, reinforcing the notion that the 2-day time frame mentioned by Cell City likely corresponded to the recovery period of these brain bugs. With the insectoid forces poised to assault the city the following day, Dingyu resolved to remain within the safety of Cell City, focusing on accumulating points. After a day of relentless slaying, his ranking had ascended to 5th place. Despite eliminating 2 brain bugs, he still fell short of the top position. The World Channel was evidently teeming with hidden talents, far beyond the capacity of a mere regional channel. He shared information about the brain bugs with his fellow regional leaders, recognizing the importance of solidarity within their domain. After all, their actions could ultimately bolster his own endeavors. Due to the absence of territorial defense requirements, Dingyu was able to lead his troops on expeditions far and wide. He announced in the group chat that anyone in need of support could reach out to him, with the only obligation being to cover the incurred expenses. Utilizing the resources of others to accrue points was indeed a delightful arrangement. Upon reviewing the messages in the student group, he noted that they had yet to encounter any difficulties. Ever since the formation of the elite group, Dingyu had engaged less frequently in conversations within the student chat. In terms of both quality and aesthetics, the student group paled in comparison to the elite circle. As night fell, he commanded the goblin engineers to lay an extensive array of explosives outside Cell City. One must commend the goblin engineers for their ingenuity. They had successfully crafted remote-controlled bombs. This contraption was far more efficient than landmines and would undoubtedly deliver a surprise to the insect horde during the forthcoming city defense battle. At dawn, atop the walls of Cell City, William, who had been on watch throughout the night, awaited the change of guard. Having endured the night, he looked forward to a comforting bowl of hot soup and a well-deserved slumber. Stifling a yawn and rubbing his face, he gazed into the distance. This blood moon was likely to be the most manageable yet, as the Lord had secured formidable reinforcements. Remarkably, Cell City had not been besieged by the insect swarm for 2 consecutive days. He silently prayed to the gods for his safety during this oncoming tide of insects. Suddenly, a cry rang out, "The swarm is here," followed by the ominous ringing of alarms. From the horizon surged an endless tide of insects, so densely packed that their numbers were unfathomable. The city's defense forces and the reinforcements from Hanhai City hastily ascended the walls, and the defense battle officially commenced. Massive boulders were hurled from behind the walls, crashing into the advancing swarm and splattering blood across the battlefield. Dingyu had also brought trebuchets to Cell City, proving their worth in this defensive engagement. Were it not for the immobility of the city defense cannons, he would have considered relocating them as well. In comparison to Hanhai City, Cell City's defenses appeared woefully inadequate, with too few defensive towers and a reliance primarily on the city guard. As the insect horde breached the minefield, the goblin engineers detonated the explosives. The resounding explosions echoed outside the walls, inflicting devastating damage within the swarm. Yet, such losses were but a mere inconvenience for the insects, as their numbers were swiftly replenished. Leading the charge were the stinging serpents and cockroaches, the foundational infantry of the swarm, whose ranks were the most numerous. Archers, prepare. Fire. With the commander's order, the archers unleashed their assault. The insects advanced rapidly, soon reaching the base of the walls amidst a hail of arrows. The stinging serpents pressed on without hesitation, driving their upper limbs into the walls to support their ascent. Meanwhile, cockroaches formed a pyramid, some even attempting to batter down the city gates. The soldiers atop the walls, witnessing the dire situation, began hurling logs and boulders downwards. Buckets of flammable oil were poured out, igniting the area outside the walls into a blazing inferno. The soldiers from Hanhai City also engaged vigorously against the insects below, their offensive capabilities clearly surpassing those of Cell City's defenders. The goblin engineers shone brightest, their bombs overshadowing even the mages. At that moment, 2 leviathans soared overhead, unleashing beams of energy upon the city walls. Simultaneously, their heavy shells opened, revealing the insects within. Dingyu fired 2 decomposition beams, which obliterated the leviathans mid-air. At this stage, the threat posed by the leviathans remained significant, marking them as one of Dingyu's top priorities for elimination. Chapter 52. Striking in all directions. The 2 decomposition beams drained Dingyu of all his energy, prompting him to quickly consume several recovery potions. While he was in the process of recuperating, 2 more leviathans approached from the distance. The Qinglong guards concentrated their fire and brought them down, showcasing their growing strength as their levels increased. Within them resided a cyan energy that could enhance their weapons, augmenting their offensive prowess. This energy bore some resemblance to Dingyu's stellar power, albeit with less formidable potency. In the distant sky, a swarm of insect-like creatures resembling mantises appeared, their appearance fearsome. Jumpers. Level 21. Note: basic aerial unit of the insect swarm, possessing rapid flight and attack speeds, but exhibiting low defense. A new breed of soldiers had emerged, prompting the Air Force of Hanhai City to ascend and engage. At this juncture, the disparity became glaringly apparent. Cell City had virtually no aerial units. Only a scant few Eagle Riders were present, typically employed for reconnaissance. In the face of the enemy's aerial forces, they could only rely on ground troops and defensive towers for air defense. The thick-skinned wyverns dominated the jumpers, each blast of their fiery breath decimating swathes of them. The jumpers' attacks against the wyverns failed to penetrate their defenses. As time progressed, the insects had successfully scaled the walls, igniting the fiercest melee combat. The goblin engineers and mages retreated, allowing the frontline infantry to engage, while necromancers began summoning legions of skeletal warriors. In the blink of an eye, the battle atop the walls had reached a boiling point, with casualties among the defenders mounting. However, the main battle forces from Hanhai City suffered minimal losses, a precaution Ding Yu had emphasized prior to the conflict. Injured main battle units were to withdraw for healing by the priests stationed behind them. The task of engaging the enemy was left to the skeletal warriors, who now swarmed the battlements, effectively minimizing casualties for Cell City. The necromancers in the rear held spirit stones to restore their magical energy, a scarce resource in Hanhai City. In the Starry Melody continent, spiritual energy constituted the fundamental essence of natural energies. Both mages' mana and warriors' fighting spirit were derived from this energy. However, due to variations in physique and cultivation methods, the absorbed spiritual energy transformed into differing attributes of power. For instance, Ding Yu's stellar power and the cyan energy within the Qinglan guards were both unique forms of energy. As dusk approached and the insect swarm began to recede, the battle came to a close. The inhabitants of Cell City erupted in jubilant cheers, while Ding Yu, with great difficulty, declined the invitation of a noble lady and returned to Hanhai City. He understood that one does not engage in combat without proper transportation. After a day of battle, Ding Yu's ranking had risen to the 15th position. What is this? Why is my rank dropping despite the battles? In the 765770 region, the dragon monarch pondered over the corpse of a brain bug before him. Was this the creature that commanded the swarm? The dragon monarch stood as the top contender in the 765770 region and ranked 9th on the points leaderboard. He had begun with the SSS-level dragon god Bloodline, endowing him with robust physical attributes and granting him the SSS-grade dragon blood warriors from his barracks. These formidable melee units were crucial for penetrating the heart of the insect swarm and vanquishing the brain bug. In the 265575 region, the Radiant Saintess commanded her forces to withdraw. Not far off lay another brain bug's remains. The Radiant Saintess, having obtained the SSS-level Radiant Saintess class, had adopted this moniker. Behind her flew a legion of white figures, identifiable by their wings upon closer inspection. These were the Judgment Angels she had summoned from her SSS barracks, and it was through their might that she had consistently dominated her region, securing a position within the top 10 of the points rankings. It was not only Ding Yu who was fortunate. In this vast world, many individuals harbored their own serendipitous fortunes. Ding Yu gazed at the leaderboard, where illustrious names adorned the top positions, and he found his own moniker lacking in grandeur. Why was it that others could claim such formidable titles while he was relegated to the humble, friendly competitor? Of course, there were a few whimsical names, such as Little Balloon, but these were clearly the creations of female players, and he felt ill-equipped to compete with them. After a night of intense training, he prepared to engage once more in the city defense battle. On this day, the Zerg's assault proved markedly more intense than the previous day. At that moment, the Cloudlark reconnaissance unit pinpointed the location of the brain bug. Mounting his green dragon, Ding Yu surged forward, unleashing a fully equipped meteor strike at the designated coordinates. In an instant, he eliminated the Zerg commander, subsequently dispatching numerous high-ranking Zerg as well. Seizing the moment of chaos among the Zerg forces, the army of Hanhai City charged forth to confront the enemy, leaving the Cell City defenders bewildered, questioning why the battle had suddenly shifted outside the city walls. Once outside, Hanhai City's forces exhibited remarkable prowess, swiftly overpowering the Zerg army. After temporarily neutralizing the siege on Cell City, Ding Yu led his troops to launch assaults in various directions. He had discerned the previous night that remaining solely in Cell City would only diminish his points and ranking. Thus he resolved to take the initiative and seek out more Zerg to eliminate. At this juncture, the Cloudlark scouts had identified several Zerg cluster locations, and Ding Yu directed his army to engage. They arrived at an orc stronghold, home to a population of 200,000, surpassing that of Cell City. The defenders on the walls valiantly resisted the onslaught of Zerg, engaging in fierce hand-to-hand combat. Although the orc city's defensive towers were fewer than those in Cell City, its garrison was relatively stronger. Meanwhile, the high priest observed the scene with a furrowed brow. Despite the orc warriors' bravery, the casualties were significant. Just as he pondered the situation, the Zerg forces began to falter, displaying signs of disarray. From behind the Zerg, a coalition army emerged, swiftly decimating the Zerg ranks. This coalition was comprised of various races, including humans, orcs, goblins, and even the undead, which left the high priest wondering if it was a united front formed by the cities of the continent. Yet, it was still premature for such an offensive. They remained in a defensive phase. The coalition's combat prowess was formidable, and they quickly cleared the Zerg from beneath the walls. As the high priest prepared to express his gratitude, the coalition forces retreated rapidly, leaving behind a sea of Zerg corpses. This spectacle played out before many cities, all thanks to the Cloudlark scouts who had located the nearby Zerg concentrations. Upon returning to his territory after a day of battles, Ding Yu found himself once again in the top 10 of the leaderboard. Despite his relentless efforts, he still had not claimed the coveted first position. Who were these competitors who consistently outperformed him? Chapter 53, Discovery of a Spatial Rift. At this moment in the 369567 zone, The Dark King was similarly troubled by the same dilemma. He had drawn the SSS bloodline of the Dark King and possessed an SS-grade barracks, the Nightmare Knights. With a considerable undead army at his disposal, he had tirelessly hunted Zerg over the past few days, yet found himself languishing in 11th place. Thanks to the undead's inherent traits, the Zerg rarely targeted the Dark King's forces, allowing them to methodically scour the wilderness for prey. Despite their exhausting efforts over several days, they remained outside the top 10, questioning the caliber of their adversaries. The sheer volume of competitors created immense pressure, with leading lords fiercely vying for ranks, many only managing to ascend briefly before being ousted. Days passed, and since the elimination of the brain bug, no large-scale Zerg swarms had appeared outside Cell City. The forces of Hanhai City had also withdrawn from Cell City, now scouring the wilderness daily for Zerg concentrations. During this time, Ding Yu generously aided numerous players in the region, with the costs of travel and resources covered by them, while he took on the Zerg extermination. His reputation soared within the area, likened to a savior. Through their resources, he amassed considerable points, securing his position firmly within the top 10. Even his classmates received his assistance on multiple occasions, with the declaration of war issued by them, while he did not demand compensation for losses incurred. In the elite group, no one had sought aid, as their strength was self-evident, and they had begun to venture out to actively hunt Zerg. Li Linlin had been faring well lately. Lacking an alliance, Ding Yu, after consulting with his classmates, invited her into their group. In this circle, their development levels were comparable, fostering mutual assistance. Upon her arrival in the group, Ding Yu faced playful teasing from some lecherous male members. Suddenly, news reached Ding Yu that the Cloudlark reconnaissance had discovered a spatial rift. At last, the awaited moment had arrived. He immediately teleported his army into the territory while he rode his green dragon to the location. Upon arrival at the rift, he witnessed the Zerg pouring forth endlessly. The rift was not particularly large, so Ding Yu commanded the Hanhai City forces to eliminate the nearby Zerg. Adjusting the spatial transfer screen to its maximum capacity, he positioned it before the rift, ensuring that Zerg emerging from the rift would be directly transported to his territory. During this period, the troops deployed in battle had rapidly upgraded in level, while the defensive units within the territory lagged behind due to a lack of Zerg encounters. Blocking a spatial rift had been a long-held strategy of Ding Yu's, allowing all units in his territory to gain experience and earn points through the defense towers. Should the influx of Zerg from the rift become overwhelming, he would not hesitate to deactivate the transfer screen, effectively providing a safeguard that allowed the warriors of Hanhai City to focus on monster hunting without concern. The number of Zerg surging from the rift was substantial, seemingly endless. Now, the warriors of Hanhai City need not scour the land for Zerg. They could slay to their heart's content right there. Under the command of the Watcher, Ding Yu refrained from unnecessary actions. With his hands freed, he commenced a gratifying spree of monster hunting. The forces of Hanhai City within the territory received various enhancements, amplifying their lethality and accelerating their recovery. Coupled with an array of restorative items, the warriors' efficiency in slaying monsters soared. Ding Yu occasionally unleashed meteor strikes upon the Zerg, transforming into a human artillery platform. With the spatial rift secured, Ding Yu's points began to rise steadily, propelling him towards the top 5. Given that the Zerg within the rift emerged continuously, the Watcher organized the territorial defense forces into 3 shifts. It seemed that the territory would require a 24-hour monster hunting schedule, making this realm even more demanding than in Blue Star. Ding Yu could not help but reflect. The interior of the spatial rift was shrouded in a murky haze, obscuring visibility. Ding Yu commanded a Cloudlark to venture inside, gaining a perspective of the densely packed Zerg and the desolate landscape beyond. Before he could thoroughly scrutinize the scene, the feed abruptly cut out, likely due to the Cloudlark's demise. Observing the sheer number of Zerg on the other side of the rift, he felt reassured that a depletion of Zerg resources would not be an immediate concern. As evening fell, Ding Yu ceased his monster hunting and returned to the Lord's Manor for a relaxing bath. The warriors of Hanhai City have undergone a rotation, necessitating ample time for adjustment. Some warriors have volunteered for additional duty, as the outside Zerg are akin to walking repositories of experience. The city guards have notably seized this opportunity for monster hunting, as such chances are seldom afforded to them. Even a number of the citizens have joined in, eager to gain experience. After all, the denizens of Hanhai City possess the militia class. Ding Yu did not hinder this, for it is beneficial for the citizens to witness the chaos of battle. Many have made breakthroughs amid the skirmishes with the Zerg. It would be splendid if such spatial rifts could persist, as they represent a strategic resource far superior to the monster ranch, requiring no consumption of spiritual energy while providing ample rewards. However, it is regrettable that the Zerg do not drop items. If they did, there might be a chance to acquire unique Zerg structures, like Barracks. The Zerg are masters of the swarm tactic, and obtaining Zerg-themed barracks would be a tremendous advantage. After a refreshing bath, Ding Yu reclined on her grand bed and opened the chat channel. What a fulfilling day. It's delightful not to have to scour for monsters. We can just keep grinding. Indeed, it's quite splendid, especially with the defensive structures in our territory aiding in monster hunting. This isn't merely a monster tide, it's a veritable boon. Oh please, spare me the talk of benefits. I've been trapped in the city for 2 days. The soldiers have suffered significant losses, and the citizens are starting to panic. That Leviathan is truly ferocious. A single volley took out 5 of my defensive towers. If only I had such units. Not only could they serve as ships, but they could also strike at the enemy. Our competitor in the region has truly soared, consistently ranking in the top 10. They are indeed formidable. None of the other big shots in our area have even cracked the top 100. The gap is far too wide. Of course, my husband is the best. Don't be ridiculous. That's my husband. Upon reading this, Ding Yu felt a surge of elation. There was no need for them to compete. They could all come forth together. Chapter 54, The Considerate Jiutian. Savoring a delightful cup of fruit wine, Ding Yu commenced her training for the day. Given the current monster spawning rate in her territory, the experience gained from her training had become negligible. Now, she practiced primarily as a substitute for sleep. For the restorative effects of training far surpassed those of slumber. The following day, she awoke to continue slaying monsters. After several days, the primary combat units of Hanhai City had mostly broken through to the 4th tier, and the necromancers had ascended to the 3rd tier. The city guards had all achieved the 3rd tier, with some even reaching the 4th tier. A considerable number of citizens had recently attained the 3rd tier, all of whom had actively participated in monster hunting during this period. A few citizens had even managed to break through to the 4th tier. This wave of monster tides had significantly bolstered the strength of the territory. As the citizens' levels increased, Ding Yu gradually withdrew the main combat units from defense. With the Zerg swarming outside, there was no need to compete with the city guards for experience. Observing the gains of those around her from monster hunting, an increasing number of citizens became involved, and the number of militia atop the city walls steadily grew, leaving a portion of the main combat units to handle emergencies. The remainder, under Ding Yu's guidance, embarked on a journey of support. Recently, a plea for assistance from an individual named Zhou Tian had been spotted in the World Channel, claiming that a spatial rift had appeared near his territory. This news thrilled Ding Yu. Such fortuitous events were rare, and she promptly agreed to his request for aid. The forces of Hanhai City utilized the teleportation portal activated by the declaration of war to provide assistance. Upon witnessing the reinforcements from Hanhai City, Zhou Tian was moved to tears. After waiting so many days, help had finally arrived. In truth, Zhou Tian was quite powerful himself, being the foremost figure in their region and having developed commendably. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand the pressures of the spatial rift for so long. Though his territory's resources had now been depleted, even with all the points he had accrued converted into enhancements for combat power, he had still suffered considerable losses among his main combat units. Fortunately, this ally had come to his aid. If he could endure this crisis, Zhou Tian would surely rise. This wave of monster tides proved to be a double-edged sword, inflicting losses upon Zhou Tian while simultaneously providing a wealth of experience points. Although the relentless hunting had drained the resources of his territory, most of his main combat units remained intact. Moreover, after such an extended period of monster hunting, the levels of these units had significantly improved. This effectively transformed all resources into power, allowing for a replenishment of resources once they recovered. Ding Yu discovered that the territory's spatial portal could only be activated once. A second portal could not be opened simultaneously. She commanded her forces to construct defensive fortifications before the spatial rift, swiftly encircling its exterior. The Zerg attacking Zhou Tian were merely a portion emerging from the rift, while many others had circumvented his territory to venture elsewhere. With such a valuable resource at hand, Ding Yu was determined not to let any enemy escape, ordering her army to surround the area comprehensively. Although Zhou Tian ranked 12th, his strength paled in comparison to Ding Yu's. He had exerted himself to attain that position, yet he was running out of steam. Ding Yu tested the waters. The forces of Hanhai City were more than capable of withstanding the challenges posed by the spatial rift. With her mind at ease, she led her warriors in a spirited effort to slay monsters. Due to limited manpower, the army of Hanhai City only hunted during the day, returning to their territory to recuperate at night. With Zhou Tian's strength, he could manage defense for several hours at night. This strategy also prevented Zhou Tian's ranking from plummeting. And since he was a commendable individual, Ding Yu graciously allowed him to benefit from the spoils. As for why Ding Yu found Zhou Tian to be a decent person, one need only observe the barracks in her possession. Just recently, Zhou Tian gifted her a C-tier barracks known as the Foxman Guard. This barracks summoned an all-female unit, particularly adept at close protection. The beauty of the fox race is renowned. Who would expect such delicate maidens to serve as guardians? This significantly enhanced Ding Yu's security. Based solely on this, Ding Yu considered Zhou Tian a commendable person, akin to herself, a person of integrity. After assisting Zhou Tian, Ding Yu's rate of gaining points surged, gradually propelling her toward the top rank. Given the current scarcity of troops, she also reduced the frequency with which she accepted requests for aid in the regional channel. At present, she could only assist some of the female players, as their strength was comparatively weaker. During this period, the prices of recruitment scrolls and pet eggs produced by the Monster Ranch began to soar, allowing Ding Yu to profit substantially. Over these days, she purchased numerous defensive towers, fortifying her third ring to an impenetrable state. Once the monster tide subsided, Dingyu intended to launch a full-scale assault on the rankings within the war space. After reaching a high enough rank to reap rewards, she could upgrade her territory. Currently, lords were quite conservative regarding territory upgrades, especially with the presence of the war space and declaration of war. Upon upgrading, they would face opponents of the 4th tier, lacking sufficient strength would only lead to defeat. There were a few attention seekers who managed to elevate their territories to the 4th tier, but their names faded within days. One foolish individual even attempted a live broadcast, only to have their territory breached within mere days of upgrading. Days later, Dingyu received a plea for assistance from Li Linlin. A massive swarm of Zerg had suddenly appeared near her territory, threatening to breach her defenses. Without uttering a word, Dingyu promptly took a portion of his troops to provide support. Upon arriving in Li Linlin's territory, the Grand Army of Hanhai City commenced their ascent onto the city walls. It had been some time since their last meeting, and Li Linlin appeared even more radiant. This was not merely Dingyu's illusion. With the elevation of one's level, aspects such as skin and demeanor undergo transformation. This phenomenon elucidates why the female figures within the elite circles often surpass those in the student community in beauty, greater strength, higher levels, and ample resources lead to gradual enhancements in physical constitution through various high-grade items. Seeing Dingyu approach, Li Linlin, brimming with excitement, embraced him warmly. After a prolonged period of companionship, their relationship had become notably intimate. Dingyu was not one to be outdone. He swiftly countered her affectionate gesture. The Skylark scouts had already pinpointed the location of the brainworm, prompting Dingyu to unleash a meteor strike. Following the eradication of the brainworm, the task became considerably easier, and Hanhai City's forces swiftly dispatched the remaining insectoid foes. Not lingering within Li Linlin's territory, Dingyu led his army back post-battle. There was ample time ahead. For now, amassing points took precedence. Meanwhile, in the 165272 region, King Alan gazed intently at the points leaderboard with a grave expression. In recent days, a competitor known as Friendly Merchant had been amassing points at an astonishing rate. Should this trend continue, he would soon eclipse Alan. King Alan had commenced his journey with a dragon egg, which hatched into a genuine dragon, one that far surpassed Dingyu's underdeveloped green dragon. Now, this magnificent creature had ascended to the 5th tier, capable of obliterating the likes of Leviathan-level insectoids with a mere breath of fire. Thanks to the dragon's formidable prowess, King Alan had consistently maintained his position at the top of the leaderboard. Chapter 55, The Insectoid Mother Nest. Yet, a sense of urgency began to permeate his thoughts as he sensed the rapid accumulation of points by the Friendly Merchant. He commanded his forces to hasten their search, and Alan began to adopt a more serious demeanor. Inspired by Dingyu's actions, the leading lords on the points leaderboard intensified their efforts. This was the inaugural world ranking, and the rewards promised to be extraordinary, prompting all to compete fervently. Days passed, and the competition on the points leaderboard grew increasingly fierce. The top lords had essentially claimed their own rifts in space, albeit with less convenience than Dingyu. They relied on the declaration of war to establish teleportation arrays outside the rifts, assembling their armies to form defensive lines. Some of the more powerful entities had even begun to occupy second rifts, with others scoring points with the assistance of allies. In recent days, Dingyu had observed a diminishing trend in the rifts and ordered the Skylark scouts to re-enter for reconnaissance. Within the rift, the number of insectoids had decreased from the initial surge, and the Skylarks were not immediately exterminated. Dingyu commanded an increased number of Skylark scouts to enter the rift and broaden their reconnaissance scope. Ultimately, they discovered a pyramid-like structure from which an incessant stream of insectoids emerged. This surely could not be the mother nest. He pondered how many points could be gained from its destruction. To ensure caution, Dingyu dispatched a void marauder to stealthily eliminate a few creatures near the rift's edge. Observing that he could also earn points from slaying monsters, Dingyu began preparations. He commanded the goblin engineers to fabricate an abundance of bombs, assembling them into a colossal remote-controlled explosive. Having recently acquired a spatial ring from a treasure chest, this would prove invaluable. The massive bomb filled the spatial ring to capacity, which Dingyu entrusted to Barrow, the hero unit of the Void Marauders. As a hero among the Void Marauders, Barrow possessed enhanced phasing abilities, rendering him imperceptible to ordinary beings. The Skylarks had detected a brain worm on the opposite side of the rift, renowned for its formidable mental prowess. To prevent Barrow from being detected, this brain worm had to be dealt with. Outside the rift, the Grand Army of Hanhai City had formed ranks. The front line of Berserk Bear warriors activated their frenzy and charged into the rift. Following closely were the Qinglong guards and a host of heroes, with Barrow utilizing his phasing skill to enter alongside them. Thanks to the prior reconnaissance conducted by the Skylark scouts, Dingyu swiftly located the brain worm's position upon breaching the rift. Fortunately, the brain worm was not far from the rift's edge. It likely did not anticipate that Dingyu and his forces would dare to invade the rift. Dingyu unleashed a fully equipped meteor strike, complemented by the ultimate abilities of several other heroes. The brain worm was swiftly eliminated, causing chaos among the insectoid ranks. Seizing the moment, Barrow stealthily approached the pyramid. Without the brainworm's oversight, the remaining insectoids failed to detect Barrow. With his phasing ability activated, Barrow moved with incredible speed and soon reached the pyramid, planting the bomb before retreating. Once Barrow had reached a safe distance, the goblin engineers promptly detonated the bomb. A colossal mushroom cloud erupted into the sky, its shockwave radiating outward, far surpassing the might of Ding Yu's meteor strikes. Ding! Congratulations, your subjects have slain the level 72 mother nest, earning 72,000,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, your subjects have slain the level 63 queen, earning 6,300,000 points. Ding! Congratulations. The system notifications cascaded in succession, resulting in the demise of numerous high-ranking insectoids. With no time to assess the spoils, Ding Yu hastily ordered the warriors to retreat. This was the insectoid stronghold, teeming with vast numbers of their kind. Remaining there would be ill-advised. Only upon returning to his territory did Ding Yu finally exhale in relief. The gains were monumental, and he began to review the system notification records on his panel. Suddenly, he noticed an unusual message. Ding! Congratulations, your subjects have destroyed a significant unit of the insectoids, earning a reward of 1 billion points. Was there a system reward? It likely referred to the mother nest, indicating its high status among the insectoids. Ding Yu had uncovered a path to great wealth and continued to instruct the goblin engineers to manufacture more bombs. Following this encounter, Barrow and the goblin engineers accrued a wealth of experience, with Barrow achieving a significant breakthrough to the 5th tier. After surpassing the 5th tier, Barrow's strength intensified, and the likelihood of being detected while phasing diminished. With all preparations complete, Ding Yu led his army to the vicinity of Jiotian's territory. The Skylark scouts had already conducted thorough reconnaissance of the interior, and Ding Yu commanded the troops to charge into the rift. Armed with the experience from the previous encounter and ample preparation, this operation proceeded even more smoothly than the last. Before long, the mother nest was destroyed, and the system chimed in once more. Ding! Congratulations, your subjects have slain the level 73 mother nest, earning 73,000,000 points. Ding! Congratulations. Your subjects have slain the level 62 queen, earning 6,200,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, your subjects have destroyed a significant unit of the insectoids, earning a reward of 1 billion points. With points secured, Ding Yu commanded a retreat for his forces. He allocated a portion of the troops to assist Jiotian in defense before returning to his territory. In the chat channel, he disseminated a message soliciting the locations of the spatial rifts, offering a generous reward. The trend of shrinking spatial rifts had become markedly apparent, and he was uncertain when they would vanish. He also posted in the group, seeking assistance in locating the rifts, eager to gather as many points as possible before they disappeared. Just as his message was dispatched, Li Linlin replied. Li Linlin, old Ding, there is a spatial rift nearby, not far from where that brainworm was last seen. Bing, alright, I'll be there shortly. He assembled his forces and promptly teleported to the vicinity of Li Linlin's territory. This time, Li Linlin exhibited remarkable composure and showed no intention of confronting Ding Yu. He swiftly organized his troops and led them in a grand march towards the coordinates provided by Li Linlin. The rift they encountered was smaller than the previous two, and it remained uncertain whether a mother nest resided within. He dispatched scouts from the Skylarks to investigate, and before long, the news returned. Upon confirming the presence of a mother nest inside, Ding Yu immediately commanded his army to charge in. The number of insectoids here was fewer than in the previous encounters, and soon the system notifications began to chime. Ding! Congratulations, your subjects have slain a level 71 mother nest, earning 71,000,000 points. Ding! Congratulations. Your subjects have defeated a level 61 queen, earning 6,100,000 points. Ding! Congratulations, your subjects have destroyed a significant unit of the insectoids, receiving a reward of 1 billion points. With the points secured, Ding Yu led his army in a strategic withdrawal. Given the urgency of the situation, he refrained from lingering too long with Li Linlin, for there would be ample time in the future. Upon returning to his territory, he ensured his forces were well rested. The goblin engineers continued crafting explosives in preparation for the next offensive. Chapter 56, Points Leaderboard. Although few dared to venture out of the city to confront the insectoids, the channel boasted a vast population base. There were always a few fortunate souls who stumbled upon spatial rifts, and after providing their locations to Ding Yu, they received generous rewards. After obliterating 3 mother nests, the spatial rift completely vanished. Without the rift, the population of insectoids ceased to grow. The lordly factions on Starry Rhythm Continent entered a counteroffensive phase, proactively emerging from their fortifications to engage the insectoids. Following their victory over the insectoids, they began extensive searches and cleanup operations. Ding Yu glanced at the points leaderboard, finding himself at the top with over 12 billion points. The second place contender, King Allen, had only 7 billion. It seemed that luck had indeed played a role, as Dingyu was the first to discover the method for farming mother nests. By the time the other leading lords realized what was happening, the spatial rifts were on the verge of disappearing, uncertain of when the rifts would vanish. And fearing being trapped should they disappear suddenly, the other lords hesitated to enter. Dingyu also only managed to farm 3 before retreating, even when other rift locations remained. He dared not proceed. The thought of being stranded in another world, surrounded by swarming insectoids, was too daunting. As the insectoid population on the continent was cleared, the system announcements echoed. World announcement. The insect tide event has concluded, and related rewards are being distributed. Please redeem your points promptly, as the point system will close in 24 hours. 3 consecutive system announcements rang out, marking the end of this event. Ding! Congratulations on securing first place in the points leaderboard, earning Epic Treasure Chest, X1, and Fragmented World Source, X1. This marked Dingyu's second acquisition of an Epic Treasure Chest, the first having occurred during the novice assessment. A second, Fragmented World Source, meant Dingyu no longer had to deliberate. The items he most desired from the points mall were the Fragmented World Source and World Tree Seeds. Both were priced at 10 billion points, and currently, Dingyu's points were sufficient for only one. Of course, the points mall contained many more advanced items, including a complete world source. But that required a staggering 100 billion points, a distant dream for Dingyu. He also noticed a barracks labeled Insectoid Mother Nest, requiring 80 billion points for redemption. To think such a thing was so costly, having destroyed 6, Dingyu felt a pang of regret. Possessing such a barracks would rival all his other barracks, except for the Qinglan guards. This was akin to a war base. He resolved to dismiss the thought, for the more he pondered, the more aggrieved he became. However, even if he acquired it, he would be unable to utilize it, as only those certified by the system could integrate it into their territory system. It was uncertain whether a wild mother nest could be tamed, and even if it could, Dingyu lacked the current capability. Dingyu washed his hands at the spiritual spring, contemplating the precariousness of his situation, and then took a bath. With the treasure chest in hand, he approached the statue of the goddess of fortune, offering a prayer before opening the epic treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations! You have obtained Hero Recruitment Scroll, S-Grade, X1, and Heavy Infantry, S-Grade, X1. Upon acquiring a Hero Recruitment Scroll, Dingyu clicked to use it. A brilliant silver-white light illuminated the surroundings, and as it faded, an elderly man clad in a silver robe appeared before him. Kaylee, Hero. Level 1. Potential S. Loyalty 100. Skill 1. Spatial Shield. Conjures a shield using spatial energy, possessing formidable defensive capabilities. Skill 2. Dimensional Slash. Inflicts widespread cutting damage using spatial energy. Skill 3. Teleportation. Allows short-range, instantaneous movement. Skill 4. Spatial Transfer. Utilizes spatial energy to transport targets. Skill 5. Spatial Lock. Employs spatial energy to seal an area, interfering with other spatial-related skills. Skill 6. Erudite. A learned scholar as well as a mage, with extensive knowledge of spatial formations. Dingyu's eyes lit up. This was a rare class, a spatial mage. After conversing with Kaylee, he discovered that he could indeed set up teleportation arrays. The required materials could be procured from the system mall, albeit at a steep price. It appeared that in the future, he could establish teleportation arrays among allies and even offer array services to outsiders. However, the cost would be prohibitive for most lords, with only the top-tier lords possessing such financial means. Additionally, Dingyu received an S-Grade, Heavy Infantry, and clicked to establish it. Heavy Infantry. Potential S. Level 1. Hero 0. Troop count 0-100. Summoning one soldier requires 3,000 copper coins. Description: a troop crafted with great care by humanity, excelling in defense. Dingyu leveled it up to level 3 and summoned the full quota of troops, resulting in the appearance of 2 heroic units. A line of burly men wielding massive shields materialized before him, exuding a formidable presence. This was reminiscent of his encounter with Li Shao, armored and equipped with colossal shields. They bore one-handed weapons at their sides. In future battles, they could safeguard the rear ranks of mage units or serve as frontline warriors during assaults. This was indeed a commendable unit, precisely what his territory lacked. He instructed them to familiarize themselves with the surroundings, and then Dingyu opened the points mall. He first redeemed the World Tree Seeds, and a green orb of light appeared in his hand. He planted it in the central location of his territory, alongside the ancient Tree of Life. As the seeds settled into the soil, it swiftly took root and sprouted, rapidly growing to a size comparable to the ancient Tree of Life. The territory resonated with a rumbling sound, the spatial range expanded, and the concentration of spiritual energy increased. Whether it was merely an illusion or not, Dingyu felt the space had become more stable. Ding! Congratulations, your territory space has fused with the World Tree, resulting in a metamorphosis. The system notification confirmed significant changes. He then took out the fragmented world source and integrated it into his territory. Ding! Congratulations. Another system notification sounded, prompting Dingyu to open the panel. Territory, Hanhai City. Lord, Dingyu. Level 3. Territory area 200,000 by 200,000. Population 13 million. Heroes 43. Soldiers 72 million. Daily automatic refresh of 2,000 inhabitants. Spiritual energy concentration 51,170. Characteristic 1. Celestial paradise, a place where spiritual energy converges, enhancing the potential of all inhabitants, with a minimum potential of C grade, significantly increasing the chances of breakthroughs for the inhabitants. Characteristic 2. Territorial space. The territory forms its own world, possessing the potential to become a complete world. Characteristic 3. Heavenly spiritual veins. The territory nurtures spiritual veins, greatly increasing cultivation efficiency in proximity to these veins. Characteristic 4. Autonomous evolution. The space can absorb energy from the void, thereby enlarging itself. Prosperity index 48,645. The territory had expanded considerably, and the daily refresh of inhabitants had increased to 2,000. Chapter 57. Commencing the arrangement of the teleportation array. With military strength exceeding 100,000, it was only natural, as Dingyu had frequently utilized recruitment scrolls to summon Treant Guardians during this period. The minimum potential of the inhabitants had risen to C grade, making them formidable, surpassing the potential of many primary combat units from other territories. Furthermore, the territory now boasted an attribute of autonomous evolution, capable of absorbing energy from the void to strengthen itself. This was rather splendid, even while resting. The territory continued to grow in strength. With over 2 billion points remaining, Dingyu continued to browse the list in search of necessary items. To his surprise, he discovered a monster ranch, a rare find indeed, and immediately clicked to purchase. He acquired 1 S grade, 2 A grade, and 1 D grade ranches, finally exhausting his points. He also purchased some materials with the remaining scattered points. Thus, his territory now possessed 1 S grade, 3 A grade, and 2 D grade monster ranches. Dingyu took a moment to examine the S grade monster ranch, noting that the upper limit for monster levels remained at tier 2, albeit with an increased quantity of monsters. It appeared that the upper limit of monster levels was influenced by the territory's level, independent of the quality of the monster ranch, which only affected the number of monsters produced. Having settled these matters, Dingyu reclined on his grand bed, scrolling through the chat channel. At that moment, the chat channel was abuzz with activity. After the insect tide had concluded, the lords could finally relax a little. Haha, I finally have a B-grade barracks. This will serve as my primary combat unit, at least until I reach a level 6 territory. I also upgraded my barracks, though it's only C grade. Still, it should suffice for quite some time. What a coincidence, I also upgraded to a C grade barracks, which means I won't have to waste experience points frequently. I upgraded several A grade defensive towers. I plan to surprise those attacking me. Our district's top player must have amassed a plethora of rewards. With over 12 billion points, I wouldn't even know how to spend it. That player is about to soar. It seems only that player has made it onto the leaderboard in our district, considering only the top 100 are counted. That player has gained a significant lead. I must find a way to challenge him. Isn't there a declaration of war? Just teleport over and confront him. Don't be ridiculous. I admire him. Not foolish enough to become his enemy and risk annihilation. I just acquired a very adorable pet. Any ladies interested in a look? While enjoying the lively chat, the regional elite group lit up. Likely someone had made a grand entrance. Blood Queen, fellow merchants, come forth and distribute red envelopes. Henin loves dancing. Exactly. Have you all struck it rich and forgotten to share? Dingyu sent some jungle giant lizard pet eggs into the group to silence them, as he currently had plenty of these. Although E-grade pet eggs held little significance for these elites, it was merely a token gesture. Fellow merchant, just luck, everyone. Please don't laugh. Andre loves wine. Someone, throw him out. The student group was equally lively, yet they remained unaware that Dingyu was the esteemed merchant. Otherwise, it would have caused quite a stir. Zhaoli, I suggest everyone exchange points for high-grade barracks. After all, such items are hard to come by. Zhongnan, yes. Upgrading barracks is the most reliable option. I just swapped for a B-grade barracks. Zhang Yong, I had no idea our class leader was such an elite. Using a B-grade barracks. Han Yao, I swapped for a C-grade. What about Dingyu? I saw the units he provided us last time were quite impressive. They must be high-grade units. Dingyu, D-grade skeleton mage. Nothing high-grade about that. Han Yao, what about that bomb-throwing unit? It looks quite advanced. Dingyu, that is a goblin, C-grade, a rather fragile unit. Zhang Nan, I saw that too. Dingyu, don't rely solely on high-attack, low-defense units. You need some defensive units, or else you'll be at a disadvantage if enemies approach. Dingyu, still, the class leader cares for me. I just acquired a new defensive unit. After finishing the group chat, he opened a conversation with Li Linlin. Dingyu, I managed to obtain a teleportation array. Would you like to construct one on your side? Li Linlin, what mischief are you planning now? Dingyu, what could I possibly do? Just the usual friendly sparring. Li Linlin, Tomorrow, he planned to establish the teleportation array for Li Linlin, while regarding Zhao Li, he deemed it unnecessary to build one for him. Such an expensive teleportation array would be a waste on him. He might even overstay his welcome in Dingyu's territory. As for the ladies in the elite group, he thought it best to wait a while longer, as they had not yet formed a close enough bond. The following morning, Dingyu refreshed the inhabitants. Now, all the inhabitants possessed a C-grade potential, theoretically capable of ascending to Tier 4. After integrating the world tree and the source, the spiritual energy concentration of the territory had nearly doubled. Stimulated by this, many had achieved breakthroughs yesterday, and the cultivation speed of the inhabitants had markedly increased. The world tree was indeed invaluable. Compared to it, the spirit gathering array was utterly inferior. He instructed the soldiers to refresh the monster ranch, focusing mainly on the heavy infantry and Kiri summoned yesterday. Kiri's level was crucial, as an increase in level would facilitate the arrangement of the teleportation array. First, he would establish the teleportation array within his territory. This array was not a mere one-to-one type. It functioned akin to teleportation nodes, allowing the input of other array serial numbers for teleportation. Naturally, to teleport to another's array, authorization from the other party was required. The time required for the setup was manageable, primarily consuming magical energy. He provided Kiri with some spirit stones to restore his magical energy. Once restored, he successfully arranged Li Linlin's teleportation array, enabling them to visit each other freely from then on. Upon her first arrival at Dingyu's territory, Li Linlin was immediately awestruck by its vastness. The territory stretched endlessly, adorned with various bizarre spiritual plants, and even featured a subway system. It was a remarkable sight, with an impressive amount of greenery. The concentration of spiritual energy was astonishing. Upon entering the territory, she felt her cultivation speed accelerate significantly. Although she was unaware of the exact value of Dingyu's territory's spiritual energy concentration, she was certain it far surpassed her own territory. In the distance, the enormous tree appeared to touch the heavens, an awe-inspiring sight that left Li Linlin utterly captivated. As it was her first encounter with such a colossal specimen, a guide was assigned to her, tasked with leading Li Linlin on a tour of the area. Meanwhile, Dingyu located the chat interface of the Merchant Alliance and finalized the arrangements for collaboration on the teleportation array. Having conducted thorough research the previous day, Dingyu concluded that partnering with the Merchant Alliance for the teleportation array was indeed the most advantageous course of action. With his limited time, he could not manage everything himself, and Ding Shang was unable to utilize the chat channel for communication with other lords. Thus, he relied on the Merchant Alliance as an intermediary, offering them a share of the profits in exchange for handling the teleportation array operations. The Merchant Alliance rejoiced in this development, as they had finally established a connection with their competitors. Chapter 58, The Lion's Fury Alliance Strikes. The Merchant Alliance successfully integrated Dingyu into their business consortium and secured the rights to recruit scrolls and pet eggs. Dingyu was more than willing to oblige, as it alleviated some of Ding Shang's burdens. As the territory expanded, Ding Shang found himself increasingly overwhelmed and had lamented to Dingyu on multiple occasions. This predicament was unavoidable, for among the populace, Ding Shang was the only one capable of utilizing the trading hall. After organizing these matters, Dingyu commenced a delightful routine of engaging in the war space. Following the tribulations of the insect tide, the primary combat units of Hanhai City had all reached the 4th tier. With such prowess, they would undoubtedly dominate any level 3 territories within the war space. The alternating use of war space and declaration of war allowed for resource acquisition while simultaneously gaining experience points. Those lords whose rankings were similar to Dingyu's found themselves in dire straits, as they faced assaults not only in the war space, but also in their actual territories. Lion's Fury ranked as the 354th lord in the level 3 leaderboard and was a prince of the Orc Empire on the planet Kate prior to his transmigration. In recent days, 2 of his compatriots had fallen victim to the treachery of their rivals, a situation utterly unfathomable within their ranks. As distinguished level 3 lords, such catastrophic losses were a rarity. They typically only encountered defeat within the war space, resulting in the plundering of a portion of their resources. To counter the looming threat, Lion's Fury and his contemporaries formed an alliance, comprising lords of similar standings from their homeland, as those of lesser strength were excluded from their circle. As one of their members fell prey to a rival's incursion, Lion's Fury rallied the alliance members and issued a declaration of war against their adversaries. A staggering 15 declarations of war were hurled at Dingyu, and soon the teleportation passage was established. A vast horde of Orc soldiers surged forth from the portal, and upon receiving the news that they were assaulting an Orc territory, Dingyu hastily led his forces to defend. This marked the largest assault Hanhai City had faced thus far. These foes were not to be compared with the feeble denizens of the Eastern nation. Those who attained such rankings were undoubtedly the elite among level 3 territories. The Orc clans of Kate had transcended to this realm earlier than their counterparts on Blue Star, with some having ascended to level 4 territories. However, it was of little concern. For both the war space and declaration of war, restricted higher-ranking lords from targeting those beneath them. Higher-ranking lords could provide limited resources to lower-ranking ones, but excessive aid could result in the latter's territory advancing. Lion's Fury had only just emerged from the teleportation array when he was met with a barrage of attacks. Massive boulders rained down from above. Evading the debris with some difficulty, he surveyed his surroundings. As the troops began to teleport, numerous orcs had already perished under the enemy's onslaught. What was happening? Had someone betrayed them? How could their opponents react so swiftly? He quickly commanded his forces to organize a defensive perimeter to protect the reinforcements. Before long, the orc forces completed their teleportation, and after a brief moment of regrouping, Lion's Fury led his army into the fray. The orc warriors were not particularly well equipped and lacked proper siege engines, relying instead on their formidable physiques to conquer their enemies. The front line consisted of Minotaur berserkers, with robust infantry following closely behind. As Lion's Fury launched his assault, Dingyu returned to his territory. Gazing upon the sheer number of orc soldiers, amounting to 60,000, he realized he had stirred a hornet's nest. Fortunately, the territory was under the command of the Watchers, alleviating his concerns and allowing him to focus solely on bringing his troops back. The Watchers possessed remarkable computational abilities, executing precise strikes with unparalleled finesse. Under their guidance, the various defensive weapons never missed their mark. Soon, the attacking orc forces suffered significant casualties, with Lion's Fury receiving particular attention from the defenders. From the onset of the assault, he had been relentlessly targeted, his guards having already sustained heavy losses. It is often said that desperation breeds precision, while abundance leads to overwhelming firepower. The Watchers wielded the power of fire coverage, yet opted for precision strikes instead. The orcs' losses predominantly comprised high-value targets, as within a short span, 5 heroes had been eliminated. Moreover, a particularly unfortunate orc lord met his demise, triggering a minor chaos among the orc horde. Notably, the soldiers summoned from the barracks possessed a loyalty rating of 100. This score indicated an unwavering allegiance to their lord. However, it did not constitute a slave contract. Upon their lord's death, the soldiers would not perish alongside him, but rather enter a state of being leaderless, akin to the native populace. While the infantry drew the attention of the city's defenses, the air force and cavalry charged forth. The aerial forces primarily comprised avian units, alongside a few wyverns, albeit in limited numbers. Simultaneously, Hanhai City's air force ascended to engage. Just as the orc infantry reached the city gates, they were met with a sudden barrage of explosions from behind. It was unmistakably the handiwork of the goblin engineers, whose violent detonations fractured the ranks of the orc army. Lion's Fury spat out the dirt in his mouth, infuriated by the cunning humans who had even resorted to the goblins' tactics. Unlike the orcs, who only selected Orcish barracks, the humans typically did not mix races in their forces. Such phenomena were relatively commonplace across the Starry Rhythm continent. Lords generally prioritized choosing barracks from their own races. The amalgamation of various races often led to discord, as exemplified by the animosity between orcs and elves. In contrast, humans, despite their lack of distinctive traits, exhibited a remarkable compatibility, allowing them to select from a diverse array of barracks. At this juncture, the orc air forces also clashed with Hanhai City's aerial units. Upon witnessing the presence of wyverns among the enemy's ranks, Lion's Fury's fury intensified. How dare that wretched human possess high-tier orc troops? In a one-on-one confrontation, his own wyverns were at a disadvantage. These wyverns were his prized troops, receiving the finest resources within his territory. Could it be that this human lord possessed greater knowledge in their cultivation? Meanwhile, the cavalry reached the base of the city walls, and as they prepared to leap atop, they collided with a thin, translucent barrier. Though fragile in appearance, it proved remarkably resilient, leaving them dazed from the impact. Witnessing this spectacle, Lion's Fury coughed up a mouthful of blood. A protective shield, no less. Such an aberration, attacks from outside could not breach it, yet those within could strike outward. He commanded the cavalry to retreat and ordered the infantry to launch a concentrated assault. The protective shield could only absorb a limited amount of damage. Should the threshold be exceeded, it would shatter. Chapter 59, The Annihilation of the Lion-Wild Alliance. The infantry of the orc race predominantly comprises robust and formidable beings, fiercely wielding their weapons against the shields. The defenders atop the city walls are relentlessly assaulting the orcs below, inflicting substantial casualties upon them in close combat. The archers of the Blue Orchid Guard exhibit remarkable precision, consistently claiming an orc with each shot. The Mage Guild unleashes devastating area of effect spells, while the Dwarven gunmen rain down long-range fire, with even the diminutive goblins scurrying to the battlements to launch bombs. Dingyu could not resist casting a meteor strike at the heart of the orc horde, delivering a severe blow to their ranks. As the dust settled, the area transformed into a vast crater, the orcs within having been utterly obliterated. Several heroes also unleashed their area damage skills, among them Barrow, who, equipped with a spatial ring, activated his phasing ability and darted into the midst of the orc cluster to hurl bombs. Inspired by the previous battle against the insect tide, Barrow's spatial ring was now brimming with explosives. He had abandoned his assassination skills, finding them less practical than the explosive ordnance. Soon, the bombs within the spatial ring were exhausted, prompting Barrow to return to his territory and promptly re-emerge, his ring once again laden with explosives. Witnessing this spectacle, Ding Yu could not help but twitch his lips. The fellow had amassed a considerable stockpile of bombs within the confines of their territory. A veritable pyromaniac. He mused that if things escalated, he might need to enlighten Barrow on the safe storage protocols for explosives. With a restorative potion clenched between his teeth, Ding Yu settled into a position atop the city wall. Having just conferred with the sentinels, it was clear that, given the enemy's relentless assault, the opposing forces would be annihilated before they could breach the shield. With the threat mitigated, Ding Yu felt no urgency, casting spells while recuperating. He informed the militia behind the city walls that they could ascend to join the fray. Such an opportunity to gain experience was rare. Ever since the insect tide, the populace had eagerly sought to partake in the defense of the city. Under the protective aegis of the shield, casualties were nearly non-existent, and slaying the enemy yielded valuable experience points. This was far more efficient than personal training, and perhaps amidst the fighting, breakthroughs would be achieved. Soon, the battlements were teeming with people, even pushing the primary combat troops aside. Ding Yu had gravely underestimated the enthusiasm of the populace and began to regulate their numbers, allowing them to rotate in and out to accrue experience. He showed little respect for the besieging orc forces while they were engaged in a siege. Ding Yu's side was shamelessly collecting experience points. Half a day passed, and the orc forces proved remarkably tenacious, maintaining their high-intensity assault without respite. At that moment, the orc army had dwindled to 10,000, each soldier bearing wounds. Seeing the futility of their efforts to breach the city, Manhwaedit ordered a retreat. This battle was a complete defeat. The defenses of this human territory were insurmountable. As the enemy withdrew, the forces of Hanhai City surged forth to pursue. Before long, the orcs were in disarray, fleeing back to the teleportation portal under the relentless onslaught from Hanhai City. Ding Yu organized the army of Hanhai City to follow the teleportation route and systematically assault the orc territories, with Manhwaedit being the first target of their wrath. Soon, despair enveloped Manhwaedit as Hanhai City's incisive attacks swiftly overwhelmed his domain. Despite Manhwaedit's attempts to summon his level 4 territory elder, Ding Yu remained unfazed. A level 4 territory? He was nearing that threshold himself. Even if a level 4 lord were to assault him now, it was unlikely they could conquer his territory. Over the course of 2 days, Ding Yu laid siege to all of the enemy territories. Why provoke him unnecessarily? Was it not preferable to simply live in peace? He was merely accumulating resources. Why the animosity? Indeed, Ding Yu had become a target of ire, while others merely engaged in the war space. He not only finished that, but also issued a declaration of war to obliterate their territory, a rarity in the war space. Now, Ding Yu had become a malignant presence, provoking deep-seated resentment in many. Following the conclusion of his conflict with the Manhwaedit Alliance, Ding Yu resumed his activities in the war space. During this time, he was ambushed several times, yet he triumphed over each assault. Gradually, he ascended into the top 100, currently ranking 87th. Upon entering the top 100, each adversary possessed formidable strength, compelling Ding Yu to exercise caution in selecting his opponents to prevent significant losses to his forces. During this period, the regional territory leaderboard once again issued rewards. Ding, congratulations on securing first place in the regional territory leaderboard. Rewards are being distributed. Ding, due to your prosperity index significantly exceeding that of other lords, your rewards will be enhanced. Congratulations. You have received Extraordinary Treasure Chest, X3, Regional Territory Leaderboard. First place, Hanhai City, Prosperity Index, 51632, Lord, Yu Shang. Second place, Merchant Alliance, Prosperity Index, 6043, Lord, Shanghong, Tianxia. Third place, Elegant Castle, Prosperity Index, 5954, Lord, Bloody Queen. Fourth place, Leifei City, Prosperity Index, 5931, Lord, Andre Loves Wine. 10th place, Huanqing Valley, Prosperity Index, 5765, Lord, Hanin's Love to Dance. The gap between Ding Yu and others widened further, with the latter nearly tenfold behind. The Merchant Alliance had entered second place, likely having profited significantly from their collaboration with Ding Yu. This time, Ding Yu received 3 extraordinary treasure chests. Perhaps next time he would acquire an epic treasure chest? Opportunities to encounter high-level treasure chests were scarce, and Ding Yu proceeded to bathe and change attire, as was customary. He approached the statue of the goddess of fortune to offer a prayer and, in one breath, opened all 3 treasure chests. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained Spatial Ring, Extraordinary Level, X1, Light Priest, a level, X1. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained Azure Artillery Camp, a level, X1, Fire Mage Core, a level, X1. Ding, congratulations. You have obtained Spring of Spirit, a level, X1, Biochemical Beast Research Center, a level, X1. All items were of a level, and remarkably, there was a spatial ring, a most valuable acquisition. The light priest would finally provide the territory with a dedicated priest, unlike those battle priests who preferred combat. Speaking of battle priests, this artillery camp seemed to hail from the same region, sharing their origins. The arrival of the artillery camp and the fire mage corps significantly bolstered Hanhai City's area damage capabilities. Particularly, the artillery camp had a long attack range and considerable destructive power. Its sole drawback was its complete lack of melee capability, necessitating diligent protection. Additionally, there was an A-level Spring of Spirit, which would be placed beside the World Tree. The Biochemical Beast Research Center could utilize monster genes to create new species. Just as the territory required a universal means of transportation, it would be prudent for the research center to explore this avenue. With the growing populace, there was an urgent need for a simple and convenient mode of transport. Chapter 60, Chunmu's Ascension to Hero. The tunnel beasts are indeed excellent, but their numbers are limited. They are primarily used for transporting large groups of people or goods. It would be impractical to use them for just 1 or 2 individuals. Hanhai City requires a small-scale transport vehicle, akin to automobiles on Blue Star. Dingyu would instruct the Monster Ranch to produce one of each type of monster to serve as samples for the Biochemical Beast Research Center. With these constructions completed, he promptly upgraded to level 3. He also filled the quotas for these barracks, allowing them to acclimate to their surroundings. Ding! Congratulations on your subject, Chunmu, achieving the rank of Hero Unit. Upon hearing the system notification, Ding Yu's expression brightened. That young man Chunmu had been promoted to a hero. Chunmu was the highest quality subject to emerge from the territory, boasting an SS-level potential. At the outset, he possessed advanced proficiency in governance, and had now succeeded Li Fuguwei as the head of the municipal hall. Given Li Fuguwei's limited potential, managing such a large populace had become a considerable challenge for him. Ding Yu assigned him to oversee the territory's marriage registration office. As the growing population had led to an increase in marriages, it was known that Li Fuguwei had a penchant for matchmaking, a fact Ding Yu learned from Li Xiao. On one occasion, Li Fuguwei approached Li Xiao, intending to introduce him to Lia, the elven mage hero. Claiming that Lia preferred men who provided her with a sense of security, he called upon Chunmu to draft a 4-ring planning map. With resources now ample, Ding Yu had already devised plans for city expansion. Before long, Chunmu arrived with a hefty stack of blueprints, and Ding Yu felt a pang of exasperation. Sensing Ding Yu's thoughts, Chunmu assured him, "My lord, the buildings requiring your placement have been clearly delineated." Upon receiving the blueprints, Ding Yu discovered that the first page was indeed an overview, with the structures needing his attention, such as the city walls, marked distinctly. This was the advantage of having subordinates. Otherwise, he would be burdened with every detail, risking his own exhaustion. Ding Yu held no particular desire for power. He would rather spend his time courting women. Regrettably, for the sake of the territory's development, he had been tirelessly laboring. Following the planning map, he placed the buildings and instructed Chunmu to manage the expansion affairs. Currently, the municipal hall of Hanhai City had developed into a well-oiled entity with various departments in place. Only significant matters required reporting to Ding Yu for his approval. Routine commercial activities were handled by Ding Shang, who managed the sale and procurement of goods. Ding Shang could utilize the trading hall and the system mall, typically resolving small-scale transactions independently, only consulting Ding Yu for larger quantities. Their loyalty was unwavering at 100, and Ding Yu felt no apprehension regarding potential betrayal. Delegating authority alleviated his burdens. Some lords, however, were reluctant to relinquish control, laboring tirelessly as they had in Blue Star, and now found themselves similarly overworked in this new world. Naturally, lords who insisted on micromanagement would find their territories developing at a sluggish pace, as vast amounts of energy were squandered on trivial matters. Having organized these affairs, Ding Yu stepped onto the teleportation array bound for Li Linlin's territory. He intended to share a meal and engage in some friendly sparring. The nature of their relationship had long since been laid bare, merely awaiting the formalization of a marriage contract. However, with the existence of teleportation arrays, such formalities had become unnecessary. Ding Yu was a man with ambitions that extended far and wide. He could not allow the allure of beauty to ensnare him. In recent days, the construction of teleportation arrays had been fervently underway. Most of the regional overlord group had established their own arrays. Indeed, at this point, the regional overlord group resembled a formidable alliance, given their comparable strengths and frequent mutual assistance. They had all visited Ding Yu's territory, albeit the special structures were meticulously guarded by treants, rendering them invisible to the visitors, who only beheld a sprawling forest. The sole unique features visible were the 2 colossal trees at the heart of the territory and the statue of the goddess of fortune towering in the plaza. Nonetheless, this was of little consequence. Lords of such caliber undoubtedly possessed some special attributes. The most unique aspect of Ding Yu's territory was its world properties, a detail beyond the perception of others. At that moment, the student group chat flickered to life, indicating someone had sent a message. Zhang Chong, I have a quota for establishing a teleportation array. Does anyone want it? Everyone. Zhaoli, is it permanent? Zhang Chong, yes, it is permanent. Not a one-to-one type, but a many-to-many. Establishing one teleportation array allows access to multiple destinations. Jiangnan, how did you manage to acquire such a valuable item? Old Zhang. Zhangchang, my territory possesses a unique specialty, hence I joined the business alliance formed by the regional overlords, where I obtained the quota for establishing a teleportation array. Zhangchang, I only joined the peripheral group. I've heard that even prominent business overlords are in the core group. Hanyao, how can I join this? I want to be part of it. Zhangchang, you need to have something of commercial value in your territory to qualify. Hanyao, it seems I have no chance then. How much does it cost to establish a teleportation array? Is it expensive? In an instant, Zhangchang became the center of attention in the student group chat, having joined the business alliance, ensuring that his territory would undoubtedly accelerate in development. For the current lords, the price of a teleportation array was still relatively high. However, for the sake of future progress, they all gritted their teeth and made the investment. With teleportation arrays in place, mutual support would become much more convenient, enabling collective assaults on certain enemy camps. Future group activities would proliferate, as conditions had previously been prohibitive. After all, the declaration of war was quite a costly affair. Ding Yu and Li Linlin also pretended to purchase one, as it was ultimately their own enterprise, and they could fabricate the details later. The advent of teleportation arrays hastened the alliance's progress, and it was anticipated that large-scale groups would soon emerge, continuing to grind in the war space. Upon entering the top 100, Ding Yu received a system notification. The rankings would issue rewards to those in the top 100 at the end of each month, but each individual could only receive the same reward once. For instance, if a person had claimed a reward while in first place, they would not receive another when the rewards were distributed again, even if they remained in the top position. This mechanism effectively curbed the phenomenon of veterans repeatedly exploiting rankings to amass rewards. After several more days, Ding Yu had ascended to 8th place. Currently, Ding Yu no longer utilized the declaration of war upon entering the war space. His opponents were now capable of inflicting damage on the forces of Hanhai City, making it unwise to squander his soldiers simply to acquire resources. As he drew closer to first place, Ding Yu began preparing for the upgrade of his territory, intending to upgrade immediately after claiming the rewards for first place. Delaying would only hinder the territory's development. Chapter 61, Upgrading the Territory. The opponents he encountered now fielded no troops below Tier 3, with some even boasting Tier 4 units. Their diverse troop compositions were well balanced, and their tactical applications surpassed Ding Yu's. Yet, Ding Yu relied not on strategy, but on sheer strength to dominate. He was acutely aware of his shortcomings. He was not adept at troop deployment. If only he could summon a commander-type hero, such as a strategist or military advisor. The heroes in his territory were better suited for frontline assaults, their commanding abilities merely enhancing the attributes of their subordinates, while their battle tactics remained conventional. Particularly in battles involving multiple races, the diversity of units was evident. If only he could summon a figure akin to Zhuge Liang, Ding Yu mused dreamily. In the days that followed, Ding Yu refrained from using the declaration of war to allow his troops to gain experience, relocating his territory several times to settle in areas abundant with monsters, while also venturing deeper into the forests. A few days later, Ding Yu reached the top of the rankings, with half a month remaining until the month's end. During this fortnight, he would relentlessly grind in the war space to plunder resources. When faced with relatively weaker opponents, Ding Yu would send forth a declaration of war. Among those who closely ranked with Ding Yu, many had been defeated by him multiple times. These formidable figures, perceived as titans by others, were left yearning for relief as Ding Yu relentlessly bested them, particularly since they possessed abundant territorial resources. Consequently, Ding Yu amassed substantial resources through his plundering endeavors, further igniting his fervor for engaging in the war space. Unable to endure the defeats any longer, these individuals banded together to launch an assault on Ding Yu's territory. However, they soon discovered that Ding Yu's defenses were exceptionally robust, resulting in a protracted stalemate where neither side could gain the upper hand, ultimately leading to a cessation of hostilities. Their last-ditch efforts proved futile against Ding Yu, leaving them to hope for his territorial upgrade. As for why they did not elevate their territories to level 4, they too yearned for the rewards. At this point, Ding Yu had unequivocally become a malignant presence at the level 3 tier, a target of widespread animosity. Finally, at the month's end, the system notification chimed in as anticipated. Ding. Congratulations on achieving first place in the level 3 leaderboard. Reward, Legendary Treasure Chest, X1. This marked the highest tier of treasure chest Ding Yu had ever received, a testament to the global ranking rewards. He promptly indulged in a bath using A-grade spiritual spring water. After his rejuvenating soak, he approached the statue of the goddess of fortune, praying earnestly for over half an hour before finally deciding to open the chest. Ding. Congratulations, you have obtained Hero Training Camp, X1. What emerged was an intriguing item. Ding Yu opened the panel. Hero Training Camp. Quality, none. Description, a special training camp condensed by the god of war, offering ordinary individuals a chance to transcend into heroes. With a straightforward description, Ding Yu constructed it and upgraded it to level 3. The camp could accommodate a maximum of 100 individuals, and the time required for a breakthrough into heroism varied by individual. The specific effects would be tested later. For now, he had the reward in hand and could upgrade his territory. Ding Yu clicked to upgrade the Lord's Manor, which indicated a 1-hour wait. Ding. Congratulations. Your Lord's Manor has been upgraded to level 4. Lord's Manor. Level 4. Area 500 by 500. Defense 2,800. Note: the foundation of the territory, materials can be invested for upgrades. Next upgrade requires 5,500 silver coins, 250 fine gold, 75 space stones, and 75 spiritual essence. The territory also upgraded alongside the Lord's Manor. Territory: Hanhai City. Lord: Ding Yu. Level 4. Territory range: 250,000 by 250,000. Population: 472 million. Heroes: 52. Soldiers: 273 million. Daily automatic refresh of 500 units of citizens. Spiritual energy concentration: 61. 375. Trait 1. Blessed land. A convergence of spiritual energy, enhancing the potential of all citizens, with a minimum grade of C, significantly increasing breakthrough chances for citizens. Trait 2. Territorial space, a self-contained realm, possessing the potential to become a world of its own. Trait 3. Spiritual veins of heaven and earth. The territory nurtures spiritual veins, greatly enhancing training efficiency near these veins. Trait 4. Autonomous evolution. The space can absorb energy from the void to bolster itself. Prosperity index: 115, 645. Ding. Congratulations, you have earned an opportunity to readjust the layout of your territory. As the area of the territory expanded and the concentration of spiritual energy increased, Ding Yu vanished from the level 3 leaderboard during the territory upgrade. Those prominent figures in the front ranks even celebrated, marking the departure of this malignant presence. Should Ding Yu be aware of this, he would surely reflect on the nature of camaraderie forged through combat. With the upper limits of territorial buildings unlocked, Hanhai City entered a construction frenzy. First, he upgraded the barracks, which increased the population cap for summons. For instance, the limit for Qinglong guards rose from 600 to 1,000. Prior to upgrading the territory, Ding Yu had amassed sufficient resources. He upgraded all the barracks in one go and filled the population vacancies. After reaching level 4, he could purchase D-grade defensive towers from the system mall. Only D-grade and above towers would be upgraded. E-grade towers were deemed unnecessary for enhancement, as future deployments would focus on D-grade towers. D-grade towers boasted greater attack ranges and damage compared to E-grade, making them the superior choice for the same footprint. Following the territory upgrade, Ding Yu received another opportunity to adjust the territory's layout, providing a perfect occasion for replanning. The territory had been gradually expanded, and many previous layouts appeared illogical from a contemporary perspective. He summoned Chen Mu to organize a team discussion, while also incorporating the opinions of the Watchers to produce a comprehensive planning map. The Watchers represented defensive strength, while Chen Mu and his team symbolized the municipal authority. This collaborative effort would yield a planning map that considered all aspects of the territory. As for Ding Yu, he entrusted the task to his subordinates, as he did not excel in such matters. This time, he intended to construct a commercial city adjacent to Hanhai City, designated for the placement of teleportation arrays and external trade. In the future, this city would facilitate external communications, ensuring that the information pertaining to Hanhai City remained confidential. There would no longer be a need for the Treants to disguise themselves whenever outsiders visited, especially for those from his classmates' groups, who were currently queuing for the deployment of teleportation arrays. Once the arrays were set up, a wave of exchanges was bound to follow. After discussing his needs with Chen Mu and his team, Ding Yu turned his attention to studying the territory's buildings. Given Chen Mu's team's efficiency, they were likely to produce the planning map swiftly. He first aimed to upgrade the hero training camp to level 4, which would then accommodate a maximum of 200 individuals. Could he also transition to a hero class? Contemplating this, Ding Yu ventured directly into the training camp. However, before he could even begin to explore, he was promptly ejected from the training camp. Ding. The Lord cannot transition to a hero class. It seemed he had overestimated his prospects. He had initially hoped for an enhancement. Yet, upon reflection, it was likely that the Lord's rank surpassed that of a hero. Chapter 62. The Universal Mount, Fat Cat. Ding Yu sent 200 Qinglong guards into the training camp, prioritizing the highest potential unit. The training camp glowed with a hazy light, leaving uncertainty as to when it would yield results. Ding Yu then turned to the Equipment Manufacturing Center, which, upon reaching level 4, enabled the mass production of platinum-grade equipment. He clicked to utilize his pre-prepared designs for platinum-grade equipment, along with several designs for platinum-grade siege engines. Consequently, the territory could undergo a complete rearmament, with the discarded equipment not going to waste, as it would be handed over to the trade guild, generating additional revenue. Platinum-grade equipment was considered top-tier among level 3 lords, including siege engines, all of which were highly sought after. Following the territory upgrade, the Monster Ranch, could now produce Tier 3 monsters, allowing for the generation of D-grade pet eggs and recruitment scrolls. Notably, during this period, the BioBeast Research Center developed a type of mount known as the Fat Cat. Typically measuring 1 meter in height and 2 meters in length, this creature could expand its body for cargo transport. When inflated, it formed an internal chamber measuring 2 by 2 by 4, capable of carrying both individuals and goods. The corpulent feline displays remarkable agility, treading softly as it moves. One may choose to perch atop this plump creature or nestle within its embrace. Through the ingenious design of the Biochemical Beast Research Center, this rotund cat is capable of directly producing pet eggs, thereby enabling mass production at the Monster Ranch. Currently, the Monster Ranch is limited to spawning Tier 3 creatures, yielding only D-grade pet eggs. However, there is no cause for concern, as upon hatching in the territory, they will transform into C-grade potential due to the unique attributes of the territory. A directive has been issued for the Monster Ranch to commence full-scale production of fat cat pet eggs in the coming days, ensuring that each citizen is equipped with one. Naturally, these fat cats are not bestowed upon the citizens free of charge. They will be made available in the Municipal Hall's various shops at a modest price. The territory has now embraced a market economy, allowing citizens to earn wages for their labor and acquire necessities through purchase. Uncertainty looms over the fat cat's marketability in the trading hall, as the current demand among lords primarily revolves around pets that can enhance combat prowess. While the fat cats possess some combat capability, they fall significantly short when compared to other units of the same tier. Consequently, a command has been issued to the Biochemical Beast Research Center to devise a universal mount suitable for troop transportation, after which Ding Yu returned to the Lord's Manor. The Lord's Manor has been transformed into a veritable castle, replete with an array of amenities, including the much-anticipated swimming pool. It is also fortified with numerous defensive structures, as the Foxman Guard has now fully garrisoned within the Lord's Manor. Observing the lively atmosphere within the manor uplifted Ding Yu's spirits immensely. The following day, after clearing the Monster Ranch, Ding Yu organized a large-scale expedition to hunt monsters and gain experience. To ensure an ample supply of monsters, he relocated the territory deeper into the forest. At this juncture, Chun Mu and his team completed their tasks, presenting the planning map to Ding Yu. After a brief review and finding no issues, he began to reorganize the territorial buildings according to the blueprint. The overall layout of the territory became significantly tidier post-planning. Independent zones for military, commerce, and residential areas were established, with small parks interspersed throughout, filled with beneficial flora and guarded by Treant sentinels. The main thoroughfares were relocated underground, where expansive tunnels were lined with sunflowers and Treant guardians. Stations were constructed at intervals to connect with the surface, and numerous underground parking facilities were established for the citizens' fat cats. Nonetheless, the fat cats prefer to shrink in size and dwell alongside their owners on the surface. The lower-tier defensive towers, classified as E and F grade, were relocated beyond the city limits, forming a defensive matrix encircled by walls. These lower-level towers will gradually be phased out as the territory's level rises, serving as a means of resource recycling. D-grade defensive towers now rise throughout the territory, organized into defensive units as per the Watcher's specifications. In the military zone, barracks are neatly aligned, with a grand plaza at the center featuring teleportation arrays that connect various defensive nodes within the city. The primary departments of the city are also linked by teleportation arrays, significantly reducing travel time. Subdivisions of the city were established, with Ding Yu designating one as Commerce Universe City. Each department of Hanhai City has set up offices here, and the defensive forces are robust. Numerous defensive towers and Treant sentinels patrol the area, along with squads of city guards to prevent external disruptions. The external teleportation array was constructed in the city's central plaza, radiating out into various streets lined with numerous shops, including a newly established mercenary association for various hiring activities. Currently, the citizens of the territory have all attained Tier 3 status, a commendable feat compared to other territories. With all citizens possessing the militia profession, their combat capabilities are commendable. The shops in Hanhai City offer a plethora of occupational skills, job change scrolls, and other items procured by Ding Shang from the trading hall. Adventurous citizens equip themselves with various skills or professions. Once the teleportation arrays are operational, Ding Yu will lift restrictions, allowing them to freely accept external employment opportunities. He believes in minimal restrictions on his citizens, advocating for an open and free environment. The municipal hall has a dedicated department to solicit feedback and suggestions from the citizens. The loyalty of the citizens is deeply intertwined with the territory. As long as their loyalty remains above a certain threshold, betrayal is unlikely. Hanhai City's citizens have historically exhibited high loyalty, though there are a few naturally rebellious individuals. Ding Yu has empowered the Watchers to revoke citizen status. Should loyalty diminish to a critical level, they will be expelled from the territory. Any resistance will be swiftly quelled by the territory's defense forces. If one does not recognize the territory, they should not partake in its benefits. The arduous development of the territory was not intended for the sake of benevolence. The construction wave following the territory's upgrade lasted an entire week, during which various facilities were largely perfected, leaving room for future growth, particularly with respect to the positioning of defensive towers. This extensive construction drained Ding Yu's entire savings, and he would need to gradually allocate resources for further defensive tower placements. The teleportation array in Commerce University has also been fully connected, and the teleportation arrays for his classmates have been established. One day, Jiang Nan and the others teleported to Commerce University, taking in the bustling streets and diverse shops. They suddenly felt as if they had arrived in a grand metropolis. Although Ding Yu's city is not large, it is undeniably vibrant. Chapter 63, The War Commences. The city boasts a high rate of greenery, with verdant plants adorning every corner. Ding Yu has truly excelled in developing his territory, Zhao Li remarked as he surveyed the surroundings. Did you notice those passers-by? Many of them are indigenous residents. Indeed. Has Ding Yu's territory established trade relations with the natives? He must have, as I recall seeing him attend a native banquet recently. What are those large cats doing? They are so adorable. I just inquired. They are called fat cats, used for transportation. I wonder where Ding Yu acquired them. I must have a few. Suddenly, they felt envious of their apparent wealth, noticing some had equipment superior to their own. Have you noticed they are all adorned in golden gear? Every profession is represented. Not only Ding Yu's citizens, but many from other territories as well. To launch a surprise attack on Ding Yu, they had not informed him of their arrival. Particularly Zhao Li, who was eager to see how this reserved fellow had developed his territory. Though they were aware Ding Yu's territory was thriving, the extent of that growth remained a mystery. After browsing the shops along the street, they discovered a vast array of unique items, many of which were not available in the trading hall, likely indigenous specialties. Soon, the girls had purchased numerous bags of goods, leaving the boys to bear the burden of carrying them. This left them feeling exasperated. Were they here to visit Ding Yu's territory or to shop? From the moment they arrived, the Watchers had already relayed the news to Ding Yu. Commerce University also features a Lord's manor, not a system structure, but one constructed by Ding Yu himself. It serves as a venue for hosting lords from other territories and managing the daily affairs of Commerce University. Soon, a group of foxskin guards discovered Zhao Li and his companions, liberating them from their cumbersome bundles. At the behest of these students, the foxskin guards graciously guided them on a tour of the city. Zhao Li and his friends could hardly contain their admiration for the foxskin guards, their mouths watering at the sight. Ding Yu, it seemed, truly knew how to revel in indulgence. Observing the alluring foxskin maidens, the female students couldn't help but scoff. It was evident that all men were the same. In this era, which male lord was without a retinue of enchanting maidens at his side? After the tour concluded, Ding Yu hosted a sumptuous banquet at the Lord's manor, which was attended by the noble women of Cell City, fulfilling the desires of this pack of wolfish friends. In gratitude, Ding Yu gifted each of them a plump cat. It must be said, the rotund feline was quite the hit among the noble women. Its endearing appearance was utterly irresistible. There was nothing quite as prestigious as riding a fluffy giant cat through the streets. The following morning, Ding Yu assembled his troops, preparing to engage in the war space. Currently, each search cost 2 silver coins, a staggering tenfold increase compared to what was required in a level 3 territory. Ding! Congratulations, you have matched with an opponent with a maximum plunder of 1,000 silver coins. A mere 1,000 silver coins? These individuals were truly impoverished. Glancing at the defenses across from him, he noted they were weaker than those found in the level 3 territories he had encountered previously. After all, these individuals resided at the lowest tier of level 4 territories, lacking the strength of the top lords in level 3 territories. Not everyone had the luxury of sufficient time to solidify their position in level 3 before ascending. Many rushed to level up as soon as they barely met the requirements for level 4. Although they had hastily reached level 4, their developmental pace had considerably slowed. Ding! Congratulations, you have defeated your opponent, with a destruction rate of 100, earning 1,000 silver coins. Continuing his spree, Ding Yu promptly unleashed another declaration of war, gleefully engaging in the war space. Once more, much to the misfortune of the newly leveled lords, they were not only attacked within the war god space, but also thoroughly ravaged in the real world by Ding Yu. Over the next few days, Ding Yu continued his relentless onslaught within the war space, utilizing the resources obtained to purchase D-grade defensive towers, causing the quantity of territory defensive towers to soar. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed, and the opponents found within the war space began to grow stronger. At this point, utilizing the declaration of war had become unprofitable, prompting Ding Yu to cease this method. During this time, the regional territory leaderboard issued a reward, once again bestowing upon Ding Yu 3 extraordinary treasure chests. It appeared that the extraordinary treasure chests represented the reward ceiling for the regional territory leaderboard, dashing Ding Yu's hopes for more advanced chests. This time, he opened an A-grade Flame Lion's Den, perfectly suited for the Fire Mage Corps' mounts. Additionally, he obtained a Class Transfer Center, where citizens could complete tasks to gain opportunities for class advancement. Upon inspection, he noted that the center offered a variety of foundational classes, including warrior classes, mage classes, and life-related professions. While these were merely ordinary vocations, they significantly enriched the occupational variety available to the citizens. Though some class transfer scrolls could be purchased in shops, they were scarce and costly, beyond the means of many citizens. The establishment of the Class Transfer Center changed everything. Citizens needed only to complete tasks assigned by mentors to achieve class advancement. Many dissatisfied with mediocrity flocked to the Class Transfer Center. Remaining were several A-grade minerals, which Dingyu promptly placed in the mining district of Hanhai City. Just then, news arrived from Cell City, announcing that the level 5 territory, Giant Rock City, had issued a conscription order. Giant Rock City fell under the jurisdiction of the level 6 human territory, Radiant City, which had recently engaged in war with a level 6 orc territory, Mammoth City. Radiant City had issued a conscription order, compelling its subordinate territories to participate in the conflict. As Ding Yu and his companions were subordinates of subordinates, they could not evade their fate. Upon receiving this news, the system's notification chimed in. Ding. A war has erupted in your vicinity. Will you join? After contemplation, Ding Yu opted to participate, recognizing that warfare would be advantageous for him as he sought to accrue experience points. Please select a faction to join. Radiant City, Mammoth City. Given the option to choose a faction, Ding Yu aligned himself with Radiant City, united by their shared humanity. Ding. Congratulations, you have joined the war. The war system is now available to you. With this new functionality, Ding Yu accessed the war system, which presented him with options for a task hall and a points mall. The task hall allowed for the acceptance of various missions, with completion yielding points. Ding Yu took on a kill mission, whereby slaying enemies would earn him points, a most agreeable task. Chapter 64, Arrival at the Battlefield. Peering into the points mall, he noticed it was similar to the previous Insect Tide event. However, points would reset with each new event. Otherwise, he could have saved up for something substantial. Preparing his army, Ding Yu teleported to Cell City to exchange information with Kyle. Kyle would also be participating. But considering the time required for Cell City to assemble its forces, Ding Yu decided to venture to the battlefield alone. After teleporting back to his territory, Ding Yu mounted his green dragon and soared towards the battlefield. As he possessed the territory's spatial capabilities, he only needed to go alone. Upon reaching the destination, he would summon his army without the need for a grand display. Presumably, as Hanhai City lay on the periphery of this region, it was quite distant from the battlefield, taking him a full 3 days to arrive. The battlefield unfolded as an expanse of wasteland, situated at the juncture of the influence of Radiant City and Mammoth City. Ding Yu reported to the frontline command center before embarking on his own pursuits. The level 4 territory was far too low in rank, especially those that had just recently leveled up. Radiant City paid little heed to such minor players. On the battlefield, they would serve merely as cannon fodder, for the disparity of 2 levels was not insignificant. Ding Yu arrived at the battlefield's periphery and began summoning his Lark reconnaissance units. The edges of the battlefield were teeming with low-level units, a relatively safe area. Ding Yu's intent for coming to the battlefield was to gain experience points and not to engage recklessly. Before long, the Larks detected an enemy unit ahead. This was the benefit of having a system, as hostile factions would be marked with a red glow, easily distinguishable. Before him stood a unit of orc soldiers, averaging a tier 3 level, composed of various troop types numbering around 3,000. Such weakness. The units previously summoned in his territory had already reached tier 4, while newly summoned ones had attained tier 2. He commanded his forces to encircle them, assisting the newly summoned units in gaining experience. Suddenly, walls of wind materialized before the orc forces, obstructing their path. Many orcs, oblivious, crashed into the barriers, resulting in chaos. From the surrounding earth emerged a multitude of skeleton warriors, brandishing bone swords and charging forth. Although these skeletons were of lesser quality, they were undeniably tier 3 combatants. With the rise to tier 4, the necromancers summoned skeletons possessing tier 3 combat prowess. Faced with a horde of skeletons several times their number, the orc soldiers swiftly succumbed to defeat. Subsequently, the newly summoned troops advanced to reap the experience. Ding. Congratulations, your citizen has slain a 32-level Minotaur warrior, earning 3 silver coins. Minotaur warrior class scroll, D grade, X1, 320 points. Ding. Congratulations on your subjects vanquishing a level 34 boar warrior, rewarded with 3 silver coins. A golden level spiked mace, X1, and 340 points. Ding. Congratulations on your subjects defeating a level 32 Tauren warrior, rewarded with 3 silver coins and 320 points. The battle concluded swiftly, and Ding Yu amassed a considerable amount of points. Unlike the previous Insect Tide, slaying these foes yielded tangible rewards. However, the points obtained were less than those acquired from exterminating the insect race. Perhaps this is due to the unique nature of the insectoid enemies. Nonetheless, Ding Yu was quite content, for not only did he gain experience and points, but resources as well. This proved far more efficient than his previous endeavors of roaming the world in search of monsters to slay. Such hordes of wild creatures are indeed rare to find. With the battlefield cleared, he expanded his search radius. Soon, he encountered another orc contingent of similar size. Could these be the patrols of a rival faction? Ding Yu accessed the quest hall and began his search, soon discovering a task to eliminate the opposing patrols. Eliminate enemy faction patrols. Required to eliminate 10 enemy faction patrols. Reward: Sword and Shield Soldier, Sea Level, X1, 100,000 points. He readily accepted the task, pleased with the prospect of further rewards. After accepting the quest, Ding Yu led his forces against the patrol. The battle concluded swiftly once more, yielding another bounty of experience and points. Observing that the enemy forces in this area were not particularly formidable, Ding Yu divided his army into 10 squads, allowing them to engage the enemy independently. He randomly joined one squad to gather experience, and he was now level 58, not far from the 6th tier. This exemplified the advantages of being a lord. Not only could he share the experience gained from his warriors' victories, but his level ascension was unbound by potential limitations. Typically, lords possess high levels, and the larger the population base, the quicker the lord ascends. Ding! Congratulations on slaying a level 31 boar warrior, rewarded with 3 silver coins and 310 points. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 34 gnoll warrior, rewarded with 3 silver coins, a golden level spiked mace, X1, and 340 points. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task of eliminating enemy faction patrols, receiving a sword and shield soldier, Sea Level, X1, and 100,000 points. With the mission accomplished and the day drawing to a close, he teleported his army back to his territory. Selecting a safe location, Ding Yu returned home. This is the advantage of having a territorial space. There was no need to camp in the wilderness, nor to consider defensive issues while camping. His territory boasted a robust logistical support system, making warfare feel akin to a stroll in one's own backyard, without a hint of concern for logistical challenges. After a busy day, he dined with his maidservant, and then, reclining in bed, opened the chat channel. Brothers, a battle is imminent here. I have received a conscription order today. It seems I must also engage. I've heard 2 level 6 lords are clashing, and I've been invited to serve as cannon fodder. I too have received a conscription order. I cannot refuse, as my territory lies within the opponent's sphere of influence. I am participating as well. I unlock the war system, which surprisingly features a points shop. Wow, such a boon. I must join too. Why hasn't anyone sent me a conscription order? Am I unworthy? Haha, your territory is too remote. No one can find you. I also did not receive a conscription order. I suspect it's because I'm too far from you all. Everyone, exercise caution. Warfare at level 6 territories is no trivial matter. Ensure you do not become cannon fodder. Is the influence of level 6 territories so extensive? Many in the channel had received conscription orders. Reflecting on this, Ding Yu suddenly realized something and glanced at the regional channel's population, 7,853 individuals, a reduction of over 2,000 since his arrival. It became clear that so many had perished or lost their lord status. No wonder the conflict between the 2 level 6 lords could impact so many lower-tier lords. Conversely, it indicated that such a number of lower-tier lords could potentially give rise to 2 level 6 lords. Ding Yu's progress had been commendable, obscuring the harsh realities faced by many. Numerous lords struggled, and should fortune not smile upon them, they risked annihilation by powerful neighboring factions. Moreover, those who frequently spammed the chat channel represented lords with relatively thriving territories. Otherwise, they would scarcely have the leisure to engage in idle chatter. A glance at the territories Ding Yu had conquered thus far revealed a staggering number. Chapter 65, Encountering Familiar Faces. Although Ding Yu had primarily eradicated alien territories, humans were also considered outsiders by other races. Numerous human lords fell to hostile factions daily. It was merely that Ding Yu had not been attentive. His classmates had also banded together to join the fray, during which they inquired about Ding Yu's involvement. He declined their invitations under the pretext of fighting alongside the native lords, merely advising them to call for aid should they encounter danger. Fortunately, these classmates had all allied with the Radiant City faction. Had they been on opposing sides, it would have been quite awkward. In comparison to other lords, Ding Yu enjoyed a distinct advantage. He need not fret over the defensive capabilities of his territory in his absence. Others, when dispatching troops, would at least leave ample forces behind for defense, oftentimes with greater numbers for defense than for offense. After all, the territory is fundamental. Venturing forth to engage in combat, while leaving one's territory vulnerable, could lead to disastrous consequences. Many who had lost their lord status fell victim to such circumstances, having ventured out to fight only to return to find their territory laid waste. The following day, as the army assembled, he first dispatched a scout to survey the surrounding area. Upon confirming the absence of anomalies, Ding Yu began teleporting his forces. Just as the army completed its teleportation and before they could divide into squads, the scout reported a surge of potent energy waves in the distance. Soon, a visual feed revealed 200-man teams clashing. The scout could not discern their levels, but it was evident these individuals were of high caliber. The residual energy from their combat wreaked havoc on the surrounding environment. Even the energy released during their assaults could crater the ground. He commanded the army to remain on standby, while he stealthily led the Void Raiders closer. Upon nearing, Ding Yu discovered that these were combatants from Radiant City and Savage Elephant City engaged in fierce battle, with soldiers at least of Tier 5. Among them, the captain possessed a formidable Tier 6 prowess, marking a significant threat. It was worth noting that the 5th-tier forces of Hanhai City numbered only a little over 100. Thus, these two squads together surpassed the 5th-tier count of Hanhai City. Moreover, should there be a significant disparity in levels, employing a swarm strategy would be futile. Despite being merely two small squads in conflict, Ding Yu had no desire to intervene. While Hanhai City possessed the capability to annihilate them, it would inevitably incur losses among his precious main battle units, and Ding Yu was unwilling to take such risks. After circumventing the battle site, he continued to dispatch scouts to explore further. He accepted more tasks to eliminate enemy faction patrols, as many such patrols were in the vicinity. Naturally, he also encountered patrols from Radiant City's faction, which he skillfully avoided. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired low-grade Spirit Stone, X1. To his astonishment, he stumbled upon Spirit Stones. Dividing Hanhai City's army into several units, while he led the Qinglan Guards in search of resources, the various teams maintained close proximity, equipped with a communication system to provide swift support in case of danger. Ding. Congratulations, you have acquired low-grade Spirit Stone, X1. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained a refined gold stone, X1. This area was rich in mineral resources. Perhaps this war was sparked by the desire to seize these riches. Soon, Ding Yu discovered a small squad, which was a human team. However, they were marked by a red glow above their heads, indicating they belonged to a hostile faction. The human population on the Starry Melody continent was quite substantial, so it was not unusual for opposing factions to encounter human armies. This troop consisted of approximately 500 members, with a level reaching the 4th tier. The enemy's strength was commendable, but it fell within the scope of Ding Yu's capability to confront. Thus, he promptly commanded his subordinates to initiate an attack. The griffins soared with remarkable speed, darting through the air like bolts of lightning directly above the foes. The arrows of the Qinglan Guards rained down upon the ground, each one striking its target with unerring precision. The enemy soldiers were thrown into disarray, desperately attempting to organize a defense, but it was far too late. The griffins unleashed their lightning strikes, bolts descending from the heavens to target the enemy's concentrated formations. Explosions echoed across the battlefield, with flames and smoke billowing throughout the scene. Soon, chaos engulfed the enemy as their soldiers scattered in panic amidst the onslaught of lightning and arrows. Perhaps feeling unsatisfied, Li Kuo activated the Qinglan battle form and leapt into the fray, wreaking havoc among the enemy ranks. Witnessing this, Ding Yu charged forward as well, with Li Xiao closely following at his side, determined to safeguard Ding Yu as a defensive hero. In truth, Ding Yu's prowess now surpassed that of these heroes. His higher level, coupled with the formidable capabilities of the Star Child profession, afforded him an edge. While his combat skills might not be on par with theirs, it was of little consequence. He had no time to hone his fighting techniques, as sheer strength would suffice. Once he activated the Star Body, Ding Yu barreled through the battlefield like a tank. Ding. Congratulations on slaying a level 43 spearman, rewarded with 40 silver coins, spear, platinum level, X1, for 1,300 points. Ding. Congratulations on slaying a level 42 spearman, rewarded with 40 silver coins, for 1,200 points. Ding. Congratulations on slaying a level 45 spearman, rewarded with 40 silver coins. Spearman recruitment scroll, C level, X1, for 1,500 points. The battle concluded swiftly, and after clearing the battlefield, Ding Yu led his team away. The strength of the native lord was still considerable. Although they developed more slowly compared to system-endowed transmigrators, they possessed advantages that were incomparable to those of transmigrating lords. Over the prolonged passage of time, they had amassed a substantial population. Lacking a system meant that their territories were not constrained by population limits. They could develop as they saw fit. This could be viewed as a double-edged sword. While they did not enjoy the benefits of a system, they were also unbound by its restrictions. Bolstered by their vast populations, native lords could generally recruit a multitude of soldiers for battle. A level 6 native territory was a formidable entity. Yet Ding Yu needed to approach their patrol squads with caution. Not long after, he encountered a squad consisting of 5th-tier soldiers and chose to steer clear. It was not a matter of inability to contend, but rather a lack of necessity. Engaging this squad would incur casualties on his part. After clearing much of the area, Ding Yu and his subordinates relocated. The battlefield was expansive enough for him to selectively engage weaker foes. At this early stage of the war, many troops were still en route, and Ding Yu had arrived relatively early. During this time, he stumbled upon a miniature spirit stone mine and decided to establish a base there. He opened a teleportation portal to allow the citizens of Hanhai City to commence mining operations. Spirit stones were a rare resource, and after a vigorous extraction in Hanhai City, the mine was soon depleted. Satisfied, Ding Yu closed the portal and continued his exploration toward the next location. Along the way, he encountered a transmigrator lord. But since they were from the same faction, no conflict ensued. The opposing lord was an elf, and they did not engage in extensive conversation. The Starry Melody continent was vast, populated by countless races, many of which Ding Yu could not name. Among humans, there existed numerous varieties, not solely the Blue Star humans, but also many others who had traversed from different worlds. Their physiques were similar, yet they exhibited subtle differences in features such as hair, eyes, and ears. Before long, scouts reported a skirmish ahead, with numerous factions clashing. Initially, Ding Yu had no intention of involving himself in such a chaotic melee, as the confusion could lead to significant troop losses. However, upon spotting 3 familiar figures, Zhao Li, Jiang Nan, and Han Yao, who were at a disadvantage, he commanded the Qinglong guards to rush to their aid. Chapter 66, triggering a temporary battlefield task. Zhao Li and his companions had territories in close proximity, which led them to travel together. In hopes of gaining an advantage on the battlefield, each had brought forth elite soldiers from their territories, all of whom were of the 3rd tier. However, their numbers were limited, with only 1,000 soldiers each. They had to retain a portion of their forces for defense back home, making this the maximum contingent they could muster. Swiftly, the Qinglong guards infiltrated the battlefield and joined forces with Zhao Li's group. Their adversary was a troop led by a Boorman lord, boasting a formidable 3,000 soldiers who effectively held them at bay. The enemy soldiers were also of the 3rd tier, but orc units typically possessed greater individual combat strength than humans, which explained why Zhao Li and his companions found themselves at a disadvantage. However, this situation quickly shifted once Ding Yu entered the fray. The Boormen were no match for the Qinglong guards, falling swiftly before them. Zhao Li and the others were left dumbfounded, witnessing the swift demise of the Boormen who had just moments ago been pressing down on them. This seemingly ordinary unit possessed such extraordinary strength. Had Ding Yu not been spotted earlier in the crowd, they might have assumed that a powerful figure had intervened. After dispatching the Boormen, they proceeded to support their allied forces, which included patrol units and other lords responding to the call to arms. The battle raged on for the better part of the day, concluding as the enemy forces began to rout. No one pursued the retreating foes, their alliance was tenuous, and no one wished to take unnecessary risks. The last thing anyone wanted was to charge in alone, only to be surrounded by the enemy. Following the battle, Ding Yu and his companions took a moment to rest in a clearing. "Old Ding, what brings you here?" Zhao Li exclaimed with excitement. "You're in luck. I happen to be nearby. Otherwise, you might have faced some serious trouble," Ding Yu replied. "I brought along 3rd-tier soldiers, hoping to capitalize on the situation. But it seems 3rd-tier units are rather commonplace." Zhao Li lamented. "Just as we think. They think the same," Jiang Nan sighed. "Old Ding, what kind of soldiers are those?" "They look to be at least 4th tier, right?" Han Yao inquired. "Indeed, they are called the Qinglong guards, my strongest unit, acquired through a stroke of fortune," Ding Yu explained. After reuniting with Zhao Li and his comrades, Ding Yu commanded the other troops to scout the surrounding areas. He refrained from bringing them along, knowing that it would undoubtedly overwhelm Zhao Li and the others. In fact, they were already quite astonished. Within Zhao Li's territory, only the Lord himself had reached the 4th tier. "Old Ding, why not join us? It would be nice to have some company," Zhao Li suggested, adopting a posture that hinted at seeking a powerful ally. "Absolutely. With your formidable forces, we might gain some experience by sticking with you," Han Yao chimed in eagerly. "Very well, once my classmates gather, I shall take my leave. You all know I have a touch of social anxiety," Ding Yu replied, somewhat helplessly. Initially, he had no intention of accompanying them, but given their chance encounter, it would be rather impolite to part ways. After a brief rest, they continued their search for enemies. And under Ding Yu's guidance, they also accepted a task to eliminate the enemy patrols. Zhao Li and his companions had just arrived at the battlefield today, and many things were still unfamiliar to them. The mounts of the Qinglong guards were griffins, capable of soaring through the skies. This left Zhao Li and his group envious. As flying mounts were quite rare, they had not anticipated that Ding Yu would possess several of them. Due to the great distance from the battlefield to their territory, they too were equipped with mounts. Jiang Nan rode a cerulean warhorse, while Zhao Li had a large wild boar. At this point, Ding Yu could no longer contain his curiosity. "What is that? Surely it isn't the orc tribe's bouncing pig." "It is not a bouncing pig. This is a wild boar with built-in defensive attributes," Zhao Li declared proudly. "Well, setting aside its appearance, this mount does have its uses. Once the Biochemical Beast Research Center develops a universal mount, they might be able to provide him with one." Turning his gaze towards Han Yao's mount, he was astonished to see a plump cat. This was a chubby cat that Han Yao had purchased from the Merchant Alliance, claiming it was incredibly comfortable to ride. During her last visit to Ding Yu's territory, she had fallen in love with this mount, and Ding Yu had gifted her one at that time. Upon returning to her territory, she began searching in the trading hall and found that the Merchant Alliance was selling them in bulk. Since her territory currently lacked suitable mounts, she opted for the cat instead. At present, the only mounts available on the market in bulk were Ding Yu's jungle giant lizard and the plump cat. Ding Yu had not paid attention to these for quite some time, as they were all managed by the Merchant Alliance. Others were selling a few mounts here and there, but their numbers were too sparse to constitute a significant market. The jungle giant lizard was too slow for long-distance combat, leading many to substitute it with the plump cat. Although the plump cat lacked combat prowess, it was still an excellent mount, capable of carrying a substantial amount of logistical supplies within its interior compartment. While the Lord had a system-provided backpack, its storage capacity was limited. Not only Han Yao, but Zhao Li and Jiang Nen also brought along some plump cats to haul logistical supplies. Notably, there was also a supply station built by Radiant City on the battlefield. However, the items there had to be exchanged for points or other spoils of war. They soon discovered an enemy patrol consisting of troops at the 3rd tier, numbering around 3,000. Before long, the enemy was overwhelmed by their assault, and each person earned some points. As dusk fell, the group led their army to find an open space to set up camp. During this time, Ding Yu stealthily ventured outside to incorporate the other forces from Hanhai City into his territory. For the Qinglong guards, it was quite simple. They did not need to establish a camp, but could simply rest upon their griffins. With Ding Yu's presence, the efficiency of Zhao Li and his companions in earning points increased significantly. Ding Yu's troops were air units, making it easier to spot enemies from above, and they possessed formidable combat strength. At this moment, the group gathered around the campfire, roasting meat, and the atmosphere was lively. This was entirely different from being in their territory, where they had to maintain a facade of seriousness before the subjects. Among them, Zhao Li boasted, occasionally sharing ribald jokes that left the two women blushing. They all recounted their experiences since their arrival in this world, sharing various encounters. The next day, Ding Yu groggily opened his eyes and nudged Han Yao, who was sprawled atop him. Whether it was the morning chill or something else, Han Yao clung tightly to him. This was Ding Yu's first night spent outside his territory. He rubbed his sore shoulders, yearning for the comfort of his lord's manor. The others soon awoke, and upon seeing Han Yao sprawled awkwardly on Ding Yu, she blushed furiously and ran away. After tidying up, they continued their search. Ding Yu took the opportunity to deploy Hanhai City's forces, instructing them to split into smaller teams to continue earning points. As time passed, the frequency of encountering patrols dwindled. After conferring, Ding Yu and his group decided to change their location. At that moment, a scout reported that fierce fighting was occurring ahead. Upon approaching, they discovered a small enemy squad of 100 pursuing 5 of their own. However, this squad consisted entirely of troops above the 5th tier, with the leader being at the 6th tier and one of the 5 being a 6th tier unit as well. Ding! Congratulations. You have triggered a temporary battlefield mission to rescue the pursued scouts. Mission reward, 8 million points. Do you accept? Chapter 67, Mission complete. Such a substantial number of points was surprising, but given the presence of 6th tier opponents, it was understandable. Zhao Li and the others exchanged glances. They too wished to accept, but their strength was insufficient. Ding Yu hesitated. He was indeed tempted, but accepting the mission would inevitably reveal his strength before his classmates. Although revealing it would not harm Ding Yu, it was preferable to keep it concealed. After some contemplation, Ding Yu decided to accept the mission. Becoming stronger was paramount, and he could not allow himself to be hindered by these constraints. He shared his thoughts with Zhao Li and the others, expressing his desire to take on the mission. Seeing they could not dissuade Ding Yu, they insisted on accompanying him. Ding Yu firmly declined, jesting that it would be folly to send 3rd-tier troops against 5th-tier foes. He assured them he had native allies and that they would not be in danger. He urged them to continue earning points and to call for help if they encountered peril. After much persuasion, he finally managed to send them off, allowing himself to act without restraint. As he prepared to accept the mission, Ding Yu began rallying his forces, most of whom had already arrived. He planned to execute a surprise attack, dispatching Void Raiders to infiltrate. He himself unleashed a disintegration ray at the 6th-tier opponent. The disintegration ray was currently Ding Yu's most powerful single-target attack, and in an instant, the squad leader was vanquished. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain a level 65 warg, earning 6,000 silver coins, 1 Ward Recruitment Scroll, Grade A, and 650,000 points. Simultaneously, the Void Raiders launched their assault, dark blades appearing abruptly to strike at the enemy's vital points. Due to the high level of the opponents, this round of surprise attacks only claimed about 10 enemies. The pursued 6th-tier unit, a black-haired youth, was overjoyed upon seeing reinforcements arrive. He had thought he would meet his end that day, but suddenly a group of allies appeared, inflicting heavy losses on the enemy. The enemy's 6th-tier captain was also eliminated, and without a moment to spare, the black-haired youth charged fiercely at the foe. As the ambush commenced, Hanhai City's forces closed in. Surrounding the enemies were a throng of skeletal warriors, fearlessly engaging in combat. The rear line of battle priests continuously unleashed negative skills, while the Qinglong guards readied their bows for precise shots. After the initial strike, the Void Raiders retreated. Aside from the skeletal warriors, Ding Yu did not allow any other melee units to advance, aiming to prevent losses. Against 5th-tier enemies, the 3rd-tier skeletal warriors were essentially cannon fodder, easily dispatched with a single blow. Fortunately, the enemy's numbers were relatively low, and amidst the relentless assault of the skeletal warriors, they could not manage to strike at any other units. Ding Yu switched to a bow, deciding against risking melee combat given the high levels of the foes. As time passed, the battle reached its conclusion. This fight resulted in the loss of over 10,000 skeletal warriors, but fortunately, the other units suffered minimal losses. Ding! Congratulations! You have completed the mission, rewarding you with 8 million points. After the battle, the black-haired youth approached to express his gratitude. I am Heiyao, representing the 12th squad of the reconnaissance unit. Thank you, my lord, for saving my life. Brother Heiyao, there is no need for such formality. We are allies, and assisting in the rescue is only natural. After exchanging a few words, Dingyu quickly became familiar with Heiyao. The reconnaissance team led by Heiyao originally consisted of over 10 comrades, but after enduring a relentless pursuit, only 4 remained. During their reconnaissance of the enemy forces, they uncovered crucial intelligence and requested Dingyu to escort them to the forward base. Ding! You have triggered the mission to escort the reconnaissance soldiers. Reward, 40 million points. Do you accept? The reward was indeed substantial, equivalent to the defeat of over 26 tier powerhouses. Dingyu chose to accept the mission, and soon the soldiers were ready to move. Under the healing ministrations of the priests in Hanhai City, Heiyao's team also regained their strength. To ensure stealth, Dingyu summoned the tunnel beast, and everyone boarded it to head towards the forward base. As they traveled within the tunnel beast, Heiyao couldn't help but marvel at how much safer this was compared to traveling on the surface. However, it wasn't long before a thunderous roar erupted from above. The tunnel beast was under attack. Dingyu and the others sprang from the tunnel beast, only to find themselves facing a squad of wolf cavalry. This was also a team of about 100, and due to their proximity, Dingyu activated the starry battle body and charged forward. The nearby soldiers also emerged from the tunnel beast, launching themselves into the fray. This time, they had been careless and failed to deploy scouts in the vicinity. Enraged, Dingyu confronted the enemy captain, quickly gaining the upper hand in their clash. Heiyao joined the assault, and soon the opponent found themselves in a precarious position. Seizing the opportunity, Dingyu unleashed a greater force of stellar power, swiftly cleaving the enemy in two. Heiyao was momentarily taken aback. This lord was only 5th tier, yet he dispatched a 6th tier enemy with such ease. There was no time to ponder, as after dealing with this foe, they rushed to support the others. The battle concluded swiftly, but Hanhai City's forces sustained significant losses, especially among the tunnel beasts, with over a dozen perishing. It then struck Dingyu. He turned to Heiyao. I must have been marked by the enemy. Heiyao realized the gravity of the situation. They could no longer ride the tunnel beast. Although it provided concealment, its speed was relatively slow, and now that they had been marked by the enemy, its stealth capability was compromised. They quickly switched to flying mounts. Heiyao joined Dingyu on the green dragon. The green dragon was not fond of others riding it, but under Dingyu's soothing presence, it reluctantly acquiesced. Observing the scene before him, Heiyao was once again astonished by Dingyu. This lord possessed immense wealth, even commanding top-tier units, such as the bipedal dragons. It was worth noting that Radiant City possessed only one S-tier top-tier unit, and in very limited numbers. Such elite units are not easily cultivated. They require citizens with exceptional potential and a substantial consumption of resources. Unbeknownst to him, the nearby Qinglong guards were SSS-tier units, and he failed to recognize the green dragon. Only lords can view detailed information about their units on their panels, and since Heiyao lacked access to such a panel, he could only identify units based on their appearances. Renowned units like the bipedal dragon were easily recognizable. After this time, Dingyu surmised that the Qinglong guards were likely his exclusive units, a companion unit naturally associated with the stellar bloodline. Each top-tier bloodline is accompanied by such units. In theory, these companion units serve as the close guard for these prodigies, akin to protectors. For instance, the companion unit of the Dragon Emperor is the SS-tier Dragon Blood Warriors. Although the stellar bloodline did not display a level, it surely represented an extraordinary lineage. With their ascent on the dragon, the speed of the group increased significantly. Simultaneously, Dingyu dispatched the Skylark reconnaissance soldiers to scout the surrounding environment. Behind Dingyu, the forces of Hanhai City were tasked with stalling the pursuing enemies, not requiring them to eliminate foes, merely to disrupt the enemy's pursuit. A day later, Dingyu's group arrived at the forward base, and the moment Heiyao entered the base, the mission was deemed complete. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission to escort the reconnaissance soldiers. Reward, 40 million points. Dingyu did not enter the forward base, bidding farewell to Heiyao. He chose a direction to continue accumulating points. With his territory space, he did not need to enter the base for supplies. Chapter 68. Encountering a fellow countryman. After inquiring about Zhao Li and the others, Dingyu learned they were not facing any difficulties. He opted not to join them, for he found that accumulating points was most comfortable when done alone. At that moment, he received a report indicating that 200 Qinglong guards had exited the training camp. At this point, these 200 had broken through to become hero units. Their attributes, while not quite on par with Li Kwa and the others, were not far behind. These 200 heroes differed from Li Kwa's group, as they still occupied the barracks population quota. However, this was advantageous. Had they not occupied the barracks quota, he could have infinitely trained Qinglong guard heroes. Witnessing the sudden increase of 200 combat-type heroes in his territory, Dingyu felt immensely pleased. He arranged for another 200 units to enter the training camp for training, selecting a variety of units for testing. Returning to the battlefield, this time with an additional 200 heroes, they could easily handle a 100-member squad of 5th-tier enemies without sustaining losses. They continued to divide their forces into smaller teams for scouting. Dingyu led the Qinglan guards in search of an uncharted direction. Before long, he discovered an enemy squad of 100, currently resting by a lake. To test the prowess of these 200 individuals, Dingyu decided against involving anyone else. After stealthily eliminating the enemy's 6th-tier captain with a disintegration ray, the 200 heroes launched their assault. Although these heroes were only 4th tier, as hero units, they could easily rival 5th-tier soldiers. With their numerical advantage, they quickly subdued the enemy. In no time, the squad was completely annihilated, and through effective teamwork, Dingyu's side emerged unscathed. Observing this scene, Dingyu felt a sense of satisfaction. Hero units were exceedingly rare, offering a comprehensive superiority over regular soldiers. This revelation unveiled the terrifying value of the hero training camp. If all the units in his territory could be transformed into hero units, his domain would undoubtedly soar to new heights. However, the time required for such transformation remained uncertain. Given the potential of the Qinglan guards, their conversion time should be minimal, though he was unsure how long it would take for other units. After cleansing the battlefield, they continued their exploration. This battlefield was immensely vast. Currently, they were still in the early stages of war, engaged in skirmishes between small squads. The true battle had yet to commence. Both sides were rallying their forces while dispatching troops to harass the enemy. Soon, they encountered an enemy force led by a rival lord, numbering around 1,000, most of whom were 3rd tier. This wave of enemies was rather weak. Feeling no need to summon additional troops, Dingyu commanded the Qinglan guards to launch an offensive. The attacks of the Qinglan guards were sharp and decisive, quickly inflicting over half the enemy casualties. "Spare me, great lord!" A desperate cry rang out from the opposing side. Dingyu was taken aback. The plea was uttered in the language of the Celestial Empire. The languages of various races on Starry Rhythm continent differed, but the system translated them into comprehensible speech. The system's translations maintained slight discrepancies with the original words, and Dingyu immediately recognized that this person was a fellow countryman. He ordered his troops to halt their assault and stepped forward. Observing the cessation of hostilities from the Azure Blue Guard, a slightly stout middle-aged man emerged from the throng. "Are you from the Blue Star?" Dingyu inquired. The man, recognizing Dingyu's accent, brightened visibly. "Indeed, esteemed sir. I too seek to amass points and harbor no ill will towards you. I humbly request your mercy." Upon hearing this, Dingyu decided to spare him. The man's level was too low to yield significant experience, and he was, after all, a fellow townsman. "This place is perilous. Given your capabilities, it would be wise to return home sooner rather than later," Dingyu advised, simultaneously commanding the Azure Blue Guard to withdraw before turning to leave. "I am grateful for your clemency, esteemed sir. Might I inquire your name?" Dingyu felt it unnecessary to divulge such information and simply waved his hand, departing without further ado. As he watched the army retreat, Jin Jun Nan's eyes gleamed with hatred. "These soldiers were painstakingly cultivated by me, and just like that, over half have been annihilated." For this conflict, he had deployed all the elite forces from his territory, and the losses he incurred were severe enough to cripple him. Jin Jun Nan opened his friends list on the panel, reaching out to comrades on the battlefield, while simultaneously dispatching his pet to trail Dingyu. His pet, a white-headed eagle, was capable of tracking Dingyu from the skies. This scene quickly came to Dingyu's attention, as the area was rife with Skylark scouts. Seeing this fool not flee, but instead follow him, Dingyu could not help but chuckle. Given that we are currently adversaries, does he not comprehend his own limitations? He promptly commanded the Azure Blue Guard to turn back and escort this foolish child away. "Esteemed sir, I bear no malice. Merely following in your wake feels safer. Please spare me. Several of my friends are nearby. Should you dare to slay me, you shall face dire consequences." Before long, the skirmish concluded, and Jin Jun Nan, burdened by his ambitions, met his demise. Greed knows no bounds. One must recognize their own limitations. Dingyu spat, a glob of phlegm landing squarely on Jin Jun Nan's face. Clearing the battlefield, he instructed the various units to scour the vicinity. Since there were friends of Jin Jun Nan nearby, they might as well cleanse the area thoroughly. To his surprise, several lords from opposing factions were indeed found in the area and swiftly eradicated by Dingyu's forces. After sweeping through this region, Dingyu began to relocate, as no foes remained to be vanquished. Soon, he stumbled upon a valley teeming with a multitude of enemies. Their numbers exceeded 10,000. Yet their strength was merely at the 3rd tier, likely summoned by a call to arms. Gathering his troops, Dingyu intended to consume these foes whole. In no time, various units converged, and as he surveyed the enemy lines, an idea sparked within him. Shall we test the waters with area attack skills? Most heroes possess such abilities, and our ranks are replete with them. Furthermore, we have many mage units endowed with area attack skills as well. Without hesitation, he commanded all those with area attack capabilities to step forward. Once prepared, they launched a coordinated aerial assault on the valley. Ding Yu himself joined in with a meteor shower attack. Instantaneously, the valley erupted into chaos as a myriad of assaults rained down upon the enemy. Diverse energies swirled within the valley, and clashes of conflicting attributes sparked explosive reactions. Congratulations! You have slain a level 32 spearman, earning 3 silver coins. A. Spearman Recruitment Scroll, D-Class, and 320 points. Congratulations! You have slain a level 33 Kitsune Archer, earning 3 silver coins and 330 points. Congratulations! You have slain a level 32 Minotaur Berserker, earning 3 silver coins, a Wolf Tooth Club, Golden Class, and 320 points. A cacophony of system notifications flooded the screen. Chapter 69, The Ruins of the Holy Radiance Empire. As the smoke gradually dissipated, the sky regained its original hue, yet the valley bore no resemblance to Ding Yu's memories. Once lush trees were uprooted, the soil charred by flames and magic, and the air thick with acrid scents. The enemy was decimated, their forces swiftly obliterated under the onslaught of the Hanhai City army. The victory was commendable, with the Hanhai City troops incurring only minimal energy expenditures. A testament to the enemy's lower levels. Ding Yu no longer pondered whether the opposing forces were human. This was, after all, a battlefield. Once one stepped onto the battlefield, they became an adversary. Everyone was an adult here, responsible for their own actions. Soon, the battlefield was cleared, and the soldiers discovered a shimmering portal. A teleportation portal? Such a marvel. Ding Yu gazed in astonishment at the phenomenon before him. Could this be the reason these lords have congregated here? Congratulations. You have discovered the ruins of the Holy Radiance Empire. Do you wish to enter? Ding Yu attempted to send a Skylark scout through, but was met with refusal. This ruin can only be entered by a lord leading the expedition, with a maximum of 100 individuals per team, with a limitation on numbers. He pondered whether he could transport his territory within his lord's space. Resolute, he selected 100 heroes and sent the remainder back to the territory. Ding Yu led his team into the ruins, and after a whirlwind of disorientation, they found themselves in a dense forest. Ahead lay the vast ruins of a once mighty city, presumably that of the Holy Radiance Empire. Sensing the activation of his lord's space, Ding Yu promptly opened it, summoning forth his troops. The reconnaissance units spread out to scout, while the combat units advanced. Despite many structures reduced to rubble, the area was rich in spiritual energy, hinting at the presence of a spiritual vein or gathering array. The greenery was abundant, with many ancient trees standing tall. Peach tree. Quality, A. Description, an ordinary peach tree that has evolved over the years by absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, its fruits capable of extending lifespan. This was Ding Yu's first encounter with something that could enhance lifespan. Even in his territory, A-class spiritual trees were scarce. He urged his forces to continue advancing. And after establishing a secure zone, he summoned Chun Mu, instructing Chun Mu to organize the townsfolk for the transportation of goods. Ding Yu surmised that the Holy Radiance Empire had once been a high-level territory, and the materials from these ruins were of superior quality. Even the most mundane grasses, after years of absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, had transformed into medicinal materials. Many plants exhibited unique properties, particularly a herb known as holy light grass. Holy light grass. Quality, A. Description, a common grass that has mutated over the years by absorbing spiritual energy, radiating holy light, which possesses healing properties. A single blade of grass with healing capabilities could significantly bolster his territory with a permanent healing attribute. Moreover, the quantity of holy light grass was substantial. Ding Yu called for Chun Mu and specifically instructed him to arrange for the townsfolk to transplant this grass back to the territory. The trees were also to be relocated, ensuring minimal disruption to their roots. In summary, every item within sight was to be transported back to the territory, truly digging 3 feet into the earth. As much of the soil had transformed into spiritual farmland, Ding Yu activated the teleportation portal, and Chun Mu began organizing the townsfolk to transport the materials back to their homeland. The city's guard was retained as a protective force to ensure the safety of the vassals. Meanwhile, Ding Yu led his army onward, encountering numerous wild beasts and some combat puppets along the way. However, their levels ranged from 4 to 5, falling within manageable limits. Ding. Congratulations on defeating a level 42 wildcat, earning 42 silver coins, and tearing claw, platinum, X1. Ding. Congratulations on defeating a level 45 guardian puppet, earning 45 silver coins and low-grade spirit stone, X5. The elimination of these relic creatures did not yield any points, presumably because they did not belong to an opposing faction. During their journey, they came across a small squad of 100, led by a lord who had entered earlier. They swiftly eradicated them and continued on their path. If no dangers arose, Ding Yu intended to completely strip this relic bare. Just then, he noticed a building ahead emanating a soft white light. Wizard's Cottage. Quality, A. Description, a subordinate structure of the Mage Association, serving as a place for mages to learn basic spells. Ding. Congratulations on discovering an unclaimed Wizard's Cottage. It has detected that you possess territorial space. Would you like to consume energy to absorb the wizard's cottage? Absorb? It was unclear whether this was akin to consuming territory, gaining resources and blueprints, yet absorbing territory did not consume energy. Though uncertain of the outcome, Dingyu decided to give it a try and clicked agree. A grayish beam enveloped the wizard's cottage, causing it to vanish. While Dingyu sensed its emergence within his territorial space, the surrounding energy in the territory experienced a vacuum, likely due to the energy consumed during the absorption. However, it was of little concern, as the surrounding energy soon surged back, replenishing what had been expended. This was a highly functional structure, allowing the learning of foundational spells such as Fireball and Freeze. Dingyu opened the learning permissions to all vassals, allowing anyone who wished to learn to do so, as there was no need for restrictions, though only magic-based professions could partake. Continuing their sweep, Dingyu cast a glance at Chun Mu and the others, who were indeed digging deep. Many building foundations had been unearthed, including trees and their roots, which had been uprooted, leaving large pits. Dingyu nodded in satisfaction. Opportunities to encounter high-grade materials were rare, and he would never waste them when they arose. After all, his territory may lack in other resources, but it was abundant in population. This relic housed a wealth of botanical resources, many of which possessed peculiar effects. For instance, a plant known as the winged tree bore green fruits that, when consumed, could form energy wings, granting the ability to fly. Of course, after a period of time, once the fruit's energy was depleted, the wings would vanish. If utilized properly, such items could yield many unexpected results. There was also a small spherical creature that easily recognized its master and could form a protective bubble when its owner faced danger. This was a companion pet developed by the former Holy Radiance Empire, capable of providing protection when necessary. Dingyu experimented and discovered that Monster Ranch could mass-produce such small beasts. This was quite advantageous, as they could evolve into a distinctive pet of Hanhai City. Additionally, there was a Holy Spring that produced a type of water with healing properties, essentially free healing potions. Dingyu called for Kelly and directly severed the space surrounding the Holy Spring, relocating it entirely into his territory. Chapter 70, Guardian Angel. The Holy Spring, relocated into the territory, experienced only a slight reduction in flow, while its healing effects remained intact, much to Dingyu's satisfaction. The price paid was that Kelly, as a spatial mage, had completely exhausted his energy. However, this was of little concern, as the territory possessed ample restorative items, ensuring Kelly's quick recovery. During their explorations, they encountered several more squads of 100, led by various lords. These squads were swiftly annihilated under the assault of Hanhai City's forces. It was likely that these were the lords of troop types from outside the relic, who had initially intended to profit from the relic, but were instead thoroughly consumed by Dingyu. Ding! Congratulations on discovering a medium spirit vein. The sudden system notification startled Dingyu. Ahead lay a normal street. Where could a spirit vein be? Was it underground? Summoning a burrowing beast, he instructed it to dig downward. Soon, the burrowing beast reported that a spirit vein indeed existed below, with a concentration of spiritual energy far exceeding that of Hanhai City's small veins. This was a remarkable find. It seemed that his lucky talent was coming into play. He called Chun Mu to organize a workforce for the excavation of the vein and decided to summon all the burrowing beasts to assist in the endeavor. With their help, the efficiency of the vassals' digging would likely increase. Continuing their exploration, they discovered several buildings similar to the wizard's cottage, representing various magical professions. Without hesitation, Dingyu absorbed them into his territory, greatly enriching the vocational skills of his vassals. He believed that one day, the ordinary vassals of Hanhai City would surpass the main battle troops of other territories. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 54 Guardian Puppet, earning 120 silver coins and low-grade Spirit Stone, X15. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 56 Man-Eating Flower, earning 140 silver coins and Man-Eating Flower Recruitment Scroll, B-grade, X1. Ding! Congratulations on defeating a level 55 Giant Rat, earning 120 silver coins. As they delved deeper into the city, the levels of monsters encountered continued to rise. Soon, a colossal structure came into view, appearing to be a cathedral. Remarkably, this cathedral was well preserved and showed no signs of damage. To his surprise, two handsome male guards stood before the entrance, their backs adorned with pure white wings. Angels? As the pinnacle of humanoid troops, encountering angels here was extraordinary. However, given that they only possessed wings, they were likely the lowest-ranked angels. Intruders. At that moment, the two angels spotted Dingyu and his party, raising their swords and charging. Li Xiao met them with his shield, while the heroes behind him launched their attacks. Although the angels boasted 7th-tier strength, they were swiftly vanquished by the onslaught of the heroes. Ding! Congratulations to your vassals on defeating a level 72 Guardian Angel, earning 3 gold coins and Angel S Heart, S-grade, X1. Ding! Congratulations to your vassals on defeating a level 73 Guardian Angel, earning 3 gold coins and Angel S Heart, S-grade, X1. New items had emerged. Angel S Heart. Quality, S. Description, a special material that, when used, permanently increases health points. This was the first time Dingyu had encountered an item that enhanced health points, and he promptly chose to use it. 2 beams of white light enveloped him, and he distinctly felt a surge of vitality. As they entered the cathedral, more guardian angels appeared one after another, quickly falling to their demise. Before long, they arrived at the main hall, where a tall figure emerged, unfurling for snow-white wings behind him. This was a high-ranking archangel, an 8th-tier entity. His gaze was as sharp as a sword, and the great sword in his hand radiated a chilling light. Intruders! The archangel's voice echoed throughout the cathedral, his gaze sweeping over the group, sending a chill through every individual it touched. Li Xiao advanced with his shield, but upon their first encounter, he was sent flying, prompting the shield-bearing heroes to rush forward. The heroes were swiftly dispatched, yet the archangel refrained from pursuing them. Its ferocity was daunting. Attempting to eliminate it would likely incur significant losses. Just as they were about to concede, Dingyu discerned that this archangel appeared incapable of leaving a certain vicinity. After several rounds of probing, it became evident that the archangel was indeed confined to a specific area. This was a fortuitous revelation, for the main hall was spacious enough to accommodate a larger contingent of troops. He organized ranged units to engage from a distance, while heavily armored infantry took position at the forefront to deter any sudden advances from the archangel. Faced with the onslaught, the archangel furrowed its brow and waved a hand, summoning a protective shield that enveloped its form. The superiority of its rank was unmistakable, as it possessed an innate shield. Dingyu commanded his ranged forces to intensify their assault. As each group of soldiers exhausted their energy, they were promptly replaced by fresh troops to continue the barrage. Individual attacks landed on the shield, merely creating ripples across its surface. Waves of soldiers were rotated out as their energy waned, and Dingyu unleashed several beams of disintegration. Yet, the shield showed no signs of fracturing. Were it not for the subtle ripples, he might have deemed their efforts futile. Before long, Dingyu noticed that the water level in the pool behind the archangel had diminished. Upon entering the hall, he had initially perceived the pool as mere ornamentation and paid it little mind. It appeared that the water from the pool provided the archangel with sustenance. Otherwise, even an 8th-tier being could not withstand such relentless bombardment for an extended duration. This archangel seemed to lean towards a supportive role, possessing few offensive abilities. Otherwise, it would not have merely sent Li Xiao and his companions flying without launching further attacks. Dingyu relished foes that were purely defensive. Their high levels might yield valuable rewards. The relentless battle endured for the better part of a day, exhausting even Dingyu's energy reserves multiple times. High-tier monsters were indeed formidable. Ding! Congratulations on defeating the level 83 Archangel, Guardian Angel, SS grade, X1, Praymaker, a grade, X5. Upon receiving this notification, Dingyu's spirits soared. This was a veritable windfall. An SS grade Barracks had emerged. Guardian Angel, potential, SS. Description, one of the pinnacle troops of the human race, capable of wielding the power of faith to perform various divine arts. Praymaker, potential, A. Description, a supportive unit for the Guardian Angel, capable of providing immense faith power, though possessing limited combat prowess. Truly, an SS-grade unit was indeed remarkable, especially with the addition of auxiliary troops. Such configuration was exceptional. Fortunately, no Praymakers had appeared in the cathedral, for their presence would have made dealing with these angels considerably more challenging. Once the angels were vanquished, the system's notifications rang out. Ding! Congratulations on discovering the unclaimed Cathedral of Holy Light. It has detected that you possess territorial space. Do you wish to expend spiritual energy to absorb the Cathedral of Holy Light? Dingyu affirmed, for notifications from the system often indicated special structures, and the act of absorption would undoubtedly yield benefits. Soon, a grandiose cathedral materialized within his territory, situated beside a square in the inner city. Chapter 71, The Power of Faith. Upon investigation, Dingyu discerned that this act of absorption did not merely overlay his territory. Rather, it transferred the entirety of the spatial area occupied by the structure, akin to a seamless amalgamation. Now, he could examine the cathedral's detailed information, prompting him to open the panel. Cathedral of Holy Light. Quality, S. Feature 1. Loyalty of all territory members 10. Feature 2. Recovery speed of all territory members 5. Feature 3. Decrease in crime rate of the territory by 10. Feature 4. Cultivation of territory inhabitants into believers, providing the Lord with power of faith. Note, a special structure of the Holy Radiant Empire, utilized for the propagation of faith, where inhabitants may enter to pray. Upon entering, Dingyu found it identical to the one in the ruins, albeit with statues that bore his likeness. What was the implication of this? Was he truly to absorb the power of faith and ascend to divinity? It was crucial to recognize that the power of faith was perilous, rife with the myriad thoughts of the Praymakers. Prolonged absorption could lead to an influence from these thoughts, causing one to gradually lose their sense of self and eventually transform into the embodiment of what the believers envisioned. This world operated on a principle of reciprocity. The believers bestowed upon him the power of faith, enabling his ascendance. In return, he was bound to respond to their prayers, perhaps illustrating the price one must pay for immense power. After deliberating, Dingyu resolved to experiment. If his suspicions proved correct, he would prefer to seal this cathedral. He dispatched a territory inhabitant to pray, and soon a faint golden light began to emanate from the individual's head. Ding. Detection of the world tree within the territory. Do you permit the world tree to absorb the impurities within the faith? Such an operation was intriguing. Dingyu consented. Quickly, the golden light divided into two streams, with the golden portion merging into the statue while the other hues ascended toward the world tree. This was indeed remarkable, a filtering artifact of sorts. Thanks to the world tree's filtration, what remained was pure energy, effectively resolving the toxicity of faith. Moreover, it would not adversely affect the world tree, which could absorb energies from myriad realms. These thoughts could serve as nourishment. Dingyu attempted to commune with the statue, seeking to absorb the golden energy within. As the golden energy flowed into his being, he felt an exhilarating transformation, as if he were transcending. Could it be that he was on the precipice of godhood? Dingyu pondered. After examining these phenomena, Dingyu continued his exploration of the cathedral. Upon reaching the location where he had slain the archangel, he discovered that the pool was yet another special structure. Rebirth pool. Quality, S. Description, capable of absorbing the power of faith and storing it, allowing for the revival of a target at the cost of faith, to be utilized in conjunction with the archangel's resurrection spell. Note, revival is limited to marked territory inhabitants. Dingyu was once again astounded. The capability for revival represented an ultimate means of survival. While it required an archangel, Dingyu possessed the guardian angel, Barracks. He wondered if he could summon an archangel. He promptly activated Guardian Angel and Praymaker, elevating them to level 4. Guardian Angel. Potential, SS. Level, 4. Heroes, 0. Troop count, 01000. Cost to summon 1 soldier, 5,000 copper coins. Description, one of the pinnacle troops of the human race, capable of wielding the power of faith to perform various divine arts. Praymaker. Potential, A. Level, 4. Heroes, 0. Troop count, 01000. Cost to summon 1 soldier, 1,000 copper coins. Note, a supportive unit for the Guardian Angel, capable of providing immense faith power, though possessing limited combat prowess. Summoning them all forth, a procession of figures materialized before Dingyu. Ding. Congratulations on obtaining a hero unit. Angel, Hero. Level, 1. Potential, SS. Bloodline, Angelic. Loyalty, 100. Skill 1. Holy Healing. Utilizing divine power to heal targets. Skill 2. Holy Light. Employing divine power to execute single target attacks. Skill 3. Holy Flame Impact. Unleashes divine power to inflict area damage on the target, dealing both light and fire elemental damage, while simultaneously slowing the target's movements. Skill 4. Sacred Judgment. Channels the collective might of all angels to deliver a devastating strike upon the target. Skill 5. Great Resurrection. Consumes a significant amount of faith energy to revive the target, requiring the use of a reincarnation pool. Skill 6. Command. Enhances the attack power, defense, recovery ability, and morale of angels during combat. As a supportive unit of the Guardian Angels, the Prayerists channel their faith energy through prayer, which is directly infused into the Guardian Angels. This faith energy can be transformed within the Guardian Angels into divine power, utilized for the consumption of daily skills. The distance between the Prayerists and the Guardian Angels must not be too great, lest the faith energy fails to transmit. Dingyu experimented by leaving these Prayerists in his territory while he took the angels out. At this moment, the angels could also receive faith energy, but they could not stray too far from Dingyu. Dingyu chuckled, realizing he had become a signal relay station. Of course, the Guardian Angels could generate their own divine power, but it was far less rapid than that produced by the Prayerists. Dingyu tested the waters and found he could also intercept the faith energy generated by the Prayerists. He instructed them to remain in the church for prayer while he brought the angels out. Continuing to explore the territory, the church was situated at the city's heart. After investigating it, he began to explore the other half of the city. On the opposite side, the residents were digging furiously, nearly exhausting the spiritual veins through their violent extraction. During this mining process, several pieces of spiritual essence emerged. Precious items formed within the ore veins that could be directly absorbed to enhance one's strength. If placed within the spiritual veins, they could promote the veins formation. Thus, Dingyu placed them within the territory's spiritual veins. Ding. Congratulations on slaying a level 42 blood-sucking vine, earning silver coins x42. Wood essence, C grade, x3. Ding. Congratulations on defeating a level 45 puppet guardian, earning silver coins x45, inferior spirit stone, x5. As Dingyu ventured further from the city center, the levels of monsters began to decline. Soon, he reached the city's edge, having thoroughly explored this area of ruins. No structures resembling the Lord's Manor were found, indicating they had likely been completely destroyed. After finishing the exploration, the residents' transportation efforts were only halfway complete. Ding Yu commanded the warriors to join in the transportation efforts, while he returned to his territory. Comfortably reclining in a lounge chair with a cup of tea, he casually opened the panel. He perused the trading hall, but found no high-grade items, then purchased some defensive towers from the system mall. This had become a daily routine for Ding Yu. He would often acquire defensive towers with any surplus resources. The defensive capabilities of his territory steadily strengthened day by day. This expedition into the ruins yielded a wealth of high-grade materials, many of which would be stored for future use. Chapter 72. Encountering an Assault. The most significant gains from this venture were the Church and the Angels. The Church had introduced faith energy into the territory. The Angels, needless to say, were an SS-grade unit, their potential only second to the Qinglan Guards, coupled with the auxiliary units from 5 Barracks. Their lethality on the battlefield rivaled that of the Qinglan Guards. The Qinglan Guards excelled in their terrifying lethality when wielding weapons, resembling a hexagonal warrior. The Guardian Angels possessed inherent supportive skills and respectable attack power, yet they required substantial divine power to sustain their combat effectiveness. Should their divine power be depleted, the combat prowess of the Guardian Angels would drastically diminish, but thankfully, the Praetorist served as a replenishing force. With his legs propped on the table, Ding Yu shifted to a more comfortable position and opened the chat panel. He noticed that many participants in the regional channel were engaged in the ongoing war, including some who had not received a summons yet joined through their friends' teleportation arrays. This presented a splendid opportunity to earn points, which could be exchanged for various high-grade items. As long as one could reach the battlefield, they could activate the war system and choose a faction to join, even without a summons. Most participants in the channel still occupied level 3 territories, placing them at the lowest tier on this battlefield. Therefore, they typically banded together in small groups to mitigate risks. The regional leaders group had seen most of its members breaking through to level 4 territories, unlike Ding Yu, who had ranked up only after achieving a high position. After all, not everyone could advance as swiftly as Ding Yu. Many needed to recuperate after engaging in the war space. While the quantity of units could be replenished, restoring them to their former levels required considerable time. During battles, most damage absorbed by Ding Yu's skeletons meant minimal losses among his primary combat units, alleviating the need for extensive recovery time. It remained uncertain how long it would take for them to break into the top 100. Constantly suppressing levels would hinder the territory's development pace, so most individuals would opt to upgrade their territories once they reached a certain level of progress. They had also formed small groups to grind for points, a pursuit Ding Yu chose not to partake in. He preferred to maintain his distance from his peers, as the gap between him and his contemporaries had widened. Associating with them would only hinder his progress. Moreover, he was reluctant to disclose matters concerning his territory's spatial aspects, which further inclined him towards solitary endeavors. In the class group, discussions regarding the war were rampant, and they had now gathered together. Upon hearing of Ding Yu's formidable strength, envy was an inevitable reaction. Nevertheless, they refrained from disturbing him, which relieved Ding Yu. At this juncture, Shenmu arrived to report that all items from the ruins had been transported. Ding Yu teleported outside, where the remnants of the city were no longer visible, leaving behind numerous large pits. Not a single green plant remained. The scene had transformed into a barren wasteland. Ding Yu nodded with satisfaction, teleporting the residents back to the territory before choosing to depart from the ruins. Once Ding Yu exited, the teleportation light curtain of the ruins dissipated. This ruin had been thoroughly stripped by Ding Yu. He summoned his forces and sought a new direction to explore. Ding, congratulations. Your residents have slain a level 32 sword and shield soldier, earning silver coins X3, sword and shield soldier job change scroll, D grade, X1, and 320 points. Ding, congratulations. You have defeated a level 31 Minotaur Berserker, earning silver coins X3, wolf mace, golden grade, X1, and 310 points. Soon, Ding Yu encountered 2 waves of enemies. As the number of participants on the battlefield continued to escalate, this was an opportune moment to accumulate points. So Ding Yu divided his forces into smaller squads to sweep the area. When confronting enemies, they would consume what they could and summon reinforcements when necessary. Ding Yu moved through this battlefield with remarkable ease, quickly drawing the attention of hostile factions. On this day, 4 native lords led their armies to besiege Ding Yu, comprising approximately 100,000 Tier 3 units and 10,000 Tier 4 units. Given the extensive time for development, the disparity in strength among the various levels of native lords became increasingly pronounced. This gap was far greater than that among the lords from the other world. The higher-tier native lords wielded a more substantial populace and had accumulated ample resources over the years. A fierce battle erupted on the barren plains, lasting an entire day and culminating in the enemy's rout. Throughout this conflict, all necromancers exhausted their spiritual energy, resulting in certain casualties among the main combat units. Fortunately, the skeletal aids summoned by the necromancers mitigated losses among the primary combat units. In the climactic moments of the battle, even some of the city guards were summoned by Ding Yu to join the fray, primarily to engage weaker foes. Ding Yu fought tirelessly, his energy replenished multiple times, yet he now felt utterly fatigued. The spoils of victory were considerable, In addition to a substantial accumulation of points, many warriors had ascended in rank. Ultimately, Dingyu achieved a breakthrough to the 6th tier, and it was after this monumental advancement that he unleashed a barrage of meteors, tipping the scales decisively against the opposition. As the enemy forces began to crumble, Dingyu refrained from ordering a pursuit, instead instructing the Lark scouts to follow at a distance. Once the battlefield was cleared, he teleported his army back to their territory. The soldiers were significantly drained, many bearing injuries, necessitating a period of recuperation. Dingyu harbored no concerns about the enemy escaping. Their mobility could not match that of the forces from Hanhai City. He intended to pursue them only after his own troops had fully recovered. Confident that the scouts would keep him apprised of the enemy's movements, healers moved among the warriors, tending to their wounds, while the territorial healing facilities proved their worth. Various enhancement items within the territory facilitated the warriors' swift recovery. A day later, the soldiers were nearly restored to full strength, prompting Dingyu to activate the teleportation array. The distance to the enemy encampment was not great, as he had relocated the territory the previous night to shorten travel time and prevent his forces from wasting precious moments on the march. Soon, the army reformed their ranks and launched a surprise assault on the enemy. A plethora of area of effect spells constituted the initial wave of attack, this time with ample preparation. Dingyu had even positioned a series of catapults on the periphery to augment their offensive. The advantage of carrying his territory with him was undeniable. Who else would transport siege engines over such vast distances? Compared to the earlier skirmish, the troops of Hanhai City appeared far more at ease. The enemy forces, already demoralized from their previous defeat, were further weakened by the toll of prolonged marching, with many soldiers suffering from deteriorating injuries and poor morale. In their clash with the Hanhai City troops, they quickly succumbed, while the Hanhai soldiers expended little more than energy and stamina. Most attacks were absorbed by the skeletal warriors, leaving the main fighting units with only minor wounds. As the last enemy fell, the battle concluded. After clearing the battlefield, Dingyu teleported his army back to their territory and departed the site. Given the current circumstances, it seemed he had attracted unwanted attention, prompting a decision to relocate. Chapter 73: Infiltrating Behind Enemy Lines. At this moment, within the expansive command room of the front base at Manxiang City, a voluptuous foxwoman sat behind a massive table. Her brow furrowed as she scrutinized the intelligence report before her. All of Kaya's forces have perished? This human lord possesses considerable strength, she mused. Reissue the mission at the task center, elevate its rank, and enhance the rewards. Yes, my lord, came a figure who bowed and then departed, standing amidst the ruins. Dingyu wore a grim expression. Having just concluded a battle, the scouts had detected several enemy groups advancing toward his position. This scenario had become a frequent occurrence in recent days. Each skirmish seemed to attract more enemies converging on him, attempting to encircle his forces. He was now hesitant to split his troops, fearing they would be picked apart, which had noticeably diminished his efficiency in accruing points. Engaging the enemy head-on was evidently ill-advised. Their strength was formidable, bolstered by a continuous influx of reinforcements, and a direct confrontation would inevitably lead to losses. Dingyu teleported his troops back to the territory and mounted his green dragon to initiate a strategic withdrawal. Once he had evaded the enemy's encirclement, he too returned to the safety of his territory. Continuing on this path was untenable. He resolved to conduct a thorough analysis of the situation. Gazing at the battlefield situation map he had purchased a few days prior from a forward base, he noted that both Radiant City and Manxiang City maintained their respective defensive lines, established around several fortified strongholds. Between the two lines lay an expansive combat zone, dotted with both sides' forward bases, where the fighting intensified as one approached the center. The main forces of Radiant City and Manxiang City were concentrated in this central area, while the periphery was occupied by auxiliary forces summoned by both sides. Additionally, various patrol squads dispatched by the main cities roamed the outer regions. The 100-man squads of 5th-tier warriors Dingyu had encountered previously were among them. A network of heavily guarded supply routes connected the strongholds to the forward bases. Although teleportation arrays existed within the forward bases, not all supplies could be transported via these means. The battlefield was rife with disruptive formations, and utilizing the teleportation arrays was fraught with limitations. Even when possible, the cost and spirit stones were prohibitive for both sides. Thus, both factions opted for supply lines to transport provisions, reserving teleportation for critical items or emergencies. Observing these supply routes, Dingyu shook his head. The defensive capabilities were too robust for him to penetrate. He turned his gaze toward the rear of the Manxiang City stronghold, reasoning that the defenses there would likely be less formidable. After all, with both armies concentrated on the battlefield, the rear should only be lightly defended against small, infiltrating forces. Since he had become a target on the battlefield, he resolved to strike behind enemy lines instead. With his territory's spatial capabilities, he merely needed to slip past the enemy's defenses undetected. Acting on this thought, he ventured outside his territory, riding his green dragon toward the Manxiang City defense line. He avoided the main thoroughfares, and as he neared the line, he stowed the dragon and switched to a burrowing beast. Soon, He reached the edge of the defense line. But the burrowing beast could advance no further due to the underground formations. Finding a concealed spot, Dingyu emerged back to the surface. Upon witnessing the tightly secured defense line ahead, with sentries stationed every few steps and some areas even shielded, he was taken aback. "This is utterly excessive," he exclaimed in disbelief. After observing for an extended period without identifying any weaknesses, he retreated. Seeking a hidden location, he returned directly to his territory. Realizing that a more daring approach would be necessary, Dingyu opened the chat panel for his classmates. "Dingyu, brothers. Do any of you have enemies in the opposing camp?" Shaoli, has old Ding completed his mission? Dingyu, "Yes, but it was perilous, and I lost some troops." Jiangnan, "I have an enemy in the opposing camp named the Lonely Fish." Shaoli, "I know that one. He is a cunning fellow who once deceived Sister Nan." Dingyu, "Anyone who dares to bully our sister Nan shall face my vengeance." Jiangnan, "Dingyu, be cautious. He has an alliance, and their strength surpasses ours." Dingyu, "Don't worry, I'll be fine." With the information secured, Dingyu closed the chat panel. This time, he planned to utilize a declaration of war to teleport directly to the vicinity of the enemy's territory. Typically, lords choose their factions based on proximity. If one were to exist within the sphere of Mengxiang City, yet ally with Radiant City, it would spell trouble. He would soon face a coordinated assault from the nearby lords, who could not simply retreat with their territories as Dingyu had done. However, utilizing the declaration of war at this juncture carries certain risks. Even the most rudimentary declaration of war will keep the teleportation portal open for an entire day. This implies that for the duration of that day, the territory will be laid bare before the enemy. Fortunately, only those traversing lords can wield system items, and the solitary fish belongs to the cohort of lords from Blue Star. Against them, Dingyu harbors confidence in achieving a resounding victory, even in the face of reinforcements from his contemporaries. Thus, he opted to employ the bronze-level declaration of war against the solitary fish. This time, Dingyu used his true name rather than a moniker. After all, a rival attacking a fellow Blue Star lord without cause would create an unfavorable impression. Using his real name, however, would ensure that few would recognize him. Soon, the forces of Hanhai City arrived near the opposing territory via the shimmering teleportation portal. Aiming for a swift resolution to minimize risk, the adversary possessed a standard level 4 territory, their strength proving to be rather feeble. During the offensive, it became apparent that the solitary fish was absent from his domain, presumably engaged in the battlefield to accrue points. Without regard for resources, the destruction of the enemy's territory unfolded swiftly. At this juncture, on the periphery of the battlefield, the solitary fish wore a troubled expression, having become paralyzed upon receiving the system notification. Upon learning of his territory's assault, he began seeking allies within the alliance. Regrettably, they were all preoccupied on the battlefield, and the declaration of war could only be utilized within one's own territory. Thus, the solitary fish found himself in an awkward predicament, devoid of reinforcements. He could only hastily teleport from a frontline base to a nearby major city. Just as he was en route to the base, the system alerted him that his territory had been obliterated, and simultaneously, the system itself vanished. This stirred a commotion, as the solitary fish lost his status as a lord. At this moment, he could no longer perceive the loyalty levels of the soldiers beside him and was uncertain if their loyalty had shifted. Fortunately, the soldiers did not betray him despite the destruction of the territory, which offered the solitary fish a sigh of relief. Yet, he was left pondering his next course of action. Chapter 74, The Raid Behind Enemy Lines. Following the obliteration of the enemy's territory, Dingyu stationed his forces beside the teleportation array. After all, the portal would remain operational for a day, and its other end led directly to the territory. Being in enemy territory posed a potential risk. If the teleportation array were to be revealed, unforeseen complications could ensue. This constituted a latent danger. They could only depart once the portal dissipated. He dispatched elite troops to safeguard the area while sending reconnaissance units to investigate the surroundings. Dingyu led his main forces back to his territory, intending to explore it during the day-long duration. To avoid complications, he activated a disguise item that concealed his identity as a lord. The territory had become quite prosperous, markedly different from the cities on Blue Star, presenting a scene reminiscent of a fantastical realm. Although situated within the confines of his territory, the sun and stars were still visible. In the distance stood various uniquely styled buildings, accompanied by gardens and an intricate network of roads. The greenery was abundant, with many spiritual plants acquired by Dingyu lining the roadside. Additionally, rows of trants had transformed into grand trees, with spirit springs appearing at regular intervals. Gentle streams flowed from the spirit springs, nourishing the nearby flora. Along the pathways, plump cats meandered while children frolicked in the parks. Accompanied by spherical pets, companions Dingyu had retrieved from the ruins. Due to the pets' frequent purring, the citizens affectionately named them purr beasts. This rare moment of relaxation allowed Dingyu to wander aimlessly until he stumbled upon a cat-themed cafe. The exterior of the cafe was painted a warm orange, adorned with a string of wind chimes that produced a melodious sound in the breeze. A few pots of vibrant greenery at the entrance added a touch of vitality to the establishment. With curiosity piqued, Dingyu ventured inside. The cafe was not crowded, with patrons scattered about engaged in hushed conversations. As his gaze swept over them, he sensed the easygoing atmosphere among the guests. He chose a window seat, and a young cat girl approached with a smile. "Welcome, esteemed guest. May I take your order?" Her voice was soft and sweet, bringing a sense of joy to the heart. Dingyu perused the menu and ordered the signature cat meal along with a cup of catnip tea. The dishes arrived promptly, and upon tasting, he found the flavors uniquely delightful. Though the fare at the Lord's manor was quite satisfactory, the monotony of daily meals had grown tiresome. A change of pace was refreshing. He mused whether takeout was available in the territory. If not, he would instruct Shinmu to establish a delivery service. After enjoying his meal comfortably and settling the bill, Dingyu resumed his leisurely stroll. Summoning a plump cat, he mounted it and ambled along. He soon passed through the city walls and exited the inner city, entering the second ring. The view outside was more expansive, dotted with farmlands and various structures. Unlike the densely packed and towering buildings of the inner city, the architecture here was smaller and less concentrated. In the distance, defensive towers loomed, forming intricate defensive matrices. The scenes outside were quite similar. After exploring the third and fourth rings, Dingyu returned to the Lord's manor. Noticing that the hour was still early, he teleported to Li Linlin's territory. Due to the distance from the battlefield, Li Linlin had not engaged in the conflict. Moreover, with Dingyu's assistance, she was not lacking in resources, living comfortably as a small fortune holder. After a satisfying sparring session with Li Linlin, Dingyu returned to his territory contentedly. The day passed swiftly, and once the teleportation array vanished, Dingyu could finally engage in activities behind enemy lines without concern. During this time, the scouts had already discerned the surrounding situation. There were two nearby cities, each a level 3 territory. The siege warfare was Hanhai City's forte, and thus, they would commence immediately. Before long, Dingyu soared to the vicinity of one of the cities, summoning the forces of Hanhai City. Accompanying the main army was a substantial contingent of siege engines, which had been upgraded to platinum level, crafted by the Equipment Manufacturing Center, following the territory's elevation. The platinum siege engines now possessed the range to suppress D-grade defensive towers, albeit with a lower rate of fire. Presently, Hanhai City's siege weaponry primarily consisted of trebuchets, favored for their long range and minimal resource consumption. Abundant boulders were readily available, rendering ammunition costs nearly negligible. This model was the most cost-effective siege engine Hanhai City could procure at present. The frequency with which Hanhai City launched sieges was impressive, had they opted for alternative weaponry. The ammunition expenditures alone would have been astronomical. Should they encounter particularly fortified cities, they could resort to the specially crafted bombs from the gnome engineers. Due to their massive size, these devices could inflict devastating damage. Dingyu also acquired several swordsman barracks from the trading hall to expand the personnel operating the siege engines. Once the formation was established, the siege engine units initiated their assault. Once again, the age-old strategy unfolds. The siege weaponry units exploit their range advantage to obliterate the enemy's defensive forces. Should the adversary prove incapable of withstanding this onslaught, they would emerge from their city to confront the attackers. If they remain entrenched, they would be gradually dismantled by the relentless siege engines. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain a level 22 Tauren Berserker, earning 3,000 copper coins, Wolf Mace, Silver Tier, X1, and 22 points. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain a level 31 Tauren Berserker, earning 3 silver coins, Wolf Mace, Gold Tier, X1, and 310 points. Ding! Congratulations! You have slain a level 22 Tauren Axe Warrior, earning 3,000 copper coins, Giant Axe, Silver Tier, X1, and 22 points. Ding! You noted the records. It seemed that defeating enemies here also granted points. His initial conjecture was indeed correct. As long as combat persisted, eliminating enemy units would yield point rewards. Although the foes here were of a lower level than those on the battlefield, their sheer numbers were formidable. Furthermore, vanquishing these enemies would not inflict significant losses on the forces of Hanhai City. Before long, the battle concluded, and orders were given to the army to scour the battlefield. Ding! Congratulations, you have destroyed the level 3 territory of Axe City. Congratulations, you have obtained Spirit Essence, X23. Once the army had regrouped, they set forth towards another city. Ding! Congratulations, you have destroyed the level 3 territory of Elephant City. Congratulations, you have obtained Spirit Essence, X23. After obliterating these two strongholds, Dingyu teleported the army back to their territory. Gazing at the rudimentary map in his possession, acquired from the battlefield, he observed that it primarily marked territories of level 4 and above. After confirming his location, he deftly avoided level 4 territories and chose a direction to advance. Given the current strength of Hanhai City, it was ill-advised to assault a level 4 territory, as this would likely result in substantial casualties. Chapter 75, Pursuit. The level 4 native territories were vastly more expansive than those of the interlopers, and Hanhai City had only recently ascended to level 4. Following this trajectory, Dingyu swiftly conquered 9 cities within a span of 2 days. Though these were merely level 3 territories, the rewards far surpassed those from the battlefield. This area had been largely cleared, and further sweeping could lead to encirclement. Dingyu resolved to relocate, this time summoning Kale to assist with the teleportation. As a spatial mage, Kale possessed long-distance teleportation skills. While not as efficient as a teleportation array, it was certainly swifter than riding a green dragon. He planned to seek a spatially oriented mount in the future, as the green dragon's flight was too sluggish and cumbersome, rendering it less than ideal for stealthy maneuvers. The teleportation was completed swiftly, and with Kale's energy expended, Dingyu returned him to their territory. Randomly selecting a direction, they resumed their sweeping campaign. One must commend Kale for his utility. Not only could he teleport, but he also had the ability to disrupt and block nearby spatial areas, rendering enemy teleportation arrays inoperative. Thus, Dingyu harbored no fears of enemy reinforcements emerging from the teleportation arrays, as they would be unable to predict his next target and preemptively deploy substantial reinforcements. Over the past few days, Dingyu had entrusted Kale with the Monster Ranch, which had effectively elevated his level to the 6th tier. Kale had transformed into a veritable tool, either teleporting Dingyu or obstructing spatial operations on a daily basis. Before long, another city fell to their might. And after teleporting the troops back to their territory, Dingyu proceeded to relocate. Now, he was essentially engaging in a hit-and-run strategy, providing the enemy no opportunity to anticipate his next target. Meanwhile, the command center of Elephant City received intelligence indicating that a contingent of enemy forces had infiltrated their rear. It was known that the defense line of Elephant City was fortified with numerous alert formations and interference arrays. Even spatial mages could not breach this defense. However, there had been no anomalies reported along their defenses, leaving the exact means of the enemy's passage a mystery. According to the intelligence, this force exhibited remarkable mobility and spatial disruption capabilities. The infiltration of such an enemy into their rear was indeed troubling. The sole piece of good news was that this contingent was relatively weak and had not yet launched an assault on the level 4 territory. Such a situation could not be allowed to persist unchecked. The command center promptly dispatched a contingent of 1,000 Eagle Knights to pursue this enemy. The Eagle Knights were all of 5th tier, with several captains reaching the 6th tier. From the command center's perspective, this force of Eagle Knights was more than sufficient to eliminate the infiltrating threat. Soon, the Eagle Knights arrived in the vicinity of the last city where Dingyu had been sighted, beginning their search for his trail. However, to their dismay, Dingyu had already teleported to another location. At that moment, Dingyu identified his next target, a city belonging to the Winged Tribe. The Winged Tribe is a broad classification of the orc race, encompassing all winged orcs. The orc before him, possessing an eagle's head and a humanoid body, undoubtedly belonged to the Eagle clan within the Winged Tribe. To prevent the Winged Tribe members within the city from taking flight and escaping, Dingyu commanded his troops to execute a wide-area attack. In no time, the battle concluded, and after clearing the battlefield, Dingyu swiftly relocated. Meanwhile, the lead commander of the Eagle Knights, Eagle Hill, wore a grim expression as he listened to his subordinates' reports. This contingent of Eagle Knights was composed of members of the Winged Tribe, riding upon massive eagles. The Winged Tribe had an innate affinity with these flying mounts, which is why Elephant City's aerial cavalry were predominantly from this tribe. Eagle Hill himself belonged to the Eagle clan and was of the same race as the inhabitants of the city Dingyu had just destroyed. Upon receiving news of his kin's attack, Eagle Hill had been actively searching for Dingyu's whereabouts. Following the report, he hastily made his way to the nearest city, intending to utilize the teleportation array to reach the city closest to Dingyu. However, upon arriving at the nearby city, he had yet to activate the teleportation when he received word of the city's annihilation. This was undoubtedly a provocation against him. He had just led a pursuit, only to have this enemy obliterate a city of his kin. At this moment, Dingyu had already arrived near his next target city. Unaware of the pursuers on his trail, he continued to methodically dismantle one city after another, ensuring that he always selected targets with lower defensive capabilities to maximize his gains. While such cities offered high rewards, they also posed a risk of inflicting significant casualties on his forces during the assault, prolonging the attack time and increasing the likelihood of being ensnared by enemy reinforcements. During this period, Dingyu also accepted several tasks aimed at disrupting enemy operations in the rear, including missions focused on harassing enemy supply lines. However, to date, he had yet to uncover the enemy's logistical routes or discern the methods they employed to transport their supplies. Given the vast quantities of resources, it was evident that they were not utilizing teleportation arrays for transportation. As days passed, Dingyu reveled in his plundering endeavors. With ample resources, his territory was advancing at an astonishing rate. It was anticipated that by the conclusion of this war, Dingyu would attain a formidable standing within the 4th tier of the war space. Meanwhile, the battlefield had witnessed several large-scale confrontations, resulting in substantial casualties on both sides. Particularly, those forces recruited from level 3 territories suffered greatly due to their lower-tier units, often serving as little more than cannon fodder on the battlefield. Dingyu observed in the chat channel that many contemporaneous lords had withdrawn from the battlefield in the clash between the two great factions. One misstep could lead to devastating losses. The members of his classmates' group had all retreated from the battlefield, while points were indeed valuable. The cost of exchanging primary combat units for them was simply not worth the risk. A few days ago, Li Linlin found herself compelled to check on Dingyu's safety almost daily. Only when Dingyu managed to teleport to her territory did she finally feel a sense of relief. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, the forces of Radiant City found themselves at a disadvantage. The city of Barbarian Elephant was composed entirely of orcs, a race where every individual is a soldier, vastly outnumbering the human forces of Radiant City. However, the humans boasted superior equipment, and their soldiers were well trained, with a level of coordination that far surpassed that of the orcs. In stark contrast to the battlefield dynamics, Eagle Hill was currently engulfed in despair. During recent attempts to track the enemy, they frequently encountered traps laid by their foes, triggered high explosive bombs. These bombs had devastating power, inflicting significant casualties upon the Eagle cavalry. Moreover, the placement of these explosives was unpredictable. They could be found amidst the ruins of the city or along the crucial routes taken by reinforcements. Eagle Hill felt as though they were under the watchful gaze of invisible eyes, suffering heavy losses without even glimpsing the enemy. The traps were the work of Dingyu, who, upon realizing that he was being pursued, would leave a series of traps along the way. Chapter 76, Disrupting the Supply Lines. Sometimes, he would even lie in wait along the enemy's essential routes, taking advantage of the concealment afforded by his territory's spatial characteristics. Everyone else would return to the territory, leaving only a goblin engineer behind to remotely detonate the bombs. The forces of Eagle Hill were seeking infiltrating troops, and paid little heed to the solitary goblin by the roadside. Lacking a system, they would not see the red light indicator above the goblin's head. As casualties mounted, Eagle Hill found themselves incapable of pursuing the enemy. Reluctantly, they called for reinforcements and soon received a response from the command center. 2 support units were on their way. Given the disadvantage on the battlefield, Radiant City increased the rewards for missions that involved harassing the enemy's rear, allowing Dingyu to profit modestly. However, the greatest rewards were reserved for those who could disrupt the enemy's supply lines, leading to the interception of substantial resources. Dingyu had placed Lark scouts near several fortresses surrounding Barbarian Elephant City, specifically to uncover the enemy's logistical routes. Yet, despite the passage of several days, he had not seen a single convoy transporting supplies. Could they be underground? An idea struck Dingyu. After all, the burrowing beasts were a hallmark of the Beastmen's unique military units. It was entirely plausible that the opposing side, being composed of beastmen, would possess similar units. Summoning the burrowing beasts, he instructed them to infiltrate underground around the fortresses to scout for the enemy's transportation routes. After half a day, the burrowing beasts reported back, confirming the existence of a transportation line beneath the surface. Dingyu dispatched Void Raiders to phase into these routes, advancing away from the fortress. The proximity to the fortress posed a risk. Should a battle ensue, enemy reinforcements would arrive swiftly. Now that the enemy's transportation route had been confirmed to lie underground, the remaining task became manageable. 2 days later, the Void Raiders had discerned the general layout of the enemy's transportation lines, and Dingyu chose a secondary route to set an ambush. Unsure of the strength of the enemy's guards, he deemed it prudent to select a less direct route. To facilitate operations behind enemy lines, Dingyu procured several skill books on stealth and concealment, along with equipment to mask his presence. At this moment, he was lying in wait with the Void Raiders on either side of the passage, anticipating the arrival of the enemy's supply convoy. Half a day later, the enemy's transportation team came into view, a convoy predominantly consisting of 10 burrowing beasts, flanked by orc cavalry acting as guards to prevent attacks. Observing the enemy's escort, he noted 2 squads of 100, featuring 2 6th-tier warriors and the rest 5th tier. This force was formidable. Had he chosen the main route, he surely would have faced insurmountable odds. Once the enemy entered the ambush zone, Dingyu led his troops to strike. A single disintegration beam struck a 6th-tier enemy, causing their body to swiftly disintegrate into a cloud of dust. Simultaneously, a flurry of dark blades emerged, silently targeting the vital spots of the enemy warriors. Another 6th-tier foe fell victim to a surprise attack from Barrow, who appeared like a wraith behind the enemy, his blade severing the enemy's neck, sending their body collapsing to the ground. With the ambush successful, Dingyu activated the teleportation portal. The troops, already waiting in his territory, surged forth, quickly encircling the bewildered enemy. After a series of skirmishes, the soldiers of Vast Sea City had significantly improved. Now, facing 2 squads of 100 with 5th-tier strength, they were more than capable. Coupled with the element of surprise, the enemy was swiftly overwhelmed. The burrowing beasts were dismantled, revealing a treasure trove of supplies within. Primarily, they uncovered food, various healing and restorative potions, and a wealth of spiritual stones, resources that were in short supply on the battlefield. Dingyu ordered the collection and transport of these valuable items back to the territory. Once the battlefield was cleared, The angel and priest utilized purification spells to erase any remnants of the battle. Soon, Dingyu positioned himself near the next secondary passage to lay another trap, eager to reap rewards before Barbarian Elephant City could react. 2 days later, the command center of Barbarian Elephant finally detected an anomaly. 9 supply convoys had failed to arrive as scheduled over the past 2 days. Although the orcs were notoriously undisciplined, making delays commonplace, the absence of 9 convoys, especially one that had been late by 2 days, was unusual. Patrols dispatched yielded no trace of the missing transports, prompting the command center to mobilize substantial forces to search the transportation routes and their surroundings. Meanwhile, Dingyu had already distanced himself from the transport lines, returning to his territory for a much-needed respite. Over the past 2 days, he had seized a considerable amount of supplies, completed several related tasks, and accrued a wealth of points. Notably, during one raid, he acquired a cache of bloodline items that could grant the user advanced bloodlines upon consumption. Most of these bloodlines belonged to the beastmen, likely rewards allocated for distribution at the front lines. Selecting those without adverse effects, he placed them in the territory shop for the citizens to purchase at will. These bloodlines boasted a variety of abilities, including physical enhancements and unique powers such as fire breathing. Whether citizens or soldiers, all would benefit from their purchase. The remaining items with side effects were handed over to the Merchant Guild for resource exchange. Additionally, he reserved a 9-tailed fox bloodline, Forli Linlin, boasting an impressive S-rank, the highest among the acquired bloodlines. Who would refuse a powerful and beautiful girlfriend? Especially since Dingyu had recently noticed Li Linlin struggling with her stamina during their sparring sessions, it was imperative to grant her a boost. After their rest, Dingyu withdrew from the front lines and commenced an assault on the enemy's level 3 territory. Engaging in logistical raids was a matter of knowing when to retreat, particularly given his current modest strength. During the last raid, Dingyu had obtained several maps marked with special locations, which upon analysis, appeared to be the enemy's logistical distribution centers. Once the situation calmed, he intended to investigate the possibility of another heist. Continuing his siege while engaging in guerrilla tactics with Eagle Hill, Dingyu reveled in the thrill of the conflict. During this period, he also discovered several spiritual stone veins. Although he lacked the time to pause for extraction, one can only mark the target for now, waiting for a chance to strike in the future. After some days had passed, Dingyu commenced reconnaissance around several material distribution centers. There was but one opportunity, and Dingyu aimed to select the most lucrative center for his assault. It was estimated that after a single attack, the other centers would be on high alert, making any furtive strike exceedingly difficult. Resources in the category of food held no interest for him, nor did he covet the equipment available. Chapter 77. Plundering the Logistics Distribution Center. Despite the adversary's level surpassing that of Hanhai City, the Orcish gear was clumsy and subpar. Dingyu felt no desire to engage in theft. Ideally, he sought to seize supplies, particularly high-value strategic materials. During his days behind enemy lines, Dingyu commanded the goblin engineers to ceaselessly manufacture bombs, and now their stockpile had reached an alarming figure. 6 material distribution centers had been identified, and Dingyu planned to target the one with the greatest profit potential, while setting timed explosives around the remaining centers. Should he be unable to seize them, he would destroy them, thereby diverting the enemy's focus and simultaneously accruing a substantial amount of task points. The goblin engineers proved to be extraordinarily useful, prompting Dingyu to consider acquiring additional barracks and producing more bombs, which would serve as an exquisite tool for ambushes. After several days of careful selection, Dingyu settled upon a specific distribution center. Most of its contents consisted of consumables like potions and spirit stones. However, he found no high-grade items akin to bloodlines among them. It was presumed that the previous batch of bloodline items had been an exceptional circumstance, a stroke of luck facilitated by his fortunate endowment. Reflecting on his journey since crossing over, Dingyu realized he had scarcely encountered a crisis. Of course, many potentially perilous situations had been preemptively avoided, as he did not wish to rely solely on fortune for his survival. What if, on some occasion, luck failed him? The endowment merely provided a layer of insurance. Exertion remained paramount. Contemplating this, Dingyu chuckled, wondering when he had become so cunning. Once the target was confirmed, he meticulously placed an abundance of delayed explosives around the remaining 5 distribution centers. After all, it was a one-time venture. Once he raided one center, the others would inevitably relocate. It would be more prudent to obliterate them, transforming them into points to nourish his growth. The detonation was timed to coincide with his own actions. After completing the arrangements, Dingyu proceeded to the target location. The defensive forces at the center were formidable, comprising 10 squads of 100 warriors each. To neutralize these guards, Dingyu procured a highly priced toxin from the trading hall. This poison was colorless and odorless, capable of inducing weakness in the enemy without raising alarm. As night fell, the orcs gathered around the campfire, indulging in their customary feasting. Observing that the orcs had consumed their food, Dingyu ignited the incense placed around the area, which acted as a catalyst for the poison. The toxin swiftly took effect, causing the orcs to feel enfeebled, their bodies rebelling against their commands as their consciousness began to fade. The ambush unfolded more smoothly than anticipated. Employing poison against these simple-minded orcs proved exceedingly effective. The few adversaries who remained unaffected soon fell victim to the onslaught of Hanhai City's soldiers, who swiftly dispatched them. After securing the distribution center, Dingyu hastily activated the teleportation portal. The subjects waiting on the other side surged forth, rapidly emptying the center of its contents. Leaving behind a triggered bomb, Dingyu swiftly retreated, continuing his advance into the enemy's rear lines, deliberately distancing himself from the battlefield to avoid being tracked by enraged foes. At that moment, within the frontline command center of the Mammoth City, the commander was infuriated, demanding a thorough investigation into the incident. Initially, Mammoth City had enjoyed a dominant position on the battlefield, leveraging its overwhelming numerical advantage. However, such a vast force bore a critical weakness: the immense daily consumption of resources. With the logistics point destroyed, the ramifications for the battlefield were significant. Efforts were promptly initiated to establish a new logistics base. While intelligence units were instructed to collaborate with patrols to root out these mice, Dingyu continued his pillaging in the enemy's rear, even taking the opportunity to ambush the Eagle Hill when boredom struck. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had elapsed, and Dingyu's territory flourished rapidly. The 5 rings had reached preliminary completion. The majority of his subjects had surpassed the 3rd tier, with some advancing to the 4th. The new recruits among the main combat units had also achieved the 4th tier, while a small portion of veteran soldiers had risen to the 5th tier. As levels increased, the experience required grew substantially, resulting in a deceleration of the progression rate. The hero training camp had successfully trained over 1,000 heroes, and now all members of the Qinglong Guard were heroes. Initially, Dingyu had experimented and found that among the various units, only the Qinglong Guard required the least time for training. To expedite the enhancement of strength, Dingyu prioritized the Qinglong Guard for enrollment in the training camp. It was only days ago, upon the completion of training for the Qinglong Guard, that he began to allocate other units. Naturally, it was not only combat units that benefited. Dingyu also enrolled some high-potential non-combat professions in the training camp. The development of the territory depended on these non-combat roles, and during this period, a comprehensive research and development center was established. This center would select research directions tailored to the territory's needs, staffed with talents from various fields. Numerous breakthroughs emerged, such as the Goblin Engineer's bombs, which previously could only be detonated by goblins. Now, the research center had developed a control device for the bombs, enabling any person to trigger them. For instance, skeleton warriors could carry bombs to demolish enemy targets, or larks could remotely detonate them from a certain distance. This innovation allowed for more effective ambushes. Who would suspect that a small bird could control explosives? Meanwhile, the Biochemical Beast Research Center had devised a universal mount based on the fat cat, creating a winged cat. As the name suggests, the winged cat was a fat cat with wings, while its offensive capabilities were notably enhanced. The winged cat could attack enemies with sharp claws and teeth, and possessed wind attributes, capable of launching storm projectiles for ranged assaults. With its wind affinity, the winged cat boasted impressive speed. Coupled with the stamina inherited from the fat cat and a transformable interior compartment, it became the perfect mount for Hanhai City at this stage. The territory had begun a comprehensive transition to winged cats, phasing out the giant wolves, with the exception of the giant wolves used by the wolf cavalry, as those belonged to the unit and could not be replaced. The necromancers finally acquired mounts, and even the siege units began utilizing larger winged cats. Due to the massive size of siege equipment, the research center had specially cultivated a larger variant of the winged cat, with an interior compartment spacious enough to accommodate siege apparatus. Currently, Hanhai City's forces had completed their transition, and the winged cats were made available to the subjects. The winged cat was considered an evolved version of the fat cat, gradually taking its place. Once the demand from Hanhai City's subjects reached saturation, Dingyu planned to introduce them to the market, confident that he could amass significant resources at that time. Chapter 78, The End of War and the Elder's Gift. The external conflict had also reached its denouement, seemingly resulting in the Luminous City obtaining the contested items. As a level 4 territory, Hanhai City stands as mere cannon fodder before these 2 level 6 territories, lacking the qualifications to influence the course of war. The sole purpose of entering the battlefield is to accrue points. During this period, Dingyu managed to amass a staggering 8 billion points and opened the points mall, preparing to exchange them for the most advantageous high-level items. After sifting through the offerings for quite some time, he discovered 2 items: the Void Shuttle and the design blueprint for directional teleportation scroll. The Void Shuttle, valued at 3 billion points, is an auxiliary equipment that does not display a grade. It boasts exceptional speed and possesses teleportation capabilities. This is precisely the mode of transport Dingyu has long desired. With it, he would no longer need to rely on Kale as a mere tool. Furthermore, the Void Shuttle comes equipped with a cloaking feature, rendering it less conspicuous than the Green Dragon when traversing the skies. The design blueprint for directional teleportation scroll, valued at 5 billion points, allows the creation of a directional teleportation scroll upon use. As a one-time item, this scroll can transport one to a designated coordinate. The coordinates can be set within one's own territory, functioning similarly to a return scroll or to an area in the wilderness, thus saving travel time. Of course, one cannot select coordinates within another's territory, as this would render the teleportation impossible. The directional teleportation scroll can only be used by a single individual at a time, making it an exceptionally practical item for excursions. Having spent all his points, Dingyu felt a sense of fulfillment from this expedition to the battlefield. Yet he intended to visit the frontline fortress of Radiant City before departing. A few days prior, Kale had contacted Dingyu, mentioning that the battlefield commander wished to see him, seemingly to commend him. It appeared that his recent acts of sabotage behind enemy lines had captured the commander's attention. After boarding the Void Shuttle, Dingyu returned to the battlefield, noting that the defenses of the barbarian Elephant City line were not as formidable as before. Many formations had been dismantled, with valuable arrangement materials needing to be reclaimed. The Void Shuttle soared swiftly, and before long, Dingyu had traversed the battlefield and arrived at the frontline fortress of Radiant City. After presenting his identity credentials, he was escorted by the guards to a side hall. Inside, an elderly man with a head of white hair was engaged in lively conversation with a voluptuous fox woman. Upon seeing Dingyu enter, the elderly man nodded in acknowledgement. This esteemed gentleman is Han Gu, the frontline commander of Radiant City, and this lady is Humei, the frontline commander of Barbarian Elephant City. He introduced. Dingyu was momentarily taken aback and offered a slight bow to both individuals. The amiable exchange between the two seemed utterly devoid of hostility. Was there perhaps some underlying intrigue? This is the Lord of Hanhai City, the very individual who has been wreaking havoc in your rear. The elderly man stated to the woman. This young man is quite promising. Would you be interested in joining the ranks of Barbarian Elephant City? Humei's gentle voice chimed in. Should you choose to ally with us, we can provide resources to assist you in elevating your territory to level 5. Along with protection when Hanhai City reaches that level. Dingyu found himself at a loss for words. He had been causing disruption within their sphere of influence. Yet they were attempting to entice him. Fortunately, Hangu shot a disapproving glance at Humei, prompting her to fall silent. The purpose of summoning you here is primarily to commend you, as well as to meet our promising young talent. You must seize the opportunity to elevate your strength. The world is vast, and what you have encountered thus far is merely the tip of the iceberg, he encouraged, patting Dingyu on the shoulder before bestowing upon him a spatial ring and allowing him to depart. This young man indeed possesses great fortune. My true sight could not penetrate his essence, Hangu mused, and my charm techniques proved ineffective. It would be a pity if he does not join Barbarian Elephant City. Do you not wish to recruit him for Radiant City? Such a fortunate individual is beyond our capacity to recruit. We shall merely forge a good rapport, Humei replied. Wait, you did not just give him that item, did you? Upon exiting the fortress, Dingyu boarded the Void Shuttle, heading towards the Dragonfall Forest. The vicinity of the forest was rich in monster resources, making it ideal for the development of Hanhai City. He then opened the spatial ring given to him by Hangu, discovering that its internal space was quite limited, containing only a small orb. Dingyu could not help but scoff. Is this old man so stingy? A small spatial ring with just one item? He casually retrieved it. Ding. Congratulations. You have obtained Fragmented Source of the World, X1. What the heck? Dingyu retracted his earlier comment. Is this truly so extravagant? This elder is indeed formidable. Casually tossing aside such a precious item. Instantly, he felt a profound respect for the old man. This was someone worthy of admiration. It is worth noting that this item held a value of 10 billion points in the points mall, while he had toiled tirelessly to accumulate 8 billion points. In truth, Dingyu had misjudged. The Fragmented Source of the World was the very item contested in the ongoing war. For reasons unknown, the elderly man had chosen to gift it to him. Unlike the items he had previously acquired, this source appeared rather ordinary and almost deceived him with its unassuming exterior. Perhaps, he mused, the seemingly mundane could prove to be far more powerful. Before long, Dingyu arrived at the edge of the Dragonfall Forest and selected a resource-rich area to establish a foothold. Upon returning to his territory, he integrated the Fragmented Source of the World into it. With a resounding boom, the territory visibly expanded, and the concentration of spiritual energy surged. Dingyu sensed a newfound depth to this world, likely incorporating elements he was yet unaware of. The world tree also grew taller. Although the territory panel did not reveal any new characteristics, Dingyu felt a twinge of disappointment. Could it be that he had miscalculated, and that this item was not as remarkable as he had thought? He then utilized the design blueprint for directional teleportation scroll at the Equipment Manufacturing Center, enabling his territory to mass-produce teleportation scrolls in the future. This item would be in high demand, promising to generate substantial revenue for Hanhai City. After completing these tasks, Dingyu teleported to Li Linlin's territory, presenting her with the nine-tailed fox bloodline. Upon absorbing the nine-tailed fox bloodline, Li Linlin's demeanor transformed, resembling the previous Commander Humei from Barbarian Elephant City. Concurrently, Li Linlin acquired an A-level Barracks, the Fox Mage Battalion, a unit adept in illusion magic. While A-level troops were plentiful in Hanhai City, for Li Linlin, This represented the pinnacle of her territory's military strength. In gratitude, Li Linlin challenged Ding Yu to a friendly duel. With her newfound bloodline, her combat prowess surged. And it was not until the following day that Ding Yu returned to his territory, his legs weak from the exertion. The Equipment Manufacturing Center had efficiently produced a batch of teleportation scrolls. With these scrolls in hand, Ding Yu planned to bolster his forces. Chapter 79. Formation of the Expeditionary Army, Merging Regional Channels. Previously, the lack of a convenient teleportation method hindered the leveling up of troops due to their excessive numbers. Should they be too dispersed, they would be unable to return in the event of conflict within Hanhai City. The costs of constructing teleportation arrays were exorbitant and fixed, imposing numerous restrictions. Ding Yu accessed the trading hall and purchased 100 F-grade pikemen, 100 F-grade crossbowmen, and 100 F-grade necromancers. He summoned them all at once, elevating them to level 4 and filling all available slots. This time, 125 heroes and 300,000 soldiers emerged, with the territory's characteristics enhancing their potential to see great. They were organized into 300 battalions, each led by a hero. Due to the insufficient number of heroes, 175 individuals were selected from within these ranks to enter the hero training camp for further training. For the squads lacking a hero unit, ordinary soldiers temporarily assumed the role of captain. Simultaneously, the Monster Ranch was tasked with maximizing the production of winged cat pet eggs, ensuring that each soldier would be equipped with a winged cat in the shortest possible time. These forces were assembled into an expeditionary army, supplemented by a contingent of local residents to serve as logistical support. During this time, the regional territory leaderboard issued several rewards, from which Ding Yu acquired a number of spatial rings. He entrusted these to the logistics department for the transportation of supplies. Once all preparations were finalized, Ding Yu teleported from his territory, embarking on a journey through the forest's periphery in search of areas teeming with lower-level monsters. Upon discovering a suitable zone, Ding Yu dispatched a battalion of 1,000 soldiers, providing them with a sufficient amount of logistical supplies so they could independently farm monsters and level up. Equipped with a long-distance communication system, they were able to maintain constant contact with their territory. The items dropped from defeated monsters could only be identified by the Lord, and what they received were mere light orbs, which they were instructed to collect for eventual transfer to the logistics personnel. The logistics team would periodically arrive via teleportation scrolls to reclaim these light orbs while delivering additional supplies. Due to the sheer number of soldiers, many warriors were left with makeshift equipment, and the winged cats were not yet fully assembled. However, this was of little consequence, as their adversaries were merely low-level monsters. Presently, all departments within Hanhai City were fully engaged in producing these necessary armaments, with the logistics department ensuring swift delivery. After completing the deployments, Ding Yu continued his quest for the next target area. Fortunately, equipped with the Void Shuttle, he was spared the fatigue of travel. In the days that followed, Ding Yu repeated this same task, effectively entering a mode of fostering growth. As the levels of the expeditionary soldiers increased, the strength of the territory would surge correspondingly. This was merely the first batch of expeditionary troops. Once they had settled for a time, Ding Yu intended to assemble a second batch. After completing all deployments, he once again led the main battle units into the war space. At this juncture, the strength of the territory had seen significant enhancement since its earlier upgrades, making engagements in the war space considerably easier. Thus began a joyous cycle of alternating between the war space and the declaration of war. As time passed, the expeditionary troops were fully equipped. Everything had fallen into a rhythm, and the pace of territorial development was accelerating. The regional channel was witnessing an increasing number of individuals advancing to level 4 territories. Some ascended quickly in rank, while others met with brutal defeats post-upgrade. Suddenly, a regional announcement rang out. Congratulations to all lords for reaching the required strength. The regional channel will commence merging. Please explore for further details. 3 consecutive regional announcements echoed, prompting Ding Yu to swiftly check the panel. The regional channel number transformed to 3125, with the population surging to 1 million. Initially, when he had crossed over, the channel contained merely 10,000 participants, and after such a lengthy period of development, only about 5,000 remained. This indicated that approximately 200 regions had merged into one. The regional channel erupted with excitement. Haha, we've finally merged. There will be more ladies waving at me. Welcome to the dominant force of the original 8-4-5-5-6-1 region, the Overlord Alliance. The World Association is recruiting. We have over 1,000 members, and welcome friends from level 4 territories and above. The Sun Guard is recruiting, but only for the great people of Goryo. What? Are there Goryos here? Not just Goryos. There are also Southerners, and even those little bastards from Wa. Bastards. You celestial monkeys dare to look down on our great Wa nation. Little Wa, I hope to see you later. I wonder if you'll still be so tough. The regional channel became a cacophony of voices, with recruitment messages, family searches, and heated exchanges filling the air. Ding Yu noticed that the channel was not exclusively populated by celestial citizens. Individuals from various nations were present. indicating that the system had not merged regions from the same country. Many lords from rival nations had begun to exchange barbs, and some hot-headed individuals hastily issued their declarations of war. Meanwhile, the former elite group of the region had rebranded itself as the Old Friends Group, a name Ding Yu found endearing, for through their prolonged interactions, they had become friends. Overall, the previous region had maintained a relatively harmonious atmosphere, especially considering that other regions were embroiled in constant warfare. Even ambitious alliances had begun to assert dominance over their territory, bullying and oppressing non-alliance lords. Ding Yu's former region had thrived in peace, largely due to the amicable relations among its top lords, who fostered a spirit of unity that kept the lower ranks from causing unrest. However, the merger brought about a shift. With the sudden influx of new members, the regional channel began to descend into chaos. While observing the commotion, Ding Yu suddenly realized someone had set their sights on him. The Akita Association demanded that he surrender a spatial mage. Following the regional merger, they had discovered that Ding Yu's previous territory possessed a teleportation array, with the construction techniques held by a spatial mage under the employ of a rival faction. Many began to employ moral coercion against Ding Yu, insisting he construct teleportation arrays for others free of charge. The Akita Association, emboldened, went so far as to demand the surrender of the spatial mage. This provoked Ding Yu to laughter. He promptly confronted a member of the Akita Association, slapping a declaration of war in their face. In no time, the forces of Hanhai City surged forth, effortlessly obliterating the territory of that individual. Ding Yu captured a screenshot of the information and posted it in the regional channel. Simultaneously, he began documenting those who had attempted to morally blackmail him, systematically issuing declarations of war against them. At this stage, Ding Yu's strength was at a peak level among contemporaneous lords. Engaging with these misfits required little effort on his part. Chapter 80. The war with the Akita Association commences. Soon, these individuals were systematically eliminated by Ding Yu. Their strength barely met the average level of contemporaneous lords. They dared to seek an advantage with such meager power? Notably, the Akita Association was formidable, a coalition from Wa with thousands of members. Prior to the merger, the Akita Association was a dominant force in their channel, hence their boldness in confronting Ding Yu. Before long, the members of the Akita Association began to boast in the channel, threatening to annihilate Ding Yu. However, he remained unperturbed. He had little fear of conflict, especially when it was they who sought to provoke him. Even if he found himself outmatched, he could always call for reinforcements. Had he been merely idling in the elite group, he had established alliances with many, though he preferred not to owe anyone favors. Ding. Matsushita has issued a bronze-level declaration of war against you. Please prepare accordingly. Ding. Nomura has issued a bronze-level declaration of war against you. Please prepare accordingly. The Akita Association's response was swift. Soon, 10 declarations of war came hurtling toward him. To Ding Yu, this was merely child's play. The Watchers were formidable. Indeed, as soon as the enemies teleported in, they suffered heavy casualties, being ruthlessly subdued by the Watchers. The attackers against Ding Yu's territory soon began to falter, prompting him to swiftly mount a counteroffensive. After annihilating all of them, Ding Yu captured a screenshot of the system information and sent it to the chat channel. This was akin to delivering a resounding slap to the face of the Akita Association, attracting an ever-growing audience to the channel. Among them were those who couldn't resist making sarcastic remarks. To avoid becoming a laughingstock, the Akita Association had no choice but to reinforce their troops against Ding Yu. Since learning of the Akita Association's scale, Ding Yu had begun recalling his expeditionary forces. After this period of grinding and leveling up, half of the expeditionary army had already reached the second tier, ready to cooperate with the main forces to confront the enemy while simultaneously gaining experience points. During this time, Hanhai City would not lack for enemies, and soon, the next wave of adversaries arrived at the borders of Ding Yu's territory. 20 lords adjusted their formations and charged towards Hanhai City. This number of enemies posed no significant threat to Hanhai City, and Ding Yu arranged for the main combat units to assist the expeditionary forces in leveling up. This war was destined to be prolonged. Ding Yu needed to elevate the levels of the expeditionary army to ensure their effectiveness in battle. He simultaneously instructed his troops to manage the pace of combat carefully, avoiding hasty actions to minimize casualties. Thus, 3 days passed, and the territories of these 20 lords were reduced to ruins. The Akita Association was completely caught off guard, as Ding Yu's strength far exceeded their expectations. This time, they refrained from making bold declarations in the regional channel and began to silently consolidate their forces. They rallied a total of 100 lords and, through a declaration of war, advanced towards Ito's territory. As the vice leader and commander of this operation, Ito was eager to establish dominance with such a substantial gathering of troops. A formidable army of 500,000 was assembled and underwent unified training in Ito's territory before being sent to invade Ding Yu's domain. Observing the vast army ahead, Ito felt a swell of pride. This gathering of forces was intended to assert their authority. With the recent regional merger, they aimed to leverage this battle to elevate the Akita Association's reputation. A solid reputation would facilitate recruitment and operations in the future. Ito had heard of Yushang, who previously topped the leaderboard during the insect tide. However, a considerable amount of time had passed, and Yushang had yet to establish his own faction. A solitary lord, regardless of strength, could never rival an alliance. Moreover, since forming the alliance, the Akita Association had been flourishing, gradually dominating their former regional channel. The resources acquired from controlling a region could not be compared to those of a lone lord. Once the army was fully integrated, Ito utilized the Silver Grade Declaration of War. The Silver Grade Declaration of War opened a larger teleportation channel, facilitating rapid troop movement. As Ito's forces formed a perfectly aligned formation, resembling a colossal iron plate, they gradually advanced towards the teleportation portal. Filled with pride, Ito marveled at the results of their training over the past 2 days. With so many lords' forces gathered, disorganization would lead to chaos and battle, potentially impacting each other adversely. Soon, the army passed through the teleportation light and arrived at Dingyu's territory. Dingyu's domain was expansive, with an endless forest stretching before the teleportation portal, obscuring the view of any city. In fact, the previous 2 waves of enemies had never even seen the city before being annihilated by Hanhai City's forces. The forest concealed a series of defensive matrices, each formed by clusters of defensive towers surrounded by a ring of walls. These were low-level defensive towers that had been eliminated following Hanhai City's upgrade. During the last territory adjustment, Dingyu had relocated them outside the city. At the behest of the Watchers, these formed a series of defensive matrices. With a grand gesture, Ito commanded the vanguard to charge into the forest, targeting the hidden defensive towers. This time, Ito also brought a substantial number of siege engines, but their precision was lacking, making it difficult to hit the defensive towers among the trees. As the vanguard entered the forest, numerous bombs detonated beside them. The vanguard never even reached the defensive towers before being obliterated by the explosions. Ito commanded the heavily armored soldiers to clear the bombs, as these sturdy warriors advanced with massive shields. However, these bombs were not triggered by proximity, they were remotely detonated. Since they were within the territory, the detonation authority had been taken over by the Watchers. The heavily armored soldiers entered the forest without triggering the bombs, only to be ensnared by thick vines and hurled into the air, crashing to the ground. These trees were actually Treant guardians. Although they moved slowly, their strength was formidable, perfectly countering the heavily armored units. Upon realizing these trees were Treants, Ito ordered his forces to launch a fire assault. Barrels of oil were loaded into catapults and hurled into the forest. Fire mages unleashed fireballs to ignite the oil, while wind mages cast hurricane spells to amplify the flame's potency. In an instant, the area ahead transformed into a sea of fire, eliciting cheers from Ito's soldiers. However, the cheers soon subsided as the flames before them receded at a visible pace, ultimately vanishing. This was the result of the water element towers hidden within the forest, and even the holy light towers healed the injured Treants. Realizing that fire attacks were ineffective against the Treants, Ito refrained from sending his troops recklessly into the forest. Instead, he ordered the siege engines to commence a relentless bombardment of the forest. Chapter 81. The Destruction of Ito's Army. At that moment, Hanhai City siege engines also arrived near Ito's forces. As the teleportation portal materialized, the siege engines began moving toward the area, arriving just in time. Soon, the siege engines from Hanhai City launched their assault, hurling massive stones into Ito's army. The impacts were remarkably precise, targeting the clusters of lightly armored troops. Hanhai City's siege engines were of a higher grade than those brought by Ito, boasting greater range and lethality. With precise data provided by the Watchers, the siege engines operated like sniper cannons, consistently hitting the enemy's vulnerable points. Realizing that his siege engines could not compete with those of Hanhai City, Ito ordered his army to advance into the forest. Soon, under the barrage of artillery, the army surged into the forest, where the bombs bypassed the frontline troops and detonated among the units behind them. Ito was unaware of how many bombs Hanhai City had concealed. He only knew that since entering the forest, he hadn't heard any other sounds. Even the sound of his own orders was drowned out by the explosions. And at this moment, Ito's initial ambition had faded. He merely hoped to minimize losses among his forces in this battle. For returning without justifying the casualties to the alliance would be untenable. As they delved deeper into the forest, Ito's army fell victim to surprise attacks from Hanhai City's forces. These troops fragmented into small squads, harassing, encircling, and flanking Ito's army. One bomb nearly landed at Ito's feet. Had it not been for the valiant efforts of nearby guards, Ito would have been eliminated. These small squads were exceptionally powerful and all mounted on stealthy feline steeds, making them well suited for ambushes. If Ito could ascend into the air, he would discover that his army was enveloped by Hanhai City's small teams. These squads, like a school of fish sensing blood, gradually gnawed away at Ito's forces. They acted as razor-sharp blades, slicing through the flesh of Ito's army with each strike. The air force of Ito has vanished without a trace, and it is evident that they have been ensnared by the enemy. The forces of Hanhai City, fully equipped with mounts and predominantly possessing aerial capabilities, effectively render them an entire airborne unit. At this moment, Ito's air force finds itself encircled by the troops of Hanhai City. As the battle commenced, Ito's air forces endeavored to maintain their formation, attempting to launch an assault against the aerial forces of Hanhai City. However, they soon realized that this was an almost insurmountable task. The air forces of Hanhai City surpassed them in both quantity and quality. Their formations swiftly disintegrated, being systematically devoured by the overwhelming might of Hanhai City's forces. Panic began to set in among the soldiers of Ito's air force as they found themselves surrounded and isolated, incapable of mounting an effective counterattack. Meanwhile, on the ground, Ito's army struggled to advance. Having just cleared the surrounding trance, they were met with a barrage of firepower from Hanhai City's area attack skills. Unburdened by concerns of resource depletion, Dingyu contributed several meteor strikes. The formation of Ito's army was shattered in an instant. The exact casualties remained unknown. Yet Ito was acutely aware that they were substantial. With each step forward, Ito's forces paid a heavy price in losses. By midday, Ito's aerial contingent was utterly annihilated, and the air forces of Hanhai City began to circle above, unleashing their firepower. Notably, the goblin engineers aboard the airships dropped bombs with a ferocity that rivaled that of bombers. Ito had never experienced such an intense conflict, with explosions echoing all around and enemies lurking at every turn. He found himself not only dodging bombs plummeting from the sky, but also defending against ambushes from all sides. Just as he dispatched a skeleton soldier that had emerged unexpectedly from the ground, a bomb fell from above. Narrowly evading that, he was then struck by a flying arrow. Overwhelmed, Ito felt on the brink of madness. His retinue had dwindled to almost nothing, yet he had not even glimpsed the enemy's stronghold. Should he return now, he would surely be torn apart by the outraged members of his faction. Observing the battered and ragged state of his troops, he lamented that this was not a battle, but rather a desperate plea for survival. The conflict endured for a full day, and even after nightfall, the forces of Hanhai City showed no signs of ceasing their assault. Once darkness fell, Ito's side lost all visibility, while Hanhai City possessed a vast reconnaissance force within their territory. Under the coordination of the Watcher, these scouts created an environment of one-way transparency on the battlefield. The inky darkness served as a natural cloak for Hanhai City's forces, their silhouettes flickering like a pack of leopards stalking their prey in the night. Above, the air forces and siege units of Hanhai City circled ominously through the night sky, poised to strike at any moment. These troops merely needed to follow the coordinates provided by the Watcher to initiate their attacks, a process that was almost too effortless. Ultimately, Ito dared not retreat. Even if he did, he would face death at the hands of the lords within the alliance. A significant portion of the military strength of 100 lords had been squandered here in just a single day. As dawn broke the next day, the battle finally came to a close. Orders were given to the civilians to clear the battlefield, and Dingyu promptly disbanded the army, allowing them to return and recuperate. After a grueling day and night of combat, the troops were utterly exhausted. Upon reviewing the battle reports, Dingyu couldn't help but reflect, defending is indeed comfortable. Requiring no strategic thought, each unit simply needed to follow the directives issued by the Watcher. Even Dingyu himself obeyed the commands of the Watcher. The results were undeniably evident, with Hanhai City suffering minimal losses. The depleted units had been replenished by Dingyu, though their levels would require gradual improvement. As for the silver-tier declaration of war, left by the previous commander, Dingyu paid it no mind. With the Watcher keeping watch, the territory was unlikely to fall victim to a successful ambush. His immediate priority was to rest, as his eyelids felt unbearably heavy. By the following morning, the forces of Hanhai City had completed their regrouping. With Ito having perished in the preceding battle, his territory had dissipated, leaving the remaining civilians to scatter like indigenous people. The value of further assaults had diminished, and Dingyu chose to disregard them. The day's objective was to attack members of the Aikido Association, having already arranged for the collection of a list of its members through intermediaries. This list had been delivered to Dingyu the previous day, and from today onward, he would systematically target each member of the Aikido Association. He intended to eliminate his adversaries before they had the chance to react. Dingyu directly employed 3 declarations of war to simultaneously assault the leader of the Aikido Association and its 2 vice leaders. The troops of Hanhai City divided into 3 paths, launching a counteroffensive against the Aikido Association. Prior to this battle, Dingyu had issued commands for a swift engagement, allowing no opportunity for the enemy to respond. He ordered an all-out attack from the outset, determined to annihilate the opposition. Leading the charge against the territory of the Aikido Association's leader, he commenced with a full-scale meteor strike. A colossal meteor streaked across the sky, imbued with destructive power, crashing down upon the enemy territory. In an instant, flames erupted skyward, and a mushroom cloud billowed upward. The structures within the territory crumbled like fragile building blocks, and the defensive fortifications were reduced to rubble by the overwhelming shockwave. The ground was gouged into a bottomless pit, debris scattering amidst the rising dust and smoke. The enemy forces were thrown into disarray by this sudden onslaught, cries of horror and shouts of alarm intertwining in chaos. In the aftermath of the explosion, the troops of Hanhai City swiftly pressed the attack, leaving the enemy no respite to recover or regroup. The army surged forward like a relentless tide, sweeping into the territory now engulfed in chaos and ruin. The battle raged for half an hour, until the last enemy fell, restoring a semblance of calm to the battlefield. Simultaneously, the other two detachments concluded their engagements, effectively eliminating the leader and vice leaders of the Akita Association. After utilizing a significant quantity of recovery potions, Dingyu unleashed 8 more declarations of war, this time targeting the core members of the Akita Association. Dingyu calculated that, with the current strength of Hanhai City, they could simultaneously assault a maximum of 8 elite territories of the enemy. Exceeding this number would result in unnecessary casualties, a scenario to be avoided. Bolstered by a vast supply of recovery potions, the battle was soon brought to a close. By dusk, Dingyu had dispatched 32 key members of the enemy, bringing the total to 35 when including the leader and vice leaders. Thus, the leadership of the Akita Association had been thoroughly eradicated, leaving the remaining members unable to organize a large-scale counteroffensive. Dingyu's pace was swift. Even if they were to elect a new leader, significant time would be required. As night fell, he commanded his troops to return and recuperate, planning to resume the offensive the following day. The regional channel buzzed with activity, as numerous alliances found themselves embroiled in warfare. Dingyu suspected that this was the system's intent in merging regions, encouraging lords to compete. Upon learning of Dingyu's confrontation with the Akita Association, his old friends in the group offered to provide reinforcements. However, Dingyu declined, feeling that he was currently in a favorable position and did not require assistance. Simultaneously, he noticed that the name of the student group had also changed. It was no longer called the Starry Sovereign Group, but rather the Student Exchange Group, leaving him uncertain if this was a consequence of the regional merger. Dingyu observed that they had formed a small alliance. When Zhao Li inquired whether Dingyu wished to join, he declined, citing social anxiety as his reason. Li Linlin also became a member of this alliance, but Dingyu chose not to intervene, allowing her to partake freely. He felt confident in his ability to safeguard Li Linlin's safety and believed he should not restrict her social interactions due to his own reservations. The soldiers of Hanhai City had completed the transition to winged cats, exchanging most of their mounts for these creatures, save for a few high-quality steeds. They had begun distributing winged cats to the citizens of the territory, with shops offering them at remarkably low prices. Naturally, this was entirely voluntary. Some individuals had developed an attachment to their fat cats and opted not to acquire the winged variety. Many, however, purchased winged cats while keeping their fat cats as cherished pets at home. The lullish beasts had also become widespread, celebrated as protective companion pets, particularly favored among the populace. Nonetheless, Dingyu did not provide these creatures to the soldiers, as their defensive capabilities fell short of military standards. He had instructed the Biochemical Beast Research Center to develop an enhanced military version based on the lullish. The Equipment Manufacturing Center had also equipped the troops with a full set of platinum gear, and each soldier received a teleportation scroll. This extensive outfitting had drained the resources of Dingyu's territory, resulting in a halt in his procurement of defensive towers during this period. The Merchant Alliance had approached Dingyu to voice their concerns, as priority had been given to re-equipping the territory, leading to a significant delay in bulk supplies from him. However, Dingyu reassured the Merchant Alliance, promising to resume supplies once the outfitting was complete. He was unconcerned about selling winged cats to other lords, as Hanhai City possessed unique territorial traits, ensuring that the incubated winged cats were of C-rank quality. In contrast, other territories could only hatch D-rank creatures from D-rank pet eggs. The following day, Dingyu renewed his assault on the Akataki, once again dividing his forces into 8 groups. By this time, the Akataki had caught on to his strategy, dispatching reinforcements each time they were attacked. Dingyu directly split his army into 2 groups, ensuring that even if the enemy sent 10 or 8 reinforcements, they would still prevail. Having eliminated the Akataki's leadership the previous day, their reinforcements were now disorganized, consisting only of mutual support among members with established relationships, lacking any centralized command. As dusk fell, Dingyu returned to his territory, having destroyed only 10 of the enemy's territories that day due to the interference from reinforcements. He commanded the army to rest and prepare for continued efforts the following day. Thus, 5 days passed, during which Dingyu obliterated over 100 of the Akataki's territories. In this time, the Akataki finally appointed a new leader, whose identity remained undisclosed for fear of assassination by Dingyu. They merely sent envoys to negotiate, which Dingyu ignored, persisting in his systematic assaults. With his capability to annihilate them, he would not spare them. The Akataki still boasted over 800 members, and upon witnessing Dingyu's determination, they resolved to mobilize all forces against him. Each territory would dispatch 1/3 of its military strength to confront Dingyu, while the remaining forces would defend against potential ambushes from rival factions. A coalition of this magnitude inevitably attracted some adversarial elements, and even neutral factions of similar standing might choose to intervene. 800 lords, each contributing 1/3 of their strength, vastly outnumbered Dingyu's previous encounters. Due to time constraints, they did not gather their troops for training. Instead, they relied on the sheer volume of numbers, launching their offensive with the war declaration orders. The newly appointed leader was merely a temporary figurehead, lacking the command prowess of his predecessor. Most of the forces deployed were not their primary military units, merely sufficient in numbers but significantly weaker in combat capability compared to main battle forces. In the heat of battle, self-interest prevailed. No one wished to sacrifice their elite troops. Chapter 83. The Downfall of the Akataki. Beep. Eitani has issued a bronze-level war declaration against you. Please prepare accordingly. Beep. Masaki has issued a bronze-level war declaration against you. Please prepare accordingly. Beep. Akatani has issued a bronze-level war declaration against you. Please prepare accordingly. On that morning, as Dingyu prepared to launch another offensive against the Akataki, a flurry of system notifications began to resonate. The numbers were overwhelming, likely in the hundreds. Had the Akataki mobilized their entire force? However, Dingyu remained unperturbed, leaving the command to the Watchers, confident that even if they were outmatched, they could buy time. He had instructed the Watchers to alert him immediately if they detected any signs of insurmountable attacks on the territory. If they were indeed overpowered, Dingyu would not hesitate to call for aid. Soon, portals began to manifest around the perimeter of the territory, though this time they were dispersed rather than concentrated. Upon arrival, the enemies did not regroup, but directly launched an assault on Dingyu's territory. Upon seeing them, Dingyu was taken aback. These adversaries were of considerably lower rank than the previous batch. Their military training and equipment were inferior, even to the citizens of Hanhai City. Surely, they were not here to jest? Realizing this, Dingyu exhaled in relief, recognizing that he would not need to seek assistance. He promptly contacted Shinmu, instructing him to issue a recruitment order in Hanhai City. Any citizen wishing to engage in battle for experience points was welcome to join, completely voluntarily. Those willing to participate would be temporarily assigned to the city guard, with missions coordinated by the Watchers. Once the notice was disseminated, the citizens of Hanhai City rushed to various recruitment points. Under the Watchers' guidance, they swiftly formed small squads to head to the battlefield. With arrangements in place, Dingyu relinquished control, allowing the Watchers to operate with precision. The defensive forces of Hanhai City, under the Watchers' leadership, functioned like a finely tuned machine, effectively neutralizing the invading forces with minimal losses. By dusk, the invaders had been largely eradicated, and this encounter proved even more effortless than the last. Approximately 1.4 million invaders had descended upon them, yet they were a disorganized rabble. Most were not main battle units, and not a single lord had shown up. It appeared that the Akataki was doomed. With such a lack of cohesion, they would not endure for long, even without Dingyu's intervention. Such was the nature of the Wakuo. When faced with a stronger opponent, they would exhibit valor, spouting philosophies of Bushido and other assorted ideals. Yet, when confronted by a more formidable force, they would shrink back, submissive even under duress. Following the battle, the troops of Hanhai City returned to recuperate, leaving Shinmu to coordinate the cleanup of the battlefield. The soldiers needed rest for the following day's conflict, and there was no need to expend energy on these matters. The next day, Dingyu once again initiated a war declaration against the members of the Akataki. This time, he divided his forces into 10 groups, simultaneously assaulting 10 targets. The battle from yesterday has already depleted a portion of the enemy's strength, and coupled with their recent defeat, the Akita Association will temporarily be unable to organize a formidable resistance. Soon, the skirmish came to an end, and after a brief period of rest, the army proceeded to select 10 new targets for assault. As dusk descended, the troops returned to their territory, having successfully conquered 50 enemy territories in a single day. They rested, preparing to continue their campaign the next day. In the following days, Dingyu meticulously orchestrated his offensives. The Akita Association attempted several counterattacks, but these were significantly weaker than their earlier efforts. Before long, the Akita Association was utterly crushed by Dingyu, with its members withdrawing en masse. Dingyu paid them no heed, merely issuing his declaration of war to each name on his list. Withdrawal meant nothing to him. He would continue his assault regardless. As for surrender, that was out of the question. Dingyu disregarded it entirely. Everyone was an adult, and in the midst of war, who could simply turn their back and walk away when faced with defeat. A few days later, the Akita Association vanished entirely, leaving no members behind. Once a dominant force in the regional channel, arrogantly demanding Dingyu relinquish his space mages, it was now completely obliterated. As news of the Akita Association's demise spread, no one within the regional channel dared to covet Dingyu's wealth any longer. Following this conflict, the expeditionary army had all reached the second tier, with some even breaking through to the third tier. Indeed, war proved to be the most expedient means of enhancing one's strength. Every conflict resulted in significant advancements for the forces of Hanhai City. Dingyu then resumed his deployment of the expeditionary army via the void shuttles, a process that consumed 3 days of his time. With the elevation of the expeditionary army's levels, he sought out new training grounds for them. Over these 3 days, Dingyu found himself frequently lamenting the Akita Association who had unwittingly brought such burdens upon him. Could they not simply remain docile? Instead, they chose to provoke him, resulting in his exhaustion. In truth, the expeditionary army could have utilized teleportation scrolls to depart, yet Dingyu forbade this. Such an action would squander 300,000 scrolls, an excessive expenditure. Summoning back the expeditionary army during the onset of conflict was unavoidable, as rapid troop assembly was essential. After this prolonged period of development, half of Hanhai City's primary combat units had surpassed the 5th tier, while the Qinglong guards had all reached the 5th tier, their collective heroism granting them strength comparable to that of 6th tier units upon activation. Many of the citizens within the territory had also ascended to the 4th tier. At this juncture, among contemporaneous lords, only the elite within the main forces had attained the 4th tier. Once the expeditionary army was settled, Dingyu began to grind through the war space. His days were a continuous cycle of employing war space and declaration of war. The adversaries he encountered were now feeble, allowing him to conclude battles in a remarkably brief span of time. With the initiation of war space, Dingyu began to amass a substantial amount of resources. With these resources, he purchased defensive towers to expand the defensive infrastructure to 5 rings. Dingyu planned to further augment his army once the expeditionary army's levels increased. A month later, Dingyu had ascended to the 6,545th position in the level rankings. As his rank increased, so too did the strength of his opponents, along with the corresponding rewards. The number of heroes trained within the hero training camp surged, and Dingyu noted that approximately 2,000 heroes now resided within his territory. He aimed to elevate all primary combat units to the status of hero units, while also training outstanding civilian professionals within the territory to become heroes. Once the demand among the citizens was saturated, Dingyu began to supply teleportation scrolls and winged cat pet eggs in bulk to the Merchant Alliance. Through these products, the Merchant Alliance gained significant renown within the regional channel, establishing itself as one of the leading merchant guilds in the area. The commercial enterprise flourished concurrently, becoming a dominant force within the regional channel. Naturally, Dingyu also emerged as a prominent figure in the region. His recent victory over the Akita Association had cemented his reputation, rendering him untouchable. The regional channel buzzed with activity as the nations of Goryeo and the Joseon engaged in conflict. These two nations had long been at odds even before the merge into a singular region, and upon their amalgamation, they commenced a barrage of taunts toward one another. Recently, a lord from the Joseon had insulted a Goryeo lord so severely that it breached their defenses. Conflict erupted swiftly, and as time progressed, more lords joined the fray. It rapidly escalated into a full-blown war, and in his leisure, Dingyu observed the unfolding drama in the chat channels. His old friends had formed an alliance and were currently preoccupied with battling a coalition from the Yamato nation. Dingyu noted that celestial subjects had a penchant for clashing with the Yamato. Every time he opened the chat channel, he was met with this incessant bickering. Would they drive themselves to the brink of madness in their fervor? The student group was equally lively, as their small alliance was engaged in warfare with a coalition from the Maid Nation. After absorbing the bloodline of the nine-tailed fox, Li Linlin's strength had surged, and with Dingyu's support, the development of her territory was rapid. Now, she had ascended to the position of vice leader within the alliance, leading a group into battle daily. Had she truly cast off all restraint? She had never exhibited such a combative spirit before. Seeing that the chat group was relatively uneventful, Dingyu resumed his grinding of the war space. As the days passed, his ranking continued to climb swiftly. During this time, he encountered numerous foreign alliances and engaged in frequent battles with them. Each conflict yielded substantial experience and resources for Dingyu, propelling him into the upper echelons of the rankings. One day, the Bio Beast Research Center finally developed an enhanced version of the Lulu Beast, aptly named the Rolling Beast. The Rolling Beast was smaller in stature and swifter in movement, capable of transforming into a ring that could encircle a warrior's arm. In the face of a lethal threat, it could materialize as a shield, absorbing fatal blows meant for the warrior. Dingyu had tested the shield's strength, confirming it could withstand a full-force strike from a warrior of a tier higher than the Rolling Beast. After absorbing an attack, the shield would dissipate, rendering the Rolling Beast momentarily weakened. As a pet, the Rolling Beast could also be upgraded. As its strength increased, so too would the shield's potency. Overall, the results were promising, and he instructed for the mass production of the Rolling Beast to equip the warriors. As time progressed, Dingyu ascended into the top 100 of the rankings. At this point, the primary combat units of Hanhai City had all surpassed the 5th tier, and the expeditionary army had reached the 4th tier. Dingyu assembled a second batch of expeditionary forces, maintaining a scale of 300,000. Given that the adversaries located within the war space were of comparable rankings, he now faced opponents typically within the top 100. Consequently, these individuals began to suffer. For unlike during his tenure in the 3rd tier rankings, Dingyu now possessed sufficient strength to raise their territories in the real world. Those seasoned veterans, who had long monopolized the leaderboards, were finally facing their reckoning. Like a grim reaper of the rankings, Dingyu watched as names began to vanish one by one. As names disappeared from the upper echelons, New ones filled their places, leading to a rapid turnover in the leaderboard. Some had intended to linger within the fourth-tier territories for a time, while others wished to wait until the end of the month for reward distribution before advancing. However, witnessing the current predicament, they felt their lives were in jeopardy and hurriedly sought to upgrade and escape this den of turmoil. Even those ranked outside the top 100 cursed and fled in haste, overwhelmed by the terror of their situation. With just over 10 days remaining until the end of the month, who can say whether one might ascend into the top 100 while in slumber, only to be extinguished by that malevolent force? Thus, the rankings of the fourth tier are being swiftly refreshed. The front-line lords flee, while those in the rear see their standings soar. Dingyu, through sheer determination, has ignited a wave of territorial upgrades, earning a rather infamous reputation. Aware of this, Dingyu remains unfazed. He requires resources, and this method of acquisition proves to be the most efficient. It's as simple as that. 10 days later, the system notification arrives as anticipated. Ding! Congratulations, you have secured the first place in the fourth tier rankings. Reward: Legendary Treasure Chest, X1. Once again, he has obtained a Legendary Treasure Chest, the highest quality chest available to him. He takes a bath with A-grade spiritual spring water, ensuring his cleansing ritual is thorough. After donning fresh attire, he clutches the treasure chest and prays fervently before the statue of the goddess of fortune for a full hour before finally opening it. Ding! Congratulations. You have received Large Spiritual Vein, SS grade, X1, Monster Ranch, SS grade, X1. The haul is commendable. Both items are of SS quality. Large Spiritual Vein. Quality, SS. Description: formed by the gathering of natural spiritual energy, it can produce high-quality spirit stones, X 2000 daily. This is quite impressive, yielding high-quality spirit stones. The term output refers to the maximum extractable quantity without compromising the vein itself, equivalent to the daily self-generating spirit stone count of the vein. For instance, during his previous extraction at the relics of the Holy Radiance Empire, the medium spiritual vein was brutally depleted, leaving it barren. Dingyu places the spiritual vein within his territory, instantly enhancing the concentration of spiritual energy. He constructs the Monster Ranch as well, and upon viewing its attributes, he is astonished. This SS grade Monster Ranch has no limit on the number of monsters it can produce. However, it does consume spiritual energy during production. Does this mean that as long as spiritual energy is provided, monsters can be spawned without restraint? He is uncertain about the rate of energy consumption, but if the territory can sustain it, his forces could rapidly ascend in strength. Setting these thoughts aside, he begins upgrading the territory, having already gathered the necessary materials. Choosing to upgrade the Lord's Mansion, he notes that the upgrade will take 2 hours. Dingyu is not in a rush. He settles into a chair to browse the chat channel. 2 hours later, the system notification chimes. Ding! Congratulations, your Lord's Mansion has been upgraded to level 5. Lord's Mansion, level 5. Area, 1000 by 1000. Defense, 10,000. Notes: the cornerstone of the territory, materials can be invested for upgrades. The next upgrade requires gold X 500, space stones X 275, spiritual essence X 175, fire seeds, LV 5, X 10. The area has expanded, and upon upgrading, a window appears offering a choice of architectural styles for the Lord's Mansion. Dingyu opts for a castle style, as he has grown accustomed to residing in such grandeur. The next upgrade materials will require 10 fire seeds, specifically level 5, which can only be obtained by demolishing level 5 territories. This implies that to elevate to a level 6 territory, at least 10 territories of the same level must be destroyed. Clearly, this is designed to compel lords into competition after reaching level 4. Even those who wish to rest on their laurels must be vigilant, lest they become stepping stones for others. With the upgrade of the Lord's Mansion, the territory itself also advances. Territory, Vast Sea City. Lord, Dingyu. Level, 5. Territory range, 400,000x, 400,000. Population, 35.78 million. Heroes, 2,273. Soldiers, 22.56 million. Daily automatic refresh of 3,500 units of citizens. Spiritual energy concentration, 251,369. Feature 1, Celestial Abode. A place of spiritual energy accumulation, enhances the potential of all citizens, with a minimum qualification of B grade, greatly increasing the chances of breakthroughs for citizens. Feature 2, Territorial Space. The territory exists as a self-contained realm, possessing the potential to become a world unto itself. Feature 3, Heavenly Spiritual Veins. The territory space nurtures spiritual veins, significantly increasing training efficiency near the veins. Feature 4, Autonomous Evolution. The territory can absorb energy from the void, strengthening itself. Prosperity Index, 355,613. Ding! Congratulations. You have received an opportunity to readjust the layout of your territory. The territory has been comprehensively enhanced. Its area is larger, spiritual energy concentration is higher, and the population refresh rate has increased. Most importantly, the potential baseline of citizens has risen to B grade, which greatly impacts the territory. He has also gained a chance to adjust the territory layout, and he plans to have Chunmu organize a planning map before he can delve further into the details. Another system notification sounds. Ding. Congratulations, your territory has upgraded to level 5, and the war space has transformed into the battlefield of all races. Please check the details yourself. Lord. The war space has indeed transformed into the battlefield of all races? Dingyu opens the panel and confirms that the war space has vanished, replaced by the battlefield of all races. Upon entering, it reveals that lords can transport their troops to the battlefield. The battlefield of all races is a real area established by the war god on the Starry Rhythm continent, where slaying foes yields points as rewards. Beneath the battlefield of all races, the points mall has appeared, indicating a shift from the virtual war space to the tangible battlefield of all races. This matter can be addressed later. For now, he aims to elevate all functional buildings within the territory to level 5. Fortunately, he had previously amassed a considerable amount of resources sufficient for these upgrades. The D-grade defensive tower remains unupgraded, as C-grade defensive towers have now appeared in the system mall. Dingyu plans to purchase a C-grade defensive tower for future upgrades. Moreover, the number of defensive towers within the territory is excessive, and he currently lacks the resources for further upgrades. After upgrading the functional buildings, he turns his attention to the barracks. With the barracks upgraded, the population cap has increased significantly. For example, the Qinglong Guards now allows a population of 3,000, up from 1,000. The bipedal dragons cap rises from 250 to 500, while the violent bear brigade increases from 500 to 1,000. The pit beasts limit expands from 300 to 600, and the goblin airships from 500 to 1,000. The remaining barracks, like the Qinglong Guards, have seen their limits raised to 3,000. Dingyu chooses not to upgrade the goblin and beehive barracks, as the goblins have been entirely abandoned, and the beehive is now in a free-range phase with little utility remaining. With the barracks upgraded, he can once again produce troops, prioritizing the summoning of his main battle units. The expeditionary army barracks remain untouched due to limited resources. He opts to summon his primary combat forces first. Once the main units are summoned, his resources are nearly depleted. There are numerous areas demanding resources, from upgrading equipment to enhancing troop levels and addressing the multitude of defensive towers. For the foreseeable future, the territory will face resource scarcity. He will proceed step by step. Dingyu approached the front of the monster ranch to conduct a test. The results indicated that it generated the same number of monsters, with the SS grade monster ranch consuming the least amount of spiritual energy. In other words, the SS grade monster ranch offered the highest cost effectiveness without any limitations on quantity. He decided to eliminate the remaining monster ranches, lamenting that such structures could not be resold. Otherwise, he could have exchanged them for funds. As he adjusted the territory, he moved the obsolete ones to a corner for future use. He withdrew all the spiritual stones in the territory to fuel the monster ranch, aiming to swiftly elevate the levels of the newly summoned main combat units. Spiritual stones were meant for consumption. Their true value could only be realized when utilized, rather than gathering dust in the warehouse. The soldiers entered the monster ranch to slay monsters and gain experience, while the piles of spiritual stones outside were visibly depleting. After a considerable time had passed, the spiritual stones were finally exhausted, and the levels of these units had risen to the second tier. The monster ranch could also absorb the spiritual energy within the territory for its consumption, and Dingyu set an appropriate value for this purpose. Under this value, the concentration of spiritual energy in the territory would maintain balance, neither increasing nor decreasing. Thus, the newly generated spiritual energy in the territory would all be allocated to the consumption of the monster ranch, prioritizing the elevation of the warriors' levels. At this juncture, Chunmu presented the planning map to Dingyu, who, upon reviewing it and finding no issues, began to adjust the layout of the territory according to the map. With the development of the territory, many previous designs had become obsolete and required reconfiguration. The D-grade defensive towers within the territory were relocated outside the city, forming defensive matrices, leaving spaces for future placement of C-grade defensive towers. After upgrading, the buildings had expanded in size, necessitating a re-evaluation of many positions to avoid overcrowding. Fortunately, with the planning map, Dingyu was spared the mental strain of having to conceive the layout himself. It took a full 2 days to finalize the adjustments to the territory's layout, leaving Dingyu thoroughly exhausted. The new city no longer retained the circular pathways formed by walls, transforming instead into an intricate network of roads, devoid of artificial barriers. At this level, the defensive capability of the walls had diminished significantly, allowing many soldiers to leap over them effortlessly. In their stead, numerous defensive matrices emerged, with the watchers responsible for defense. The planning map had involved their input as well. Professional tasks were best left to professionals, much to Dingyu's relief. During these days, Dingyu had not altered the troops' equipment, continuing to produce and sell the previous gear in bulk. This included the pet eggs produced by the Monster Ranch, which were entrusted to the Commercial Guild for sale to procure resources for the territory. Following the territory's upgrade, the Monster Ranch was now capable of generating 4th-tier monsters, which yielded pet eggs of C-grade quality. However, Dingyu refrained from allowing the Monster Ranch to generate 4th-tier monsters just yet, as it was not the appropriate time to sell C-grade pet eggs. The funds acquired from sales during these days were sufficient to fill the Barracks quota for the Expeditionary Army, and Dingyu resolved to summon them. Chapter 86, The Battlefield of All Races. Summoning them promptly would enable them to hunt monsters and gain levels while acquiring resources. With this intention, Dingyu summoned all of them at once, numbering an impressive 1.2 million. After dividing them into small teams, Dingyu began to search for suitable areas for deployment. This deployment consumed half a month of his time, given the sheer number involved. 3 months later, the troops of Hanhai City finally completed their equipment overhaul. Following the territory's upgrade, the Equipment Manufacturing Center was now capable of mass-producing diamond-grade equipment. During this period, Dingyu had invested heavily in acquiring various design blueprints from the trading hall, coupled with those obtained from prior treasure chests. He finally amassed the necessary designs to produce diamond-grade equipment. Now, the soldiers of Hanhai City were outfitted with complete sets of diamond gear, including teleportation scrolls, winged cats, and rolling beasts. This represented the territory's most significant expenditure during this time, without even purchasing additional defensive towers. The newly summoned main combat units had reached the 3rd tier, displaying a basic level of combat capability. The previous main combat units had already attained the 5th tier, with some heroes surpassing the 6th tier. Dingyu could share the combat experience of the soldiers. With such a vast population base, he had reached level 69, just one step away from the 7th tier. With the disappearance of the war space, Hanhai City lacked a means to regularly acquire resources, prompting Dingyu to decide to venture into the battlefield of all races. For safety, he decided to lead units of 5th tier and above, while the remaining troops would defend the territory. This time, he refrained from bringing large units like the Wyverns and Griffins, as their massive sizes would attract undue attention. This venture was exploratory in nature, so discretion was advisable. Soon, Dingyu activated the battlefield of all races and initiated the teleportation. Ding. The system has detected that you possess territory space and requires an additional set of coordinates as a return point. Upon hearing the system prompt, Dingyu pondered for a moment and finally grasped its meaning. The teleportation within the battlefield of all races was based on territory coordinates. Exiting from within would allow direct teleportation back to the territory. However, Dingyu's territory was within the territory space, which he carried with him, meaning that if he were to leave the battlefield of all races to teleport back, it would be akin to remaining stationary. It appeared that the system was quite meticulous, preventing him from being trapped in the battlefield of all races. The teleportation feature of the battlefield of all races could be used once every 10 days. Other lords entering the battlefield of all races would have to wait at least 10 days to teleport back to their territories. During combat, teleportation could not be activated, thereby preventing lords from fleeing during battles. Furthermore, if a lord was within the battlefield of all races, the declaration of war was rendered ineffective. Neither enemies could declare war on him, nor could he declare war on enemies, providing a basic level of security for the territory to prevent it from being raided while the lord was engaged in the battlefield of all races. Selecting a safe and concealed location as a coordinate, Dingyu initiated the teleportation. Soon, they were transported to a desolate expanse of land. Before they could survey the surroundings, a violent surge of energy rippled from the sky. Goodness, this scene felt eerily familiar. It resembled the scenario he manifested during the meteor fall. Defensive formation, Dingyu bellowed. The army immediately organized into a defensive formation as rehearsed, with heavy infantry armed with massive shields forming an impenetrable iron wall. Behind them, the mage corps conjured a wind wall, creating an air barrier outside the shields. Observing the massive fireball coalescing in the air, the energy fluctuations grew increasingly terrifying. Dingyu sensed a precarious situation and called out to Enchi, Holy Judgment. Enchi complied, swiftly raising her staff as radiant white light emanated from it. The surrounding guardian angels were also enveloped in a brilliant white glow, converging towards Enchi. The energy quickly coalesced, and with a flourish of her staff, Enchi hurled a colossal sphere of light towards the fireball in the sky. The two distinctly different energies collided mid-air, resulting in a violent explosion. A tremendous shockwave radiated outward, leaving the forces of Hanhai City sheltered behind the massive shields and scathed. Scouts deploy, Dingyu commanded. Larks scattered into the sky, rapidly locating the enemy's position. On a nearby hill, a group of mages clad in crimson robes stood poised for battle. Qinglong guards, unleash your arrows. Dingyu's voice reverberated through the air. The Qinglong guards drew their longbows, unleashing a deluge of arrows upon their foes. The projectiles arced gracefully through the sky, embedding themselves viciously into the enemy's ranks. The adversaries, taken aback by the Qinglong guards' considerable range, hastily organized their shield bearers for defense, while the mages began chanting their incantations. Barrow. Dingyu commanded once more. Under Barrow's leadership, the Void Reavers activated their phasing abilities, vanishing from sight in an instant. Moments later, dark blades materialized around the enemy mages, striking them down mercilessly. In an instant, the opposing mages suffered grievous losses, their spellcasting interrupted amidst the chaos. Just then, the wolf cavalry from Hanhai City arrived on the scene. Like a razor-sharp knife, the cavalry sliced through the enemy formation, their claws slashing and blood spraying. In short order, reinforcements arrived, encircling and eliminating the enemy, leading to a swift and total rout. As the forces of Hanhai City pursued the disarrayed enemy, they scattered and fled, ultimately facing complete annihilation. Spitting in frustration, Dingyu wore a face of discontent. His first entrance into the myriad races battlefield had been marred by an ambush, leaving him in a state of disarray. He commanded the Skylark Scouts to extend their reconnaissance, broadening their search perimeter. It was only then that Dingyu had the leisure to observe his surroundings. The sky was shrouded in a gray haze, the ground littered with the remnants of weapons and dried blood. The concentration of spiritual energy in this area was considerable, albeit somewhat chaotic and volatile, making absorption difficult. This was merely Dingyu's perception. Among his troops, only the Qinglan guards could gradually absorb this energy. The remaining units, with the exception of the Angels and Void Reavers, were entirely incapable of such absorption. The Angels relied on prayer for rejuvenation, supported by the energy provided by the prayer squad stationed behind them. The Void Reavers, conversely, drew energy from the void itself, existing beyond the realm of conventional life. Soon, the Skylark Scouts reported that no enemies were present in the vicinity. Dingyu tested the waters and found that he could indeed open a territory space here. He teleported his forces back to their territory for recuperation. The familiar environment of the territory provided comfort, allowing the soldiers to replenish their energy effectively. Dingyu glanced at the kill records on his panel. Indeed, slaying foes here granted him points and experience, while also yielding valuable items. This revelation put Dingyu at ease, confirming that his arrival in the myriad races battlefield was fortuitous. After a period of rest, Dingyu teleported back out, intending to scout the area himself. Chapter 87. Acquainting oneself with the battlefield environment. Armed with a void shuttle, which afforded him remarkable speed and cloaking capabilities, Dingyu swiftly discerned two factions embroiled in conflict ahead. Their combined numbers approached 5,000, all of the 5th tier. Both parties were human, indicating that even among the same race, bloodshed was not uncommon within the myriad races battlefield. Observing the situation, Dingyu approached discreetly and summoned the troops from Hanhai City. In short order, his soldiers encircled the two opposing forces with stealth. As the signal to attack was given, the warriors surged forth from their concealed positions, launching a fierce assault on the two factions. Taken by surprise, the two forces descended into chaos. They attempted to mount a defense, but the soldiers of Hanhai City swiftly broke their ranks. As the battle raged on, the two factions retreated under the relentless onslaught of Hanhai City's troops. Their resistance waned, and their morale plummeted. Ultimately, as the conflict persisted, the two factions crumbled, scattering in a desperate bid for escape. Yet the soldiers of Hanhai City pursued relentlessly, dispatching them one by one. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain a level 52 berserker, earning 450 silver coins and 5,200 points. Ding! Congratulations, you have slain a level 55 shield bearer, earning 520 silver coins, Zamadeo, Diamond Tier, X1, and 5,500 points. From the commencement to the conclusion of the battle, the system notifications chimed continuously, much to Dingyu's delight. Once the battlefield was cleared, he teleported his troops back and continued his search for the next target. The expanse of this battlefield was vast, featuring a myriad of terrains, yet Dingyu found no cities or settlements. Wild creatures also roamed the battlefield, typically aggressive and prone to entering a frenzied state. Soon, he discovered a unit of goblins by the riverside. The exact number was unclear, but it was estimated to be no fewer than 10,000. These goblins exhibited clear division of labor. Some erected tents, others fished by the river, while still others gathered wood in preparation for a bonfire. It appeared they were preparing to rest here. The goblins were of approximately 4th tier strength, their power not particularly formidable. However, their sheer numbers posed a challenge, albeit one that Dingyu felt confident in overcoming. He began deploying his units around the perimeter, encircling the goblins. This time, Dingyu also summoned his siege units, calculating the coordinates before initiating his assault. Soon, boulders rained down upon the goblin encampment, stunning them with shock. They had not anticipated an attack from siege weaponry in this location, where such devices were rarely seen on the battlefield. After all, these contraptions were slow-moving and rendered easy targets. Shortly thereafter, Hanhai City's aerial forces arrived above the goblin camp, commencing their assault. Wyverns unleashed fiery breath, while griffins released bolts of lightning. Additionally, goblin engineers aboard airships rained down a barrage of explosives. Before long, the remaining troops surged forward. Every soldier of Hanhai City was mounted, granting them impressive speed. Subsequently, skeleton soldiers summoned by necromancers encircled the goblins. The battle concluded swiftly. The vast numbers of goblins provided ample experience points for the soldiers of Hanhai City, and Ding Yu accrued a significant amount of points. Once the battlefield was cleared, he led his forces away. As dusk settled, Ding Yu sought a secure location to return to his territory. The spoils of war acquired today were entrusted to Ding Shang for processing. These items were of considerable value for a lord of his tier, likely fetching a handsome price. Unlike the war space, where victories yielded immediate currency, in the myriad races battlefield, one could only place dropped items in the trading hall. After completing his tasks, Ding Yu opened his panel to report his safety to Li Lin, then perused the chat channel. Brothers, I've leveled up to a level 5 territory. Now I'm a level 5 powerhouse. You, the fool above, I've also leveled up to a level 5 territory, but I regret it. Any lords from Wa Kingdom who are unconvinced, state your names. High prices paid for territory shield-related items. Any interested parties, please message me privately. You weaklings. I've been conquering the myriad races battlefield while you lag behind in upgrades. Everyone be cautious of bone skeletons. This fiend sells out his teammates. One of my friends fell victim to him. The regional chat was a cacophony of chaos, but Ding Yu managed to glean some information. Over this period, more lords had begun to upgrade to level 5 territories. However, no one had mentioned anything regarding the Fire Seed incident. The conflict between the lords of Goryo and the barbarians had concluded without a clear victor, resulting in a mutually devastating stalemate. The Lord of the Celestial Empire is currently exerting pressure on the Lord of the Land of the Rising Sun, who now refrains from speaking in the channels, fearful of an unexpected declaration of war descending upon him. Meanwhile, the Bear of the North and the Land of the Beautiful have also engaged in conflict, rendering the channels quite lively. Ding Yu glanced at his friends group. These individuals have all ascended to level 5 territories. A few days prior, they had ventured into the battlefield of 10,000 races, only to discover upon entry that it was a realm of random teleportation. The expanse of the battlefield is immense, and as of yet, they have not managed to regroup with their comrades. Like Ding Yu, they are presently active in the chat channels of the battlefield. However, they are situated in a temporary encampment, while Ding Yu luxuriates upon the grand bed within the Lord's Manor. They had arrived at the battlefield of 10,000 races before Ding Yu, who only joined after completing a substantial equipment overhaul for his troops, which delayed his departure. After conversing with them for a while, Ding Yu gleaned some insights regarding the battlefield. This vast expanse appears boundless, with no one having yet discerned its borders. Many speculate that the battlefield constitutes a world crafted by some formidable entity, specifically designed for conflict. Within the battlefield, there exist neutral cities where combat is prohibited, though entry requires a fee. These are merely hearsay, as they have yet to encounter such cities themselves. The battlefield is also dotted with mineral veins, many of which contain unique resources not found in the outside world. Notably, there are veins of spirit stones present. However, the spirit stones harvested here are of little value. The spirit stones exude a ferocious energy, and attempting to absorb them would be tantamount to courting death. Even when repurposed for other uses, they are prone to explosive reactions. Indeed, some have even converted spirit stones into bombs, thus fully utilizing their potential. Upon reading this, Ding Yu's eyes lit up. He pondered whether these spirit stones could be absorbed by the world tree. Logically, the world tree should be capable of absorbing the energies of myriad realms, and the energy from these spirit stones would be no exception. If feasible, he could use these spirit stones to swiftly enhance the concentration of spiritual energy within his territory, thereby enabling the monster ranch to produce a greater number of creatures. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. He found himself growing somewhat agitated, prompting a moment of self-restraint. Ding Yu also acquired another piece of information. The battlefield harbors not only level 5 lords, but also many of a higher tier. Thus, he must exercise caution to avoid being extinguished by a powerful adversary.